Chapter 1. The Binding System, Akkad's Quick Retreat. Amidst the sweltering summer sun, the cicadas chirped incessantly outside the Zhaohan Hall in the Eastern Palace. Inside, Gu Qinghan, the crown princess, reclined on a soft couch, her eyes closed. A slight furrow creased her brow, as if she were troubled by an unpleasant dream, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. In the main hall, Gu Qinghan was alone, preferring solitude during her moments of rest rather than the company of attendants. "Your Highness, Your Highness!" The voice of the chief maid, Xiaohe, broke the silence, rousing Gu Qinghan from her nightmare. "What is it?" Gu Qinghan's voice emerged hoarse from sleep. Her eyes, newly opened, appeared veiled in a mist, exuding an enchanting charm. Xiaohe was perpetually awestruck by her mistress' unparalleled beauty, unable to suppress her admiration. Yet today, there was no time for flattery. "Your Highness, you must rise and prepare yourself. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Xiaohe's tone brimmed with delight. Since Prince Mu Yinqing was bestowed the title of Crown Prince and took residence in the Eastern Palace, he rarely visited the former Princess of Chun, now the Crown Princess. Gu Qinghan slowly sat upright, rubbing her forehead, seemingly indifferent to Mu Yinqing's arrival. Xiaohe grew anxious. "Your Highness, your relationship with His Royal Highness is unparalleled among the women of the Eastern Palace. Surely, since His Highness' ascension to the throne, he has been preoccupied with state affairs and has had little time to visit you. Now that he has finally come, why are you not eager?" Gu Qinghan tugged at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, she had been married to Mu Yinqing for 3 years, during which he was but an unfavored prince. In those 3 years, she was the sole legitimate wife in the Qin Wangfu, accompanying him wherever he went, their bond envied by all. Many noble ladies in the capital whispered, lamenting how this rural orphan had claimed the position of the Princess of Chun and received the unwavering affection of the prince, a fortune accrued over several lifetimes. Yet, who could fathom that Mu Yinqing's rise from an unfavored prince to the crown prince was largely due to her efforts? Without her strategic counsel and her willingness to lead from the front, Mu Yinqing would never have triumphed over the formidable southern Qin to claim the position of heir to the northern Zhou throne. Gu Qinghan had once believed that Mu Yinqing loved her, gradually surrendering her heart to him. However, since entering the Eastern Palace, Mu Yinqing had taken concubines one after another, initially offering excuses related to state affairs, but eventually he no longer consulted her as crown princess, directly bringing women into his fold. Gu Qinghan calculated it had been 3 months since she last saw Mu Yinqing. The last occasion was when he sought to take the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Zhou Wanting, as a concubine. "Your Highness, why do you not prepare yourself?" Xiaohe was nearly frantic, but the sharp voice of the eunuch outside interrupted them. "The crown prince has arrived." With that proclamation, Mu Yinqing strode in, his expression as cold as ice. Gu Qinghan rose, offering a slight bow, her tone composed, "Your Royal Highness." Mu Yinqing's gaze fell upon Gu Qinghan, clad in simple attire, her face devoid of makeup, bearing in natural beauty. "Do not be formal," he commanded, striding to take a seat. Gu Qinghan straightened her back and approached, inquiring, "Might I ask why His Royal Highness has come so unexpectedly?" Mu Yinqing, not perceiving the joy that should accompany his visit, felt a wave of frustration. "Do you not welcome my presence?" Gu Qinghan forced a smile, reminiscent of a fleeting blossom, evoking memories of their first meeting in the valley, where she had dazzled him with her beauty. "Your Highness jest." Her gentle words pulled Mu Yinqing back from his reverie. "I have come today to discuss a matter of great importance with you, Crown Princess." Gu Qinghan's heart sank before Mu Yinqing ascended the throne. He had called her Qinghan, but now he referred to her as Crown Princess, emphasizing their growing distance. "Your Highness, please speak plainly." Mu Yinqing's fingers drummed on the armrest of his chair. "In our recent conflict with Southern Qin, their crown prince perished. The Prime Minister has recently brought back the crown prince's widow, his legitimate daughter, Qin Jinjin, to the capital. Are you aware of this?" "I have heard a whisper of it," Gu Qinghan replied, uncertain of Mu Yinqing's intent in bringing this up. Mu Yinqing continued, "Qinghan, His Majesty wishes for you to step down as crown princess and for Qin Jinjin to be honored as the new crown princess." Gu Qinghan's head snapped up, shock evident in her eyes. She had anticipated many things from Mu Yinqing's visit, even the notion of him wanting to take Qin Jinjin as a concubine, but never did she expect him to request she relinquish her title as crown princess, to cede her rightful position to the daughter of a prime minister who had previously been married off to southern Qin. Do you refuse? Mu Yinqing rose, looking down at Gu Qinghan. Mu Yinqing, are you serious? Gu Qinghan realized she had forgotten how long it had been since she had addressed him by his full name. Crown Princess, where is your decorum? Mu Yinqing's voice turned stern. Gu Qinghan held his gaze. Decorum? Mu Yinqing, do you not find these words absurd? I am your legally wedded crown princess, and now you wish for me to give up my position for Qin Jinjin, a woman who has already been married and lost her husband? Mu Yinqing scoffed. Gu Qinghan, do not forget your origins as a rural orphan. I have bestowed upon you all my honor. Do not be ungrateful. Ungrateful? Gu Qinghan found his words laughable. Mu Yinqing, do not forget how you attained this position. Mu Yinqing glared fiercely. Gu Qinghan, are you threatening me? I will not relinquish the title of crown princess unless you procure a decree from His Majesty. For the first time since entering the Eastern Palace, Gu Qinghan stood her ground. Mu Yinqing pursed his lips, and after a moment, softened his tone, yet his words only fueled Gu Qinghan's anger. Qinghan, you must understand, you have everything. You have enjoyed my exclusive favor for 3 years, elevating you from a mere orphan to your current status. Yet Zhenxin's life in southern Qin has been fraught with hardship, and now she has lost her husband due to our conflict. We owe her this. Gu Qinghan felt as if she were caught in a grand jest. Mu Yinqing, we fought for Northern Zhou. We owe no one anything. You believe we owe her, and that justifies my ceding the title of crown princess? Qinghan, you would merely be stepping down from your position. While Jinjin has suffered greatly, she has lost her parents' love and now her husband, Mu Yinqing urged. Gu Qinghan stepped back, her voice resolute. Mu Yinqing, unless I die, I will never allow Qin Jinjin to set foot in the Eastern Palace. Mu Yinqing finally erupted in fury. Gu Qinghan, do not push me. Your Highness, the matters of state await. I bid you farewell. As she watched Mu Yinqing storm out, Gu Qinghan felt a chill settle in her heart. Yet his recent words echoed in her mind, and for the first time, she felt a profound clarity. It seemed today she had truly seen Mu Yinqing's true nature. Had she not rescued him in the valley, had she not accepted his proposal, she might still be that carefree girl in the valley. Yet she still could not comprehend why Mu Yinqing, despite being a prince without royal favor, chose her, a mere orphan, over countless noble ladies vying for his attention. Xia He, shaken by the encounter, finally stood. Your Highness, have you truly sent His Highness away in anger? Shut the doors of Zhaoan Hall. I wish to see no one today. With that, Gu Qinghan turned and retreated to her chamber, lying down alone. Though the heat of the day was oppressive, and Mu Yinqing's unreasonable demands weighed heavily on her mind, she found herself drifting off to sleep, inexplicably tired. Gu Qinghan fell into a long dream. In her dream, she found herself living within a book, where the protagonist was Qin Jinjin, and the male lead was Mu Yinqing. And she, Gu Qinghan, was merely a pawn in the author's narrativian expendable character. In the dream, Gu Qinghan finally comprehended why Mu Yinqing sought to marry Qin Jinjin, why he wished for her to relinquish her title. For in Mu Yinqing's heart, the moonlight had always belonged to Qin Jinjin. It was only because she bore a resemblance to her that he had chosen her after Qin Jinjin had become the crown princess of southern Qin. Moreover, Gu Qinghan unexpectedly regained memories of her life in the modern world. It turned out she did not belong here. She had transmigrated into the ancient Gu Qinghan's body, living as an orphan, a life so pitiful. Ding! The charming SSS system has detected matching data. Would the host like to bind the system now? Startled by the sudden mechanical voice, Gu Qinghan sat up abruptly, only to find herself utterly alone. Who is speaking? As soon as she voiced her question, the voice resonated in her mind. Welcome to the charming SSS system. Would the host like to bind the system now? Gu Qinghan collected her thoughts. She hailed from the modern era and had perused countless novels. Thus she was now well acquainted with the concept of a system. Tentatively, Gu Qinghan inquired within her mind, what are the benefits of binding to a system? The system's voice suddenly brimmed with pride. Could it be that the host despised that scoundrel Mu Yinqing? This SS grade system had the ability to transport the host's soul back to the modern world. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan did not hesitate for a moment. Very well, I shall bind to the system. Ding! The charming 1 SSS grade system has been successfully bound. Upgrading host data. Intelligence, 98 points. Martial prowess, 99 points. Beauty, 99 points. Charisma, 99 points. Affability, 97 points. Physique, 98 points. Comprehensive assessment. The host's current charm index stands at 98 points. Chapter 2. Return to the modern world. After the voice in her mind ceased, Gu Qinghan queried, "So, this charming 1 system implies that everyone who sees me will be enamored?" "Absolutely," the system replied, brimming with confidence. "However, if I return to the modern world as a soul, what will happen to my physical form there? Rest assured, your modern body remains unchanged. You have spent 19 years in this world, yet over there, it is merely as if you had taken a brief slumber with no impact whatsoever." The system began to elaborate. Moreover, the various indices of your body in the modern world are perfectly aligned with your soul. Feeling quite satisfied with this explanation, Gu Qinghan pondered the contents of the novel from a recent dream. Although she, as a mere foil, had fought for her place, the true protagonist, Qin Jinjin, naturally radiated the aura of the heroine. Indeed, Mu Yinqing had received the imperial decree, relegating her, the foil, to the position of a concubine, while he ceremoniously wed Qin Jinjin as the crown princess. Consequently, she faced neglect from Mu Yinqing and persecution from Qin Jinjin, ultimately meeting a tragic end in the cold palace after Mu Yinqing ascended the throne. Such a plot orchestrated by the author was utterly unacceptable to Gu Qinghan. Now that she had regained her memories of the modern world, she could not allow her fate to unfold according to the narrative. This realization extinguished the last flicker of affection she held for Mu Yinqing. "If my soul returns to the modern world, what will happen to this body?" The system replied, "That depends on how you wish to arrange it. You could simulate death or allow this body to simply vanish." Gu Qinghan contemplated this, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Give me a few days. I wish to wait for the wedding of Qin Jinjin and Mu Yinqing and provide them with an unforgettable ceremony." The system shivered at her words. It had taken considerable deliberation before selecting Gu Qinghan as its host. Before Mu Yinqing entered the Eastern Palace, Gu Qinghan had been a formidable character. Such a woman should not be confined within the palace walls. "Understood. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me directly." Feeling invigorated, Gu Qinghan approached her vanity and gazed into the bronze mirror. While her appearance had not drastically changed, she was indeed more enchanting than the system had described. "Xiaoyi," Gu Qinghan called out, and Xiaoyi promptly entered. "My lady, how may I serve you?" "Have the kitchen prepare dinner, ensuring to include the dishes favored by His Highness the Crown Prince. Then assist me with my makeup and attire." After adorning herself in splendid attire, Gu Qinghan radiated beauty that seemed celestial, leaving Xiaoyi utterly astonished. "Crown Princess you truly resemble a celestial being descended to earth." Gu Qinghan smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Send word to His Highness the Crown Prince, telling him that I have contemplated the events of the day and wish for him to visit." "Understood." As the doors of Zhaohan Palace swung open once more, Mu Yinqing strode in and instantly spotted the elegantly dressed Gu Qinghan awaiting him at the entrance. As he approached, Mu Yinqing halted in his tracks. The glimmer in Gu Qinghan's eyes and her gentle demeanor were unlike anything he had seen in a long while. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." For reasons unknown, Mu Yinqing felt compelled to take Gu Qinghan's hand. Gu Qinghan subtly evaded, her smile unwavering. "Your Highness, why have you arrived so late? The dishes will grow cold. Please step inside." Mu Yinqing, mulling over the situation, concluded that Gu Qinghan must be deeply in love with him, feeling remorse for offending him today, and now seeking to appease him. Seated across from one another, Gu Qinghan raised her wine cup. "Your Highness, I was ignorant earlier. I have come to realize that Sister Qin is indeed pitiable. Your affection for her only highlights your benevolence." Mu Yinqing found her words exceedingly gratifying. "It is well that you possess such understanding. as their wine cups clinked together, producing a melodious chime. Mu Yinqing drank heartily, while Gu Qinghan discreetly poured her wine in her sleeve, wiping her lips before setting the cup down. Might I inquire when you plan to wed Sister Qin? The Imperial Observatory is currently selecting auspicious dates. There are a few options. Perhaps the Crown Princess could lend her discerning eye. Mu Yinqing produced a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Gu Qinghan. Upon examining it, she noted that the earliest date was merely 10 days away. With a radiant smile, she pointed to the first date. This day appears most favorable. I shall diligently prepare for the grand wedding on your behalf. Mu Yinqing chuckled. You truly possess a keen mind. I shall entrust the wedding arrangements to you. After their meal, Mu Yinqing lingered, clearly intending to stay the night. Gu Qinghan remained unperturbed until he completed his governmental duties, then remarked, Your Highness, I am currently unwell and cannot attend to you. Perhaps you should seek out Lady Zhou. Her tone carried a hint of regret and reluctance. Mu Yinqing paused for a moment. Very well, take care of yourself. In the following days, Gu Qinghan devoted herself wholeheartedly to preparing for the wedding of Mu Yinqing and Qin Jinjin. Publicly, she was praised for her grace and magnanimity, while privately, many delighted in mocking her. Yet Gu Qinghan remained unfazed. Each day, she would use the pretext of discussing wedding arrangements to invite Mu Yinqing to Zhaohan Palace for meals. Each time, he would contemplate staying the night, only to be thwarted. Initially, Gu Qinghan cited her health as an excuse, but later she said, Your Highness is soon to wed Sister Qin, and it is only fitting that I keep watch over her. There will be ample time for us to meet again. Mu Yinqing found his happiest moments in dining with Gu Qinghan, and though they could not touch, it was still a source of enjoyment. For reasons unknown, even as he anticipated his marriage to Qin Jinjin, his thoughts frequently drifted back to Gu Qinghan. On the eve of the wedding, Mu Yinqing found himself pondering whether it was right or wrong to have displaced Gu Qinghan from her rightful position as the crown princess. After all, he and Qin Jinjin were destined for true love. Had it not been for the alliance, his rightful consort would undoubtedly have been Qin Jinjin. This was a debt Gu Qinghan owed her. With this thought, Mu Yinqing felt a sense of relief wash over him. On the wedding day, the Eastern Palace was awash in vibrant red. A crimson carpet stretched from the Prime Minister's residence all the way into the palace, leading to the Eastern Palace, where everyone admired Qin's entrance fortune. Despite the raucous festivities outside, Zhaohan Palace remained eerily quiet. Gu Qinghan had sent everyone away to enjoy the revelry, with the exception of Xiaohe. My lady, if you are troubled, you may speak freely. Gu Qinghan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her lips painted red, a radiant smile gracing her face. Xiaohe, I harbor no sorrow. As she spoke, Gu Qinghan produced a brocade box and handed it to Xiaohe. Inside, you will find your deed of servitude, along with some silver notes and jewels. Xiaohe, you have served me loyally for many years now. Amidst the festivities, take your leave from the palace and find a place to live in peace. When the storm is past, seek out someone who will cherish you and marry. Gu Qinghan retrieved her token. Simply say that you are leaving the palace to procure items for me, and you need not return. Xiaohe stood there, bewildered. My lady? Gu Qinghan rose to her feet. I merely believe that once Qin Jinjin enters the Eastern Palace, it will be anything but tranquil. You have served me faithfully, and I wish to see you at ease. Rest assured, I possess martial skills. Once I have resolved matters in the Eastern Palace, I will seek you out. Xiaohe felt a sense of unease creeping in, yet seeing Gu Qinghan's demeanor, she realized she was not jesting. Is what you say truly genuine? Of course, Gu Qinghan replied. If you settle anywhere, simply send me a message at the place I once resided. If I am not there, leave a note beneath the locust tree, and I will undoubtedly find you. But Xiaohe hesitated, unwilling to abandon Gu Qinghan alone. There are no buts. Today's festivities present the perfect opportunity for you to depart. You cannot hinder my plans. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Xiaohe knelt and bowed her head 3 times, reluctantly departing. Once she had calculated that Xiaohe had exited the palace, Gu Qinghan penned a heartfelt farewell letter, intending for Mu Yinqing to discover it, along with her lifeless body, leaving him in utter despair. There would be no chance for reconciliation with Qin Jinjin. System. I am ready. Gu Qinghan summoned the system. I believe hanging would suffice. It must be witnessed by Mu Yinqing, who will be unable to save me. After preparations were complete, Gu Qinghan lay upon her bed, and in an instant, she sensed a change beneath her. As Gu Qinghan opened her eyes once more, she found herself reclining on the grand bed of a hotel, adorned in a silk nightgown, while the sky outside had already begun to brighten with the first light of dawn. Chapter 3. The live broadcast begins. Gu Qinghan stepped out of bed, her feet sinking into the plush carpet as she walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Although it was still early, the bustling sounds of traffic outside were all too familiar. Despite her soul having lingered in ancient times for 19 years, at this moment, she truly felt as if it had all been a dream, her current memories becoming increasingly vivid. The city she inhabited was Haiqing, a cosmopolitan metropolis of Huagua. In her modern life, she was 23 years old, a recent graduate of a film academy, and currently a budding actress. She had not yet achieved stardom. Her lack of publicity resulted in a modest fan base. Yet she was never short of roles to play. Gu Qinghan had always been indifferent to fame and fortune. Her foray into the entertainment industry was purely a means to pass the time. And she selected her scripts herself. Unbeknownst to many, her father was the wealthiest man in Haiqing, and as the only daughter, she could easily return home to inherit a vast fortune if she chose not to act. The hotel she was currently in was, in fact, a property belonging to her Gu Group. At present, she was filming a modern urban drama, portraying the second female lead, a character whose persona was not particularly endearing but whose emotional depth and stark contrasts fascinated her. The production was nearing its conclusion, with only half a month left until filming wrapped. Glancing at the time and her call sheet, she noted that her makeup session was scheduled for 10 o'clock that morning. With ample time to spare, Gu Qinghan decided to lie down once more, hoping to catch up on some sleep and soothe her emotions in preparation for the day's work. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the eastern palace of the North Zhou Prince. What was supposed to be the grand wedding day of Mu Yinqing and Qin Zhanjin turned into a scene of horror when a maid discovered that the prince's concubine, Gu Qinghan, had hanged herself. The maid's shriek sent shockwaves through the palace. Upon hearing the news from a eunuch that Gu Qinghan had committed suicide, Mu Yinqing was rendered speechless. He dashed into the Zhaohan Hall. Finding Gu Qinghan's lifeless body hanging in the center of the grand hall, "Someone, quickly, bring Qinghan down," he shouted. As guards rushed forward, he forcefully pushed them aside and took Gu Qinghan into his arms himself. "Where is the physician? Call for the physician now." His eyes were bloodshot. "Qinghan, open your eyes and look at me. Why have you done this? Why?" The arriving Qin Zhanjin watched the scene unfold, her fists clenched in fury. Today was meant to be her glorious wedding day, a moment to flaunt her triumph over Gu Qinghan. Yet, to her dismay, this woman had chosen to die on their wedding day, an utter stroke of bad luck. If Gu Qinghan truly perished, every year on this date would become a day of mourning for her, a thought Qin Zhanjin could not bear. Dressed in her resplendent red wedding gown, she had already discarded her veil. What was once a source of ridicule for Gu Qinghan had now turned Qin Zhanjin into the greatest fool. After enduring countless hardships to have her father bring her back, rekindling Mu Yinqing's affections, and marrying into the Eastern Palace, she never anticipated things would end this way. She crouched beside Mu Yinqing. "Your Highness, Qinghan." Just as she spoke, the physician rushed in with a medical kit. Mu Yinqing bellowed. "Save her? Do you hear me? This is my command." The physicians each took turns checking Gu Qinghan's pulse, but it was clear she had long departed this world, devoid of any breath of life. Finally, the chief physician, under immense pressure, declared, "Your Highness, the prince's concubine has passed away. Please accept my condolences." Mu Yinqing held Gu Qinghan tightly, unwilling to let go. He could not fathom that the woman who had smiled at him just this morning while sending him off to the wedding was now gone forever. Memories of their past, once buried, surged back into his mind with startling clarity. Qin Zhanjin sensed the gravity of the situation. Gu Qinghan's actions had dealt her a significant blow. Previously, Mu Yinqing's heart had belonged solely to her. Now, Gu Qinghan had undoubtedly carved a place for herself in his heart. The news of Gu Qinghan's death sent shockwaves through everyone. The emperor was furious. Such a country bumpkin had no place in high society, and her death was of little consequence. The concubines of the palace reveled in the spectacle, but none were more engrossed than Mu Yinqing's 8 brothers, each of whom harbored ambitions for the throne. With Mu Yinqing firmly seated as the crown prince, They had no reason to pull him down, but watching the unfolding drama was certainly entertaining. Jiyu Qinghan's suicide transformed the wedding into a farce. Mu Yinqing remained in the Zhaohan Hall, clutching her lifeless body, completely oblivious to the fact that today was meant to be his wedding day with Qin Zhenjin. He had not even entered the bridal chamber. Meanwhile, Qin Zhenjin sat alone in the bridal chamber, consumed by resentment. Yet what could she do against a corpse? She had initially thought that after 3 years of Gu Qinghan monopolizing Mu Yinqing's affections, she would finally take her rightful place as the crown princess and deal with Gu Qinghan accordingly. Little did she know that such a vile woman would choose their wedding day to end her life. She had believed that securing the title of crown princess would mean victory, but on the very first day, she found herself utterly defeated. My lady, perhaps it would be best for you to take your leave for now. Qin Zhenjin remained motionless, resolute. No, I will wait for him, even though I know he cannot possibly come today. The following morning, the Eastern Palace's festive red was replaced by somber white. A celebration had turned into a funeral. The coffin lay within the mourning tint, and many came to pay their respects. Mu Yinqing stared unblinkingly at the coffin, utterly unable to accept the reality that Gu Qinghan had truly left him. Especially after reading the letter she had left behind that morning, the memories of their past were etched into his heart, causing it to bleed with sorrow. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have forced Gu Qinghan to relinquish her position as the crown princess. Qin Zhenjin donned plain garments, presenting herself with the poise of the mistress of the house within the mourning tint. Your Highness, she called softly. Mu Yinqing snapped back to reality at the sound of her voice. Zhenjin, Qinghan must hate me deeply. Your Highness, that cannot be. Qinghan loved you too much, Qin Zhenjin replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If it weren't for me, Qinghan would never have. At this point, tears streamed down Qin Zhenjin's cheeks, her sorrow palpable. Your Highness, I know that both you and Qinghan did this for me. If Qinghan is gone, I shall not wish to live on either. Allow me to bid her farewell properly, and then I will follow her. Upon hearing this, Mu Yinqing immediately embraced Qin Zhenjin. Zhenjin, do not speak such foolishness. I cannot allow it, do you understand? I have merely come to terms with Qinghan's departure, but my heart has always belonged to you alone. As these words left his lips, a triumphant smile crept onto Qin Zhenjin's face. Hidden from Mu Yinqing's view, the Eastern Palace was enveloped in mourning, while Gu Qinghan had already awakened in the presidential suite of the hotel, having indulged in a fragrant flower petal bath. Feeling refreshed as she made her way to the film set in the luxurious van, her assistant Bai Ning gazed at her in astonishment. Sister Qinghan, you look exceptionally radiant today, even more so than the sun. Gu Qinghan smiled. Then you should look at me more often. Upon arriving at the set, everyone greeted her warmly. Jiyu Qinghan had brought her own makeup artist, as she never utilized the crew services. She preferred to work with her own team. Qinghan, your skin looks even better than yesterday. Truly, beauty only grows with time. Even a good night's sleep elevates your allure to new heights, her makeup artist Chen Xian remarked as she worked on Gu Qinghan's makeup. Gu Qinghan gazed at her increasingly stunning reflection in the mirror. Sister Xian, you should take good care of yourself. I'll get you both a platinum card for Katy Blue when I get the chance. Katy Blue is undoubtedly the premier beauty salon in Haicheng, where even the standard services are beyond the financial reach of the average person, let alone the exclusive platinum card offerings. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed immense delight, showering Gu Qinghan with gratitude. The other members of the crew looked on enviously at Gu Qinghan, as she was known for her generosity. Those who accompanied her invariably reaped numerous benefits. Many speculated about Gu Qinghan's true identity, yet no one managed to uncover the truth. On set, Gu Qinghan was preparing to film a scene for the company's annual meeting. She donned a stunning dark green backless evening gown, her fair skin radiating brilliance, accentuating her flawless figure. Her alluring back, long legs, and enchanting beauty captivated all. With the director's command of action, she commenced her exquisite performance. At that moment, the Eastern Palace was preparing to mourn Gu Qinghan. As the coffin was lifted, the sky unexpectedly grew brighter than usual, and a large screen suddenly appeared in the heavens. Words began to materialize. Modern live streaming system 1.0 beta is installing. The installation was soon completed, allowing all subjects of the Northern Zhou to witness the spectacle, with additional features still in development, awaiting anticipation. Immediately, everyone in Northern Zhou, from royalty to commoners, could see the image displayed on the grand screen. The Crown Prince's consort, Gu Qinghan, who was supposed to be in mourning, appeared on the screen, clad in scant attire, radiating unmatched beauty. Chapter 4. Let me show you with the handsome man's arm. The sudden phenomenon left everyone astounded. Regardless of their previous activities, all paused to gaze at the extraordinary sight before them. Many rushed about, exclaiming they had seen a divine being. The emperor, originally engaged in reviewing official documents, was infuriated upon seeing Gu Qinghan alive, declaring, "Summon the astronomical bureau to see me at once." Mu Yinqing clenched his fists as he beheld the image of Gu Qinghan, more radiant and graceful than ever before. Who could explain this to him? Yet, no one had an answer, and no one understood why Gu Qinghan, who was meant to be in mourning, appeared in this so-called live stream. The other princes, after watching in shock, began to mock Mu Yinqing, eager to see him humiliated. "Your Highness, you are fortunate indeed. Your consort seems to be alive and thriving." One joked, "Brother, I dare say this is a blessing. Perhaps she fears you cannot bear to part with her, and this is her way of making an appearance." Another chimed in, "Brother, it's no wonder you triumphed over the mighty southern Qin. Such a consort at your side truly inspires envy." Watching their mocking faces, Mu Yinqing's expression darkened. Qin Zhenzhen, regaining her composure, pondered, "Could it be that Gu Qinghan is truly a reincarnation of a deity? No, that cannot be. Even if she were, she must only be a seductress, Your Highness. How could Gu Qinghan appear in this so-called live streaming system? Could it be intentional?" she questioned, clutching her chest. "Your Highness, why not open the coffin and see if she is truly there?" Mu Yinqing solemnly commanded. Open the coffin. Initially, no one dared approach, yet curiosity compelled them. When the coffin was opened once more, they found Gu Qinghan's body still lying there, serene and undisturbed. The concubines of the Eastern Palace covered their mouths in disbelief, while Zhou Liangdi pretended to wipe away tears. "Your Highness, could it be that the consort employed some sorcery?" The other concubines chimed in, "Your Highness, the consort's attire is utterly shameless. Even courtesans do not dress this way. You must take action against this enchantress, lest the people remain troubled." Amidst the chaos, the chief eunuch, Deshun, approached the kneeling Mu Yinqing. "Your Highness, several princes, the emperor summons you in the Chaoyang Hall." Not just the astronomical bureau but also civil and military officials had gathered. After the morning court had concluded, everyone was increasingly anxious about the unforeseen phenomenon. "Your Majesty, the astronomical bureau could not predict this anomaly, and there are no records of such occurrences elsewhere." The emperor tapped his fingers on the table, the rhythm echoing in the hearts of those present. "Crown Prince, Gu Qinghan is your consort. Did you not notice anything unusual beforehand?" The emperor's evident displeasure sent Mu Yinqing into a panic, reminiscent of his father's gaze 3 years prior. Over the past 3 years, with Gu Qinghan's support, he had gradually gained his father's favor, especially after defeating the southern Qin and slaying its crown prince, which led to his designation as heir apparent. He could not return to his previous state. This title of crown prince was his alone. Mu Yinqing bowed deeply. "Father, it is my oversight. I did not realize Gu Qinghan was a sorceress. Please punish me." The seventh prince interjected, "The crown prince is quick to admit fault, yet yesterday, upon learning of this enchantress's hanging, who in the palace was not distraught. Perhaps the crown prince still harbors feelings for this sorceress." Daring not to meet the emperor's gaze, Mu Yinqing knelt. "Father, I truly did not know. Please see it clearly." The emperor disregarded the kneeling Mu Yinqing, asking, "Does anyone have a way to remove this live streaming screen?" Everyone exchanged glances, unable even to touch it, let alone remove it. However, the sight of Gu Qinghan in such attire stirred the hearts of men, while women, though they spoke of shamelessness, could not help but envy Gu Qinghan's beauty and figure displayed on the screen. Unbeknownst to Gu Qinghan, her every move was broadcast to the subjects of northern Zhou in the scene. She wore her signature, professional smile. Approaching the entrance of the venue, Gu Qinghan registered her attendance, and the hostess tied a flower around her wrist, saying, "Sister Baihe, go for it today. You will surely be the most charming woman." Gu Qinghan waved her wrist adorned with the flower and smiled. "I appreciate your kind words. Sister Baihe, will you enter alone? What of your partner?" Gu Qinghan shrugged, her every contour becoming more alluring with emotion. "I fear no one wishes to accompany me inside." "Sister Baihe, you jest. Everyone is simply intimidated by your presence," came the reply. Those watching from the Chaoyang Hall were even more astonished. The emperor questioned the kneeling Mu Yinqing. Gu Qinghan has another name, Baihe? Mu Yinqing shot up. Father, forgive me. I did not know. I only knew her as Gu Qinghan. The emperor, incensed, hurled a teacup at Mu Yinqing's forehead. Do not know? What use are you to me? Mu Yinqing dared not evade. The teacup struck him squarely, blood trickling from the corner of his eye as he gazed at the live stream. Fists clenched. That woman had stirred his heart, and now she wielded sorcery against him under a new name. An act of utter treachery. The fifth prince, Mu Haoshuan, bowed. Father, I believe Gu Qinghan may very well be an enemy spy. This Baihe could indeed be her true identity. The sixth prince, Mu Liangping, concurred. Father, what my fifth brother says is correct. Investigating Gu Qinghan's identity is of utmost importance. Only then did the emperor turn his attention to Mu Yinqing. Crown Prince, what say you? Mu Yinqing hastily bowed his head. Father, I am willing to thoroughly investigate Gu Qinghan's identity to provide clarity for the subjects of Northern Zhou. As Gu Qinghan prepared to enter the venue. Someone suddenly called out, Baihe, wait for me. Gu Qinghan halted, turning in surprise. Director Han? The newcomer was Han Mabei, the director of the operations department, who also played the male lead in the production, harboring feelings for the female lead. Baihe, dressed impeccably in a suit, he exuded a masculine charm. Baihe, you always do this. Today is the company's annual meeting. May I request you call me by my name? Gu Qinghan nodded. Very well, Mabei. Han Mabei extended his hand. Might I invite our company's most captivating lady to enter with me? Gu Qinghan stepped forward, linking her arm with Han Mabei's, tilting her head slightly to gaze at him with a graceful demeanor. Her smile radiant. Is that so? Chapter 5. Dancing with a handsome man for your visual delight cut. The director called out at the perfect moment, clearly satisfied with their performance. Excellent work. Moving on to the next scene. However, within the Northern Zhou royal family, all eyes were on Mu Yinqing as they witnessed Gu Qinghan linking arms with another man. The emperor pointed at the live stream. This is the woman you wed. So wanton and shameless. She has brought disgrace upon our royal family. Mu Yinqing stared at Gu Qinghan, now linked with the man named Han Mabei, his heart sinking. Was Gu Qinghan not in love with him? Could it be that she was attempting to incite jealousy in him, hoping to rekindle his affections? Though he had just received the emperor's decree to thoroughly investigate Gu Qinghan's identity, he was utterly unwilling to believe that she had approached him for the sake of anyone or any ulterior motive. As the scene concluded, a throng of admirers swiftly encircled Gu Qinghan, offering her umbrellas, wiping her brow, providing her with water, fanning her, and retouching her makeup. Such treatment was something Gu Qinghan had never experienced even when she was the crown princess. In the harem, aside from a few favored concubines who had more attendants, most of them did not enjoy such privileges. Moreover, the items in Gu Qinghan's possession were far superior to what they utilized. Many were strikingly different, leaving one to wonder what they were, yet they exuded an air of indulgence. Observing Gu Qinghan in such a state, a subtle jealousy began to brew within. Qin Zhenjin was seething with rage. Having heard that Gu Qinghan was originally a rural orphan, neglected by all, to ascend to the position of Qin Wangfei, she had only a single attendant, Xia He, by her side. Now, feigning death and appearing in this so-called modern world, she was being adored like a star. Wait, where is Xia He? Qin Zhenjin shouted towards the outside. Your Highness, how may I serve you? Where is Xia He? Where has she gone? I have not seen Xia He since yesterday. I shall fetch her at once. The common folk, witnessing Gu Qinghan's transformation, transitioned from their initial disapproval of her revealing attire to a burgeoning envy. Whispers erupted in the streets, speculating, isn't that the previously sensational crown princess? The rural orphan Gu Qinghan? Indeed. Who would have thought she could be so beautiful? I heard she had passed away, but it appears she has returned from the realm of immortals. What a marvelous contraption. Is that a fan? How does it turn on its own? What is that large machine before us, constantly illuminating our faces? They say it is filming, but what does that entail? Is it akin to opera? It seems entirely different and rather intriguing. Their customs are so open-minded. Men and women mingle freely, appearing to get along splendidly. Such a divine existence they lead. Hush, be careful not to speak too loudly. We may attract unwelcome attention. Gu Qinghan, would you care for a milkshake? The actor Qi Cheng, who portrayed Han Mabei, approached her, extending a cup of strawberry milkshake. Jiu Qinghan accepted it, saying, "Thank you. I shall treat you to supper after we finish tonight." Qi Cheng made an okay gesture, expressing, "It would be my honor to dine with you." Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's invitation, Peng Erwei, who played the female lead, and Zhang Junqi, the male lead, also approached. "Jiu Qinghan, you must not forget me when treating for supper." Peng Erwei insisted, taking a seat beside her. "I would like to join as well," Zhang Junqi chimed in. "Absolutely, the more, the merrier," Gu Qinghan replied, unbothered by the crowd. Having returned from an ancient era, she felt liberated, finding companionship with these individuals far more enjoyable than with those from her past. With Gu Qinghan's efforts, the entire crew found themselves invited to supper. The next scene involved a confrontation between Gu Qinghan, the female lead, the male lead, and the second male lead. Peng Erwei portrayed the female lead, Chen Shirlan, while Zhang Junqi played the male lead, Shen Tianze. Chen Shirlan's character was that of a naive Cinderella, toiling in the depths of the company, and Shen Tianze was the esteemed CEO, the object of many women's fantasies. The venue was lavishly adorned, filled with exquisite details. Upbeat music resonated in the air as employees who enjoyed dancing swayed to the rhythm. In the self-service area, individuals strolled about with glasses of red wine and champagne, engaged in lively conversations. A plethora of delicate culinary delights was laid out for all to indulge, igniting appetites among the onlookers. The people of Beizhou were astonished by such offerings. What are these delicacies? They look delectable. How do they have so many delightful dishes available for anyone to take? These dancers are barely dressed. Their world is marvelous. It is so beautiful here. Is this what immortals drink? Bai He and Han Mabe entered the venue arm in arm, making their way towards the self-service area. Han Mabe picked up 2 glasses of champagne. Handing one to Bai He, "Would you care to dance?" he inquired. "Are you inviting me, Director Han?" Bai He raised an eyebrow, exuding an irresistible allure. Han Mabe appeared momentarily stunned by her gaze, uncertain if she would grant him the honor. As they conversed, Chen Shirlan and Shen Tianze arrived hand in hand. Shen Tianze, being the company's CEO, rarely made public appearances. However, he entered alongside Chen Shirlan to publicly acknowledge their relationship, prompting many to greet him. Bai He, who had long harbored feelings for Shen Tianze, was undeterred by his public relationship with Chen Shirlan and sought to cause a rift. She swirled her glass of red wine and approached Shen Tianze. "Shen, won't you dance with your girlfriend?" Chen Shirlan, who was not adept at dancing, felt a pang of insecurity and instinctively recoiled. Shen Tianze shielded her behind him, admonishing, "Bai He, enough." Bai He leaned closer to Shen Tianze, almost pressing against him, tilting her head to gaze up at him. "Tianze, are you here with your little girlfriend to tell me you have genuine feelings for Chen Shirlan?" As she spoke, she playfully tapped his chest. "And what about your heart? Has it ever housed someone named Bai He?" Shen Tianze took a step back, asserting, "You have had too much to drink." Bai He chuckled, "I haven't tea drunk enough to be incoherent." "Do you wish for my blessing for you and Chen Shirlan?" "That can be arranged." Upon hearing this, Shen Tianze responded with a single word, "Conditions? Dance with me, and I will cease my entanglement with you." Chen Shirlan gripped Shen Tianze's sleeve nervously, and he patted her hand before turning to Bai He. "Fine." Bai He set her wine glass down, lightly placing her hand in Shen Tianze's palm, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Shirlan as they made their way to the dance floor. As Shen Tianze and Bai He approached, all the employees parted to make way for them. A dance tune began to play, and Bai He and Shen Tianze began to move, their bodies nearly entwined. Within the Chaoyang Hall, the ministers witnessed this scene and began to voice their discontent. "This enchantress is leading the masses astray. Your Majesty, look at this seductress. She is loose and has entangled herself with this man and that. It is truly disgraceful." The 9th prince observed Mu Yanqing, still kneeling on the ground, and remarked, "Crown Prince, your judgment is indeed commendable. The favored consort you have cherished for 3 years has, in the blink of an eye, entangled herself with so many men." Chapter 6. "I'm sorry, I have never loved Am An." Mu Yanqing's face turned ashen, his nails digging into his palm, feeling no pain. The emperor rubbed his temples. Appearing equally exhausted, he glanced at his son, who had recently gained his favor, and sternly commanded, "Crown Prince, return and reflect upon your actions in solitude. As for the investigation into Gu Qinghan, leave it to the 3rd prince." Mu Yanqing abruptly raised his head. "Father." Yet, Before he could finish, the third prince, Mu Anyun, bowed respectfully. I shall heed father's command. Everyone may disperse. I am weary, the emperor gestured dismissively, and the crowd bowed as they retreated. Having knelt for a prolonged period, Mu Yinqing steadied himself and rose slowly. A tumult of emotions raged within him. He could not comprehend where it had gone awry. It seemed as though everything that once belonged to him was returning to its original course. No, he could not revert to being the neglected Qin Wang, nor could he afford to lose the title of crown prince. Exiting the Chaoyang Hall, Mu Yinqing noticed his 8 brothers had yet to depart. Still standing on the steps, fixated on the ever-present live broadcast. The first prince, Mu Hajing, wore a serious expression. Second brother, you must provide father, the entire court, and the citizens of Beizhou with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. The third prince chuckled lightly. Second brother, I now understand how you managed to vanquish the formidable southern Qin and slay their crown prince on the battlefield. It seems you not only had the southern Qin crown princess as an informant, but also this enchantress assisting you. What a stroke of luck we brothers have missed out on, Mu Yinqing scoffed. Mind your manners. I am still the crown prince and the heir to the throne. The youngest 9th prince, Mu Hongzhou, who was favored by the emperor, had always maintained a good rapport with the third prince and directly stated, Second brother, look up. Your favored consort is now dancing with Shan Tianzi, and afterward, she is conversing merrily with other men. Mu Yinqing had indeed seen this and retorted, There is no need for you to remind me. Mu Yinqing finished speaking and immediately swept his sleeves and departed. Jiu Qinghan's filming today went exceptionally smoothly. Because Gu Qinghan offered to treat everyone to a late-night meal, the director promptly adjusted the night shoot, treating it as a brief respite for the crew. Jiu Qinghan asked Bai Ning to gather everyone's suggestions on what they would like to eat, and the majority expressed a desire for barbecued food, which was duly arranged. As the day wrapped up, Gu Qinghan removed her makeup and returned to the van, changing into a set of casual attire. A white t-shirt paired with denim shorts and sneakers. Radiating youthful vitality, Jiu Qinghan chose a top-tier restaurant for dinner. Although she had considered a street-side stall, the large group made that impractical, and the family-owned restaurant proved to be the best option, offering the most delectable barbecue, top-notch service, and an exquisite ambience. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Gu Qinghan stepped out of the van, her long, slender legs glistening under the lights, fair and delicate, captivating all who beheld her. The crowd from northern Zhou, witnessing the bustling streets and the vibrant lights of the night, were left utterly astonished as they gazed at Gu Qinghan standing at the opulent entrance of the restaurant. Many mused, is this truly where divine beings dine? Indeed, the lavish surroundings were reminiscent of tales from storybooks. Look at those rolling iron boxes. They move swiftly on their own. This place is marvelous. It is everything. If only we had such vehicles, traveling would be so much easier. How wonderful it would be if Gu Qinghan could come back and bring these marvels with her. Meanwhile, Mu Yinqing, reflecting in the Eastern Palace, found himself unable to focus on anything, his gaze fixated on the live broadcast screen. Qin Zhenjin sat beside him, her resentment building layer upon layer. Your Highness, your health is paramount. You cannot continue to stare at this without eating or drinking, she said, offering a bowl of soup to Mu Yinqing. In a moment of agitation, he waved his hand, causing the bowl to topple over. Unprepared, Qin Zhenjin found her sleeve drenched in broth. Her anger towards Gu Qinghan intensified, but she dared not express it towards Mu Yinqing. So she endured in silence. In stark contrast, Gu Qinghan was enjoying herself thoroughly that evening. Although she had only spent one night in the modern world, it had been over a decade since she had savored grilled skewers. Everyone gathered around Gu Qinghan to express their gratitude. Director Xiebin remarked, Qinghan, do you know Liang Chu, the esteemed film director? Of course, he's renowned for his films, Gu Qinghan replied. Who doesn't know Liang Chu? His films have garnered numerous international awards, and the actresses he casts are often referred to as Chun, rare and sought after. Xiebin continued, our production is nearing completion. Though this is my first collaboration with you. Your acting prowess is evident. Transitioning to film should pose no problem. Jiu Qinghan smiled and said, Director, you wouldn't be planning to recommend me to Director Liang, would you? Xiebin laughed heartily, to be honest. Liang Chu is an old friend of mine. He is currently preparing a period fantasy film and is struggling to find a suitable actress. If your schedule permits, I could recommend you for an audition. In the past, Gu Qinghan had merely passed time acting and had turned down various film scripts due to their stringent requirements. Now, having lived a second life, she inexplicably wished to experience more and embrace new opportunities. "All right, thank you, director," she said casually. By the way, has the male lead been confirmed? Lowering his voice so only Gu Qinghan could hear, Xiebin replied, "I heard it's Liu Yuan." Liu Yuan? Gu Qinghan was taken aback that Liang Chu would choose him. Liu Yuan was the youngest best actor in the entertainment industry, and although Gu Qinghan had seen him from a distance a couple of times, he was known for being quite aloof and difficult to approach. Sensing Gu Qinghan's thoughts, Xiebin reassured her, "You needn't feel burdened as for him. His acting skills are undoubtedly stellar. If you don't get along, that's fine. Just focus on delivering your own performance." As everyone began to indulge in food and drink, the atmosphere became lively, with games of chance and merriment. Gu Qinghan's table initiated a game of truth or dare. Just as the flower in Gu Qinghan's hand was about to be passed on, the music abruptly stopped and the crowd erupted in cheers. Peng Erwi, with a curious smile, asked, "Qinghan, what will you choose, truth or dare?" Having observed others choose dares, Gu Qinghan decisively replied, "Truth." The last person who held the flower was Zhang Junqi, and the group encouraged him to pose various questions. Finally, he asked, "Qinghan, have you ever truly loved someone?" Gu Qinghan's mind flashed to Mu Yanqing's face, which now only repulsed her. She casually replied, "No, loving a man is not as fulfilling as loving oneself. Being single is quite delightful. The longer one remains single, the more enjoyable it is." The onlookers, glued to the live broadcast, had varied thoughts upon hearing her words. The gathered princes laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, the crown prince is indeed a grand joke this time. Listen, this woman has never loved him." Indeed, Mu Yanqing, after 3 years of glory, now finds himself utterly defeated. He still maintains that affectionate facade. Perhaps this woman is somewhere reveling in his misfortune. Mu Yanqing was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Gu Qinghan did not love him? How could that be? Were those 3 years merely a fade? Gu Qinghan had saved his life, had taken the lead for him, had shielded him from swords, had borne wounds for his sake. Qin Zhenjin could no longer tolerate Mu Yanqing's state and interjected, "Your Highness, you must stop dwelling on this. You must realize that a woman who truly loves you would never go 3 years without bearing a child." It seemed Mu Yanqing was suddenly awakened by her words. Indeed, he and Gu Qinghan had no children. 3 years together had yielded no offspring. Turning to Qin Zhenjin, he queried, "And you with the Prince of Nanqing?" Leaning against Mu Yanqing, Qin Zhenjin replied, "Your Highness, my heart belongs solely to you. My marriage was forced. I never wished to bear children for another man." Mu Yanqing felt a surge of emotion. Zhenjin, seeing her words take effect, Qin Zhenjin continued, "Your Highness, the first thing you must do now is regain the trust of His Majesty. You cannot continue in this despondent state." "You are right. I must rally myself." Time passed swiftly, and Gu Qinghan's film wrapped up. Xiebin indeed recommended her to Liang Chu, with the audition scheduled for 3 days later. Following the wrap party, Gu Qinghan's manager, Lin Qingya, came to collect her. "I can hardly believe you secured an audition with Liang Chu." "What a surprise!" Lin Qingya exclaimed, initially taken aback when Gu Qinghan mentioned her intention to audition for Liang Chu. The director was known for his strictness with cast members, and Gu Qinghan had never sought such opportunities before, making her decision all the more unexpected. Linking arms with Lin Qingya, Gu Qinghan said, "People should always evolve and embrace new experiences." Lin Qingya replied, "Indeed. And speaking of new experiences, have you heard how popular reality shows are becoming?" "Of course, but I hardly follow them. Many people do gain fame through variety shows. It's all in good fun," Gu Qinghan said. "Are you considering participating in a reality show?" Lin Qingya believed wholeheartedly that Gu Qinghan was destined for stardom and should not remain a mere background figure in the industry. A woman with such charisma ought to be in the public eye more frequently. She was convinced that if Gu Qinghan chose to engage, she would undoubtedly become the next top female star. Reality shows? Gu Qinghan had not previously considered them, but with Lin Qingya's suggestion, she was open to trying it out. Lin Qingya was quite excited. "Then it's settled. I'll send you the contract tonight. If everything looks good, you can sign it." Typically, during filming, Gu Qinghan did not return home, fearing the presence of paparazzi. Now that the film had wrapped, she headed straight back to her villa. Knowing their daughter would be home today, Gu Qinghan's parents had canceled all their engagements and stayed home to await her return. The driver navigated the luxury car through the villa gates, driving directly to the front of the villa. Passing through the garden, bamboo grove, and swimming pool, as Gu Qinghan stepped out of the car and stood before the villa, she felt as though she had returned to another world. Recalling her days in the rural areas of northern Zhou, where she lived in much simpler circumstances and ate basic meals, she now reveled in her return. The inhabitants of northern Zhou felt they had experienced too many shocks in recent days. Yet the sight of this magnificent castle brought them a new wave of astonishment. Is this truly where divine beings reside? They wondered. How does it compare to His Majesty's palace? I had the fortune to visit the palace once. While it was indeed grand, it does not feel as comfortable as this place. Look at the electricity they use, unknown to us. Even at night, it is as bright as day. The various entertainment facilities are truly unprecedented. Not only the citizens of northern Zhou thought this way, but the emperor, witnessing the array of towering buildings, bustling streets, and cutting-edge technology, was equally astounded day by day in the sweltering heat, while others enjoyed air conditioning and fans. He, as the ruler of northern Zhou, could only rely on ice blocks. Upon observing Gu Qinghan's home, he felt his imperial authority had been openly challenged. It is well known that Gu Qinghan is a bewitching enchantress, living in a manner that surpasses even that of the emperor himself. How could this be tolerated? Ever since the advent of this live broadcast, he, as the emperor, had not enjoyed a single restful night. In the Eastern Palace, Qin Zhenjin addressed Mu Yinqing, saying, "Your Highness, you must now see clearly that Gu Qinghan is indeed a seductress. She has intentionally monopolized your affections for 3 years, tantalizing your heart. And look at her now. Everything she possesses far exceeds your own means. When she was by your side, she never once shared her treasures with you. It is evident that you have never held a place in her heart." During these days, the only one who has remained by Mu Yinqing's side has been Qin Zhenjin, who has adeptly whispered sweet nothings at the opportune moments. Furthermore, in the years she spent in southern Qin, she learned a great deal of intimate arts to please the southern Qin crown prince, igniting a passionate longing within Mu Yinqing. Mu Yinqing wrapped his arm around Qin Zhenjin's waist and replied, "You speak the truth, but I truly cannot fathom a way to deal with this enchantress. Do not fret, your highness. What troubles you also troubles the emperor. Everything Gu Qinghan has displayed is undoubtedly a provocation to imperial power. The emperor shall be the first to find it intolerable." As Gu Qinghan stepped through the door, she was greeted by her familiar parents. She nearly shed tears of joy, yet restrained herself for fear of causing them worry. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Gu Qinghan inquired. "Seeing me tomorrow would be the same. Besides, even though I am filming, we often meet." Gu Qinghan's mother, Su Miaozhi, a former songstress of unparalleled beauty, though now in her 40s, maintained her youthful appearance, making her seem like a sister to Gu Qinghan. "Yet it is not the same. When we usually see you, it is out in public, as you fear the paparazzi might catch wind of our family," remarked Gu Qinghan's father, Gu Zhenting. "Indeed, it is a rare occasion to return home. We must warmly welcome our little princess." Gu Qinghan embraced both Su Miaozhi and Gu Zhenting, saying, "All right, now that I've seen you, you may rest that I haven't taken on any new roles lately. In a few days, there is an audition for a film, but whether I succeed remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhenting exclaimed, "What film? My Qinghan wishes to go, and she cannot? Tell your father, and he shall invest for you. Securing the leading role is but a trivial matter. Why little princess need not audition? Why should they have the audacity to choose over my daughter?" Feeling the affection from Gu Zhenting, Gu Qinghan playfully replied, "All right, if I fail the audition, father, you can just throw money at them until they relent." "Ha ha ha, no problem at all." Gu Zhenting laughed heartily and handed Gu Qinghan a black card, stating, "This is a gift for my little princess to celebrate your completion of filming." Gu Qinghan waved the black card in her hand and asked, "How much is on this card, father?" With a casual air, Gu Zhenting replied, 500 million. Spend as you wished, I shall provide more next month. Chapter 8. The legendary difficult to deal with film emperor Gu Qinghan accepted the card with delight, sweetly thanking her father. Yet, those in northern Zhou who had yet to retire for the night were utterly astounded by the scene. After half a month of live broadcasts, they had formed a rough understanding that this modern currency differed from their own silver coins and had some grasp of how much things cost. However, the fact that Gu Qinghan's father had so casually gifted her 500 million was an unimaginable concept. The populace buzzed with discussion. A young girl, filled with envy, remarked, "Gu Qinghan's father is truly wealthy." and he dotes on his daughter. Unlike us, who must prioritize our brothers, sacrificing everything for them. Another girl chimed in, indeed. I envy her so much. I do not need that much money, I just want paternal and maternal love. To live freely without the pressure of marriage and to earn my own living. Such a life would be wonderful. One could not help but wonder if there would come a day when gender equality would reign. The emperor could no longer remain seated. The mere thought that Gu Qinghan could summon such wealth at will was alarming. If she desired to raise a formidable army, Northern Zhou would surely cease to exist. The emperor arose from his throne and commanded, Deshun, summon the crown prince, the other 8 princes, the prime minister, and the grand marshal to the Chaoyang Hall for deliberation. In the dead of night, the summoned officials entered the palace. Their hearts heavy with trepidation. All were astute, quickly grasping the reason for the assembly. Inside the Chaoyang Hall, brightly lit, it was evident that Gu Qinghan's home, showcased in the live broadcast, paled in comparison. The emperor pointed at the live broadcast screen and spoke solemnly. Gentlemen, did you witness how much Gu Zhenting just bestowed? Mu Yanqing was the first to respond. I saw it. 500 million. Father, the Gu family can effortlessly present such sums as pocket change. We must not underestimate them. The emperor nodded in agreement, stating, I have gathered you here to discuss how we shall respond should Gu Qinghan decide to raise troops, considering the immense wealth of the Gu family. Upon this declaration, a heavy silence enveloped the room. They were painfully aware of the meager state of their own treasury. Should the Gu family wish to wage war, it would be an effortless endeavor. The prime minister spoke. Your Majesty, in my view, we are able to monitor Gu Qinghan's daily activities closely. If she harbors thoughts of attacking Northern Zhou, we can anticipate her moves in advance. Mu Yanqing quickly added, Father, the prime minister speaks wisely. It appears this live broadcast benefits us as well. At the very least, we are apprised of Gu Qinghan's movements. Hearing their comments, the emperor nodded in agreement. The third prince bowed and said, Father, I am willing to guard the broadcast day and night to ensure the safety of Northern Zhou. Excellent, truly worthy of being my good son. The emperor was overjoyed. The third prince was already favored, and his willingness to alleviate the emperor's worries would surely earn him rewards. Bring forth 1,000 taels of gold for the Prince Yan. Mu Anyun quickly knelt in gratitude. The expressions of the other princes varied, save for the 9th prince. Upon exiting the Chaoyang Hall, the prime minister advised Mu Yanqing, Your Highness, as the nation's heir, you need not be concerned about trivial accolades. Such thoughts may lead to a loss of favor. I understand. After conversing briefly with her parents, Gu Qinghan returned to her room. Naturally, her private moments, such as bathing, changing clothes, and sleeping, were not broadcasted, ensuring her safety. While bathing, Gu Qinghan recalled that the system had not appeared since her return and wondered if it was still around. System, are you there? Of course. Does the host have any commands? The system inquired. Why have you been silent these days? Gu Qinghan asked. The diligent system only manifested when the host required assistance. Gu Qinghan found this quite reasonable. All right then, you may continue your leisure. My life has been quite pleasant lately, and there's no need for help. After her bath, Gu Qinghan found that Lin Xingya had sent over the contract details. Upon reviewing, she discovered it was for a travel variety show titled Magnificent Landscapes, essentially featuring several guests enjoying outings together. The terms were quite agreeable, requiring recording once a week, with live broadcasts during filming, and the compensation was satisfactory. Gu Qinghan promptly replied to Lin Xingya via WeChat. No problem, I'll sign. With the variety show secured, Gu Qinghan found herself with plenty to do, as the show was set to premiere soon and required promotional photos. Online, speculation was rife regarding the guest lineup for Magnificent Landscapes. To her amusement, Gu Qinghan noticed people guessing that the difficult-to-deal-with youngest film emperor, Lu Yuan, would be among the guests. Laughing at the online chatter, she pointed her phone at Bai Ning and said, Look, they claim the biggest star on this show is Lu Yuan. How is that possible? He has never participated in any variety show. Bai Ning agreed. Exactly. My idol certainly wouldn't he join a variety show. Gu Qinghan suddenly recalled that Bai Ning was indeed a fan of Lu Yuan. Playfully, she teased. What if your idol actually decides to join the show? That would be wonderful. He rarely makes appearances. If he joins a variety show, I could see him often. Just thinking about it makes me giddy. Bai Ning exclaimed, cupping her face in delight. Holding the script for Zhongli, Gu Qinghan imagined Lu Yuan as the male lead, feeling an odd sensation. Indeed, Zhongli was the script for the ancient fantasy film Liang Chu was currently developing. Suddenly, Gu Qinghan realized she did not wish to encounter Lu Yuan during the audition. If she were to succeed, they would merely become colleagues, collaborating normally during filming, with no need for further entanglements. As they conversed, Lin Xingya entered, saying, "Qinghan, the photo shoot is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, which means you must go for your audition tomorrow and then shoot promotional photos the day after." This arrangement was quite lenient, considering Gu Qinghan's schedule had always been flexible, as she never allowed herself to become overly fatigued. Gazing at the script in Gu Qinghan's hands, Lin Xingya inquired, "How do you find the script?" Gu Qinghan gestured an OK sign and remarked that she had memorized the lines for the scenes you mentioned. Early the next morning, her dedicated chauffeur transported her to the audition venue. This time, Liang Chu had chosen a location in the outskirts, far from the conventional hotel settings of typical auditions. Lin Xingya had been waiting there for quite some time. The audition was set to commence at 8:30. And today, the candidates in Hall 1 were all vying for the leading female role. I had gathered that there were a total of 6 individuals. The other 5, you were familiar with as well? Being prominent figures in the film industry, Jiyu Qinghan chuckled nonchalantly, suggesting that her chances were rather slim. Lin Xingya, visibly anxious, reassured her, stating that in terms of appearance and charisma, she was undoubtedly the best fit. Lin Xingya gave a thumbs up and continued, "I've heard through the grapevine that today's audition will likely involve wire work. You know how director Liang's productions don't allow for stunt doubles." Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, it's highly probable that it will be that fight scene, correct?" Lin Xingya, completely oblivious to Gu Qinghan's delight, thought to herself, "Come on, my lady, you used a stunt double for fight scenes in the past." Gu Qinghan was indeed thrilled. It had been a dream for 19 years, and she had honed her martial arts skills. After all, how else could she have assisted Mu Yinqing in ascending to the position of the crown prince? "Rest assured, I previously used a double simply to keep my true abilities under wraps." Lin Xingya was half convinced as she led Gu Qinghan to the makeup room. The production team had specific requirements for costumes and makeup, and since they were not yet acquainted, Gu Qinghan had not brought her own styling team. The makeup area was a makeshift setup, and Gu Qinghan glanced around the scene before taking a seat as instructed by the staff. The other 5 actresses auditioning all turned their attention toward Gu Qinghan. She merely nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her greeting. Indeed, these 5 were all established professionals in the film industry, having graduated from reputable academies. Each backed by substantial support. As the makeup artist worked on Gu Qinghan, she remarked, "Your skin is absolutely flawless. If this were a contemporary drama, you wouldn't need any makeup at all." Upon hearing this, the other actresses already made up, gathered around. Jiyu Qinghan had initially anticipated facing some underhanded tactics, but was surprised to find the 5 women approaching her, admiring her features and exclaiming, "My goodness, your beauty truly ranks among the elite of the entertainment industry. How can there be such a stunning woman? I'm utterly captivated. You must be Gu Qinghan, right? You are simply too beautiful. May I befriend such a beauty? With looks and grace like yours, Qinghan, you are destined to become a sensation. I want to be friends with the future top star." Gu Qinghan, observing the enthusiastic chatter among the 5, smiled and replied, "Of course, I would love to be friends with all of you." The 5 quickly exchanged contact information and even added each other on WeChat, forming a close bond before the audition had even begun. With 3 women in a scene, 6 women had an endless array of topics to discuss. Before long, they were already planning their next dining outing. Gu Qinghan mused to herself, could this be the enchanting allure of the SSS system? A charm that even women cannot resist? Prior to the audition's commencement, the staff brought forth cards for them to draw lots to determine the audition order. Gu Qinghan drew number 6. Lin Xingya glanced at the number in her hand and remarked, "By the time the director sees your performance, he'll likely be exhausted and numb." Jiyu Qinghan sat there confidently, declaring that all right, I will surely astonish him. You certainly are self-assured. Just as Gu Qinghan finished speaking, a strikingly magnetic male voice resonated nearby. She lifted her gaze to find a familiar figure approaching, none other than the talented yet notoriously aloof and acerbic actor Lu Yuan, the male lead of this production. Chapter 9. The Crown Prince's Regret. Alas, no regret medicine. Gu Qinghan stood up, affirming that only those with confidence could achieve what they aspired to do. Right? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "That makes sense." Jiyu Qinghan extended her right hand. "Lu Yingdi, it's a pleasure to meet you." I am Gu Qinghan. Faced with Gu Qinghan's poised demeanor, Lu Yuan felt an indescribable sensation within. Normally, he would not engage with other actresses, but upon witnessing the confident gleam in Gu Qinghan's eyes and her assured words, he felt compelled to exchange a few pleasantries. Noticing Gu Qinghan's delicate and fair hand, he reciprocated, Lu Yuan. Their hands clasped briefly, marking their introduction. It was merely a simple handshake. Yet Lu Yuan found himself taken aback. He had never realized how slender and soft a woman's hand could be. This was Gu Qinghan's first conversation with Lu Yuan, and judging by his demeanor, he was nothing like the cold persona rumored about him. He seemed rather approachable. Typically reticent after filming, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Offering only a reminder, in director Liang S. Productions, 1's identity and background matter not. Only talent counts. As Lu Yuan departed, Gu Qinghan turned to Lin Xingya and remarked, that leading actor looks quite dashing up close. Indeed, Lin Xingya replied, Lu Yuan's looks are undoubtedly among the top in the industry. Bai Ning didn't come today. If she had, she would likely be beside herself. In the eastern palace of the northern Zhou dynasty. Mu Yanqing watched as Gu Qinghan conversed with a man named Lu Yuan, shaking hands, and a tempest brewed within him. This cursed woman was relentlessly flirting with other men. One of Mu Yanqing's aides remarked. Your Highness, the side consort's actions are likely intended to evoke your feelings for her, thereby deliberately mingling with various men. Mu Yanqing, fuming, retorted, does she not understand that men and women should maintain a certain distance? Your Highness, there is a saying that may be worth mentioning. Speak. Your Highness, over the years, we aides have observed how the side consort has lived in your shadow. If she harbors no feelings for you, we would find it hard to believe. The side consort has done so much for you, and even assisted you in ascending to the position of crown prince. You have relegated her to the status of a side consort, which must surely have left her heartbroken. Indeed, Your Highness, we have witnessed the side consort's capabilities firsthand. Your other 8 brothers are eyeing her enviously. If she were to support you, your claim to the throne would be secure. Mu Yanqing pondered these words, beginning to regret marrying Qin Zhenzhen as his primary consort. Yet, he was also acutely aware of the prime minister's formidable influence. Moreover, Qin Zhenzhen was the one he had truly loved for many years. If not for the fact that Gu Qinghan bore a slight resemblance to Qin Zhenzhen, contemplating this, Mu Yanqing looked up once more and suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, Gu Qinghan bore no resemblance to Qin Zhenzhen at all. At this moment, Gu Qinghan's beauty and grace far surpassed that of Qin Zhenzhen. Furrowing his brow, Mu Yanqing sighed deeply, feeling lost as to how he might encounter her again. All the aides fell silent, unsure of how to summon Gu Qinghan back. After a considerable pause, one aide suggested, Your Highness, it is said that on Jiuquan Mountain resides a sage known as Ling Xiandaoran, who can foresee the past and future. Perhaps we could seek him out. Another aide added, Ling Xiandaoran? I have heard of him as well, but he is a true recluse, often wandering the world. Leaving no trace, Mu Yanqing contemplated for a long while before instructing, send someone to investigate. The moment there is news of Ling Xiandaoran, report back to me immediately. Yu Qinghan waited until just past 10 o'clock. And finally, it was her turn. The makeup artist touched up her makeup once more, and Gu Qinghan approached the designated area. To her surprise, in addition to the director and screenwriter present for the audition, Lu Yuan was also there. Moreover, Lu Yuan appeared entirely transformed from moments ago. He wore a headpiece, had his makeup done, and donned a costume. According to the script, he was now fully embodying the male lead character. Zhong Baiming, clad in a crescent white brocade robe, adorned with a jade crown and a jade belt, Lu Yuan radiated the aura of an exquisite, ancient, handsome man, ethereal and exceptionally graceful. Yu Qinghan recalled her friends mentioning that during their auditions, they would perform against props while the lines were read by the staff. What, then, was Lu Yuan doing? The staff handed Gu Qinghan a long sword, and the director signaled for her to begin. As the staff equipped her, Gu Qinghan indicated her readiness and was soon suspended in mid-aired. At that moment, Gu Qinghan, dressed in a flowing purple garment, appeared ethereal. Action. The director called out. Yu Qinghan struck a pose and soared down from the air. Her ribbons billowing gracefully, her form light as a feather, as she aimed the long sword toward a figure on the ground. Her gaze was fierce, her eyes brimming with a lethal intent. However, just as Gu Qinghan approached the ground, she realized that her scene partner was none other than Lu Yuan. Surprised for a fleeting moment, she quickly regained her composure, undeterred by the revelation. At this moment, Gu Qinghan was no longer simply Gu Qinghan. She had transformed into the character Yun Liyue. The tip of Yun Liyue's sword halted just an inch from Zhong Baiming. Simultaneously, Yun Liyue executed a somersault, landing gracefully upon a nearby white horse. With the sword held in reverse, she twirled it artfully, keeping it pointed at Zhong Baiming, and declared, "Zhong Baiming, today I shall surely cleanse Qingfeng Valley with blood. Should you stand in my way, I shall slay you first." Zhong Baiming's gaze was profound, as if there were countless words yearning to be spoken, yet he remained silent. "Liyue, it is I who have wronged you on behalf of Qingfeng Valley. If you harbor resentment within your heart, I am willing to bear it all." Yun Liyue seemed to have heard the greatest of jokes, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. "Zhong Baiming, what do you amount to? Your willingness to bear the burden is truly laughable. Your Qingfeng Valley has slaughtered my entire family. Do you truly think you can shoulder that weight? Zhong Baiming, I tell you, having reached this day, you can no longer impede me." Yun Liyue leaped from her horse, the tip of her sword drawing ever closer to Zhong Baiming. One knew the anguish that resided in her heart. He was the love of her life, yet also the object of her deepest hatred. As the sword tip pressed against Zhong Baiming's neck, he made no effort to evade, instead closing his eyes as if awaiting the arrival of death. Seeing the blood trickle from Zhong Baiming's neck, Yun Liyue's heart jolted, and she immediately withdrew her power. The backlash from her own energy sent her sprawling to the ground. Hearing the sound, Zhong Baiming instantly opened his eyes and rushed over. He painfully lifted the fallen Yun Liyue. "Liyue, why are you so foolish? Do not move. I shall channel my energy to you right away." With great effort, Yun Liyue opened her eyes, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, she smiled, resembling a flower on the verge of wilting. "Zhong Baiming, I knew you would never let go of Qingfeng Valley. Zhong Baiming, this life has been too exhausting. If there is a next life, I never wish to encounter you again." After uttering those final words, Yun Liyue peacefully closed her eyes. The citizens of Beizhou, witnessing this scene, felt a profound empathy, with many shedding tears. It was truly heartbreaking. Yun Liyue loved Zhong Baiming so deeply. "Do not cry. Did we not say earlier that they are merely acting? It is all a facade. Even if it is fake, it is still heart-wrenching. Yun Liyue has suffered too much." Mu Yinqing, having watched this scene, recalled a past battle when Gu Qinghan was gravely injured, lying in his arms, whispering sweet nothings to him. Could it be that all of it was a lie? Chapter 10. The Health-Enhancing Tonic. Liang Chul strolled over, smiling. "Gu Qinghan, truly remarkable. It seems old Xie did not deceive me." Lu Yuan was the first to rise, helping Gu Qinghan to her feet. She smiled at Liang Chul. "Director Liang, your praise is much appreciated. Today, I was also acting alongside Emperor Lu, which allowed me to immerse myself quickly. Did you not notice that I was already immersed in the role before you saw me?" "No need for modesty," Lu Yuan interjected. Liang Chul cast a surprised glance at Lu Yuan. He had been astonished when Lu Yuan announced he would perform opposite Gu Qinghan, and now he was speaking up for her. A truly unprecedented occurrence. However, Lu Yuan was correct. Gu Qinghan's immersion in the role was not due to Lu Yuan. Liang Chul still had a larger question. "Qinghan, I just saw you leap into the air without appearing to use any wires. Could it be that I misread?" Gu Qinghan knew Liang Chul's discerning eyes well. "To be honest, I have practiced some martial arts before." Liang Chul laughed heartily. "Ah, no wonder." He beckoned the assistant director in charge of costumes and props to bring over the male outfit for Gu Qinghan to try on. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this opportunity would lead to success. She went to a simple changing room, donned a black brocade robe, tied her hair up completely, and changed her makeup. When Gu Qinghan emerged, her demeanor fierce, she appeared as a darkened celestial being. Liang Chul immediately declared, "Excellent. Gu Qinghan is indeed Yun Liyue." When Gu Qinghan's attire graced the live broadcast screen, the common folk found her strikingly beautiful. However, the emperor and numerous princes in the palace held a different perspective. At that moment, the third prince was in his mother's Yaohua palace, while the emperor was visiting the ailing Wei Guifei, who reclined on a couch conversing with him. Upon seeing Gu Qinghan on the screen, the third prince exclaimed, "Father, does this Gu Qinghan not seem familiar to you?" The emperor glanced up, and with just one look, recalled the figure who charged valiantly into battle previously. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Are you saying that it has been Gu Qinghan who has led the charge all along under the Crown Prince's command?" "Indeed," the third prince quickly affirmed. "Father, among us 9 brothers, the one most versed in military strategy is the 9th brother. Even the great general has remarked that the 9th brother possesses the qualities of a commander." However, in the face of the formidable southern Qin, the general was at a loss, yet the crown prince managed to achieve a decisive victory. This is truly astonishing. The emperor pondered for a moment. Rising to pace the hall, contemplating without voicing his thoughts, he knew his son best. Mu Yanqing's mother was once the most favored in the harem, yet she had perished in childbirth, leading him to avoid seeing Mu Yanqing ever since. Neglecting him. Over the past few years, Mu Yanqing had performed admirably in his duties. Initially, he had told the princes that whoever could defeat southern Qin would be the next heir. What he thought was impossible, Mu Yanqing had accomplished. Now, he regarded this son with newfound respect. It seemed that all credit belonged to Gu Qinghan. Clearly, this woman should not be underestimated. The third prince, noticing the emperor's silence, dared not speak further for fear of saying too much. While it was unlikely that Mu Yanqing could be ousted from the crown prince position, planting a thorn in the emperor's heart was enough. Jiu Qinghan, having successfully auditioned, was elated. She changed back into her own clothes and was preparing to leave when she noticed Lu Yuan exiting as well. "Emperor Lu, are you also returning to Haicheng?" she inquired. "Yes," Lu Yuan replied, glancing at the road where his manager had yet to arrive. Seeing Lu Yuan waiting for a ride, Gu Qinghan offered, "If you are in a hurry, you may share my vehicle." Lu Yuan indeed had pressing matters, so he accepted the offer. Lin Qingya sat in the front passenger seat, observing the two in the back, feeling as though she were in a dream. Gu Qinghan felt no discomfort. Having succeeded in her audition, they would soon be colleagues once filming commenced. After Lu Yuan entered the car, he first called his manager to inform him not to come. Initially at a loss for words, he felt it would be rude not to speak while sharing a car with Gu Qinghan. "I heard your last drama just wrapped up. Since filming for the movie hasn't he started yet? Are you on break?" Gu Qinghan replied, "I've taken on a variety show, but it only records once a week, so I suppose it counts as a break." "A variety show?" Lu Yuan asked, intrigued. "What is it about?" "The Heio Hishan," Gu Qinghan explained. "It's essentially like going on a trip." After safely delivering Lu Yuan to his studio, Gu Qinghan returned home. Upon arriving at his studio, Lu Yuan immediately called his manager. "Please arrange for me to join the Heio Hishan variety show." His manager, Zhou Chao, was utterly astonished. "When I previously asked if you wanted to join this variety show, how did you respond?" Lu Yuan reflected. He had indeed replied that as a serious actor, he should focus on honing his craft rather than wasting time on variety shows. However, the truth was that few knew Lu Yuan struggled with social anxiety. While he could perform on set, he often found it challenging to engage with people outside of acting. As a result, many perceived him as aloof and unapproachable. With no one to interact with, Lu Yuan enjoyed the solitude, avoiding excessive contact with others. Nevertheless, after meeting Gu Qinghan today, he sensed something different, a desire to converse more, a feeling that was quite extraordinary. "I've reconsidered. I need to engage with new experiences. Participating in a variety show can also enhance my personal growth. Moreover, you are right. This variety show seems quite appealing. I might as well unwind," Lu Yuan stated, his reasoning sounding quite noble. Zhou Chao was perplexed by Lu Yuan's sudden change of heart but was pleased that he was willing to step outside his comfort zone and explore new avenues. "I will contact the production team directly. I've heard they are still finalizing the last guest." The following afternoon, Gu Qinghan, accompanied by her styling team, headed straight to the recording studio to shoot promotional photos. Their scheduled shooting time was set for 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This variety show had a total of 6 guests, and early that morning, Lin Qingya informed Gu Qinghan via WeChat that the other 4 guests had completed their photo shoots earlier. Today, only she and the final male guest would be present for the shoot. When Gu Qinghan arrived at the studio, the production team coordinated with Bai Ning, and soon after, Gu Qinghan began her makeup and costume changes. Once she was ready, a staff member rushed over, apologizing, "I'm so sorry. The photographer was in an accident on the way and will be delayed. We truly apologize for the inconvenience." Given the circumstances, Gu Qinghan was not unreasonable. Waiting a little longer was no issue. As time passed, Bai Ning asked, "Qinghan, are you hungry? I can go get something to eat." "What would you like?" Gu Qinghan replied, "Everyone must be hungry by now. Let us order takeout." Please check with everyone for their preferences. I'd like something light, perhaps some soup. Bai Ning inquired around before ordering takeout. Shortly after, Gu Qinghan noticed Bai Ning frowning as she stared intently at her phone. Gu Qinghan leaned closer, only to discover that the restaurant's signature dish was none other than a health-enhancing tonifying soup. What kind of health-tonifying soup is this? I certainly don't need it. I'm not a man who's lost his vigor, she exclaimed. Bai Ning's ears turned crimson at Gu Qinghan's words. Oh dear, Qinghan, I accidentally clicked on it. Their specialty is indeed soup. Suddenly, someone behind Gu Qinghan chuckled. What kind of man actually requires such a soup? Chapter 11. To capture a man's heart, one must first conquer him in bed. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's voice, Gu Qinghan turned around, utterly astonished. What are you doing here? Today's Lu Yuan donned a white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with a sky-blue casual blazer, exuding a fresh and sunny demeanor. However, he regarded Gu Qinghan with utmost seriousness. Bai Ning, a devoted fan of Lu Yuan, was nearly bursting with excitement at the sight of him, yet she restrained herself as Gu Qinghan's assistant. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan could distinctly feel Bai Ning's grip tightening on her arm. Lu Yuan's melodious voice rang out again. I'm here to shoot promotional photos. Promotional photos? Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment. You can't possibly be the last guest, can you? Lu Yuan, rarely smiling outside of his roles. Confirmed, you guessed correctly. Noticing Gu Qinghan's surprise, he shifted the conversation back to the previous topic. You haven't told me yet. What kind of man actually needs such a soup? Bai Ning felt a wave of embarrassment. But Gu Qinghan remained unperturbed. Are you referring to this health-tonifying soup? Gu Qinghan stated with utmost seriousness. This is undoubtedly for those men who lack prowess in BDI in ancient times. Many men from affluent families relied on it. Just think about it. With multiple wives and concubines, and perhaps even a secret mistress, indulging in pleasures at brothels, they would expend so much energy that they surely needed to replenish their vitality. Lu Yuan stood in stunned silence, feeling that perhaps he shouldn't have asked this question. Gu Qinghan continued, moreover, it isn't just the wealthy. The royal palace is even more so. The emperor and princes, who wouldn't want to indulge in such delicacies? At that moment, those in the northern Zhou who heard Gu Qinghan's words found it quite amusing. After all, they had little contact with the nobility and relished the gossip. Ha ha ha, is any of this true? Certainly it is. Gu Qinghan is the princess consort. She must know the ins and outs. Does that mean the men in the royal palace are lacking? Shoo, keep such thoughts to yourself, lest you find yourself imprisoned. Meanwhile, the emperor was having dinner in the palace, with a bowl of deer antler soup placed before him. Di Shun had just tested it for poison and served a bowl to the emperor. As the emperor lifted his spoon, ready to sample the soup, he heard Gu Qinghan's words, causing the bowl to slip from his hands and shatter on the floor. Di Shun, alarmed, hurried to check if the emperor had burned himself, while other palace maids and eunuchs fell to their knees. The emperor glared at the remnants of the deer antler soup, his frustration mounting, but unable to find a target, he vented his anger on Di Shun. What kind of service is this? You grow more useless with age. With that, the emperor rose, sweeping out of the dining hall, abandoning his meal. In the East Palace, Mu Yinqing and Qin Zhenjin sat across from each other, enjoying a dinner of specially braised deer meat, which was quite delectable. Just as Mu Yinqing took a bite, he overheard Gu Qinghan's words and nearly choked on the morsel he had just swallowed. Qin Zhenjin, furious, found it impossible to locate Gu Qinghan and could only suppress her ire to appease Mu Yinqing. Your Highness, do not be angry. It will only make you ill, and I cannot bear to see you suffer. As she spoke, her hands restlessly caressed Mu Yinqing's chest. Mu Yinqing watched Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan interact, laughing and chatting, and inexplicably felt a wave of annoyance in the past at such a moment. He would have grasped Qin Zhenjin's hand, engaging in some scandalous activities, as her allure in bed was undeniably captivating. Yet now, he found himself devoid of any desire. Overwhelmed with frustration, Mu Yinqing abruptly stood. Casting Qin Zhenjin aside, I have affairs of state to attend to. Qin Zhenjin remained seated, watching Mu Yinqing's retreating figure, twisting the handkerchief in her grasp, cursing Gu Qinghan in her heart for being a vixen. For these past few years in southern Qin, Mu Yinqing had only had eyes for her. Now that Gu Qinghan had returned, he seemed to have changed. Having already been married off once, Qin Zhenjin, despite being the legitimate daughter of the prime minister, understood that if she could not capture Mu Yinqing's heart, how could she ever become empress? After much contemplation, she finally summoned the head maid. Love-Zu, keep an eye on His Highness. When he finishes his affairs, have him come to Zhenxiao Palace and tell him I'm experiencing a recurrence of my chest pain. After giving her instructions, Qin Zhenjin rose, calling for maidservants to prepare her bath. She then donned a light gauzy garment and reclined on her bed, the fabric accentuating her figure, with certain areas tantalizingly obscured. Qin Zhenjin mused that no man could possibly resist such allure. To capture a man's heart, one must certainly conquer him in bed. Meanwhile, Xia He, who had already fled the capital and was living in seclusion, suddenly had a thought. For these past days, someone had been searching for her. She was aware of it. Initially devastated by the news of Gu Qinghan's supposed suicide, she felt an unexpected surge of joy when she saw her mistress once more, thriving, even more so than during her time in northern Zhou. Xia He was overjoyed to see Gu Qinghan so happy, but also fearful. What if Gu Qinghan returned one day and could not withstand the pressures of the royal family? Observing Bai Ning ordering takeout daily, Xia He began to entertain the notion of starting a business. Perhaps this was her mistress's way of guiding her, for Gu Qinghan had always been the most astute. Xia He planned to reach out to a few friends who had gone into hiding when Gu Qinghan bravely stood up for Mu Yanqing. If they joined forces, her business would surely flourish. Moreover, the people of northern Zhou found the lives of modern individuals showcased in live broadcasts enviable. The takeout industry was ripe for development. Before her departure, Gu Qinghan had generously provided her with ample silver notes and jewelry, sufficient to embark on her venture into the takeout business. The takeout ordered by Bai Ning arrived promptly. Jiyu Qinghan invited Lu Yuan to join her. But he, still caught off guard by their previous conversation, politely declined, unsure of what to say next. During their meal, Bai Ning remarked, "Qinghan, you really frighten my idol." Jiyu Qinghan blinked in surprise. "Is your idol perhaps a virgin?" Bai Ning had just taken a sip of soup and nearly spat it out, coughing for quite some time. Jiyu Qinghan quickly handed her water and a tissue. "Is it really that outrageous?" Once Bai Ning regained her composure, she discreetly glanced at Lu Yuan's lounge. "Qinghan, we're far from pure." Gu Qinghan scoffed. "A man in his 20s pure? What a joke. It's just fans like you who believe your idol has never dated or held a girl's hand." Gu Qinghan knew men well. They were all the same, always eyeing more than what was in front of them. Bai Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. That's other men. Our Lu Yuan would never. Gu Qinghan understood that fans fiercely protected their idols. All right, you're right. Lu Yuan is the purest of them all, not even holding a girl's hand, except for on set. Cough. Lu Yuan approached, originally intending to summon Gu Qinghan for the photo shoot, as the photographer had already arrived. But he overheard Gu Qinghan and her assistant discussing him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gu Qinghan awkwardly remarked, Lu Yuan, are you hungry? I haven't touched my meal. Perhaps you would like to have some?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "No, I'm not hungry. I came to fetch you for the studio." Jiyu Qinghan sprang to her feet. "All right, let us go." After taking a few steps, Lu Yuan quietly added, "You're right. Aside from filming, I've never even held a girl's hand." Gu Qinghan stood there, feeling utterly embarrassed, as if she could excavate an entire castle from the depths of her mortification. Chapter 12. Astonished by the vast territory of a great nation. The promotional photo shoot proceeded exceptionally well. But due to the late timing, it concluded around 9 in the evening. Lu Yuan had been watching Gu Qinghan throughout the shoot. He had never paid attention to how female artists posed for their promotional pictures. At times, he noticed that many were overly edited, lacking authenticity, and completely distorted. However, Gu Qinghan was different. Every gesture and movement she made exuded a unique charm that captivated him. Lu Yuan realized that Gu Qinghan was truly vivacious, cheerful, articulate, and optimistic. Despite working late into the night, she radiated a sunny disposition that invigorated him as well. After the promotional shoot, the two emerged from the studio. Lu Yuan had intended to treat Gu Qinghan to a late-night snack, but his manager was waiting outside with urgent matters, compelling him to leave. Watching Lu Yuan's retreating figure, Gu Qinghan let out a genuine sigh of relief. Seeing Gu Qinghan in such a state, Mu Yanqing, who had been sleepless, also felt a wave of relief. Considering the late hour and the dynamic between a solitary man and woman, parting ways sooner was indeed the wiser choice. It was evident that Gu Qinghan felt relieved, which greatly improved Mu Yanqing's mood. What did this indicate? It suggested that Gu Qinghan knew how to reject men, implying that she certainly still harbored feelings for Mu Yanqing. Thus, One could surmise that she would return to seek him out one day. He had recently observed that regardless of the Gu family's wealth or Gu Qinghan's favored status, their modern system was fundamentally different. It could not compare to his current position of power. The supremacy of authority was paramount, and he did not believe that Gu Qinghan would forsake him, the future heir to the northern Zhou throne, destined to be the sovereign, if Gu Qinghan were to return and genuinely seek his favor to solidify her status. Perhaps he could even elevate her to the role of empress. A week after the promotional photo shoot, the official Weibo account of the Great Rivers and Mountains program finally announced the first round of guests, along with the recording and live streaming schedule. The recording was set to take place a week later on the vast grasslands of Huitengzile in Inner Mongolia. The confirmed guests included the popular film emperor Lu Yuan, first-tier actress Lu Tsongming, renowned singer Wang Hanrong, trending star Jiang Yonghe, dance and singing sensation Sui Shan, and second-tier actress Gu Qinghan. As soon as the program team's Weibo post went live, the internet erupted. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's name, who would have thought that the actor, known for avoiding variety shows, would participate in this live broadcast? Ah, what am I seeing? Is that Lu Yuan? It is. The photo is him. And the official Weibo confirms it too. Mom, look what I've been waiting for. Our Yuan is finally joining a variety show. I could scream. Apart from the big screen, I can now fangirl over him in a variety show. I am eagerly anticipating Yuan's new show. I've already reserved my spot, just waiting for the live broadcast to begin. Thanks to the fervent enthusiasm of Lu Yuan's fans and his immense popularity, the comments under this Weibo post were predominantly related to him. Of course, there were a few comments from Jiang Yonghe's fans as well, as their idol's fan base was exceptionally powerful, allowing him to carve out a niche among Lu Yuan's admirers. Before long, the topic of Lu Yuan's participation in the Great Rivers and Mountains program soared to the top of the trending searches, creating a massive buzz. Whether on the official Weibo account or in real-time discussions, combined with the fervor in Lu Yuan's fan circle, everyone was celebrating the opportunity to see another side of him through this variety show. In addition, casual observers began to express their opinions. Gu Qinghan is quite impressive. This lineup is filled with heavyweights, yet they included her among them. I think I've seen her in a drama before. Her acting is commendable, though she has never truly stood out. Not to mention, she is stunningly beautiful. Ladies, I just checked her works, and they are all quite impressive, yet she has mostly played supporting roles. Why can't anyone remember her? I looked at her Weibo, and it seems she only promotes her dramas. Like it's a routine, there are hardly any selfies. She seems to be a laid-back, non-promotional actress. Yet, she has never struggled to find work, and now she is set to appear on this variety show. So her background must be extraordinary. Wow, why are you all speculating so much? With Gu Qinghan's looks, she's simply a visual treat, right? Yes, let us support her. I'm following her now. She's just too beautiful and adorable. Naturally, some detractors commented, who actually looks like that? She must have bribed the photo retouchers, or had surgery. I refuse to believe she is genuinely that stunning. Just look at her earlier roles and photos. Though she was pretty back then, she is clearly more attractive now. How can that not be due to enhancements? Despite Gu Qinghan's low profile, she did have a portion of devoted fans who came to her defense at this moment. Gu Qinghan has never engaged in hype or self-promotion. She has always focused on acting. Please support her new drum Urban Beauty, which she just wrapped up. Gu Qinghan has always looked like this. We, her longtime fans, can attest to that. Here's a photo of her from university. I'm looking forward to Gu Qinghan's new variety show. This is her first time participating, so let us cheer her on for a smooth experience. Gu Qinghan scrolled through these comments and the trending topics, reflecting on the impressive influence of the popular film emperor's media presence. Lin Qingya, sitting nearby, remarked, of course, anything associated with Lu Yuan is bound to trend. After a moment, Lin Qingya suddenly recalled, I can't shake the feeling that film emperor Lu treats you differently. Be cautious. It's best to keep your distance from him during the recording. Otherwise, his fans might devour you whole. Gu Qinghan nodded. I know, you've already warned me 100 times. Upon learning that Gu Qinghan would be heading to Inner Mongolia for the recording, Gu Jinting and Su Miaoji prepared an enormous array of items for her. Father, why are you packing a down jacket? It's July, and it's sweltering. Didn't you hear the saying, wear fur in the morning and silk in the afternoon, while enjoying watermelon by the stove? That is precisely what it refers to, Gu Jinting replied. Although it's July, it's still quite cool there, especially in the mornings and evenings, so you need to be well-prepared. Jiu Qinghan had indeed never visited Huitengzile and was taken aback by the revelation. She couldn't help but marvel. Consider our glorious Huagua, with its vast expanse of 960,000 square kilometers. The climate varies so greatly across regions. I truly ought to take the time to explore and see more of it. As Gu Zhenting spoke, he activated a projector, revealing a clear map of Huagua. Indeed, the climatic differences are immense, and our country is filled with breathtaking scenery. Our nation is flourishing, and its people are prosperous. Gazing at the map, everyone from northern Zhou felt a sense of unease. Huagua is so extensive. It's easily 3 times the size of northern Zhou combined with southern Qin. The emperor, fixated on the enormous territory, nearly choked on his own blood. He had prided himself on being the sovereign of northern Zhou, yet now, in comparison to Huagua, their realm seemed but a mere speck. The emperor suddenly found himself pondering the caliber of individuals who could govern such a vast nation, who could ensure the well-being and prosperity of its citizens. The civil and military officials also beheld the map in silence. After a prolonged pause, the prime minister bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the modern Huagua is akin to what northern Zhou will become a millennium hence. One can only imagine the vast expanse of our territory 1,000 years from now, ensuring that our descendants will not bring shame to our forebears." Chapter 13. So, airplanes truly can fly. The prime minister had completely shifted his perspective to console the emperor. His previously gloomy disposition was instantly lifted by the prime minister's words. Indeed, the contemporary northern Zhou depicted on the live screen resembles ancient times. Therefore, a millennium from now, northern Zhou too will be a wealthy nation, possessing 960,000 square kilometers of land. Gu Qinghan was unaware of the conversation between the emperor and his ministers. Had she known, she would have kicked each of them in the face and berated them for their shamelessness. Before forcefully rubbing their heads against the ground, Mu Yinqing gazed at the live screen. Realizing that Gu Qinghan's location was thousands of kilometers away from the place they were supposed to record the program, he couldn't fathom how they would manage such a distance. If they were to travel now, it would likely take them months to arrive. These concerns were not solely on Mu Yinqing's mind. Other officials were pondering the same, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, the prime minister's remarks had left the emperor in a celebratory mood, as if preparing to light firecrackers to commemorate the future glory of his descendants. The day before the recording, Gu Qinghan, accompanied by Bai Ning, loaded her meticulously selected luggage into the car as they headed straight to the airport. The sheer volume of items her parents had prepared was overwhelming. "Sister Qinghan, I could have just taken the business class. First class feels like such a waste," Bai Ning remarked. Gu Qinghan replied, "But if I'm going to trouble you, you must stay by my side." Bai Ning was somewhat pained by the financial implications. After all, the production team only allocated funds for a business class ticket. If she were to fly first class, the excess cost would be ineligible for reimbursement. Furthermore, as an assistant, she bore the responsibility of covering all her own travel expenses, unlike the guests. Noticing the conflicted expression on Bai Ning's face, Gu Qinghan comforted her. "Oh, please don't fret about the money. I am not short of funds. In fact, I'm quite troubled by the lack of someone to spend it for me. You must understand, it is your mission to spend on my behalf." Bai Ning had observed Gu Qinghan earning money through her acting endeavors and was aware of her generous nature. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Qinghan's father was the wealthiest man in the city. Gu Zhenting. Their journey to the airport took a full 2 hours due to traffic congestion. Jiu Qinghan bypassed the regular check-in and entered the VIP passage, with Bai Ning trailing behind, lugging her suitcase. "Thank goodness we left early. Otherwise, we would have surely been late," she remarked. Upon arriving at the VIP lounge, Gu Qinghan spotted Lu Yuan at that moment. Lu Yuan was wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of aloofness. Gu Qinghan approached him, removing his glasses with a smile. "Mr. Lu, are you on this flight as well?" Lu Yuan, engrossed in a book, felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart upon hearing her familiar voice. He set the book aside and looked up, responding with a simple "mm." Observing that Lu Yuan had only brought a small suitcase and no assistant, Gu Qinghan expressed her surprise. "Are you traveling alone?" He nodded. "I've never been fond of crowds." Jiu Qinghan understood instantly. This aligned with the rumors about him. She settled into a seat. "So, Mr. Lu enjoys reading? That's a commendable habit." Lu Yuan smiled wryly. "I believe we're familiar enough for you to just call me by my name. No need for the formalities." Jiu Qinghan beamed. "All right, Lu Yuan." Bai Ning went to handle the check-in, and after a brief conversation, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan prepared to board. Guided by the flight attendants to their seats, Gu Qinghan discovered that she and Bai Ning were seated one in front of the other, while Lu Yuan was separated from her by an aisle. On the live broadcast of Beizhou, viewers were captivated by the footage of Gu Qinghan arriving at the airport, moving through the luxurious lounge, and finally boarding the aircraft. Gasps of astonishment filled the AI. Is this truly an airplane? Can such a heavy object really fly? It's utterly inconceivable that something so weighty could soar through the skies. Modern times are truly remarkable. We have luxury cars to drive and air conditioning in our homes, and now, we can even travel long distances by plane. Surely, it must be fast, far quicker than our tin can cars. Someone mused. But if it flies, it surely avoids traffic. Another chimed in. Those flight attendants are stunning, so gentle, and their voices are delightful. Listen, what language are they speaking? I can't comprehend it. There's someone on the plane who looks peculiar, with blonde hair and blue eyes, speaking similarly to the flight attendants. They say it's English. What kind of language is that? My goodness, Gu Qinghan can actually speak English. How can she do everything? Gu Qinghan can converse with that foreigner? The service on this flight is impeccable. Everything is so thoughtful and meticulous. And the amenities on this plane are astonishing. Gu Qinghan's seat appeared extraordinarily comfortable, outfitted with various high-tech features that piqued everyone's curiosity. Amidst the astonished remarks, all eyes were on the seemingly heavy aircraft as it began to taxi down the runway, slowly ascending into the sky, eventually becoming a mere speck, vanishing from sight. Can you believe it? The plane really does fly. How does it stay aloft? It's soaring so high. I wonder what it feels like up there, even more impressive than a bird. Modern life is truly magnificent. We can fly to the heavens. Just consider the price of a ticket for Gu Qinghan. Such an upscale aircraft is not reserved solely for the wealthy, but is accessible to everyone. It's a remarkable revelation that in this modern age, equality seems to reign. Mu Yinqing observed this spectacle, his astonishment immeasurable. He had initially thought he had seen it all, but discovering that the modern world Gu Qinghan inhabited had contrivances that could soar through the skies was beyond his expectations. It was evident that Gu Qinghan was quite familiar with air travel, likely having flown frequently in the past. For Mu Yinqing, every aspect of Gu Qinghan's life was a source of profound amazement. She continually brought him endless surprises. What a remarkable existence this modern era represented. The scene shifted from the azure sky to the interior of the aircraft. Gu Qinghan reclined, gazing out at the scenery. The clouds now beneath her feet. She comfortably squinted her eyes, reflecting on how such sights were unattainable in ancient times. This was what life truly meant. The views from above were breathtaking. How beautiful. Thank you, Gu Qinghan, for allowing me to experience the sensation of clouds beneath my feet. After nearly 3 hours of flight, the plane touched down at Hohhot Airport. The production team's vehicle awaited them outside, with each guest assigned a separate car. Upon picking up Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan, they sped towards their destination. Cute exile, Gu Qinghan, having taken a brief nap on the plane, was now invigorated. The landscape outside was refreshing, revealing herds of cattle and sheep amidst lush green grass, simply breathtaking. Finally, they arrived at their destination, the Hute Shila grassland. The moment they stepped out of the car, the live stream for Hongdou video commenced. Chapter 14. Other men have such charming smiles. Finally, I've waited for you. It's my Yuan Yuan, my idol. Only such a scene is worthy of my Yuan Yuan. The viewers were in awe as Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan emerged together. A stunning pair indeed. They eagerly anticipated Yuan Yuan's performance. Meanwhile, the people of Beizhou noticed that the once picturesque scenery was now frequently interrupted by various individuals speaking. What is this? Why are there so many words? Earlier, it was mentioned that Gu Qinghan was going to record a show, and there would be a live broadcast. Does this mean modern folks can see Gu Qinghan's performance in real time? Of course. Haven't you seen it lately? Their modern technology is so advanced. Anything is possible. Indeed. You can even scan to spend money. We have to carry cash when we go out. It's not the same at all. Modern life is fantastic. Even thieves can't survive, and money won't get lost. Gu Qinghan stepped out of the vehicle. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the unique aroma of fresh grass, a true scent of nature. In the distance, the melodious sound of pastoral songs could be faintly heard. The vast grassland before her was boundless, offering a different kind of shock compared to gazing at the ocean. Some staff members guided Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan to their designated spot, where they discovered the other 4 guests had already arrived. Local herdsmen assisted the production team in setting up yurts across the expansive grassland. While the team prepared the necessary props, Jiyu Qinghan and Lu Yuan took their positions, and the 6 participants greeted one another as the director's team began to speak. Welcome, everyone, to this magnificent landscape, to our enchanting Hutte Sheila. Our recording will last for 3 days and 2 nights, and we will be residing right here, as the locals have kindly constructed yurts for us. It's currently 4 in the afternoon, and after your long journey, you must be hungry. Our herdsmen friends have prepared a sumptuous dinner to welcome you all. However, each of our guests will need to showcase a talent as a token of gratitude to our hardworking hosts for the meal. To save time, the 6 of us will form teams, so we only need to present 3 performances. Ultimately, the team with the best act will be rewarded with the hand-cut meat prepared by our herdsmen. Upon hearing the director's announcement, the guests exchanged glances. Gu Qinghan could distinctly sense that the rising star, Lu Tsongming, was casting eager glances at Lu Yuan. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lu Tsongming inquired, "Director, how should we form the teams? Should we discuss it ourselves?" As soon as her words fell, a staff member brought forward a box. The director explained, "Given our guests consist of 3 gentlemen and 3 ladies, we will need to pair them accordingly. Please, ladies, draw the names of your male counterparts from the box. They will be your partners for this endeavor." With the director's announcement, no one dared to voice objections, for the live broadcast was on. Who would want to tarnish their image? However, the question of who would draw first remained. Gu Qinghan, unconcerned about her partner, casually remarked, "You all go ahead." Lu Tsongming tossed her hair. "Hanrong, you go first." Wang Hanrong, with a doll-like face yet a remarkably broad vocal range, cheerfully withdrew a ball from the box. "I am done drawing." Believing herself to be the most prominent after Lu Yuan, Lu Tsongming decided to let Gu Qinghan draw first to avoid any risk to her image. Each of the 3 women held a ball, and the director announced, "Ladies, please open the balls you hold." Jiyu Qinghan twisted the ball in her hand and, upon opening it, discovered it contained Lu Yuan. The 3 individuals revealed their cards to the director's team for verification, and thus the groups were established: Lu Tsongming and Sui Shan, Wang Hanrong and Zhang Yonghe, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan. The 3 groups were instructed to make simple preparations, and if any costumes or props were needed, they could coordinate with the staff. The performance would commence in 40 minutes. Lu Tsongming felt displeased. When Gu Qinghan drew her card, only 2 balls remained, one of which contained Lu Yuan. To her astonishment, Gu Qinghan seized it first, and she ended up paired with the least popular participant, Sui Shan. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan was notoriously difficult to get along with, and Lu Tsongming eagerly anticipated witnessing Gu Qinghan's predicament. Approaching Lu Yuan, Gu Qinghan waved her card, exclaiming, "We are in the same group." Lu Yuan, who had felt a brief moment of anxiety, was apprehensive about being in a group with the other 2 female contestants. However, upon seeing Gu Qinghan shake her card with a charming smile, he couldn't help but smile back. The moment Lu Yuan smiled sparked a frenzy on social media. "Oh my goodness, what is this? Did Lu Yuan actually smile? Is it a mirage? I've taken a screenshot. It's not a trick of the light. He truly smiled." Lu Yuan's smile is so captivating, absolutely stunning. How can such extraordinary beauty exist in this world? Consequently, the topic Lu Yuan smiled surged to the 4th position on the trending list. The online community went wild. "If Lu Yuan smiles upon seeing Gu Qinghan, then I declare my willingness." "What do you mean by willingness?" "Just for my idol's charming smile. I wish for him to be with Gu Qinghan." Oh dear. How humble the fans are. To be a fan of Lu Yuan requires such self-awareness. Just to see him smile a little more, Mu Yinqing felt a pang of discomfort upon witnessing Gu Qinghan's smile at Lu Yuan. How could she smile at such a wild man? Was Lu Yuan truly more handsome? That seemed impossible. As he observed the frenzied comments, Mu Yinqing's disdain only grew. Lu Yuan smiles like a mannequin. "What's so impressive about that?" he called out. "Someone, come here, Your Highness." "What is your command?" "Bring me a mirror." Although the young eunuch was perplexed as to why the crown prince wanted a mirror, he promptly complied. Soon, Mu Yinqing held a mirror in his hands. He gazed into the copper mirror for a lengthy period, growing increasingly appalled. What kind of mirror did Gu Qinghan use? It reflected her magnificently, yet he was relegated to this unclear copper mirror. Even so, Mu Yinqing managed to force a smile at his reflection. Could it be that my smile is less appealing than Lu Yuan's? Just then, the study door swung open, and Qin Junjin's voice rang out. Your Highness, I have prepared ginseng soup for you. You must be weary from your duties. Please drink a bowl. Mu Yinqing swiftly covered the mirror and coldly replied, in the future, do not enter my study without my permission. Qin Junjin felt tears welling up. This was not how it had been. Mu Yinqing had previously stated that she could go wherever she pleased within the Eastern Palace. He had never objected when she visited his study. The soft couch in the back of the study still bore the traces of their affection. Chapter 15. To dazzle all suppressing her displeasure and dissatisfaction, Qin Junjin recalled the times when she lay draped in sheer fabric on the bed. And Mu Yinqing had indeed shown interest in her. However, just as their passion was igniting, Mu Yinqing abruptly left, citing urgent matters to attend to. Holding the sheer fabric in her hands, she watched Mu Yinqing's retreating figure. Her heart heavy with sorrow. Tears streamed down her face, but whom could she confide in about this anguish? She was acutely aware of how things had been between her and Mu Yinqing. And how they stood now. Qin Junjin sensed Mu Yinqing's yearning for Gu Qinghan, and she felt hatred for this elusive person who so disturbingly occupied Mu Yinqing's heart. Quietly, she exited Mu Yinqing's study, raising her gaze to the ever-present live broadcast screen, wishing she could tear it apart. Yet, she was powerless to do so. After all her efforts to return to Beizhou, she aspired to secure the position of crown princess and ultimately become the queen of Beizhou. She could not afford to lose everything. Returning to her chamber, Qin Junjin instructed Zhu, go to the chancellor's residence and convey a message for my mother to come to the palace. The 6 guests had divided into groups and sought out locations to select their performances and rehearse. Jiyu Qinghan and Lu Yuan chose a spot and sat down on the ground. Gu Qinghan donned a sun hat, but a sudden gust of wind blew it off, causing her flowing hair to dance in the breeze, exuding a gentle aura. Jiyu Qinghan playfully tossed her hair back, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, leaving Lu Yuan momentarily entranced. The viewers online were equally exhilarated. Wow, what is this? In the 21st century, please use civilized language. Let me say it. Wow, what a celestial beauty this young lady is. She is absolutely breathtaking. She complements the picturesque scenery perfectly, simply stunning. I must follow this young lady. This face has captured my heart. Did you see that? Even the movie king seems captivated. I believe anyone would be enchanted. Young lady, I adore you. Mu Yinqing's heart raced upon seeing such beauty in Gu Qinghan. How had he lost her? The other princes gasped at Gu Qinghan's enchanting appearance. The 3rd prince remarked, what merit does Mu Yinqing possess to have held such a woman for 3 years? The 9th prince chuckled, I wonder if Mu Yinqing regrets it now. As for Qin Junjin. Though she is the chancellor's daughter, she is merely a faded flower, lacking in beauty. However, the 3rd prince cautioned, it is best not to speak carelessly about Mu Yinqing. After all, he has spent 3 years with Gu Qinghan and has not even fathered a child with her. The 9th prince's words stirred the 3rd prince's thoughts. It was prudent to tread carefully with such topics. Lu Yuan possessed remarkable self-control and quickly regained his composure. Jiyu Qinghan rummaged for a hair tie and casually gathered her hair, radiating a relaxed and natural charm. What should we perform? Gu Qinghan inquired. Lu Yuan understood that the other 2 groups had singers and dancers, while he and Gu Qinghan were the sole actors. Dio, you have a specialty? I can support you, he offered. Jiyu Qinghan felt that the other groups would likely sing and dance, so they should aim for something more innovative. After pondering, she suggested, how about we perform equestrian skills? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and readily agreed. Concern began to mount in the comments. Is Gu Qinghan capable of performing equestrian skills in Inner Mongolia, where everyone knows how to ride? Please don't embarrass us, Gu Qinghan. I truly feel second-hand embarrassment. Is she planning to drag Lu Yuan down with her? The program team, sensing the tension, sought to reassure the audience. Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan quickly coordinated with the production team to borrow 2 horses. To their surprise, the program team had prepared appropriate riding gear for each contestant. This was only logical, given the setting. Once they donned their riding outfits, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan appeared to be the perfect pair. Clad in a red riding suit, Gu Qinghan approached a white horse, smiling as she gently touched its neck. You must behave well later. To her astonishment, the horse seemed to respond, nodding its large head. Jiyu Qinghan jumped up in delight, her joy reminiscent of a child. Lu Yuan, look, it responded to me. It nodded. Lu Yuan felt the warmth of Gu Qinghan's radiant spirit and replied, "It likes you. I believe it does," she agreed. Then, Gu Qinghan gracefully leaped onto the horse's back. During the audition, Lu Yuan had already discerned that Gu Qinghan possessed martial arts skills. Although he found it remarkable, he genuinely admired her talent. While he had practiced for his role and had decent riding skills, he could not achieve Gu Qinghan's level of grace. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan's mounting action was equally impressive. To maintain the excitement for the audience, the live stream switched to a different angle, obscuring their practice. What? Why did they change the scene? I want to see. Did Gu Qinghan just mount the horse in an amazing way? Is she truly that skilled in equestrianism? I am suddenly filled with anticipation. Can I take back what I said earlier? Gu Qinghan is simply a fairy. I declare her my goddess, right now. Gu Qinghan, having spent time in the military, exudes an even more striking demeanor. Many of the maneuvers and techniques stem from her guidance. Lu Yuan's abilities and talents are beyond question. Under Gu Qinghan's tutelage, he feels as though he could soar upon horseback. Moreover, the intricate routines choreographed by Gu Qinghan are executed with remarkable elegance, destined to become classics if showcased on stage. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, the grassland erupted with lively festivities, radiating joy in every corner. From a distance, herdsmen began to set up tables, adorned with an array of local delicacies. In the center, the herdsmen prepared roasted meats and other culinary delights in real time. The entertainment life of the local herdsmen was already quite vibrant, with one taking on the role of host for the evening's grand feast. Lu Songming and Su Yishan danced to a lively melody, while Wang Hanrong and Jiang Yonghe sang harmoniously. The atmosphere was splendid, earning rounds of applause from the herdsmen. Eventually, it was Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan's turn to perform. Although Lu Songming wore a smile, her eyes were filled with disdain. Performing equestrian feats in the herdsman's territory seemed utterly presumptuous. However, when Gu Qinghan, brimming with confidence, gracefully leaped onto her horse alongside Lu Yuan, the crowd erupted in fervent applause and cheers. Lu Songming knew she had underestimated Gu Qinghan in Chapter 16. Amidst the wind power plant, everyone could see the seamless coordination between Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan. They leaped from their horses with such grace, as if they had merged with the steeds themselves. The galloping horses seemed to lift them, as the duo danced freely atop their mounts, executing various complex maneuvers that garnered thunderous applause. In the end, they split to either side on horseback, serving drinks to all, before returning to their starting point. Elegantly dismounting, it felt as though I was witnessing celestial beings dance. Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan were truly remarkable. I am in awe. Their equestrian skills seemed to suggest they possessed lightness of foot as well. Their synergy was extraordinary. Had they known each other previously? The people from Beizhou were utterly astonished by Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan's performance, applauding as if watching a theatrical spectacle, many remarking on their perfect pairing. Mu Yanqing was completely absorbed, his focus solely on the scene of Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan exchanging smiles. How could Gu Qinghan dare to smile at Lu Yuan in such a manner? That smile had once been exclusively for him. That night's performance saw the herdsmen unanimously voting for Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan as the top act. The duo was awarded a generous portion of hand-cut meat prepared by the hospitable herdsmen, who had prepared a substantial feast for them. Exchanging glances, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan decided to invite a few guests to join them. The 6 of them gathered around the table. Wang Hanrong beamed at Gu Qinghan, exclaiming, "You are truly amazing, Qinghan. Do you happen to practice lightness of foot?" Su Yishan, who had partnered with Lu Songming, admired Gu Qinghan as well, saying, "If you took up dancing, you'd undoubtedly excel." Lu Songming interjected, "By the way, Teacher Lu has truly honed his equestrian skills for this performance. With his guidance, Qinghan is bound to shine." Holding a knife and diligently carving the meat, Lu Yuan replied, "It was Qinghan who instructed me." She choreographed the movements. Lu Songming was momentarily taken aback, having intended to cultivate a rapport with Lu Yuan, but missing the mark entirely. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, she quickly regained her composure, smiling brightly. "So it was choreographed by Qinghan. You truly are a hidden gem." Feeling discomfort at Lu Songming's words, Gu Qinghan, despite the smile retorted, "I simply practiced a bit more. If you were to practice, you would surely excel too." The barrage of comments erupted upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, astonished that he would speak on Gu Qinghan's behalf. So, the choreography indeed belonged to her. If that were true, She was truly exceptional. Our Yuan would never lie. If he said it was so, it certainly must be. Congratulations to our Yuan for making friends in the entertainment industry. Fans were surprisingly open-hearted, unperturbed by the prospect of Gu Qinghan becoming a sister-in-law. With a sister-in-law like her, what could one possibly find unsatisfactory? On Weibo, topics surrounding Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan's equestrian feat soared, with readership and discussion skyrocketing. Remarkably, after just one day of filming, Gu Qinghan's follower count surged by 5 million, an unexpected turn of events. Ding! A hostile entity has been detected towards the host. Please confirm. The system had been absent for some time, and Gu Qinghan, enjoying a smooth life, had almost forgotten its existence. As she continued to carve the meat, she mentally responded, confirm. Ding! Hostile entity, Lu Tsongming, with a comprehensive hostility rating of 92 points. Gu Qinghan was taken aback. It seemed utterly baffling as she had never interacted with Lu Tsongming before. How had she offended her? Gu Qinghan inquired, why does Lu Tsongming harbor such animosity towards me, and why is the hostility rating so high? The system reported, Lu Tsongming is infatuated with Lu Yuan. Thus, she perceives the host as a rival. Gu Qinghan found this absurd. Was this woman truly so deluded? The system promptly assured her, Lu Tsongming's mental state is quite stable, without any issues. Gu Qinghan remarked, your system is remarkably intelligent. If Lu Tsongming intends to harm me, can you foresee it? Would the host like to activate the foresight function? Activating it once will consume 2 points from the Charmer Index. Gu Qinghan recalled that the system had initially informed her that her Charmer Index was 98 points. So a deduction of 2 points should be manageable. However, she needed clarification on how to earn back points if too many were consumed. Success in countering those with hostility towards the host will grant points based on the satisfaction derived from the confrontation. Gu Qinghan felt a surge of excitement. All right, activate the foresight function. She regarded her time in this journey as a vacation, especially since it was being live-streamed. She had no desire for anyone with a deluded mindset to ruin her good spirits. That evening, male and female guests settled into 2 large yurts, fully equipped with necessities. As the guests settled down, the live stream also ceased. The following morning at 6 o'clock, each guest live stream resumed promptly. Gu Qinghan had slept soundly and rose early. Checking the time, 6:30, however, upon rising, she discovered Lu Tsongming already seated, applying a facial mask, proving to be even earlier than her. After freshening up, Gu Qinghan simply applied some lotion and donned a down jacket, stepping out with a fresh face. Once outside, she realized her father's assertion was utterly correct. The early morning temperature on the grassland was indeed frigid, making the down jacket an excellent choice. Gu Qinghan marveled at the mist that enveloped the early morning. A sight of exquisite beauty. As she took a few steps, she spotted Lu Yuan, also clad in a down jacket, emerging. Lu Yuan, good morning, she greeted. Good morning, Lu Yuan replied with a smile, feeling an undeniable sense of joy at encountering Gu Qinghan so early in the day. Are you planning to take a walk? He inquired. Yes, it's a rare opportunity to be here. The scenery is lovely, and the weather appears promising today, so I intend to explore, Gu Qinghan responded. May I join you? Lu Yuan asked, taking a few steps closer. Of course, I was just lamenting the lack of company, she replied. The two set off together, embarking on a morning journey across the grassland. Although the morning viewership was not as high as the evenings, many fans had set alarms to tune in to the live stream the moment it started. Did Yuan really just invite a woman for a walk? Does he even know Gu Qinghan's background? 1 minute, I want the entire dossier on this woman. Oh, our Yuan has grown up, inviting ladies out. How heartwarming for his mother. It was evident that Lu Yuan's fans differed greatly from others. Had this been another celebrity's fans, they would have likely criticized Gu Qinghan for riding on the coattails of popularity. However, Lu Yuan's fans were truly supportive, reveling in their idol's rare interaction. As Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan strolled, they encountered friendly herdsmen, and they decided to borrow 2 horses, galloping freely across the grassland. The Huitengzao grassland is home to Asia's largest wind power plant. When Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan felt the altitude and the winds, gazing at the towering wind turbines, they came to a halt. Gu Qinghan, captivated by the seemingly endless row of wind turbines, remarked, "These wind turbines are truly magnificent." Chapter 17. It seems the prince is lacking in certain areas. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is my first visit as well. Previously, I had only seen them in videos and photographs. Witnessing them up close is far more awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, these turbines are set to be gradually dismantled. Gu Qinghan lamented. Lu Yuan, unaware of the reason, asked, "Why is that?" "They adversely affect the environment and ecology, and they significantly impact the grasslands," Gu Qinghan explained. Jiu Qinghan remarked, "However, the wind turbines in other places are equally magnificent, providing us with exceptional electrical energy." Both Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan were profoundly awestruck by such a sight, and one can only imagine the astonishment of the people of the northern Zhou in ancient times upon encountering these colossal wind turbines. "What is this? It is simply too grand. Did you not hear Gu Qinghan mention what those wind turbines are for? They generate electricity, so the electricity they have is produced by this contraption. It is astonishing that something as intangible as wind can be harnessed to generate power. Could the court not construct some wind turbines to provide us with electricity? At the very least, those lights are far brighter than our oil lamps." The officials of the court, upon witnessing this marvel, were no different in their reactions from the common folk, their mouths agape in utter astonishment, shocked beyond measure. However, mindful of the emperor's presence, everyone harbored various feelings of amazement, yet dared not voice them. At that moment, the emperor was engaged in discussions with his civil and military ministers, and he was the first to regain his composure, aware of the need to maintain his dignity as the sovereign. "My lords," the emperor coughed lightly, "what are your thoughts on this wind power generation?" The ministers exchanged glances, utterly devoid of ideas. The issue lay in the fact that, while the apparatus appeared formidable, none of them had any notion of how it operated. Moreover, how could mere rotation yield electricity? It seemed implausible. The prime minister cast a meaningful glance at Mu Yinqing. Regardless of the situation, as the crown prince, he must assert himself. Mu Yinqing bowed and said, "Father, I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility." The emperor stroked his beard and replied, "Do share." "Father, my fifth brother has always been intrigued by various curiosities and possesses considerable insight into engineering matters. I believe the task of developing these wind turbines could be entrusted to him. In that instant, Mu Yinqing deftly shifted this challenging responsibility onto the fifth prince, Mu Haoshuan. Standing there, Mu Haoshuan inwardly cursed Mu Yinqing, for he had never been one to seek the limelight and certainly did not wish to speak first. Unexpectedly, this seemingly insurmountable task had been foisted upon him. Furthermore, he could not straightforwardly decline, lest he risk losing the emperor's favor. It was evident to all that the emperor held a keen interest in the wind turbines. One could say that his fascination stemmed not only from curiosity, but also from the overwhelming impact that modern advancements had on the northern Zhou. Why did the modern world possess everything, rendering all things so astonishing? "Fifth brother, what say you?" The fifth prince, Mu Haoshuan, hastily stepped forward. "Father, I have indeed studied some matters regarding engineering and irrigation. While I cannot guarantee success, I am willing to endeavor for our northern Zhou." "Excellent!" The emperor burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, you are my fine son." The prime minister then interjected, "Your Majesty, I believe Gu Qinghan's actions may also be in support of our northern Zhou, aiding in its prosperity. If we can produce more innovations, unifying the surrounding smaller nations would be a mere trifle." The emperor nodded in agreement. "You speak wisely, my lord. All of you must diligently study to strengthen our northern Zhou." Meanwhile, while the court was engaged in deliberations, in another part of the eastern palace, Qin Zhenjin, the mother of Qin Zhenjin and the prime minister's wife, entered the palace. Upon seeing her mother, Qin Zhenjin dismissed her attendants, including Lu Zhu, instructing her to guard the door. Observing her daughter's caution, the prime minister's wife felt anxious. "What troubles you, my child? Mother, you must help me devise a plan. It seems that the prince has completely lost interest in me," Qin Zhenjin said, tears brimming in her eyes. The prime minister's wife took her daughter's hand, exclaiming, "How could this be? You were just wed not long ago. He has yearned for you for years, persuading me to allow you into his home. How could he grow disenchanted so swiftly?" Qin Zhenjin pointed to the live broadcast screen above her head. "It is all because of Gu Qinghan. Mother, men always desire what they cannot attain. However, I cannot give up. I must be the future empress of northern Zhou. Yet, the prince has shown me no interest lately." The prime minister's wife began to worry as well. "What should I do, mother? You have experienced this. Please help me figure out what I should do." The prime minister's wife paced the room, and after a moment, her eyes lit up. "The prince and Gu Qinghan have been married for 3 years without children. Zhenjin, If you wish to secure your position, you must bear him a son. Qin Zhenjin gently touched her abdomen. Not long ago, the prince and I were quite affectionate. I wonder if there might be a child within me. I do know of some remedies. I will have someone deliver them to you in the Eastern Palace. Make sure to take them regularly, and I will consult a physician to determine the right time for you to conceive. You must find a way to spend more time with the prince. Qin Zhenjin nodded. All right, I will listen to you, mother. Remembering some recent rumors, she lowered her voice and said, Mother, have you heard any of the recent discussions? They say the prince may not be able to have children. The prime minister's wife quickly covered Qin Zhenjin's mouth. Do not speak such nonsense. It must be Gu Qinghan who is incapable. How could it be the prince? Qin Zhenjin did not wish to believe this. Yet there were so many women in the Eastern Palace, and none of them were pregnant. She had heard that before her marriage. Mu Yinqing had lavished attention on many other women. If it were true that he was incapable, she would never be able to conceive. The prime minister's wife leaned closer to Qin Zhenjin and whispered, Regardless of his abilities, you must ensure your own. Try the remedies first, and if that does not work, I will think of other methods. Early in the morning, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan rode out for a leisurely ride. And upon their return, the production team had already prepared breakfast for everyone. The breakfast was quite lavish, differing from the southern fare, featuring lamb and beef dumplings, Mongolian stuffed pastries, milk tea, fried rice, and an array of delights. Gu Qinghan washed her hands, and Wang Hanrong greeted her. Qinghan, come over here. These dumplings are delicious. Just as Gu Qinghan was about to approach, the system's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding! It has been detected that Lu Tsoming's milk tea is about to spill onto the host's chest. Please prepare yourself. Chapter 18. Slapping the face of the green tea bitch. Paying no heed to the system's warning, Gu Qinghan continued her advance, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as she chatted with Wang Hanrong. Is that so? The dumplings I usually have are made with glutinous rice. Are these truly so delectable? Incredibly fragrant, Wang Hanrong replied, her face a picture of satisfaction. Jiu Qinghan was just about a step beside Lu Tsoming when she noticed that Lu Tsoming had made no move. Was the system's prediction erroneous? Gu Qinghan took a seat and picked up a dumpling to take a bite. Then, she saw Lu Tsoming lift a bowl of milk tea and offer it to Wang Hanrong. Hanrong, try this. The milk tea is salty, and the flavor is truly unique. Wang Hanrong, appearing carefree, reached out to accept the milk tea and took a sip. Savory and fragrant, it is indeed different. After finishing her words, Wang Hanrong turned to Gu Qinghan. Qinghan, you should try it too. The milk here is exceptionally rich. Lu Tsoming filled another bowl of milk tea, saying, allow me to bring a bowl for Qinghan as well. As she spoke, Lu Tsoming stood up, maneuvering around Wang Hanrong to stand beside Gu Qinghan in a moment of swift action. As Gu Qinghan reached for the bowl of milk tea, Lu Tsoming deliberately withdrew her hand first. Gu Qinghan swiftly seized Lu Tsoming's wrist, refusing to let go. This exchange lasted only a few seconds, and Lu Tsoming realized that she was unable to free herself. Jiu Qinghan, with a beaming smile, said, Thank you, Sister Ming. Oh dear, Sister Ming, I have already taken care of it. You may release your grip now, Gu Qinghan said sweetly. Internally, Lu Tsoming seethed with resentment, yet she was acutely aware of the camera angles. The viewers in the live stream would undoubtedly be oblivious to Gu Qinghan's grasp on her hand. Lu Tsoming could only maintain a stiff expression and say, This bowl has cooled. I will fetch you a new one. Gu Qinghan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Ming. You are truly kind. With that, Gu Qinghan released Lu Tsoming's hand. Now, Lu Tsoming dared not spill the milk tea on her. To douse her chest would only serve as a ploy to embarrass her during the live broadcast. A petty trick that was tiresome and frequently employed by the women of the palace. This thought left Gu Qinghan feeling unsatisfied, as her foot discreetly kicked a small pebble towards Lu Tsoming's ankle beneath the table. Lu Tsoming felt a sharp pain as she turned to leave, suddenly collapsing to the ground. With a shriek, Lu Tsoming fell onto the grass, and the milk tea she held splattered everywhere, soaking her completely. The staff rushed over to inquire about the situation. Jiu Qinghan, feigning concern, stood up and approached Lu Tsoming alongside Wang Hanrong. Sister Ming, are you all right? How did you fall? Lu Tsoming was infuriated, feeling as though she might perish from the indignation. Yet she found herself utterly unable to express her emotions before the live camera. Pain coursed through her hands and legs, her entire body damp with perspiration. The staff provided her with a blanket, draping it over her shoulders and helping her to her feet. Regaining her composure, Lu Tsongming adjusted her expression and addressed Gu Qinghan and Wang Hanrong, saying, "I'm fine. I'm not sure why I stumbled earlier. I'll go change into some fresh clothes." The barrage of comments from viewers and fans expressed their concern for Lu Tsongming, with messages like, "Ming Ming seems to have fallen quite severely," and "My heart aches for her," and "Wu. Ming Ming is truly kind," not even uttering a word about her pain. Yu Qinghan resumed her breakfast, pondering the system's feedback on the previous segment. How did that go? Can I get a few points back? A notification chimed in response. According to the system's assessment, a reward of 1 point has been granted. The host currently holds a charisma index of 97. Gu Qinghan was somewhat dissatisfied, exclaiming, "You deducted 2 points from me and only returned 1? You deceitful scoundrel." Apologies, host. Although the previous segment was indeed thrilling, the audience is currently sympathizing with Lu Tsongming, hence, I cannot return both points to you. After reflecting on Lu Tsongming's performance, Gu Qinghan acknowledged the truth of the situation. Throughout it all, Lu Tsongming had concealed her uniqueness from others. Very well, let us observe how things unfold from here. Keep it up, host. You are remarkable. Even with a charisma index of 97, you remain the most enchanting individual in this world. Flattered by the system's praise, Gu Qinghan's lips curved into a smile. Lu Yuan, seated across from her, noticed this fleeting smile, likening it to a blooming lily, noble and reserved. Wang Hanrong, cupping her face in her hands, remarked, "Qinghan, you are stunning when you smile. If I were a man, I would surely pursue you." Gu Qinghan tilted her head to regard Wang Hanrong, playfully pinching her cherubic cheek. "You are quite adorable as well." Wang Hanrong blushed slightly. "Qinghan, what has you smiling so brightly? What is making you so happy?" Gu Qinghan's peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Tsongming, who had changed into a new outfit and was walking towards them. To Gu Qinghan's surprise, Lu Tsongming was rather swift in her actions. Once Lu Tsongming took her seat, Gu Qinghan beamed and said, "I just remembered a story that I found amusing." To Gu Qinghan's astonishment, Lu Yuan played along, immediately inquiring, "What story? Do share it with us." Gu Qinghan cast a meaningful glance at Lu Tsongming before beginning her tale in a soft, deliberate manner. "Let us regard this merely as entertainment and for the sake of time and place. Consider it as a parallel universe. In ancient times, there was a dynasty known as the Northern Zhou, a minuscule state, barely half the size of Inner Mongolia. The citizens of Northern Zhou, upon hearing Gu Qinghan begin her narrative, perked up their ears to listen intently. The emperor, upon hearing Gu Qinghan's description of Northern Zhou, was so enraged that he smashed the teacup in his hand, exclaiming, 'This is infuriating. That which Gu Qinghan dares to tarnish the reputation of my Northern Zhou in modern times. What does she mean by a minuscule state? How dare she compare its size to that of Inner Mongolia?' As the emperor seethed, the palace maids and eunuchs knelt in silence, while the ministers were at a loss for words in the face of the emperor's wrath. They could only attempt to placate him. Mu Yinqing clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, hoping that Gu Qinghan would refrain from uttering any further blasphemies. The emperor, in a fit of rage, pointed at Mu Yinqing. "You brought back a fine woman." Mu Yinqing fell to his knees, pleading, "Father, please quell your anger. Your health is of utmost importance. I acknowledge my faults." Unbeknownst to Gu Qinghan, her mere reference to a minuscule state had nearly driven the emperor of Northern Zhou to the brink of madness, with Mu Yinqing suffering the consequences as well. Had she known that Mu Yinqing was frequently reprimanded due to her live broadcast, Gu Qinghan would have found it utterly delightful. She continued, though it was merely a small state. It was a feudal society where the emperor held absolute power. The emperor of this dynasty was named Mu Yuan Zhao, reigning under the era title of Xuanda. This emperor had quite the fecundity, siring 9 sons and 3 daughters. Of course, to produce so many heirs, there were numerous concubines in the harem. As the saying goes, 3,000 beauties in the harem. When the Xuanda emperor turned 45, he ventured out incognito and encountered a courtesan named Liang. Though she was a courtesan, she sold only her performances, not her body. Without a dowager empress in his palace, the emperor, unrestrained, decided to bring the exceptionally beautiful Liang into the imperial palace, bestowing upon her the title of beauty. Following her elevation, Liang became the most favored among the 6 palaces. The woman who gains favor in the harem begins to wield considerable influence, disregarding even the pregnant consorts. One day, upon learning that the Xuanda emperor would pass through the imperial garden after court, Liang adorned herself and prepared to accidentally encounter him. However, she unexpectedly stumbled upon the pregnant Consort Wei taking a stroll in the pavilion of the imperial garden. Consort Wei, a long-standing companion of the Xuande Emperor, had not given birth to their third son for over 20 years. Though it was not unusual for a woman in her 30s to be pregnant, it was a rarity in the ancient imperial palace. Consort Wei had endured great hardship, taking extensive precautions during this pregnancy. Upon seeing Consort Wei, Liang made no gesture of respect and approached her with ill intent. Aware of Liang's recent favor, Consort Wei wished to avoid confrontation but found Liang encroaching upon her space. Liang sat beside Consort Wei, poured herself a cup of tea, and remarked, "Sister, this tea is splendid. Far superior to what I have in my palace." Consort Wei, wishing to avoid further dialogue with such a courtesan, stood up, saying, "If you enjoy it, then consider it a gift." Liang, holding the cup of tea, stood up and noticed the Xuande Emperor's figure fleetingly passing by the rockery, prompting her to concoct a scheme. What do you think she did next? Chapter 19. It's time for some dramatic twists. The audience was captivated by Gu Qinghan's story, finding it cliché yet delightfully melodramatic. Who could resist a bit of melodrama? Lu Tsongming, upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, subtly trembled her hand that held the chopsticks. Wang Hanrong, anxious, tugged at Gu Qinghan's arm. Isn't it the usual plot where Liang splashes tea on Consort Wei, making the emperor witness it? But that is so predictable. How could the emperor possibly believe it unless he were a fool? The citizens of northern Zhou were completely engrossed, and officials had begun to disperse the crowd discussing the story. However, the luminous screen was visible everywhere, rendering such efforts futile. Discussions continued unabated. Every household was enraptured by the tale. For while modern individuals are well acquainted with melodrama through novels and dramas, those in ancient times had little exposure to such narratives. Moreover, this concerned the emperor's household, a subject rarely accessible to the common folk. Despite attempts to disperse the crowd, excitement radiated from every face as they eagerly awaited Gu Qinghan's continuation. Within the palace, where discussions had momentarily ceased due to Gu Qinghan's minuscule state remark, a pin drop could now be heard, the atmosphere utterly silent. The emperor, upon hearing Wang Hanrong's comment that the emperor must be a fool, turned ashen. The ministers were drenched in cold sweat, realizing that Gu Qinghan's so-called story was rooted in reality. They were aware that last year, Consort Wei had lost her pregnancy, and many ministers knew there were hidden layers to this tale. However, the favored Liang was fiercely protected by the emperor, leaving no one daring to speak out. Over the past year, Liang had risen to the rank of Liang Guopin. Even if everyone had an inkling of the truth, who would dare to point at the emperor and declare, "You are a fool"? In Elan Palace, Liang Guopin's eyes widened in horror as she pointed at the streaming screen, shouting, "Someone, quickly destroy this thing. Smash it. Your Highness, this object is intangible," the palace maid replied, but Liang Guopin refused to listen. She was terrified. The emperor undoubtedly heard those words, and if Gu Qinghan continued, it would spell her doom, complete and utter ruin. Just the thought of her downfall sent shivers down her spine. The chief maid, Yueying, could only embrace the nearly frantic Liang Guopin, saying, "Your Highness, keep your voice down. You must remember, this is merely Gu Qinghan's perspective. The events transpired a year ago, and they lack evidence." Yueying's words provided some solace to Liang Guopin, who slowly sank to the ground. Yueying, will everything truly be fine? With nothing more to say, Yueying could only offer desperate reassurances, "Your Highness, as long as you remain composed, everything will be all right." Meanwhile, Lu Tsongming could only force a smile, sensing that Gu Qinghan's storytelling at this moment was laden with implications. Yet, how could Gu Qinghan know what she intended to do when she had not succeeded? The road from Lu Tsongming is indeed a delicate flower. Her acting skills remarkable, yet her heart is in turmoil, with her face betraying not a hint of strain. Yu Qinghan holds a deep admiration for Lu Tsongming, who remains as steadfast as a mountain amidst the chaos. Gu Qinghan continues, "Hanrong's guess is spot on. This beauty Liang indeed poured the tea onto Wei Guifei from a vantage point unseen by the emperor." Yuan sets down his chopsticks and interjects. Wei Guifei places immense value on this pregnancy. She must be furious. Jiu Qinghan nods in agreement. Exactly. Wei Guifei has been by the emperor's side since the days of the Qianting, following Xuande Emperor. She would not tolerate such affronts, especially since the hot tea was splashed directly onto her abdomen. Wei Guifei, unable to endure any longer, strikes Liang's face with a resounding slap. Wang Hanrong gasps in surprise. Wei Guifei is truly formidable. How did it come to this? Gu Qinghan elaborates. At that moment, Xuande Emperor happened to witness Wei Guifei slapping Liang. Seizing the opportunity, Liang grasped Wei Guifei's hand, feigning to be pushed, and collapsed onto the ground, inadvertently dragging Wei Guifei down with her. Both then tumbled down the steps of the pavilion. By a stroke of fate, the pavilion overlooks a lake named Bichuan Lake, into which they both plunged. Aside from Lu Tsongming, the other 5 guests were captivated, with even the staff nearby wide-eyed in astonishment. The comments flooded in. Oh my, this Liang beauty is utterly duplicitous. It's infuriating to witness. How could Wei Guifei, married to the emperor for so many years, be outmaneuvered by a courtesan? Lu Yuan remarked. If Xuande Emperor truly falls for Liang's ruse, the so-called Northern Zhou dynasty is on the brink of collapse. You speak the truth. I share your sentiments. Gu Qinghan laughed, continuing, this is indeed a classic ploy, but as Hanrong stated, the emperor is simply foolish. He cries out for help, and once both Wei Guifei and Liang are rescued, he rushes to the seemingly lifeless Liang, completely disregarding the agonized Wei Guifei clutching her abdomen. How the times have changed. Wei Guifei, once the emperor's favorite, now finds herself overshadowed by a newly entered courtesan. Xuande Emperor, convinced of his own eyes, concludes that Wei Guifei deliberately struck Liang and pushed her off the high platform into the lake. He carries Liang back to the inner palace and confines Wei Guifei. Wang Hanrong feels a surge of anger. That wretched emperor, what a scoundrel! And then, Gu Qinghan refrains from continuing. Such a splendid tale cannot be divulged in its entirety at once. Let us eat our meal. And afterward, we shall ride this scenic cable car. Wang Hanrong exclaims, Ah, let this Liang beauty and that contemptible emperor plunge off a cliff together. It's maddening. The audience of the Northern Zhou tales was left yearning for more. With Wei Guifei confined and Liang taken away, they could only ponder the unfolding events in silence, advising one another to refrain from gossip. The emperor, having heard so much, was increasingly restless. He wished to keep the ministers unaware of these happenings. Yet the live broadcast was beyond his control. Di Shun suddenly reported, Your Majesty, Wei Guifei seeks an audience. The emperor instantly sensed trouble. The third prince, Mu Anyun, knelt on the ground, bowing thrice, Father, I implore you to reopen the investigation into last year's events regarding the lost royal child, who perished before birth. Such a matter cannot remain shrouded in mystery. The ninth prince, Mu Hongzhu, who shared a close relationship with Mu Anyun, also knelt beside him. Father, last year's incident caused quite a stir. Your long-standing bond with Wei Guifei, especially concerning the life of a royal heir, warrants further inquiry. The emperor slammed his hand on the armrest, rising in fury. When did it become your place to dictate to me? The third prince clenched his fists, while the ninth prince lowered his head, both uttering in unison, We dare not. Just then, the anguished cries of Wei Guifei echoed from outside. Your Majesty, please, for your servant and our unborn child. Grant us justice! The sound tugged at the heartstrings of those who heard it. For the emperor, this was a moment of profound dilemma. Jiu Qinghan expressed her thoughts, uncertain of their truth. If genuine, it would mean he erred last year. Yet, as emperor, he cannot afford to be wrong. Should he reopen the investigation and the truth align with Gu Qinghan's narrative, where would he find face as emperor? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Descending the steps and delivering a forceful kick to Mu Yinqing's chest, who had been kneeling for some time. The kick was delivered with full force, causing Mu Yinqing to spit out blood. Chapter 20. Congratulations to His Highness the Crown Prince for spitting blood. Rebellious son, you have sought the enchantress. With that, the emperor strode out of the main hall, and Di Shun hastily called out. Dismissed? The civil and military officials quickly knelt, bidding farewell to the emperor. The crowd dispersed from this place of turmoil, acutely aware of the need to avoid lingering. Yet, their curiosity regarding the unfolding events remained insatiable. Eager to hear more from Gu Qinghan, the emperor's kick had been laden with fury. One could only imagine the intensity behind it, as he was already ablaze with rage. Mu Yinqing clutched his chest, his complexion ashen. The chancellor approached, assisting Mu Yinqing to his feet. Your Highness, are you unwell? Mu Yinqing coughed a few times, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The Chancellor sighed. This live broadcast truly brings about great misfortune. Mu Yinqing spoke, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, yet he was powerless to change the situation. The Chancellor understood the gravity of the matter. Your Highness, should Gu Qinghan continue to provoke the Emperor with her words and actions? Your position may be precarious. Mu Yinqing stood there, contemplating. Indeed, his father had shown increasing dissatisfaction with him in recent days. My lord, what do you think I should do? Mu Yinqing could only turn to the Chancellor for counsel. Aware that this cunning old fox had many schemes up his sleeve, the Chancellor dared not linger in the palace. Your Highness, it is best to return to the palace. Mu Yinqing understood that this was not the place for discussion and nodded in agreement. The Chancellor summoned a young eunuch to assist Mu Yinqing back to the East Palace, following closely behind as they exited the main hall. Outside, the crowd had long since scattered, for no one dared to pry into the Emperor's family matters, especially concerning his most cherished consort and the unborn child. Now, on the high platform, only the Emperor and Wei Guifei remained, accompanied by the third prince, Mu Anyun, who knelt beside Wei Guifei. As Mu Yinqing and the Chancellor passed by, they could only bow in respect before hastily departing. The Emperor, with a grim expression, addressed Wei Guifei. It has been a year. That matter is behind us, and I do not wish to investigate it further. Do not presume upon my affection to overstep your bounds. Wei Guifei wept. Your Majesty, every night I dream of our lost child weeping in my embrace. I beseech you, for that is also your child. The third prince continued to bow, his forehead bruised from repeated contact with the ground. Father, please, I implore you to thoroughly investigate last year's events. Are you intent on driving me to my demise? The Emperor narrowed his eyes, finding the sunlight glaringly bright, reflecting off the adornments upon Wei Guifei's head. Wei Guifei's eyes burned with resentment, yet she felt powerless in the face of imperial authority. She had followed the Emperor from the days of the Qianting, through his ascension as crown prince, and ultimately to his reign. Her family lacked significant power. Otherwise, she would not have been relegated to the position of consort. Thus, to this day, no one stood up for her. Your Majesty, if you do not decree a thorough investigation into last year's events, I shall kneel here until I die, Wei Guifei declared resolutely. The third prince straightened. Father, I shall accompany my mother in this, the Emperor, unwilling to be coerced, retorted. Very well, kneel until you perish. He refused to exchange another word with Wei Guifei or Mu Anyun, flinging his sleeves and departing. Gu Qinghan remained oblivious to the fact that her mere storytelling had sparked such a significant reaction in northern Zhou. Had she known that recounting a royal tale could lead the Emperor to kick Mu Yinqing to the point of bloodshed, she would have been more than willing to share additional stories, hoping to see Mu Yinqing utterly vanquished. After finishing their breakfast, the production team arranged for the 6 guests to ride the scenic cable car. Everyone was in high spirits, save for Lu Songming, who carried a weight upon her heart. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the breathtaking scenery was laid bare, invigorating the spirit. Following yesterday's groupings, 2 guests shared each cable car. Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan seated themselves across from one another, gazing at the splendid vistas, feeling the gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of fresh grass. Jiu Qinghan inhaled deeply, her entire being enveloped in comfort and relaxation. She joyfully pointed below. Lu Yuan, look, from here we can see numerous peaks, verdant and layered. It's truly exhilarating. Lu Yuan nodded. Indeed, this is the magnificent landscape of our homeland, a beauty one cannot experience in other nations. It exemplifies the allure of nature. The common folk of the northern Zhou dynasty felt that ever since the advent of this live-streaming spectacle, life had become truly marvelous. They could witness the modern existence of the enchanting Gu Qinghan, experiencing a plethora of unexpected delights, while also listening to captivating tales. Having just heard an exhilarating story, they were now treated to breathtaking scenery. Aside from being unable to savor the delicacies enjoyed by Gu Qinghan, they were genuinely delighted. The cable car was nothing short of impressive, stretching so long that they wondered if it might plummet directly to the ground. At such dizzying heights, a fall could be fatal. Their concern was palpable. The beauty of the grassland was unparalleled. Such vistas were unheard of in the northern Zhou. After disembarking from the cable car, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan arrived at the Huanghua Valley waterfall. While the waterfall may not have been as grand as some mighty cascades, The gentle stream flowing vertically from the mountain's peak made it an ideal spot for memorable photographs. Liu Yuan glanced around, seemingly lost in thought, while Gu Qinghan captured images from various angles with her DSLR, each photograph a potential postcard, radiating beauty. Once she had taken numerous pictures, Gu Qinghan turned to Liu Yuan and said, "I've captured many photos. If you like them, I can send you the digital versions later." Liu Yuan nodded in agreement. As Gu Qinghan prepared to move to the next attraction, Liu Yuan finally mustered the courage to ask, "Gu Qinghan, could we take a commemorative photo together here?" The comments from the audience erupted in excitement. Did I just hear that correctly? No, we have witnessed growth in Yuan Yuan. Ha ha ha, is it permissible for fans to be this ecstatic? Let us just say, this is Yuan Yuan's first initiative to invite a lady for a photo. He mustered quite a bit of courage. How adorable. It seems Gu Qinghan is not one to engage in sensationalism. Why hasn't her team seized the moment to announce that the film Emperor fancies her? I adore Gu Qinghan's beauty. I hope she doesn't exploit this for publicity. Perhaps the esteemed Liu Yuan harbors feelings for her. As a devoted fan, I am immensely grateful. It is exceedingly rare for Yuan Yuan to find a suitable female companion. Gu Qinghan must agree. Please don't turn down Yuan Yuan. The please continued. I dread the thought of Gu Qinghan rejecting him. Gu Qinghan flashed an okay gesture, assuring him, no problem. She then handed her camera to a photographer, requesting, "Could you kindly take a photo of Liu Yuan and me?" Liu Yuan selected a picturesque spot, and standing there together, they resembled a pair of celestial beings, a perfect match. Their looks were undeniably top tier. Such beauty, combined with this stunning backdrop, was a feast for the eyes. Screenshots were taken, destined to serve as wallpapers. Wow, I can only exclaim in awe. What an absolutely breathtaking photo. I can't handle it. My nose is bleeding. The chemistry between the duo was undeniable. Is there no one shipping them as a couple? Or better not, they might merely be ordinary friends, and shipping fans should refrain from going wild. After the photo was taken, Gu Qinghan retrieved her camera, but did not notice Liu Yuan's contented expression, which resembled that of an innocent young man. Qinghan, just as they were about to depart, the voice of Lu Tsongming reached them. Their cable car had also arrived. Gu Qinghan turned around. "Mengjia, you've arrived too." Lu Tsongming approached with a smile. "Qinghan, you brought your DSLR. Could you take a photo for us as well?" Gu Qinghan nodded. Of course. Lu Tsongming then moved beside Liu Yuan. "Teacher Liu, it's rare for us to gather for a program. Could we take a photo together?" Liu Yuan's previously satisfied demeanor instantly shifted, as if he donned armor. "I apologize, but I prefer not to take photos with outsiders, except during filming." Mu Yinqing clutched his chest. Lying on a couch, and upon seeing Liu Yuan's expression, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not wanting to take photos with outsiders. What about Gu Qinghan? Why should Liu Yuan get to take a photo with her? The emperor summoned the Minister of Works directly into the palace, commanding him to develop this firearm, insisting that it must be produced at all costs. The minister found himself at a loss. This was not a matter that could be resolved merely by observation. They were utterly unaware of the underlying principles. Where could they possibly begin? Yet, faced with the emperor's wrath, the minister could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. Upon exiting the palace, he fortuitously encountered Prime Minister Su, who was en route to the Eastern Palace to seek out Mu Yinqing. "Why does Lord Su wear such a furrowed brow?" asked the Prime Minister. Su sighed deeply. "His Majesty has just summoned me to the palace." The Prime Minister, upon noticing this, inquired, "Has Lord Su been assigned a new task?" Su gestured towards the live broadcasting screen overhead. "Did Lord Qin observe the toy gun used by Gu Qinghan just now?" The Prime Minister nodded in acknowledgement. "The Emperor commands my ministry to develop this firearm for his use, no matter the obstacles." The Prime Minister paused, knowing in his heart that this was an impossible task. Yet as Prime Minister, what could he say? If Lord Su were truly able to accomplish this, it would be a monumental achievement. Su clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude. "I appreciate your kind words. My lord, may it be so." Watching Su depart, the Prime Minister shook his head repeatedly. Ever since the advent of the live broadcasting screen, the Emperor's actions had become increasingly absurd. Previously, he had tasked the Fifth Prince with constructing a windmill for power generation, and now he demanded the ministry create firearms. What a jest! Upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, the Prime Minister relayed the news to Mu Yinqing. Worry etched on his face, Mu Yinqing replied, "Father-in-law, we remain unaware of what Gu Qinghan will unveil next. If this continues, the repercussions could be dire. The Prime Minister stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded. At present, we cannot devise a means to control this situation. The foremost priority is for Your Highness to regain the Emperor's trust. Mu Yinqing clutched his chest. What do you mean by that, father-in-law? The Prime Minister lowered his voice. Your Highness, your principal merit as Crown Prince lies in your victory over southern Qin. You commanded the northern Zhou army for an entire year. As the adage goes, a scholar can govern a nation, while a warrior can secure peace. It is time to utilize those capable generals within your ranks. Like a light bulb flicking on, Mu Yinqing realized the truth in his father-in-law's words. Several have returned to the capital to report on their duties and have earned my father's trust. As long as they remain loyal to me, my position as Crown Prince will be secure. The Prime Minister nodded. Moreover, if we were to receive reports of disturbances from the border, perhaps urgent messages from 600 or 800 li away, the court would be thrown into a frenzy. When the reports return stating that calm has been restored, it would be deemed a victory, a testament to Your Highness's contributions. Understanding dawned on Mu Yinqing. Father-in-law, your strategy is indeed brilliant. I shall leave the palace at once to personally visit those individuals. They will assist me in contacting the border, and this matter will be resolved swiftly. Chapter 22. The Crown Prince's dignity is like a shoe insole. After the Prime Minister's departure, Mu Yinqing donned a new brocade robe and, despite his weakened state, made his way out of the palace. His urgency propelled him, and such a visit while unwell would only enhance his sincerity. He boarded a carriage bound for the residence of Duke Ning. The Duke, a stalwart of 3 reigns, had a son, Ming Guangji, who was among the most esteemed young nobles in the capital. Handsome, talented, and brimming with ambition, devoted to the nation. During the campaign against southern Qin, Ming Guangji disregarded his status, leading from the front. Upon their victorious return, the emperor sought to confer honors upon him, yet he humbly declined them all. Consequently, the emperor held Ming Guangji in high esteem. Further increasing his trust in the duke's household, Mu Yinqing knew that, although Ming Guangji had since retired from military service, he still commanded great respect within the army, especially with the old duke overseeing matters. When Ming Guangji had served under his command, entrusting tasks to him ensured Mu Yinqing could rest easy, awaiting news from the frontier. Eventually, the emperor would recognize him, extricating him from the shadow of Gu Qinghan's live broadcasts. As Crown Prince, Mu Yinqing did not dare to visit Duke Ning's residence openly, fearing the emperor's suspicions. Upon learning of Mu Yinqing's unexpected visit, Duke Ning Minjiazu and Ming Guangji hastened to escort him to the study. The late emperor had decreed that Duke Ning Minjiazu need not kneel before the emperor, thus Mu Yinqing could not allow the duke to bow. Only Ming Guangji offered his respects. Mu Yinqing gestured for him to rise. There is no need for such formalities. I have come today merely to converse with an old friend. The duke summoned tea and invited Mu Yinqing to take the seat of honor. As Mu Yinqing spoke, he refrained from using the term I and instead substituted it with we, causing the old duke and Ming Guangji to feel uneasy. However, as they were all individuals of the court, they masked their internal calculations with a facade of composure. Upon hearing of the recent events in court, the duke inquired, "How fares your highness's health?" At this, Mu Yinqing tilted his head and coughed a few times. His voice feeble, "I am currently unharmed." The duke replied, "Your highness must take care of your health." After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Yinqing began to steer the conversation. "Ming Guangji, have you been in touch with your comrades from the military recently?" Ming Guangji clasped his hands and replied, "In response to your highness, we merely share cordial greetings among a few friends." Mu Yinqing sighed. "Ming Guangji, we once fought side by side, sharing a bond akin to brothers. My current predicament, with both of you absent from the court, is a burden I fear you may not fully comprehend." The duke and Ming Guangji exchanged glances, recognizing the awkwardness of the situation. Though they were no longer in court, they were not blind to the myriad of happenings within the political sphere. Mu Yinqing continued, "I vividly recall the valiant efforts you made alongside me in battle. I shall never forget your contributions." The duke stroked his beard and spoke, "Does your highness face any difficulties? Speak freely, and I shall do my utmost to assist." This was precisely what Mu Yinqing had been waiting for. He articulated the carefully crafted words he had prepared with the Prime Minister. "You may not be aware, but the Emperor has recently been greatly affected by this live broadcasting screen. As his son, I am deeply concerned for his health and continuously hope for positive news that would allow him to emerge from this troubling predicament and restore his vitality." Ming Guangji, being rather straightforward, was inclined to outright refuse but was fortunate that the Duke spoke first. "Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall certainly alleviate your concerns." With this affirmation, Mu Yinqing departed with a heart full of contentment. After bidding farewell to Mu Yinqing, Ming Guangji turned to the Duke. "Father, why did you consent to such deceitful machinations?" Once inside the study, the Duke strolled leisurely. "Did you not notice? The Crown Prince visited bearing his injuries. If we, as father and son, were to refuse, what consequences would follow?" Ming Guangji furrowed his brow. "But father, the Crown Prince is coercing us into compliance. We cannot engage in such treachery." The Duke paced thoughtfully. "Ming Guangji, summon General Cheki and General Wei to our residence. When the Crown Prince sees us convening, he will surely trust us. Anticipated by the Duke, Mu Yinqing had placed individuals outside Duke Ning's residence to monitor their actions. Upon witnessing both generals enter the Duke's residence, those outside retreated to deliver the news. Within the Duke's study, the four convened to discuss the matter at hand. Initially, Generals Cheki and Wei were unaware of the purpose behind Ming Guangji's summons. Suspecting it to be a military affair, they were astonished to discover it was to concoct a deception to mislead the emperor. General Cheki slammed his hand on the table, rising in protest. "You would have us engage in such a scheme? Absolutely not." General Wei echoed his sentiments. "He may be the Crown Prince, but what of the Crown Princess who once served him? She was compelled to relinquish her position to a woman returning from southern Qin. What is there to respect in such a Crown Prince? Indeed, our allegiance to Mu Yinqing was largely due to Gu Qinghan. Without her, he is nothing." Duke Ning Minjiazu gestured for calm. "Gentlemen, please, remain composed. My son and I are equally disinclined to partake in such actions. We seek your counsel." The four deliberated until evening, finally arriving at a consensus. They unanimously decided to act as though Mu Yinqing had never visited, assuring him that matters were underway and to await further news. At the evening meal, the two generals remained to dine at Duke Ning's residence. As they dined and drank together, they observed the live broadcasting screen. Ming Guangji sighed, "Such a valiant woman, and yet she ended up in the Prince of Qin's household, ultimately meeting such a fate." General Cheki took a sip of wine. "I cannot help but wonder if Gu Qinghan will ever return. I do not fear you hearing this. Should she come back to northern Zhou and seek Mu Yinqing's life, I shall be the first to step forward. I too," General Wei declared emphatically. The Duke interjected with caution. "Gentlemen, such words are best spoken within the confines of my residence. Do not let slip outside, lest you invite calamity." The generals of chariots and cavalry, as well as the guards, nodded in acknowledgement, expressing their understanding. The cavalry general sighed, lamenting that Mu Yinqing believed that we, his seasoned subordinates, were discussing the bonds of brotherhood. Little did he know that our actions were all in deference to Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan had spent the entire day in playful revelry, and though she felt fatigued, her heart brimmed with joy. As evening descended, local herdsmen organized a bonfire gathering, where their melodious songs and lively dances filled the air with mirth and laughter. Gu Qinghan found herself swept up in this jubilant atmosphere. As some herdsmen invited the guests to join in the dance, the other four guests rose to their feet. While Gu Qinghan noticed Lu Yuan still seated, "Lu Yuan, come on, let us dance together." She urged Liu Songming, standing nearby, chuckled softly. What Gu Qinghan doesn't realize is that teacher Lu generally shuns such activities. He prefers to sit quietly here, savoring the roasted meat. As soon as Lu Songming finished speaking, Lu Yuan stood up, a gentle smile gracing his face as he addressed Gu Qinghan. "All right, let us dance together." Liu Songming grasped her own hand tightly, her nails digging into her palm. "Oh dear, how embarrassing." Ive committed the social faux pas of vicarious embarrassment again. Is Lu Yuan truly devoid of emotional intelligence, or does he simply detest Lu Songming? Perhaps we have all overlooked the fact that this program features Lu Songming. Welcome to the variety show Lu Yuan's Double Standards Live. Ha ha ha, what a farce. You all have depleted the bamboo shoots on the mountain. I seek the area of Lu Songming's psychological shadow. Liu Songming never imagined she would find herself in such a disheveled state under the scrutiny of a live broadcast. In front of all the viewers, Gu Qinghan glanced at Lu Yuan and then at Lu Songming, subtly tugging at Lu Yuan's sleeve. "Hey, this is quite hurtful to a girl's feelings." Lu Yuan cast a glance at Lu Songming, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Oh, ding. The system rewards the host with a point in the charming index, encouraging the host to continue her efforts." Chapter 23. His Royal Highness the Prince is a turtle bastard. Gu Qinghan, initially at a loss for words at Lu Yuan's response, was suddenly interrupted by the system's voice in her mind. She hadn't done anything yet. Why was the system suddenly returning her charming index? Is there a malfunction in your system data? Gu Qinghan inquired mentally. The system's voice chimed in again, detecting Lu Tsoming's anger level at 100, thus rewarding the host. But what did I just do? One word from Lu Yuan had provoked Lu Tsoming's anger to peak at 100, thus awarding the host. Gu Qinghan nearly burst into laughter. How amusing, she observed Lu Tsoming's expression, her mood instantly lifting. It seemed she ought to express her gratitude to Lu Yuan properly. Extending her hand, she said, "Come on, our esteemed movie king. Let us dance." Lu Yuan lowered his gaze to Gu Qinghan's delicate hand. Illuminated by the firelight, feeling a twinge of bashfulness as he grasped her wrist, and together they moved towards the crowd. The pastoral songs resonated beautifully, and Gu Qinghan's smile shone brightly in the firelight. Lu Yuan, influenced by her joy, too began to smile and relax, embodying the spirit of a carefree, neighborly lad. The pair, along with the other herdsmen, danced and laughed, moving forward and back, twirling in sheer delight. Meanwhile, online, Lu Tsoming's fans were far from pleased, launching a tirade against Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan. Who does Lu Yuan think he is? A movie king with numerous fans, just because he is in the limelight. Can he belittle a female star at will? We demand an apology from Lu Yuan for consistently putting Lu Tsoming in a difficult position. His emotional intelligence is abysmally low. Lu Yuan, are you foolish or deliberately trying to embarrass Lu Tsoming? My heart aches for Ming Ming. It seems she might burst into tears. Although Lu Tsoming had many fans, they paled in comparison to Lu Yuan's following. Upon witnessing Lu Tsoming's supporters denouncing Lu Yuan, his fans erupted in defense, flooding from fangroups to Weibo, effectively overwhelming Lu Tsoming's platform. Oh my. I'm dying of laughter. It's clear that Lu Tsoming is trying to get close to our Yuan. Fans, please be aware. Indeed, Yuan and Gu Qinghan are evidently close friends. Lu Tsoming is nothing in comparison. Lu Tsoming, please recognize your own position. Everything concerning Yuan has nothing to do with you. I genuinely feel embarrassed for Lu Tsoming, to the point of being able to dig a castle out of sheer awkwardness. Please watch the video. From the very beginning, Lu Yuan made it clear he wished to maintain distance from Lu Tsoming. She was the one who kept trying to cling to him. The so-called top-tier flower of the moment merely sought to entangle herself with Lu Yuan. How disgusting. What's more surprising is that Gu Qinghan has gained a significant following today, effectively countering Lu Tsoming's fans. Essentially, it became a battle between two factions, with Lu Tsoming utterly defenseless. Watching the rising heat, manager Lin Qingya was overjoyed. Beyond the increasing popularity, she received numerous proposals from various brands wishing to collaborate with Gu Qinghan and sign her as a spokesperson. Regarding endorsements, Gu Qinghan had previously expressed her disinterest in participating or accepting advertisements. Given that she had not been particularly famous, brands seeking her endorsement were of low caliber, and naturally, Lin Qingya was reluctant to pursue them. However, with Gu Qinghan's newfound fame, many discerning brands approached her. Lin Qingya set aside all the offers, waiting for Gu Qinghan's return to ascertain her intentions. After the dance and the revelry had subsided, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan returned to their seats. Lu Yuan washed his hands, first offering Gu Qinghan a glass of water, then taking a knife and meticulously carving the meat from the roasted leg of lamb. Each slice was plated beautifully, a sight to behold. Gu Qinghan held the water cup, tilting her head as she observed Lu Yuan's actions. They say a serious man is the most charming, and indeed, he was. Lu Yuan displayed exceptional plating skills. The neatly arranged meat on the plate mirrored his own character. He set the plate before Gu Qinghan, remarking, "It tastes delightful," looking at the meat before her. Gu Qinghan realized that apart from her father, no other man had prepared such a feast for her. As for Mu Yinqing from ancient times, he was nothing but a scoundrel. Gu Qinghan was not one to be overly sentimental. She appeared poised and gracious, so she decided to indulge. She picked up a piece of meat and savored it, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction as she smiled. "This is truly delicious and tender. I am about to transform into a lemon spirit. I'm curious to know what Lu Yuan's meat tastes like." You should ask Gu Qinghan. Lu Yuan's fans were turning into lemon spirits, wishing they could become the knife in his hand or even the roasted leg of lamb itself. Gu Qinghan's fans were captivated by her beauty as she ate. It turned out that a beautiful woman could look so enchanting even while dining, presenting a complete 360-degree view without a blind spot. Meanwhile, Mu Yinqing, feeling ill and distressed, was still awake, sipping on the ginseng soup that Qin Zhenjin had fed him. "Your Highness, please take care of your health. I am truly worried. Feel here. My heart aches terribly. I've lost weight." Qin Zhenjin set down the soup bowl and took Mu Yinqing's hand, placing it on her own chest. As Mu Yinqing felt the softness and delicacy of Qin Zhenjin, a sense of inexplicable annoyance welled up within him. However, recalling the Chancellor's counsel earlier that day, he suppressed his discomfort and expressed concern for Qin Zhenjin. "Indeed, Zhenjin has lost weight. You must eat more to replenish your strength." Qin Zhenjin beamed. "As long as your Highness is well, I am content." After she spoke, Mu Yinqing noticed Lu Yuan placing the meat he had cut in front of Gu Qinghan, who was thoroughly enjoying it. Coupled with the comments on the screen, Mu Yinqing immediately retracted his hand. Qin Zhenjin looked up at the live broadcast screen, her heart filled with resentment. "Your Highness," Qin Zhenjin called softly. Mu Yinqing clenched his fists. Feeling agitated, Ji Qinghan was clearly his woman. Why did Lu Yuan treat her so well? How could she accept offerings from another man? Just moments ago, they had been dancing together, hand in hand. Mu Yinqing closed his eyes. Feeling unwell, "Zhenjin, you should return and rest." What more could Qin Zhenjin say? She could only rise to take her leave. As the bonfire gathering concluded, the director announced that the 6 guests were to prepare a lavish breakfast for the herdsmen the following morning. Once the live broadcast was turned off for the night, Gu Qinghan heard the sound of Lu Tsongming weeping beneath her covers. Surely, someone of her elevated status had never felt so stifled before. Hearing Lu Tsongming cry, Gu Qinghan felt no sympathy. Instead, she found it quite satisfying. Ji Qinghan rummaged for a pair of earplugs to block out the sound, turning over and drifting into slumber. Wang Hanrong peeked over, then turned away, presenting her back to Lu Tsongming. After crying for a while with no one to comfort her, Lu Tsongming could only wipe away her tears in frustration, eventually rolling over and falling asleep just before dawn. Due to the need to prepare breakfast for the herdsmen, the 6 guests rose early. They were warmly welcomed by the herdsmen, and of course, they felt compelled to reciprocate. The production team had already prepared fresh ingredients. Lu Tsongming, having had a poor night's sleep, applied copious amounts of concealer to mask her dark circles. Ji Qinghan, on the other hand, remained fresh-faced and unadorned. The 6 of them stood there, exchanging glances at the array of ingredients. This time, Lu Tsongming chose to remain silent, having learned her lesson. Wang Hanrong cradled her face, exclaiming, "What should I do? I don't know how to cook anything." Sui Shan and Jiang Yonghe also expressed that they truly could not cook. Gu Qinghan rolled up her sleeves and declared, "Let me handle it. You all assist me." The 3 of them immediately burst into laughter. "All right." Although Lu Yuan remained silent, he subtly nodded in agreement towards Gu Qinghan. Lu Tsongming, feeling reluctant, remembered that she had lost the previous day and could not afford to let the audience find fault again, as it would affect her popularity. Thus, she joined in the hustle. Gu Qinghan began to direct, "Hanrong, go crack 10 eggs and stir them in the bowl. Mengjia, boil some water. Jiang Yonghe, rinse the rice. Sui Shan, peel some scallions. Lu Yuan, wash these vegetables." As Gu Qinghan issued her commands, everyone began to work in an orderly fashion. The preparations were nearly complete. Gu Qinghan had cooked porridge, made egg pancakes, pan-fried dumplings, and mixed some pickled vegetables. Additionally, she had made hand-pulled noodles and prepared a delicious hot soup. One could not help but wonder who could resist salivating at such a sumptuous breakfast, vibrant in color, aroma, and flavor, first thing in the morning. Gu Qinghan seemed to excel at everything. Was this an essential skill for a fairy? Whoever received Gu Qinghan's favor was truly blessed beyond measure. Anyone who made such a little fairy suffer would surely be a despicable wretch. Chapter 24. Your Highness, this burden rests upon you. Is it not delightful? Not only Mu Yinqing but all the civil and military officials of Beizhou had arrived for court at the crack of dawn, all while nursing empty stomachs, too apprehensive to eat or drink. After all, to relieve oneself during a morning court session would be a grave disrespect. As the discussions progressed, everyone felt increasingly famished, particularly Mu Yinqing, who had already been left with internal injuries from a prior confrontation with the emperor and had even spat blood in anger. Now, he was utterly exhausted and ravenous. The live broadcast screen hung in the main hall of the court, where officials, including the emperor, could not contain their hunger upon seeing Gu Qinghan prepare such delectable breakfast dishes. Initially, they were merely hungry, yearning for the court session to conclude so they could return for their morning meal. However, when they read the glaring comments proclaiming that anyone who made Gu Qinghan suffer was a despicable wretch, all eyes turned towards Mu Yinqing. His face turned ashen as he surveyed the crowd, who quickly averted their gazes. For Mu Yinqing, his affection for Gu Qinghan was already profound. Although he had initially married her as a stand-in for Qin Jian, he had refrained from taking concubines before ascending to the position of crown prince. Was that not enough? Furrowing his brow, Mu Yinqing recalled how, back in the countryside, Gu Qinghan had devoted herself to preparing meals for him, her heart and eyes filled with care for him. Yet now, as he pondered this, his heart ached as if pierced by a dagger. How could Gu Qinghan dare to cook for others? With that thought, Mu Yinqing's already low spirits plummeted further, the atmosphere around him chilling as if frozen. The emperor, having heard the term despicable wretch, cast a penetrating glance at his son before stating, "Gentlemen, do you have any matters to present? If not, you may leave for today." As soon as the emperor's words fell, the live broadcast screen revealed Gu Qinghan distributing breakfast to the shepherd friends, with the 6 guests sitting down to enjoy their meal. Wang Hanrong had not forgotten the story Gu Qinghan had yet to finish from the previous day. "Qinghan, you haven't completed your story from yesterday. Please continue." Gu Qinghan smiled and nodded. "All right, since you wish to hear it, I shall continue while you eat." The group was eager, all awaiting the continuation of Gu Qinghan's tale. Only Lu Songming felt both intrigued and slightly insulted. Meanwhile, the common folk of the ancient era, having feasted on the delicious breakfast, eagerly anticipated the next part of Gu Qinghan's story. As the emperor prepared to dismiss the court, the officials were also keen to hear the tale. Throughout history, everyone possessed a curious heart. They did not wish to return home only to hear that Wei Guifei and the third Prince Mu Anyan had both fainted from kneeling and were now bedridden. They were eager to know how the events would unfold. Yu Qinghan's voice flowed leisurely. Speaking of which, the Xiande emperor carried Liang Marin back to her Yilan palace, while Wei Guifei, clutching her abdomen, was carried back to Changxin Palace. After such an ordeal, it was evident that she could not retain the child in excruciating pain. Wei Guifei's maid discovered that the Xiande emperor had summoned all the physicians to Yilan Palace to attend to Liang Marin. Wei Guifei found herself in dire straits. Without timely treatment, not only did she lose her child, but also suffered severe hemorrhaging. Had her son not knelt outside Yilan Palace, begging the Xiande emperor for a physician, Wei Guifei's life would likely have been lost. Wang Hanrong clenched her fists in anger, exclaiming, "That wretched emperor, indeed, he truly was a despicable emperor." Gu Qinghan echoed, continuing, "While Wei Guifei's life was spared, she was confined for 3 months. As for Liang Marin, all the physicians from the imperial hospital attended to her, and the final conclusion was that she too had suffered a miscarriage." "Ah!" Wang Hanrong gasped in surprise. "Liang Marin was pregnant as well?" Gu Qinghan chuckled, "Of course not. Liang Marin had consumed sterilization potions long before entering the brothel, making it impossible for her to conceive. However, that foolish emperor believed her." The enraged emperor slashed Wei Guifei's allowances, reducing her status to that of a mere beauty. Liu Yuan inquired from across the way. So, the Xiande emperor was unaware that Liang Marin had taken sterilization potions, because he is foolish. Wang Hanrong interjected. Yu Qinghan nodded. Hanrong's observation is spot on. As for Wei Guifei, her plight is self-evident. Liang Marin's cunning tactics ensnared the Xiande emperor's heart, garnering her greater favor and a promotion in rank. Yet, the Xiande emperor never pondered why so many physicians from the imperial hospital claimed Liang Marin was with child. Sui Shan scratched his head in confusion. "Why is that?" Lu Yuan surmised. "Perhaps Liang Marin's background is not simple. She deliberately approached the Xiande emperor with ulterior motives." Yu Qinghan smiled at Lu Yuan. "You are quite clever. That's precisely it. Yet, it matters not. That foolish emperor will remain oblivious to this matter. After all, within a year, this Liang Marin, whom he believed to lack any background, has already ascended to the rank of Guipin." Wang Hanrong huffed. "This story is infuriating. The scoundrel and the schemer deserve their due comeuppance." Gu Qinghan sighed inwardly, acknowledging, indeed, within the palace and among those of high standing, such matters abound. Where is the fairness in all this? However, what Gu Qinghan did not mention was that Wei Guifei was no virtuous character either. Thus, the palace is often rife with dogs biting dogs. Jiu Qinghan reassured Wang Hanrong, "You must understand, calamities can last for generations. Yet, righteousness will ultimately prevail, and justice will be served." While Wang Hanrong and the others were merely angered by the tale, the Emperor of Beizhou could no longer remain seated. "Summon Liang Guipin to me," he commanded. "Deshun, you personally lead the way and search Ilan Palace. Remember to dig 3 feet deep." The hall fell utterly silent. Everyone, having absorbed the story, felt a surge of excitement, yet who dared to display any differing expressions? Yet, it was evident that the emperor was now determined to address his family matters. What were they to do? The emperor had not dismissed the court. No one dared to leave. Furthermore, just moments ago, Gu Qinghan and Wang Hanrong had been calling him a foolish emperor, and one could only imagine the fury brewing within him. Before long, not only was Liang Marin brought forth, but also the injured and weakened Wei Guifei and the third prince. "Guipin, do you have anything to say?" Liang Guipin scrambled towards the dragon throne, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am wronged. You cannot unjustly blame me based solely on Gu Qinghan's words." Wei Guifei, as if clutching at straws, implored, "Your Majesty, please summon a trusted physician to examine Liang Guipin and verify whether she has taken the sterilization potion. The truth will soon be revealed." The emperor waved his hand, and Deshun set off to find a physician. As the physician made his way, Liang Guipin became increasingly frantic. She had always believed that the person behind her actions was clever. How could Gu Qinghan have discovered them? When Deshun returned, Liang Guipin realized he had brought not only the chief and vice chief of the imperial hospital, but also 2 physicians she had never encountered before. After the 4 physicians took turns examining Liang Guipin, they conferred, ultimately delivering their findings to the emperor. "Your Majesty, Liang Guipin's body does indeed show signs of damage. Her constitution is extremely cold, making it difficult for her to conceive." The inkstone beside the emperor flew through the air. "Poisonous woman. What do you have to say for yourself?" Liang Guipin was on the verge of collapse. If she lost her current status, a dead end awaited her. With a quick turn of thought, Liang Guipin crawled towards Mu Yinqing, weeping and wailing, "Your Highness, please save me. I did this all for you. You cannot be so heartless and abandon me." Chapter 25. All I desire is high-end luxury and ultimate opulence. Mu Yinqing never anticipated that Liang Guipin would suddenly crawl to his feet. He had never had any prior interaction with this Liang Guipin. The emperor glared at Mu Yinqing with a face full of fury. "Crown Prince." Initially, Mu Yinqing was engrossed in the spectacle surrounding the third prince. For this third prince had once been his most formidable rival in the contest for the throne. Upon hearing the emperor's enraged summons, Mu Yinqing immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Father, please allow me to speak. I have had no dealings with the Guipin. I am utterly unaware of why she would make such claims." Tears streamed down Liang Guipin's face as she implored, "Your Highness, have you forgotten the promises we made during our tender moments at Baihua Tower? You assured me that regardless of my ability to bear children, your love for me would remain unchanged." She extended her arm, revealing a rose tattooed on her skin. "Your Highness, this is the token of our love. Do you not remember?" She continued, "At that time, you were not yet the crown prince, merely Prince Qian. I entered the palace for your sake, and now, I beseech you to spare my life in light of our past affection." Mu Yinqing found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he was unable to defend himself. He had never encountered such a predicament. Typically, matters concerning women were managed by Gu Qinghan, and he had never faced anything this convoluted. The prime minister stepped forward, bowing as he addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, we cannot take Liang Guipin's words at face value. Regardless of who is behind this matter, evidence is required. It is imperative that Liang Guipin be handed over to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court for a thorough investigation in order to uncover the truth." The emperor, now consumed by rage and turmoil, could not accept that he had been so thoroughly deceived by a woman. "Let it be as the prime minister suggests." As Liang Guipin was led away, her gaze remained fixed on Mu Yinqing. The hall fell silent, with Wei Guifei weeping profusely, kneeling in gratitude. The emperor descended to assist Wei Guifei to her feet, saying, "Although that royal child is no longer with us, we still have the third prince. He is a good boy." Wei Guifei understood that it was futile to expect an apology from the emperor at this juncture. The fact that Liang Guipin might receive her due punishment was already a considerable relief. The emperor then turned his attention to the still kneeling Mu Yinqing. Ever since the day of Mu Yinqing's marriage to Qin Zhengjin and the emergence of this live broadcast, the emperor had found himself increasingly displeased with his son. Now, the thought that he might be connected to the forces behind Liang Guipin was utterly intolerable. With a huff, the emperor declared, "Crown Prince, until the truth is ascertained, you shall remain in seclusion within the Eastern Palace for self-reflection." The emperor strode out, and Deshun hurriedly called out, "Dismissed." The civil and military officials knelt in reverence as the emperor departed, but Mu Yinqing lingered, reluctant to rise. The hall was now eerily empty, leaving only Mu Yinqing and the prime minister. The prime minister sighed, as the saying goes, "A tall tree attracts the wind." "Crown Prince, be cautious," Mu Yinqing forced a bitter smile as he sat upon the ground. "Prime Minister, I wonder how much longer I can maintain this position as Crown Prince." Jiu Qinghan was entirely unaware that her tale had stirred such chaos within the Northern Zhou dynasty. In truth, she possessed a wealth of knowledge, having been married to Mu Yinqing for over 3 years, managing both domestic affairs and accompanying him to battle. However, these matters had never truly concerned her. She regarded them merely as stories to pass the time. Liu Zongming seemed somewhat apprehensive, having encountered setbacks with Lu Yuan on several occasions. Thus, Liu Zongming refrained from troubling Gu Qinghan throughout the day. The 6 guests, as per the program's arrangement, first experienced horseback riding. Yet, for Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan, there was little novelty in this endeavor. After horseback riding, they attended a performance at Aobao, followed by a ride on a small train across the grasslands. The train glided smoothly along the tracks, offering breathtaking views of the prairie. The cool breeze caressed Gu Qinghan's face as she spread her arms, exclaiming, "If only every summer day could be this refreshing." The citizens of Northern Zhou gazed in astonishment at the long train traversing the tracks. Having seen an airplane previously, they were somewhat prepared, yet they had never encountered anything from Gu Qinghan's modern world. "This little train is truly marvelous. It appears extraordinarily stable." According to the staff, it was merely a sightseeing train for the grassland. Did that imply there were others? Who could say? Yet, one could assume there were. As they were perpetually in a Yu Qinghan never ceased to amaze me. Indeed, she must be a celestial being, a fairy. Look at how the comments proclaim her to be a little fairy. The prime minister harbored deep concerns that the emperor, upon seeing this little train, might seek to have one crafted for his own use. However, the emperor did not broach the subject, instead fixating on the train for an extended period before turning his attention to the matter of Liang Guipin. After 3 days and 2 nights of travel, the 6 guests departed for their respective destinations according to their schedules. On their return journey, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan found themselves on the same flight, as their next project was already confirmed to commence simultaneously. By the time Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan boarded the plane, it was well past midnight in the same first-class cabin, with the same comfort. The people of Northern Zhou, who previously had no entertainment, worked from dawn until dusk. However, since the advent of the live broadcast, as long as Gu Qinghan remained awake, many were also awake, eagerly awaiting her updates. "So, planes can fly at night? How do they see in such darkness? What if they fly to the wrong place? Perhaps the pilots possess extraordinary abilities. They must be celestial beings to navigate so high up." As the plane shimmered against the night sky, blending with the stars until it became indistinguishable, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan disembarked well past 3 in the morning. Liu Yuan inquired, "Is someone here to pick you up?" "Let me take you home." Jiu Qinghan waved her hand. "No need. My driver has already arrived." Despite her insistence, Lu Yuan remained watchful until Gu Qinghan climbed into her car before he departed. Upon returning home, Gu Qinghan indulged in a bath and comfortably reclined on her large bed, hugging a plush toy and sinking into a deep slumber. As she had silenced her phone, upon waking, she was greeted by over 60 missed calls from Lin Qingya. Hastily, she returned the call. "My dear miss, you have finally awakened. Are you very tired?" Gu Qinghan playfully replied. "Is there something amiss?" Lin Qingya responded. "Do you have any interest in signing a contract for endorsements?" IVE received several proposals. Jiu Qinghan switched her phone to speaker mode and stood up. "Endorsements are fine. After all, I did say I wanted to change myself, but I have conditions. I will not accept anything less than high-end luxury or ultimate opulence." Lin Qingya fell silent for a moment before replying. "All right, consider the previous proposals as if I never mentioned them." "Okay." Gu Qinghan added. "So, Lin Jia, if you secure high-end or ultimate opulence, do let me know." Lin Xingya rubbed her temples in her office. Thank you for having such high expectations of me. Now, let us change the topic. The Olive Tree magazine is hosting an event, and we have received an invitation. Will you walk the red carpet? Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan's eyes lit up. Olive Tree magazine? The top magazine in the industry? Indeed. How about it? Gu Qinghan beamed. Absolutely. I must participate in such events. I will find a top-tier gown that dazzles everyone. Lin Xingya quickly cautioned. However, gowns from high-end brands are not to be worn casually at events. We cannot afford to offend the brand representatives. Ji Qinghan nonchalantly replied. Relax, they wouldn't dare to cross me. Chapter 26. That damned woman is becoming increasingly delightful. Although Lin Xingya has always been indifferent to financial matters, carelessly spending on various luxuries, she remains unaware of Gu Qinghan's true identity. If she were to discover that Gu Qinghan is the daughter of the prestigious Gu family from Haiqing, she might very well be taken aback. Therefore, when Gu Qinghan mentioned acquiring a set of extravagant gowns for the red carpet, Lin Xingya could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. It was not a question of whether Gu Qinghan could afford the attire. Rather, she was concerned that a mismatch with the brand could lead to public embarrassment, resulting in the brand refusing to allow the relevant artists to wear their clothing. Such incidents were not unheard of, and the humiliation faced by the artists could lead to a permanent severance from these fashion resources. After all, integrating into the fashion world is notoriously challenging. However, since Gu Qinghan radiated such confidence, Lin Xingya chose not to interfere further. After ending the call, Lin Xingya sent the time and location details to Gu Qinghan. The red carpet event was merely 3 days away, which felt a bit rushed for Gu Qinghan. With such limited time, custom gowns could not be arranged. Ji Qinghan glanced at the clock and then reached out to her best friend, Zhang Ziyue, who currently serves as the chief designer for the premier luxury brand, Luxury, with a video call. Moments later, Zhang Ziyue's refined visage appeared on the screen. She stifled a yawn and remarked, Miss, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you. I'm here to discuss a business opportunity, Gu Qinghan replied. At this, Zhang Ziyue perked up. Do tell. What does the miss require this time? Delivery is guaranteed. It is worth noting that when Gu Qinghan makes a purchase, the expenditure rarely falls below 7 figures. I need a gown and accessories for the red carpet in 3 days. Once everything is ready, dinner is on me. 3 days? Zhang Ziyue exclaimed. Miss, we cannot manage a custom piece in such a short time. Do not worry. Just ensure it is an off-season gown and limited edition accessories that you deem suitable for pairing, Gu Qinghan reassured her. With that, Zhang Ziyue sighed in relief. No problem. I'll call you once it's ready. After finalizing the gown and accessories, Gu Qinghan completed her grooming and entered the elevator, heading downstairs for a meal. Coincidentally, she spotted her parents, elegantly dressed, clearly preparing for an outing. Mom, Dad, where are you off to? Su Miaoji wore a beach dress and a sun hat, looking as if she were headed for a seaside vacation. I'm accompanying your father to a ball this evening, Su Miaoji replied, linking her arm with Gu Zhenting's. Gu Qinghan, who had never attended such events before, now felt an eagerness to embrace life. A ball? Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with interest. Where is it? Gu Zhenting explained. It is on our family yacht. Would you like to join? Gu Qinghan nodded enthusiastically. Yes, absolutely. Gu Zhenting and Su Miaoji exchanged glances. Since their beloved daughter returned from filming her last drama, she had become much more vivacious, wishing to partake in various occasions, which they found delightful. Gu Zhenting chuckled heartily. Good. The ball today has no press, making it quite private. There will be many talented young individuals for you to meet. You two go ahead, there's no need to wait for me. I'll change and drive over myself. And please, don't introduce me as your daughter, Gu Qinghan said, dashing back to her room. First, she messaged Zhang Ziyue, are you busy tonight? If not, let us go have some fun. Zhang Ziyue quickly replied, sure. Where to? Just send me the location. Ji Qinghan responded, send me your location, and I'll come pick you up. Remember to dress nicely. I'm taking you to meet some handsome guys. Sitting down? Gu Qinghan applied a light touch of makeup before heading to her wardrobe to select an outfit. The locals of Beizhou had seen Gu Qinghan's expansive wardrobe, larger than many of their homes, on numerous occasions, yet each time she entered, they remained astonished. Her collection of beautiful clothing and shoes was vast. How wonderful it is to live in modern times, where one can wear any style. I wonder if the princesses in the palace possess such a wardrobe. They mentioned attending a ball. Was it a grand banquet? But they said it would be on a yacht. What is a yacht? No need for speculation. Once Gu Qinghan arrives, the mystery of the yacht will be unveiled. Before long, Everyone beheld Gu Qinghan emerging in a pink strapless knee-length dress. Her hair cascaded in soft waves. Partially draped over her shoulders, a pink bow hairpin adorned her locks, enhancing her sweet appearance. The diamond earrings dangled from her earlobes, sparkling like stars, complementing the pendant on her collarbone chain. Her neck was elegantly elongated. Her shoulders rounded, and her skin was fair and delicate, every feature harmoniously exquisite. Standing before the mirror, Gu Qinghan twirled, then slipped on a pair of 7-centimeter stilettos, showcasing her long, graceful legs, capturing everyone's gaze. She applied a swipe of lipstick, enhancing her already stunning features to an even higher level of allure. Gu Qinghan flashed a sweet smile at her reflection, blew a kiss, and winked at "Oh my, how is it possible for such a beautiful fairy to exist? I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry Gu Qinghan. She is simply breathtaking. She is so adorable. I can't fathom why His Highness chose her as a consort and even pressured her into a suicide. Best not to speak of such things. One must be cautious with their words. In modern times, they advocate for freedom of speech, yet we must still tread carefully, always mindful of our words." Mu Yanqing was confined within the East Palace. And as evening fell, women from the palace took turns bringing him food, only to further aggravate his mood. "Get out, all of you. Just leave me be." Mu Yanqing expelled them, smashing everything within his reach, prompting the women to flee his quarters in fright. Qin Zhenjin was the last to arrive. Her purpose today was twofold: to deliver food and to fulfill her mother's directive, as today was deemed the most auspicious for consummation and pregnancy. And she had begun consuming fertility-enhancing foods. Listening as the East Palace fell silent, Qin Zhenjin gathered her courage to knock on the door. "Your Highness, even in your anger, you must take care of your health and eat something." Mu Yanqing remained silent, and Qin Zhenjin did not rush, continuing, "Your Highness, my father has a message for you." As soon as the words left her lips, Mu Yanqing's voice called out, "Come in." Qin Zhenjin entered, carrying a food box, only to find Mu Yanqing slumped on the soft couch, looking utterly dejected. She arranged the food on the table. "Your Highness, why not eat something first? I will slowly discuss matters with you." Gently, Qin Zhenjin helped Mu Yanqing to sit, serving him dishes and pouring soup. She fed Mu Yanqing a spoonful of soup, knowing full well that she had added special ingredients, ensuring he would not escape today's fate. Mu Yanqing's thoughts were elsewhere as he sipped the soup. What did the Prime Minister say? Just then, he looked up and caught a glimpse of Gu Qinghan in her pink dress, playfully blowing kisses at her reflection in the mirror. And he was instantly entranced. Qin Zhenjin followed Mu Yanqing's gaze and cursed silently. "Damn it, that woman looks stunning in that outfit." Just before she entered, she had overheard Gu Qinghan mention meeting handsome men, and she couldn't help but remark, "Dressed like that, who knows who she is trying to seduce?" Her father mentioned that the yacht hosts many talented young men. Essentially, they are all men. Mu Yanqing's anger flared. How dare she? She is my woman, now and forever. He could not fathom why this woman appeared increasingly enchanting, tugging at his heartstrings. His feelings for her were a tumultuous blend of love and resentment. Had he not been good enough to her? Chapter 27. First, chemical castration, then physical castration. In Mu Yanqing's mind, he had accomplished what no other man could. Although Gu Qinghan had saved his life, and despite his ulterior motives for marrying her, for 3 years, she had been his sole focus, and he had afforded her ample respect. Moreover, who could have predicted that he, a man from modern times, would be entangled with these live broadcasts? The Gu Qinghan he first met had been a mere country girl. It is worth noting that a country girl ascending to the position of crown princess was unimaginable to all, yet she remained unsatisfied. Qin Zhenjin noticed the flush on Mu Yanqing's face, realizing the effects of the potion were beginning to take hold. She deliberately placed her hand on his chest. "Your Highness, please calm down. At present." The man Gu Qinghan interacted with most frequently was the so-called film emperor, Lu Yuan. What was a film emperor, if not just an actor? He posed no real threat. Mu Yanqing felt his anger somewhat subdued after listening to Qin Zhenjin's words. Indeed, Lu Yuan was merely an actor, considering Gu Qinghan's status as the daughter of the wealthiest man in Haicheng. In terms of social standing alone, Lu Yuan was not even worthy of touching the tip of Gu Qinghan's toe. Moreover, Gu Zhenting would certainly not consent to a union between Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan. As Mu Yanqing contemplated this, a fiery warmth began to rise within him, following the rhythm of Qin Zhenjin's heartbeat. He gazed at her face, which suddenly appeared blurred. Breathing heavily, he lifted Qin Zhenjun into his arms. Qin Zhenjun, with a triumphant smile, wrapped her arms around Mu Yinqing's neck, and the two of them reclined onto the bed. Yu Qinghan was quite pleased with her outfit for the day. She picked up a TS handbag and descended the stairs. Once settled into her own Lamborghini sports car, Gu Qinghan changed into a different pair of shoes and donned sunglasses, exuding an air of grandeur as she sped towards Zhang Ziyue's location. Upon Zhang Ziyue's descent, she spotted the sweet and charming Gu Qinghan leaning against her red sports car. Countless passers-by were captivated by Gu Qinghan, some even stopping to take photographs. A beautiful woman paired with a luxury car was undoubtedly a top-tier combination. Zhang Ziyue circled the Lamborghini, exclaiming, "My lady, after just a few days apart, are you not planning to continue pretending to be one of us ordinary citizens?" Gu Qinghan removed her sunglasses and graciously opened the car door for Zhang Ziyue, saying, "I simply feel beautiful like this, and it lifts my spirits. Besides, if I have such a luxury car, why not drive it?" Zhang Ziyue felt the need to reevaluate her perception of her friend. Gu Qinghan continued, "After wrapping up filming, I realized it was a disservice to let so many luxury cars gather dust in my family's garage." Zhang Ziyue nodded earnestly, congratulating her. "Congratulations, my lady, for finally awakening to your status. All right, let us go and have a blast on the cruise tonight." Upon Gu Qinghan's words, both she and Zhang Ziyue raised their fists in unison, shouting, "Charge!" The sports car sped away, vanishing from the streets. While neither paid heed to the number of photographs taken just moments before long, images of Gu Qinghan in her gown, driving a luxury sports car, surfaced online. This evening marked Gu Jinting's grand ball, hosted aboard his private luxury cruise ship. Before boarding the ship, they faced multiple layers of security checks, ensuring a high level of privacy. The guests were all prominent figures, holding significant status in various circles. Gu Qinghan and Zhang Ziyue navigated through security and approached the cruise ship. The Haming cruise ship was not Gu Jinting's largest vessel. It comprised 5 levels, 3 decks above and 2 below. This evening's ball was set to host around 500 to 600 attendees. As soon as Gu Qinghan stepped aboard, she could already hear the music emanating from above. Zhang Ziyue gazed at the ship with a sense of awe, exclaiming, "You wicked wealthy individual." Gu Qinghan took Zhang Ziyue's hand, reassuring her, all right, today the wicked wealthy will introduce you to some handsome men." Hand in hand, they boarded the ship. On the deck, a band was energetically playing, and the buffet area was brimming with an array of dishes. Shortly after Gu Qinghan and Zhang Ziyue boarded, the cruise ship departed from the dock, heading out into the open sea. The number of people on the deck increased, and the refreshing sea breeze provided a cool respite. Citizens of Beizhou had never witnessed such a grand ship, and that night, none could sleep, their mouths agape as they stared at the live broadcast. "Is this a cruise ship? It's enormous. Is it owned by Gu Qinghan's family? Surely, they must be wealthier than our emperor." "Not necessarily, but the emperor certainly does not have a cruise ship to ride upon." At that moment, the emperor was strolling in the imperial garden, enduring the sweltering heat of summer. Even at this hour, the oppressive heat was unbearable. As he walked, the temperature rose further, and despite having a fan nearby, he found himself drenched in sweat. The more difficult it became, the more his expression soured. Here he was, a sovereign ruler, reflecting on the dismal state of his existence. What kind of life was that enchantress living? He sought relief from the heat with ice within the palace, while she enjoyed the comfort of air conditioning. He had to rely on horse-drawn carriages and palanquins for transport, while she had luxury cars, chauffeur-driven vehicles, planes, and even miniature trains. Now, he was drenched in sweat, while she reveled on a cruise ship, basking in the sea breeze and sipping red wine. The emperor squinted at the live broadcast, suddenly feeling dizzy. In recent days, he had been pushing through, but now his body could no longer withstand the strain, and he slumped backward. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." News of the emperor's sudden illness spread rapidly, prompting all the women of the harem to rush towards the Chaoyang Palace. While those outside the palace hurried towards the imperial grounds, those in the East Palace received the news and rushed desperately towards Mu Yinqing's quarters. Hearing the commotion from within, they were anxious but dared not interrupt. It was only when the sounds subsided that the eunuchs dared to knock on the door. Mu Yinqing, upon hearing the noise, regained his clarity of thought. Seeing Qin Zhenjun beside him, his heart seethed with anger. He initially wanted to explode but remembered the Chancellor's position and could only suppress his rage for the moment. Mu Yinqing sat up, draping a garment over himself, and called out, "What is it?" "Your Highness, the Emperor has suddenly fallen ill, and various concubines and other princes have been informed. They are all hurrying towards the Chaoyang Palace." Mu Yinqing was taken aback and immediately got up. Qin Zhenjin hurried to help him dress. Mu Yinqing opened the palace door and stepped out. "What illness has befallen His Majesty, and what is the current situation?" he inquired with concern. The young eunuch bowed and replied, "In response to Your Highness, it is said that His Majesty fainted while in the imperial garden. The imperial physician has just arrived, and the specifics are still unclear." Mu Yinqing felt a surge of urgency. Everyone had gone, yet he, the crown prince confined in the East Palace, could not be present. He stood there despondently, as if all his strength had been drained. Qin Zhenjin approached, speaking softly. "Your Highness." Mu Yinqing did not lash out at Qin Zhenjin, as she was his only remaining anchor of sanity. He realized he no longer harbored any affection for her, even wishing to avoid her presence, were it not for the Chancellor's position. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Zhenjin, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. You should return to rest. I shall visit you tomorrow." Jiu Qinghan and Zhang Ziyue wandered about the deck, taking in the sights. Occasionally, gentlemen approached to greet them, inviting them to dance. Gu Qinghan declined, stating she was not in the mood to dance at the moment. Zhang Ziyue watched her with a smile, remarking, "Our Qinghan is always so captivating. I wonder who will marry you in the future. That man must have accumulated an abundance of good fortune to win you over." Suddenly, Gu Qinghan recalled the shameless scoundrel, Mu Yinqing, whom she wished to see suffer 1,000 tortures, as if sensing her anger. The system unexpectedly spoke up. "The host may convey a message to Mu Yinqing. I can assist in delivering it." Jiu Qinghan was taken aback. "Are you saying that what I say can be heard by him?" "There is no need for the host to act deliberately. Simply converse normally with your friend." Jiu Qinghan found this intriguing. She had already learned about the system's capabilities, especially since it had brought her soul back from ancient times. She winked at Zhang Ziyue, saying, "I just fear that some despicable men, having gained an advantage, would still act coy. Some truly unprincipled men can be quite arrogant." Zhang Ziyue chuckled, "Though you may not encounter such a despicable man. I'm merely hypothesizing. If you truly came across such a man, what would you do?" Gu Qinghan replied earnestly, "I would first administer chemical castration, then surround him with a plethora of beautiful women to tease him, leaving him to gaze but be unable to respond. Then, I would proceed with physical castration, slicing him up if possible. This would be a dual torment of both spirit and flesh." Chapter 28. If you walk the red carpet, I must attend as well. Zhang Ziyue couldn't contain her laughter. That's simply too brilliant. In short, you just want to ensure he doesn't die, right? Despicable men must endure torment before they die. Dying outright would be too easy for them. Mu Yinqing stood in the center of his quarters, overhearing Gu Qinghan's words. Moreover, seeing the seriousness etched on her face, it was clear she was referring to him. Mu Yinqing staggered back a few steps and fell onto the soft couch. So he was the scoundrel, the despicable man, the utterly unprincipled man. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized Gu Qinghan's hatred for him had reached such depths. Furthermore, the methods she described were chilling. They would strip a man of his last shred of dignity, rendering him worse than dead. Upon hearing the news, the men of the northern Zhou could not help but cover their lower regions, while the women internally cheered, deeming the crown prince's disappointment of the fairy truly deserved. Although most were unfamiliar with the concepts of chemical and physical castration, the term castration was well understood, signifying a transformation into a eunuch. Moreover, Gu Qinghan had articulated clearly that such an organ would indeed be rendered useless. The princes and courtiers of the harem were gathered outside the Chaoyang Hall, with the live broadcast screen visible, making it impossible to look away. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, the crowd displayed a variety of expressions, with the majority clearly eager to witness Mu Yinqing's misfortune. However, in such a moment, laughter would undoubtedly be deemed disrespectful, leading to a struggle to suppress their amusement. As Gu Qinghan concluded her remarks, laughter erupted from behind her. Turning around, Gu Qinghan and Zhang Ziyue were surprised to find 3 gentlemen standing behind them, one of whom was a familiar face to Gu Qinghan, Lu Yuan. This was entirely unexpected for her. Could it be that her father knew Lu Yuan? That seemed implausible, as he had never mentioned such a connection while she was recording a program. "You must be Gu Qinghan," said the leading gentleman, who bore a resemblance to Lu Yuan. He extended his right hand with utmost courtesy, introducing himself. I am Lu Xiu. Jiu Qinghan responded in kind, shaking hands with the gentleman named Lu Xiu. Are you related to Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan stepped forward to clarify. This is my brother. Jiu Qinghan understood immediately. No wonder he looked familiar. You two certainly share a striking resemblance, Lu Xiu chuckled, adopting a familiar demeanor. Then I shall take that as a compliment, implying I am equally handsome. Standing beside Lu Xiu was his friend, Qi Yu. Jiu Qinghan introduced Zhang Ziyue to them, and thus, they became acquainted, Lu Xiu remarked. The topic you were discussing earlier was rather gruesome and violent, sending shivers down the spines of us gentlemen. Zhang Ziyue felt somewhat embarrassed, wondering who would wish to delve into such discussions in the presence of men. Gu Qinghan shrugged, indeed. So let us not behave like scoundrels. Retribution awaits. Lu Yuan suppressed a smile, recognizing that Gu Qinghan was unlike other girls, always poised and graceful regardless of the circumstances. Lu Xiu playfully tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve. Now that we are in the presence of a goddess, aren't you going to invite her to dance? Lu Xiu felt exasperated by his younger brother, who was typically as wooden as a log, yet now appeared quite at ease in the presence of Gu Qinghan. Lu Yuan, dressed in a sky-blue suit, exuded gentlemanly charm as he approached Gu Qinghan, extending his right hand. Qinghan, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance? Zhang Ziyue widened her eyes, recalling that Gu Qinghan had previously turned down many suitors. Having been too preoccupied with her busy schedule, Zhang Ziyue was unaware of the trending topics on Weibo or the ongoing variety shows, and thus did not know about Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan's participation in a program. To Zhang Ziyue's astonishment, Gu Qinghan placed her hand in Lu Yuan's palm, replying, of course. Zhang Ziyue pointed at Gu Qinghan's retreating figure, exclaiming, she, they. Lu Xiu nodded approvingly. Now that is more like it. After all, it's a match made in heaven. Talented and beautiful. As Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan entered the crowd, they swayed gracefully to the music. Everyone present recognized Lu Yuan, though many were puzzled as to why the celebrated actor would attend such an event. However, it was evident that he must possess some undisclosed identity that allowed him entry. Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan danced splendidly, and those already dancing parted to give them space, captivated by their performance. Jiu Qinghan felt as though it had been ages since she had danced so freely, and Lu Yuan matched her rhythm flawlessly as she twirled. Gu Qinghan leapt into the air, and Lu Yuan caught her as if she were a princess cradled in his hands, prompting thunderous applause from the audience. At the conclusion of their performance, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan bowed to the crowd before making their way back toward Zhang Ziyue and the others. Zhang Ziyue gave Gu Qinghan a thumbs up, saying, "You have not lost your touch at all. In fact, you seem even better than before. Impressive." "It's also thanks to Lu Yuan's excellent partnership today," Gu Qinghan replied. The five of them entered the cruise ship and found a spot in the internal CAF. Just as they settled down, Lu Xiu feigned a headache, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I think I'm feeling a bit seasick. I need to find somewhere to lie down." Qi Yu winked at Zhang Ziyue, saying, "Ziyue, didn't you mention wanting to go sing over there? I'll accompany you." Zhang Ziyue, not one to be easily outsmarted, stood up. "Oh, sure, let us go together." This left only Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan at the table. Lu Yuan knew that his brother was intentionally creating an opportunity for them to be alone. Gu Qinghan, however, seemed unperturbed and remarked, "Ziyue has become quite close with Qi Yu so quickly, hasn't he?" Lu Yuan placed a cup of cappuccino in front of Gu Qinghan, saying, "You mentioned before that you like cappuccinos. You remember that?" Gu Qinghan smiled. "Your memory is quite impressive." Lu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Even though they had met just hours before after his early morning flight, every moment felt like an eternity to him. "There are still a few days until the second episode of the recording. Do you have any plans in the meantime?" Lu Yuan inquired. Jiu Qinghan had nothing to hide, feeling that Lu Yuan was genuinely easy to get along with and particularly considerate. "I have a red carpet event in 2 days. I'm preparing to attend it." Lu Yuan pondered the timing. "Is it for the mid-year celebration of Olive Tree magazine?" "Yes," Gu Qinghan confirmed, taking a sip of her coffee. "Are you going as well?" Lu Yuan, who typically avoided such red carpet events, felt compelled to attend since Gu Qinghan would be there. "Well, my manager mentioned this event to me today, and I'm planning to go." Gu Qinghan's eyes lit up. "That's wonderful. We can go together then." Lu Yuan suppressed his excitement and tentatively asked, "May I accompany you on the entrance?" As Gu Qinghan had no one else to enter with, She had initially planned to wear something high-end and dazzling to catch everyone's attention. Now, it seemed she could bring Lu Yuan along to steal the spotlight. Lu Yuan expressed concern, fearing Gu Qinghan might decline. Of course, no problem, she readily agreed, causing Lu Yuan to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling completely at ease. Gu Qinghan smiled. I suppose I've struck gold. With your status, you'll surely be the star of the show. If I were to enter alone, I'd be at the forefront. With you, I'd be in the background. The treatment is entirely different. Lu Yuan shook his head. Actually, it's I who am benefiting, as no female artist typically wishes to enter with me. Surely not. Gu Qinghan countered. If you were to shout, who wants to enter with me? I'm certain people would line up from the South Pole to the North Pole. Lu Yuan chuckled at Gu Qinghan's exaggeration. After finishing his remarks, he stood up, saying, Excuse me. I need to step away for a moment. He left not to use the restroom but to call his manager and finalize arrangements for the red carpet. Zhou Hang answered the phone. Didn't you previously decline to attend this red carpet? Lu Yuan replied. I believe I need to exercise more. Walking the red carpet could be a good start. Zhou Hang was at a loss for words but recognized that he had to indulge his artist. After all, Olive Tree magazine would be thrilled to have him attend. Upon exiting the restroom, Lu Yuan spotted Qi Yu and Zhang Ziyue approaching. Zhang Ziyue appeared anxious. What's wrong? Lu Yuan inquired. Zhang Ziyue handed her phone to Lu Yuan, saying, Look, when Qinghan came to pick me up today, someone photographed her and posted it online. Lu Yuan took the phone and glanced at it, noting that the 8th trending topic on Weibo was Gu Qinghan drives a luxury supercar, featuring various angles and even recorded videos. Zhang Ziyue continued, Look at all these photos and videos. In the past, Qinghan disliked being photographed. She said she only wanted to focus on acting and didn't want any online buzz. Lu Yuan returned the phone to Zhang Ziyue, suggesting, perhaps she has come to enjoy the attention now. Zhang Ziyue's jaw dropped as she suddenly recalled Gu Qinghan asking her to prepare a gown for the red carpet, something she had typically avoided. Could it be that her best friend had undergone a transformation? Seeing Zhang Ziyue lost in thought, Lu Yuan proposed, Why don't you come back with me now and see how she reacts? The group returned to their table. Gu Qinghan welcomed them. You all finished singing so quickly. Zhang Ziyue handed her phone to Gu Qinghan. Have you seen the trending topic? Gu Qinghan glanced at it, shaking her head as she assessed the photos. This one is decent, but this one is terrible. It's all blurry. This video is quite delightful, capturing the moment I removed my sunglasses with undeniable charm. Truly deserving of a reward, perhaps a chicken leg. Zhang Ziyue reached out to gently touch Gu Qinghan's forehead, observing, You don't have a fever, do you? Gu Qinghan swatted Zhang Ziyue's hand away, asserting, I have matured. I have progressed. I must keep up with the times. Seeing Gu Qinghan's genuine happiness, Zhang Ziyue felt a wave of relief wash over him. I told you, with that face and such charisma, it would be a shame not to be a top star in the entertainment industry. Gu Qinghan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Thus my next step is to become a leading figure in the entertainment world. As Gu Qinghan scrolled through the comments below, she noted that most were compliments about her beauty and expressions of envy regarding her lifestyle. She handed Zhang Ziyue's phone back to him, entering her own Weibo account, where she discovered an influx of private messages and a surge in followers. Many users had flocked to her last post, urging her to share more about her daily life and to post more selfies. However, sharing such photos and videos would inevitably attract scrutiny and negativity, as evidenced by some rather distasteful comments. What is Gu Qinghan's background? Surely she must be supported by some wealthy benefactor, suddenly rising to fame on such a popular show. Partnering with Lu Yuan and able to afford a supercar, fans can be quite delusional, claiming divine beauty, but it all seems fabricated. Stars like her, supported by benefactors, likely spend their allowances on cosmetic enhancements. Dressed like that? Is she seeking a sugar daddy? Truly ostentatious. Gu Qinghan's initial joy faded as she furrowed her brow. Lu Yuan took the phone from her, coincidentally reading those comments. In the entertainment industry, Lu Yuan's studio had its own public relations team managing such matters. And it was clear that a few critical remarks were unavoidable. Dio, you need me to help you handle this? Lu Yuan inquired. Gu Qinghan waved her hand dismissively. No need, it's just trivial. She took a screenshot of the comments and sent them to her father's secretary, Lin, saying, Please take care of this. No need for a lawyer's letter. Just file a lawsuit directly. A lawyer's letter is utterly meaningless these days. Lin quickly replied, Understood. Young lady, Dio, you have any specific demands? A 30-day pinned apology and compensation for damages. Let's leave the amount to your discretion. After all, those comments have already garnered over 500 interactions. Zhang Ziyue, glancing at Gu Qinghan's message to Lin Lin, gave her a thumbs up. You're quite embodying Uncle Gu's style now. Gu Qinghan pondered, realizing that waiting to file a lawsuit would take time, and damaging remarks must be curbed before they proliferated. She raised her head and gazed at Lu Yuan for a while. Would you mind if I posted a photo of us together? Lu Yuan, momentarily taken aback by her request, was more than willing to oblige. I don't mind at all. Jiu Qinghan handed her phone to Zhang Ziyue, instructing, please take a photo of Lu Yuan and me sitting together with coffee. It needs to have a certain ambience. Zhang Ziyue gave an okay sign and captured several images of them. Gu Qinghan selected one where she held a coffee cup, wearing a sweet smile directed at Lu Yuan, whose eyes sparkled with affection, his long, elegantly formed fingers resting on the coffee cup in front of him. The backdrop of the photo featured the cruise ship's window, adorned with lush bamboo, creating a beautiful atmosphere. Just as Gu Qinghan was about to post the photo, Lu Yuan gently pressed her hand down, saying, let me post it. It will have a better effect than if you do it yourself. Surprised, Gu Qinghan looked at Lu Yuan. Is that all right? I was already kind of using you. Lu Yuan smiled. That's perfectly fine. It's my duty to protect the girl. Jiu Qinghan watched as Lu Yuan logged into Weibo and posted. A rare moment of leisure, enjoying coffee with a friend. After a moment of thought, Gu Qinghan added, since you helped me today, I'll treat you to dinner. Sounds good. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiu returned from outside. Qinghan, my apologies, but there are some matters at home. Lu Yuan and I must take our leave. Gu Qinghan stood up. No problem. We're all here to enjoy ourselves. Let us make it a point to gather often in the future. Agreed. Lu Xiu was more than happy to let Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan spend time together. Gu Qinghan and Zhang Ziyue accompanied Lu Yuan and Lu Xiu to the deck, where a speedboat awaited to take them away. As they watched the speedboat disappear into the sea, Gu Zhenting's voice resonated behind them. So, Lu Yuan and Lu Xiu are actually brothers. Turning back, Gu Qinghan inquired, Father, did you invite Lu Xiu over? What is their family background? Gu Zhenting chuckled. Surely you've heard of Shuyuan Real Estate. Of course. It's a leading real estate enterprise. Not only Gu Qinghan but anyone would know about Shuyuan Real Estate. As the name registered, Gu Qinghan thought, oh my, Lu Xiu can't possibly be the young master of Shuyuan Real Estate. Can he? Indeed, Gu Zhenting replied, recognizing that his daughter's acquaintance with Lu Yuan was more than just casual, realizing they were indeed well-matched. Not only was Lu Yuan a celebrated star in the entertainment industry, but he also had the backing of Shuyuan Real Estate. This explains everything. You see, people say the two young masters of the Lu family are elusive, but no one has ever seen the true face of this young master. He has merely been flitting across the screens. Chapter 30. The most beautiful princess. The people of Beizhou were first captivated by the luxurious yacht of the Gu family, and soon after, they beheld the vast sea. For this small nation, only the citizens living on the eastern fringes had ever seen the ocean, while the majority had never encountered such a sight. With transportation being underdeveloped, merely hearing about the sea was already a great luxury. The Gu family's yacht sailed into the ocean. The magnificent expanse was breathtaking. They had never imagined that beyond the endless grasslands, there existed such vastness in the sea, where the sky met the water. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan dancing together. Although Gu Qinghan's attire may have seemed rather revealing to them, the citizens of Beizhou had gradually come to accept that fairies could dress in such a manner. Watching the stunning dance between Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan, though it differed from their traditional understanding of dance, they could not deny the sheer beauty of it, exquisite to the extreme. Now, observing Lu Yuan departing on a speedboat across the water, Gu Zhenting elaborated on Lu Yuan's background, leaving the people of Beizhou in a state of confusion. Can Lu Yuan really leave on the sea? That's no fishing boat, is it? They wondered aloud. What kind of vessel is that? Though small, it appears rather extraordinary. Jiu Zhenting had mentioned something about a leading real estate enterprise. What did that even mean? Why did they not elaborate further? Perhaps for these modern-day deities, it was common knowledge, yet they were left in the dark. Seeing Gu Zhenting's satisfied expression, one could sense that he believed it was a match made in heaven with the wealthiest family in Haicheng. Mu Yanqing felt a whirlwind of emotions, torn between concern for the emperor's health and his frustration from earlier interactions with Qin Zhenzhen. Watching Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan engage in friendly dances only heightened his agitation. Initially, he had reassured himself that Lu Yuan was unworthy of Gu Qinghan, yet Gu Zhenting's endorsement struck him like a blow. What does a leading real estate enterprise mean? Though Mu Yinqing was unfamiliar with the term, he could see that Gu Zhenting held Lu Yuan's identity in high regard. However, no matter the enterprise, he was still just a merchant, part of the lowest class, and a mere actor. How could such a status be compared to that of a crown prince? Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he could venture into this modern world? Or if Gu Qinghan were to return with her father? Gu Zhenting would surely be astonished by his true identity. While Mu Yinqing was lost in these thoughts, a sudden knock interrupted him. "Your Highness, enter." The chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace stepped in, lowering his voice to say, "Your Highness, news has come from Chaoyang Hall. His Majesty has regained consciousness. The Imperial Medical Office suggests that His Majesty has simply been overworked and, combined with the heat and stress, fainted. He only requires some rest to recuperate." Relieved to hear that the Emperor was unharmed, Mu Yinqing felt a pang of disappointment. If his father were to pass away suddenly, he could ascend the throne as the rightful heir. Yet, imagination remained just that, imagination. Understood, Mu Yinqing waved his hand. "What progress has been made regarding concubine Liang's situation? Your Highness, the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court are hastily reviewing the case. They have already applied some form of interrogation, but concubine Liang still insists it was all your orders." Mu Yinqing felt a sense of foreboding. Why was concubine Liang so determined to implicate him? There could only be one explanation. Someone behind her was his enemy. However, his enemies were numerous. All 8 other princes were foes in their own right. Mu Yinqing glanced at the live broadcast screen, pondering what Gu Qinghan would do if she had not ascended back to the modern world. After Lu Yuan and Lu Shou departed, Gu Qinghan suddenly felt a sense of ennui. She and Zhang Ziyue found a suite, took a shower, and began to idly scroll through their phones. Zhang Ziyue, clutching a pillow, leaned back on the sofa, continuously munching on fruits and snacks. Not long after, she suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "Qinghan, you're trending again." Gu Qinghan realized that ever since her return from the ancient world, her frequency of making headlines had significantly increased. Opening Weibo, she discovered that it was not only her fans who were buzzing, but also a multitude of Lu Yuan's followers. It appeared that a recent post by Lu Yuan had sent the entire internet into a frenzy. Firstly, Gu Qinghan's fans, apart from praising her, were also scolding the haters. "Sister, you're so beautiful, like a fairy. Another day lost in admiration of your divine beauty. So, you dined with the Emperor of Film? You seem to be having a splendid time. As long as our darling is happy, we are happy." Haters should open their eyes and see, using their filthy hands to type on keyboards, their hearts are as dirty as their actions. Lu Yuan's fans, having never witnessed him share any personal life before, were celebrating this unprecedented event. Oh my gosh, did Yuan actually share his life? Well, although it is with Gu Qinghan, I'm just glad he is willing to share. I guess he is helping her clarify those malicious rumors. The haters were at a loss for words, questioning why such a beautiful young lady couldn't dress up elegantly. Absolutely. If I had Gu Qinghan's looks and figure, I would flaunt it every day. Thanks to Lu Yuan's post, the previous haters of Gu Qinghan seemed to vanish. Gu Qinghan casually scrolled through the comments, finding many adorable remarks from fans. Previously, she had not engaged much with her followers. But love is reciprocal. Since they were so endearing, she felt compelled to give back. Gu Qinghan posted, "I've just realized that my follower count has surpassed 10 million. Thank you all for your affection. Do you have any suggestions? I might just prepare a special gift for my 10 million followers." Accompanying this message was a selfie of her radiant self. Not long after Gu Qinghan's post, she received thousands of replies. The most liked comments were primarily inquiries about the continuation of the story she had previously shared. "Darling, what happens next in the story you told us? If you haven't thought of a sequel yet, could you share another tale? I want to see you dance, dance, dance. Can you sing? Anything from you is delightful, even watching you eat." To her surprise, the first comment requesting a story had garnered the most likes. She did have many stories to tell, but she needed to ponder which one would be best to share. The next morning, as the cruise ship docked, Gu Qinghan and Zhang Ziyue went about their respective tasks. Zhang Ziyue busied herself selecting outfits and accessories for Gu Qinghan. Upon arriving home, Gu Qinghan's first inquiry was about Lu Yuan's availability for dinner. Lu Yuan replied promptly, apologizing for being quite busy these days, and asked about the red carpet event. Gu Qinghan responded, No problem. I'm flexible. On the morning of the red carpet, Zhang Ziyue finally delivered the prepared gowns and accessories to Gu Qinghan. Pointing to 3 dresses, she said, "These are the 3 gowns I think would suit you perfectly. Take a look and see which one you prefer. Or try them all." Gu Qinghan examined the 3 gowns, all from TS. One was a white mermaid dress that elegantly accentuated her figure, exuding a sense of sophistication and charm. The second was a daring red backless gown, bold and sultry. The third was a blue starry evening gown, adorned with twinkling stars, featuring a strapless design with a high-low hem. Gu Qinghan immediately chose the third one, declaring, "This one it is." With the gown decided, the stylist began their work. Gu Qinghan's hair was elegantly styled up, with loose curls framing her face, and she wore a crown. All her jewelry was opulent, a complete set provided by Zhang Ziyue. To complement the starry gown, Gu Qinghan adorned herself with blue diamonds that sparkled brilliantly under the lights. After the styling was complete, Gu Qinghan stood before the mirror, her long, beautiful legs appearing even more slender and elongated in the gown. Prior to the styling, she had messaged Lu Yuan with the location details. When Lu Yuan knocked and entered, he was met with the stunning sight of Gu Qinghan, who, in his eyes, was the epitome of perfection. Gu Qinghan turned to Lu Yuan and winked. "So, am I still qualified to be your partner?" Lu Yuan replied earnestly, "You are now the most beautiful princess in the entire galaxy." Chapter 31. A red carpet sensation. Gu Qinghan laughed. "Did you eat honey today? You certainly know how to flatter." Lu Yuan chuckled in response, extending his arm. "Come on, the most beautiful princess. It's time to set off." Gu Qinghan linked her arm with Lu Yuan's, sharing a smile as they stepped outside. Lu Yuan carefully assisted Gu Qinghan into the car, ensuring her gown was properly arranged before settling into his seat beside her. Today, Lu Yuan wore a deep blue bespoke suit, adorned with a sapphire brooch on his chest and an exquisite luxury watch, exuding sophistication and elegance. Observing Lu Yuan settle in, Gu Qinghan remarked, "Our outfits coordinate splendidly today." Lu Yuan had not specifically inquired about her attire, and Gu Qinghan had only just received her gown. It was a serendipitous match. Gu Qinghan mused, "You just praised me as the most beautiful princess in the galaxy. So doesn't that make you the most handsome prince in the universe?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Thank you for your compliment. I no need to be modest. You've elevated me to the cosmos, so I must bring someone along to stave off loneliness," Gu Qinghan said. Lu Yuan replied softly, "At your service." Although Gu Qinghan had tried on the dress earlier that morning, the styling took time, and with a meal in between, it was now past 4 in the afternoon. The red carpet event for Olive Tree magazine commenced at 4 o'clock. Due to Lu Yuan's attendance, their entry was scheduled as the second to last. Olive Tree magazine was ecstatic upon receiving confirmation of Lu Yuan's participation, swiftly announcing the news on their official Weibo account. At that moment, even though Lu Yuan had yet to arrive, his fans had already opened the live stream, eager not to miss his red carpet appearance. Time ticked by, and finally, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan made their entrance. As Lu Yuan helped Gu Qinghan out of the car, numerous photographers and reporters were already present outside the venue, vying for the opportunity to capture first-hand photos and information. The sight of Lu Yuan arriving alongside Gu Qinghan left everyone astonished. Gu Qinghan stood at a height of 1.68 meters. Even in high heels, Lu Yuan towered over her at 1.85 meters. Together, they made a stunning pair. The host called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan." As they walked the red carpet, the flash of cameras was incessant, and the comments section erupted. "Oh my gosh. Is this the pairing of Golden Boy and Jade Girl? Gu Qinghan is entering with our Yuan Yuan? I thought Yuan Yuan was dazzling, but Gu Qinghan is equally breathtaking. How can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? I can't take it anymore. I need oxygen. It's too beautiful. What is Gu Qinghan wearing? She looks ethereal. Can anyone enlighten me? From what I've seen, her accessories must be luxury, and the gown and clutch are likely from TS. Are you serious? If that's true, this ensemble is worth at least 7 figures. Luxury and TS are among the top luxury brands in the country. Previously, there were occasions where stars wore TS to events, only to be told their outfits did not match the brand style. If Gu Qinghan truly wore TS, did that mean she was sponsored by the brand? That seemed unlikely. Recently, she had only participated in a variety show, and while she was gaining some recognition, TS was a top-tier brand. And sponsorships were typically reserved for leading actresses. Perhaps she purchased it herself, given her extravagant lifestyle. Spending 7 figures on a gown just for a red carpet? The world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. Unbeknownst to them, even if she purchased it herself, the brand would not permit such attire to be worn at this event without prior approval. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the brand's statement. Ji Yuqinghan was simply stunning, captivating everyone present. After signing autographs, the host addressed Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan, brazenly asking a question that many netizens were curious about. Are you two good friends in private? Lu Yuan hesitated, unsure if he could consider himself a good friend of Gu Qinghan. However, Gu Qinghan responded generously, yes, we are very good friends. The host then lavished praise on Gu Qinghan, remarking, you look absolutely stunning today. Qinghan, despite being a woman myself, I can't help but adore you. Gu Qinghan smiled. All right, you love me, and I love you too. Historically, Qinghan had refrained from participating in such events. However, upon recent observation, I must say, your character is genuinely admirable. And with such striking looks, you ought to make more appearances to benefit us all. The host, ever eloquent, inquired whether Qinghan had any plans beyond recording variety shows. Naturally, Gu Qinghan could not directly disclose her intentions to act in films, as the project had yet to be officially announced and remained under wraps. She intended to devote herself to her craft, delivering exceptional performances as a means of reciprocating the affection of her admirers. The host then turned to Lu Yuan, noting that those familiar with him were aware that he typically avoided red carpets and variety shows. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging his recent desire to engage more actively. Might you share any forthcoming projects, Teacher Lu? He was asked. Lu Yuan glanced at Gu Qinghan and replied, I can only say that I will continue to join new productions, dedicating myself earnestly to each role. You may look forward to it. Meanwhile, as the host conducted the interview, fans online celebrated while detractors reveled in their joy. Both Lu Yuan's and Gu Qinghan's fans perceived their amicable, friendly rapport as exceedingly gracious. Naturally, fans hoped for the utmost happiness for the subjects of their admiration. The evident harmony between the two suggested a strong off-screen relationship. Previously, detractors had accused Gu Qinghan of being financially supported by a benefactor. But Lu Yuan's single photograph had dispelled those allegations. Today, Gu Qinghan appeared energized, and critics struggled to find fault. Many began reaching out to the brands associated with her, questioning if they had sponsored her gown and handbag, and accusing her of wearing counterfeit items. They warned that Gu Qinghan's actions could tarnish the brand's reputation if left unaddressed. As Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan entered the venue, guided by staff to their seats. Lu Yuan, occupying a prominent front-row position, contrasted with Gu Qinghan, who, as a recently emerging second-tier actress, found herself seated in the third row. In the second row, she spotted Lu Tsongming, who acknowledged her with a slight nod. Once settled, Gu Qinghan discovered that her neighbor was Qi Chung, the male lead from her recently wrapped urban drama. They exchanged pleasantries before the stage came alive with an opening dance performance. Suddenly, a notification alerted Gu Qinghan of malicious online attacks against her, and she anticipated the resurgence of detractors and their hired commentators. Can you identify who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? She inquired. To trace the instigator, it would require deducting a point from her allure index. Are you certain you wish to proceed? You're quite expensive. Increasing my index is no easy task, she retorted before confirming the deduction. The system reported that the instigator was indeed Lu Tsongming, although many others were also involved. Ji Yuqinghan found this understandable, recognizing that Lu Tsongming had initially employed critics to undermine her. With her rising popularity in the entertainment industry, it was inevitable that others would feel threatened by her success. However, she did not anticipate Lu Tsongming's continued provocations. As Gu Qinghan contemplated her strategy against Lu Tsongming, the system chimed in again, revealing that Prince Mu Yinqing of Beizhou had a regret value of 70%, granting her a reward. Shall I confirm the activation of this reward? Gu Qinghan, bewildered, questioned what this regret value entailed. Does this man truly regret anything? He has married the woman he has desired for years. Shouldn't he be reveling in his happiness? She remained oblivious to the fact that all her actions and words had captured Mu Yinqing's attention. After cursing him silently, she decided to proceed with the reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the random skill of defaming enemies. What does that entail? Can I make others appear unattractive? Indeed, host. Please consult the user manual. After reviewing the manual in her mind, Gu Qinghan discovered that this skill encompassed not only physical appearance but also demeanor, language, and body language. It allowed her to make her adversaries uncomfortable, albeit with limitations. Each use would cost 2 points from her allure index. and there would be a 10-day cooldown. Reflecting on her time in Beizhou, she mused that had she possessed this skill then, she would have made Mu Yinqing publicly berate the emperor and run through the capital in the nude. Gu Qinghan composed herself, intending to contact Lin Lin for assistance from the company's PR and legal departments. She had initially come to the event merely as an observer, having never featured in the Olive Tree magazine or received any accolades. Amid the program, various awards from Olive Tree magazine were announced, and Gu Qinghan nearly dozed off until the presenter declared, "The award for the most powerful actress of the year goes to Lu Tsongming." Clad in an elegant dark green gown, Lu Tsongming gracefully rose, shaking hands with those around her before bowing to express her gratitude as she ascended the stage. Jiu Qinghan, aware of Lu Tsongming's behind-the-scenes machinations against her, felt no desire to witness her feigned humility. Recalling the skill the system had just granted her, she resolved to utilize it. Activate the defaming enemy's skill against Lu Tsongming. The system confirmed the activation, noting it would deduct 2 points from her allure index and impose a 10-day cooldown. Confirm. She hoped Lu Tsongming would reveal her true feelings during her acceptance speech, perhaps even stumble on her way down. As Lu Tsongming pretended to graciously receive her award, the host remarked, "It has been 6 years since you debuted, hasn't it? You have certainly left us with many unforgettable characters. Do you have anything to share with us?" Adjusting the microphone, Lu Tsongming, wearing a beaming smile, shook her trophy and boldly declared, "I must attribute my presence here entirely to myself." An uproar erupted at her opening statement. Even Lu Tsongming was taken aback. This was not what she intended to say. Growing anxious, she attempted to salvage her words, flashing a professional smile as she continued, "Because, over these 6 years, it has been my own hard work and dedication that have brought me here. No one else knows the struggles I have faced." The host sensed the shift and attempted to intervene, while Lu Tsongming's manager rushed to seize the microphone. Despite her desire to remain silent, Lu Tsongming could not contain herself, exclaiming, "I must also thank Lu Yuan. Ever since I entered this industry, I have admired him. Watching every performance he has given, my affection for him is profound, yet he utterly ignores me, leaving no room for me during our variety show recordings. Why does he maintain such closeness with Gu Qinghan? Tell me, Lu Yuan, what is it about Gu Qinghan that surpasses me?" Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. Utterly perplexed by Lu Tsongming's outburst, the media, ever eager for sensationalism, captured every moment live, and the online community was ablaze with reactions. Numerous cameras focused on Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan, revealing his unmistakable irritation towards Lu Tsongming. With a bitter smile, Lu Tsongming recalled that day on the grassland when she had intended to humiliate Gu Qinghan by spilling tea on her, only to find herself tumbling instead. Jiu Qinghan had even told a story that indirectly mocked her. "Very well, I shall hire commentators and critics to tarnish your reputation online. I will ensure that Gu Qinghan cannot thrive in this industry." At that moment, Lu Tsongming shed her initial composure, revealing a malicious demeanor akin to that of a wicked witch. Her words sent shivers through the audience. Soon, numerous staff members from her agency rushed onto the stage to pull her away as she continued to struggle, insisting, "Let me go. I have not finished speaking." As the crowd exerted themselves to pull Lu Tsongming down from her dreams, she stumbled down the steps, accompanied by her agent, who fell in a most unfortunate manner. Soon after, all present noticed several individuals escorting the still-sobbing Lu Tsongming out of the venue. The sudden turn of events left everyone in attendance utterly astonished. They were at a loss to comprehend what could have provoked such a reaction from Lu Tsongming. Was it merely the fact that she harbored feelings for Lu Yuan, who maintained a close relationship with Gu Qinghan, that drove her to the brink of madness? The online discussions and Weibo were in a frenzy. Topics such as Lu Tsongming confesses her love for Lu Yuan, Lu Tsongming admits to harming Gu Qinghan, and Lu Tsongming hires trolls to slander Gu Qinghan rapidly ascended the trending charts, occupying the first, second, and fourth positions, respectively. Was Lu Tsongming perhaps a victim of foul play? Fans should not attempt to absolve her. She clearly acted out of jealousy, having confessed as much herself. How terrifying Lu Tsongming is, presenting herself as a pure and innocent maiden while harboring such darkness within. Gu Qinghan, too, was rather unfortunate to have crossed paths with her. No wonder Lu Yuan ignored her during the recording of the show. It seemed the entire industry was aware of her true nature. One wonders what Lu Tsongming's team is currently doing. Surely, they have been led to ruin by her. Just listen to her initial words. She feels she is the most aggrieved and unappreciated. showing no gratitude towards her company or team. An artist of such moral decay should be swiftly blacklisted, Chi Chung whispered to Gu Qinghan, expressing his fear of the woman who had caused her such distress. Gu Qinghan, appearing equally shaken, found it difficult to maintain a facade of calm, as though she had known this would happen all along. Yet, to feign innocence and claim that Lu Tsongming acted unintentionally was beyond her capabilities. She was no saint, and she had not anticipated this turn of events. The host, with extensive experience in managing the crowd, gradually warmed up the atmosphere, and the organizers unexpectedly introduced a sensational dance performance to alleviate the tension. Ji Qinghan believed that Lu Tsongming's actions would compel their team to respond swiftly. She could not afford to wait any longer and needed to take the initiative to ensure that Lu Tsongming was left stranded on the beach, thus exiting the industry for good. Chi Chung, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now, and we will reconvene later, Gu Qinghan stated as she exited the venue, where Lin Qingya and Bai Ning had been waiting outside. The events that transpired within the venue were well known, and the two approached her with concern. Noticing that Gu Qinghan appeared to be unscathed, they felt a sense of relief. Originally, there was to be a follow-up interview. But given the current circumstances, Lin Qingya suggested they take an alternate route to leave, as she had already declined the interview. Ji Qinghan nodded in agreement. Let us get into the car first and discuss further. Once inside the vehicle, Gu Qinghan promptly initiated a video call with Lin Lin, emphasizing the urgency of addressing the situation with Lu Tsongming to prevent any opportunity for a comeback. Lin Lin nodded, assuring her. Rest assured, during the live stream, the public relations and legal departments have already begun addressing the matter, and results will follow shortly. Given the gravity of the situation, major trending topics had been effectively suppressed. The legal and public relations departments of the Gu Group were exceptionally capable. Early the next morning, under the name of Gu Qinghan Studio, a statement and a notice of the acceptance of the lawsuit were released. The statement clearly indicated that Gu Qinghan Studio had gathered various testimonies and evidence, preserving all video and audio recordings, which had been submitted to the court, awaiting trial. Although Gu Qinghan Studio had yet to receive official certification, she promptly retweeted the announcement. Fans and the general public alike showed their support through likes and comments. Ji Qinghan is so impressive. Not only is she suing Lu Tsongming, but she is also taking legal action against those who previously defamed her. This maneuver is absolutely brilliant. One can wield power with just a keyboard. Celebrities are people too. I hope she pursues this to the end. Gu Qinghan Studio, a temporary establishment? It hasn't even been certified yet. It seems like it was hastily formed to address this situation. Please ensure the studio protects Qinghan. After Gu Qinghan's retweet, Lu Yuan also shared the post, unmistakably signaling his support for her. The people of Beizhou? Having first been captivated by Gu Qinghan's stunning red carpet appearance, then witnessing Lu Tsongming's erratic behavior, and finally observing Gu Qinghan's decisive handling of the situation, were left in awe. Although many did not fully grasp the intricacies of these maneuvers, they could not help but admire her prowess. Dian, the residence of the Duke of Ningguo, Ming Guangji remarked on this series of events to his father. Ming Yaozu, father, you may not know, but during her time in the military, Gu Qinghan was equally decisive, never hesitating when it came to action on the battlefield. It is regrettable that such a person has ended up in the Chunwang residence. Ming Guangji expressed his sentiments, lamenting the fact that in Beizhou, being a woman was a disadvantage, especially since it did not afford her the same opportunities for fairness and expression as the modern world. If our dynasty allowed women to hold office, Gu Qinghan would undoubtedly rise to the rank of general. Ming Yaozu, who had little personal acquaintance with Gu Qinghan, had mostly heard of her through his SONS. You say, it is indeed a pity. Yet such a woman remains in the Eastern Palace, where dust returns to dust, and she must return to the modern world. The father and son lamented for some time, during which Ming Guangji berated Mu Yinqing in his mind. Meanwhile, Mu Yinqing remained under house arrest, and the emperor's condition had improved. This time, the crown prince's favored concubine, Zhou Wanting, was by his side. After all, Mu Yinqing felt increasingly frustrated at the sight of Qin Zhenzhen. Is your highness still troubled by matters concerning the side consort? Mu Yinqing accepted a grape offered by Zhou Wanting, responding, troubled. She has handled her affairs without leaving a trace. Why should I concern myself with her? Zhou Wanting remarked sweetly, the side consort has indeed been rather extreme in her approach, leaving no room for others to breathe. It is rather ruthless. Though you also believe she is too ruthless? Mu Yinqing retorted. Zhou Wanting felt she had struck a chord with Mu Yinqing. Indeed, Your Highness. Just as when you married the crown princess, the side consort bore resentment and left no room for compromise, even going so far as to hang herself in our residence, subsequently broadcasting her plight to the world, making your Highness's life increasingly difficult. Mu Yinqing drummed his fingers on the table in silence. Did he hate Gu Qinghan? Yes, yet he loved her too. The love-hate dynamic was driving him to madness. However, Zhou Wanting spoke the truth. Gu Qinghan never left room for others in her dealings, Your Highness. Came the voice of the head eunuch from outside. Come in, Your Highness, there is news regarding Liang Guipin. His Majesty summons you to Chaoyang Hall. Upon hearing this, Mu Yinqing quickly had Zhou Wanting assist him in dressing. Hastening to Chaoyang Hall. Along the way, the head eunuch informed him, Your Highness, I have inquired into the matter of Liang Guipin, and it appears that it is unrelated to you, so you need not worry. With this reassurance, Mu Yinqing felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Inside Chaoyang Hall, ministers had gathered. After several days, the emperor appeared to have aged somewhat. Mu Yinqing knelt and saluted, and the emperor regarded him for a moment before saying, The crown prince has arrived. Rised, Mu Yinqing took his place in the position that rightfully belonged to him. The emperor then addressed the officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. Please, present the situation. The case involving Liang Guipin, which was jointly examined by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, had reached a critical juncture as Liang Guipin could no longer withstand the severe punishment. Additionally, the Supreme Court's official had deceived her into believing that the person she sought to protect had already been killed, rendering her resistance meaningless. With this revelation, Liang Guipin finally broke down, uttering her last words. I have nothing to do with the Crown Prince. Mu Yinqing, before passing away. The official from the Supreme Court bowed and stated, Your Majesty, I and Lord Shun will continue to investigate this matter. All servants who attended to Liang Guipin have been detained in the Supreme Court's prison, and we will ensure the truth comes to light. Lord Qin, the Minister of Justice, added, We have also investigated the personnel from the Imperial Medical Office from last year and found no abnormalities. Last year, Liang Guipin did indeed exhibit symptoms of pregnancy. I concur with Lord Zhang's assessment. The issue likely lies with the servants. Upon hearing this, the emperor felt a tumult of emotions, realizing that a woman had been by his side for an entire year, causing harm to both him and Wei Guifei's child. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. I shall comply. The emperor turned to Mu Yinqing, addressing him directly. Crown Prince, I am here, he replied. You have endured much these past few days. Hearing the emperor's words, Mu Yinqing immediately bowed, stating, I understand that Father Emperor has my best interests at heart. During these days in the Eastern Palace, I have been recuperating and reflecting on my past actions, gaining much insight. The emperor felt pleased upon hearing this. It is good to see you have such awareness. By the way, with the recent prolonged drought, I plan to offer sacrifices at the altar to pray for rain for the benefit of the people. Upon hearing this, all the ministers knelt and exclaimed, Your Majesty is benevolent. Long live the emperor. The crown prince shall accompany me. I shall comply. Liu Tsongming was on the verge of madness. She vividly recalled everything she had said and done during the event hosted by the Olive Tree magazine. She repeatedly insisted to the company's executives and agents that she must have been drugged. However, after a blood test that night, Liu Tsongming was found to be in excellent health, with no toxins present in her system. Liu Tsongming understood that her acting career was ruined, all because she had provoked Gu Qinghan. Had she known it would lead to such an outcome, she would never have meddled with Gu Qinghan. Now, Liu Tsongming faced exorbitant breach of contract fees, an exit from the entertainment industry, and a court summons. Shortly after Gu Qinghan posted on Weibo, several netizens who had previously defamed her hurriedly pinned their apologies to the top of their feeds, seeking forgiveness. Yet, Gu Qinghan completely ignored them. Such matters could not be taken lightly, lest the incessant rumors continue, which was utterly detestable. It is known that while spreading rumors may be effortless, dispelling them requires immense effort. Gu Qinghan inquired of the system, This skill is incredibly useful. Are there any other methods to acquire more skills? The system responded, The host can accumulate Mu Yinqing's anger points. When the points reach 80, 90, and 100 respectively, 3 skills will be unlocked. Yu Qinghan was taken aback, but I can't see him now. How do I accumulate his anger points? The system remained silent for a moment before assuring, Do not worry, host. You simply need to live your life well. Mu Yinqing will accumulate anger points, and I will remind you when the time comes. Yu Qinghan felt that the system's words were essentially futile. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan's studio was indeed established overnight. Once Gu Zhenting learned of the situation, he promptly reassigned key personnel from the company to Gu Qinghan's studio to safeguard his daughter. Jiyu Zhenting and Su Miaoji were deeply distressed for their daughter. Su Miaoji grasped Gu Qinghan's hand, exclaiming, "My precious daughter has suffered. How could those people slander you so? It truly breaks a mother's heart." Jiyu Qinghan hurriedly comforted her mother. "Mom, I'm fine. See? I'm handling things well, aren't I?" Gu Zhenting nodded, acknowledging, "Qinghan, you have indeed managed the situation quite well. You carry my demeanor." Su Miaoji shot Gu Zhenting a glare, insisting, "Regardless, we must do something to ease your worries." What gift should we give you? How about your father getting you a private jet to play with?" Gu Qinghan recalled the system's words and thought how much better it would be to have Mu Yinqing's anger points than a private jet. With a semblance of jest, Gu Qinghan remarked, "Right now, the gift I desire most is for that person I once knew, Mu Yinqing, to be angry. The angrier he gets, the better. Just not so furious that he might die from it." Chapter 34. The Crown Prince rolls down the steps in the Chaoyang Palace. The monarch and ministers were discussing the ritual to pray for rain when Gu Qinghan's words suddenly echoed from the live broadcast. The discussions abruptly ceased, and the ministers bowed their heads. All the princes turned their gazes toward Mu Yinqing, eager to witness the reaction of the crown prince to her words. The emperor also looked toward Mu Yinqing. His eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Mu Yinqing's face turned ashen, his fists clenched. What was Gu Qinghan trying to achieve? Did she truly intend to infuriate him? As Mu Yinqing gazed at the live broadcast, Gu Qinghan's increasingly stunning visage appeared before him, strikingly bright. She claimed that his anger would be the best gift, and it was evident that she harbored deep disdain for him. Mu Yinqing could no longer focus on what was being discussed within the court. His mind was consumed by Gu Qinghan's recent statements. After the court session, Mu Yinqing, as the crown prince, was the first to exit, accompanied by the prime minister and the minister of revenue, along with several officials eager to curry favor with him. As he descended the steps, Mu Yinqing misstepped, tumbling down the high staircase. Alarmed, the courtiers shouted, "Your Highness!" Mu Yinqing felt the world spin around him, pain radiating throughout his body, his stomach churning violently. He was uncertain how long it took for him to come to a stop. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Qinghan smiling brightly as she conversed. Mu Yinqing slammed his fist into the ground, scraping his hand. Yet he felt no pain. Some officials and eunuchs helped him to his feet, only for Mu Yinqing to see his brothers laughing at his misfortune. Indeed, he looked utterly disheveled. How he had once been a disregarded prince was now eclipsed by his current state as the exalted crown prince. Reduced to such a pitiful condition, his brothers must have been mocking him internally. The third prince descended the steps, lamenting, "My dear elder brother, how could it come to this?" The ninth prince, grinning, added, "Brother, you simply do not understand. Our crown prince is a romantic, wounded by love." Mu Yinqing realized he lacked the energy to argue with them. He felt inexplicably exhausted. He huffed, "Mind your place with that." He was assisted to walk, limping slightly. Meanwhile, as Gu Qinghan's words faded, Su Miaoji and Gu Zhenting exchanged puzzled glances. "Who is Mu Yinqing?" Su Miaoji inquired. "Did this person do something to offend my precious daughter?" Gu Qinghan linked her arm with Su Miaoji's. Expressing disdain, "He is just a loathsome man, self-important to the extreme. However, he has nothing to do with me. I merely find him intolerable." Hearing this, Su Miaoji and Gu Zhenting felt relieved. Jiyu Zhenting declared, "If anyone has wronged my precious daughter, I shall not let them go unpunished." Ultimately, upon Gu Zhenting and Su Miaoji's decision, they gifted Gu Qinghan a private jet for her use. Jiyu Zhenting assured her, "You need not worry about the flight routes. I have already arranged everything. Just contact the tower when you require it." The citizens of North Zhou were astonished. Does the Gu family possess a private jet? Such an impressive aircraft gifted to Gu Qinghan. They must be incredibly wealthy. They felt as if the Gu family surpassed even the emperor in riches, as the emperor did not own a plane. No wonder she preferred to return rather than become the crown prince's consort. It seemed the crown prince had deeply hurt her. It's best not to discuss royal matters too much. Let us consider this year's harvest instead. The drought has left the land cracked," they remarked, observing that the modern world appeared similarly parched. They wondered how the farmers managed. Yet, they acknowledged that the suffering of the common people was likely beyond the comprehension of the wealthy. "Have you heard? The emperor intends to pray for rain." Let us hope the rain actually comes. Otherwise, this year's grain won't be delivered, and we will go hungry. Ah, times are tough. After the red carpet event, Gu Qinghan urgently dealt with Lu Tsongming and the Water Army's smear campaign. She had initially planned to treat Lu Yuan to dinner, but Lu Yuan had been rather busy lately, and they had not been able to meet even before the recording of the second episode. The second episode was set to be recorded on the expansive black soil of northeast China, renowned for its fertility. Upon landing, Gu Qinghan and her companions were taken to the countryside. As they disembarked, they were greeted by a lush expanse of greenery, with wheat and soybeans flourishing vibrantly. Gu Qinghan remarked to Bai Ning, who accompanied her, "No wonder they say the black soil of northeast China is exceptional. Just look at how everything thrives here. I absolutely adore the rice from northeast China. It's so fragrant and delicious." As they walked, they noticed that very few people were laboring in the fields. The staff explained, farming has become mechanized. Even pesticide spraying is done with drones. Gu Qinghan, who had never been informed about modern farming techniques, was utterly impressed. Drones? The staff chuckled. Yes, we now have specialized personnel to operate drones for pesticide spraying. It is incredibly efficient and covers large areas, eliminating the need for manual labor. Gu Qinghan nodded vigorously. That sounds fantastic. Will we get to see it in action? It's not the pesticide spraying season at the moment, but shortly, we can allow the guests to learn how to operate the drones. Gu Qinghan was thrilled at the prospect. The production team chose a small square in the village as the gathering place for this event. When Gu Qinghan arrived, only Lu Yuan was absent, while the other 4 guests had already gathered. Due to Lu Tsoming's incident, the production team not only disqualified her from continuing with the filming but also removed all her footage from the first episode's final cut. Consequently, Su Yishan's team was furious. Nevertheless, what could they do? The new guest was a female idol and the leader of the hottest recent group, named Shen Yisin. Upon Gu Qinghan's arrival, everyone greeted her warmly. Especially Wang Hanrong, who exclaimed, "Qinghan, you're here. I missed you so much." Gu Qinghan embraced Wang Hanrong and smiled. "When your concert tour reaches Haicheng, I'll be there to support you." "Absolutely. Just remember to cheer for me." Wang Hanrong replied. "That's no problem. I'll take over all the big screens in Haicheng to support you," Gu Qinghan earnestly stated. Wang Hanrong merely mentioned the idea of support casually, yet I did not anticipate Gu Qinghan's sudden display of such generosity. "Qinghan, what kind of enchanting fairy are you? I adore you to bits." The audience, engrossed in the live broadcast, began to flood the screen with comments. "Oh my! What did I just hear? What did she say? Renting out all the big screens in Haicheng? Which math can calculate how much that would cost? Surely, Gu Qinghan isn't just making empty promises. I believe that the bond between such fairies isn't merely talk. I think I understand why everyone is so eager to befriend Gu Qinghan. I wish for a whole bunch of such fairies. But dear, you're being too greedy. I only need one. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Qinghan, for cherishing our little Princess Hanrong. Love you, love you. I'm so looking forward to it." When is Hanrong's concert tour arriving in Haicheng? It should be the 4th day after this episode's recording concludes. I'm right here in Haicheng. I can hardly contain my excitement. As for the second episode that Gu Qinghan is recording, not only the audience and fans are eagerly anticipating it, but also the people of Beizhou are filled with excitement. They are curious to see where Gu Qinghan will venture next and what she will showcase. Although Gu Qinghan has already flown once before, the sight of an airplane still stirs astonishment among the people of Beizhou. When Gu Qinghan arrives at the vast fields, the citizens cannot contain their curiosity. Why do their crops thrive so remarkably? How much grain must they deliver to the authorities from such extensive fields? Landowners with such fertile land must be exceedingly wealthy. Where are the landlords and the hired laborers? The staff just mentioned that they have mechanized farming. What does that entail? And what about pesticides? They mentioned drones. What do those look like? Their fields appear so lush. Are they not suffering from drought? Moreover, is this truly a rural area? How could the countryside be so splendid? Indeed, these roads, these houses, the gates are all so exquisite. They resemble villas. Could it all be an illusion? Perhaps it is a deception for those so-called viewers. Chapter 35. I indulge in comfort within the air-conditioned room while you endure hunger under the scorching sun. The director's team began to speak. Hello everyone, welcome to the recording site of the second episode of Majestic Landscapes. This time, we will be staying here for 3 days and 2 nights. We aim to give you a genuine experience of how contemporary farmers toil and live. Present here are 5 guests. Unfortunately, teacher Lu Yuan's flight has been delayed, and he is on his way. This experience will differ from the previous episode, so please look in this direction. Following the staff's indication, the crowd turned to see a beautifully constructed 3-story building. This time, all 6 of us will reside in this lovely 3-story abode. Each meal will require our guests to prepare themselves. The ingredients for lunch today will be provided by the production team. Starting tonight, all ingredients must be earned through your own efforts. Now, according to our staff's guidance, please gather your belongings as we head to our accommodations. Feel free to assign rooms among yourselves. The 5 individuals, each dragging their suitcase, followed the staff to the front of the 3-story house. The building boasted a spacious yard, meticulously maintained, indicative of a host who truly relishes life, adorned with numerous flowers. Behind the small building lay a vegetable garden, where the young greens thrived and were nearly ready for harvest. Next to the building, chickens roamed freely in their enclosure, clucking intermittently. Upon entering the 3-story house, they found themselves in a grand, lofty living room. The decor akin to that of a villa, complete with all necessary furnishings and appliances. The first floor also featured a kitchen, dining area, tea room, restroom, and a bedroom. Ascending the staircase to the second floor revealed 3 bedrooms and a bathroom, with 2 bedrooms facing south and 1 facing north. The third floor contained 2 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom and balcony, offering ample space. The director's team encouraged the guests to arrange their rooms independently, and it was evident that the 2 rooms on the third floor were the most desirable. The first challenge facing the group was how to allocate the rooms. Sui-shan declared, "I am male, so I will take the northern bedroom on the second floor." Zhang Yonghe, not to be outdone, chimed in, "I can take any room as well." The newcomer, Shen Yisin, who was not very familiar with the others, hesitated to speak, simply smiling sweetly, "You all choose first. I am fine with anything." Wang Hanrong interjected, "Wait, let us be fair. Let us draw lots. We 5 will draw first, and the remaining 1 will go to Teacher Lu." It seemed that everything was going smoothly, and this episode was marked by a remarkable sense of harmony. So far, drawing lots appeared to be the most equitable solution, and all 5 unanimously agreed to it. The staff wrote notes and placed them in a box, and each person picked one to hold. Jiyu Qinghan suggested, "Shall we open them together?" The 5 revealed their notes to the camera. Jiyu Qinghan had drawn the eastern bedroom on the 3rd floor, while Wang Hanrong and Shen Yisin secured one of the southern and one of the northern bedrooms on the 2nd floor, respectively. Zhang Yonghe ended up with a bedroom on the 1st floor, and Sui-shan claimed one of the southern bedrooms on the 2nd floor. Sui-shan chuckled as he swapped notes with Shen Yisin, saying, "As I mentioned, I'll take the northern room. Girls ought to soak up more sunlight." This move garnered Sui-shan considerable favor, prompting fans to praise their idol. Once the room assignments were completed, everyone went to organize their belongings. Jiyu Qinghan tidied her room, arranging her items before heading downstairs. As she descended, Zhang Yonghe and Sui-shan also finished and emerged. Jiyu Qinghan took a brief tour of the kitchen and found the pantry stocked with various seasonings. In the fridge, the production team had indeed provided enough ingredients for a meal. Zhang Yonghe scratched his head, realizing it was once again time for their culinary challenge. Sui-shan chuckled helplessly, "Thank goodness we have Qinghan. Otherwise, we would be left eating the wind." Jiyu Qinghan responded cheerfully, "No worries, wherever I am, you will never have to go hungry, for I am always ready to lend a hand." Sui-shan inquired, "All right, Qinghan." Zhang Yonghe echoed, "Yes, Qinghan." Gu Qinghan, as she retrieved the ingredients, urged, "Quickly, help me wash the vegetables." As Gu Qinghan busied herself, Sui-shan and Zhang Yonghe began to assist her, and the comments on the screen reflected their harmonious atmosphere. Congratulations to Gu Qinghan for gaining 2 little helpers. Their dynamic seemed so pleasant, unlike the usual cutthroat atmosphere of other variety shows. Oh dear, why hasn't Lu Yuan arrived yet? Soon, there will be no space left beside Gu Qinghan for him. Ha ha ha, Lu Yuan would never expect he needs to compete for Gu Qinghan's favor. Competing for affection? How amusing. I too wish to befriend Gu Qinghan. Such a friend would be a comfort. Once Sui-shan and Zhang Yonghe had washed the vegetables, Gu Qinghan started cooking rice. Wang Hanrong and Shen Yisin, having completed their tasks, joined in to help. With their combined efforts, lunch was finally ready and laid out on the table. The limited ingredients were utilized to their fullest, resulting in dishes such as oil-braised prawns, cumin-flavored meat slices, cold marinated enoki mushrooms, stir-fried snow peas, spicy shredded potatoes, and mapo tofu. As everyone settled down at the table and eyed the spread, Wang Hanrong remarked, "Qinghan, if I were a man, I would undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. I would sell everything I own just to marry you. Yu Qinghan playfully retorted. Marrying me is quite an expensive endeavor, you know, Shen Asin. Sensing the delightful atmosphere, loosened up, asking, Qinghan, how much would it cost to marry you? Gu Qinghan began to calculate, at the very least, a mansion worth 10 billion, and that's just the beginning. Additionally, to marry me, one must earn at least 2 billion annually. It's not that women are materialistic. We simply deserve to treat ourselves well. Wang Hanrong waved her hands dismissively. Forget it, forget it. I can't afford such a price. The others erupted into laughter. Just as they were conversing, footsteps echoed from outside. Everyone turned to see Lu Yuan had arrived. The atmosphere grew slightly tense as they faced him. Yu Qinghan stood up and approached. You here, perfect timing. We just finished making lunch. Come join us. Lu Yuan nodded, washed his hands in the restroom, greeted everyone, and then sat down beside Gu Qinghan. Upon Lu Yuan's arrival, Gu Qinghan noticed the atmosphere had shifted. Please, everyone, don't be shy. Dig in and see how my cooking turned out. It's been a while since I've properly cooked. Under Gu Qinghan's guidance, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, and she even used a pair of unused chopsticks to serve Lu Yuan, saying, You should eat too. The moment Lu Yuan laid eyes on Gu Qinghan, all the weariness from his journey vanished into thin air. Gazing at the dishes before him, his heart swelled with sweetness. Surpassing the taste of honey. Everyone savored the meal. They showered praises upon Gu Qinghan's culinary skills. I am so hungry. I must order takeout, he mused, enviously observing their hearty enjoyment, certain that Gu Qinghan's cooking was undoubtedly exceptional. Witnessing her in the kitchen, it was evident she was no stranger to culinary endeavors. Her prowess could not be doubted. I wished to partake as well. Having just prepared a packet of instant noodles, he resolved to join them for the meal. Meanwhile, in Beizhou, others were also preparing to dine. The common folk, upon seeing Gu Qinghan's so-called home-style dishes, could only lament their fate of not being born in this modern age. Clutching a flatbread and nibbling on pickles, they gazed at Gu Qinghan's dishes, imagining themselves partaking in her feast. In the East Palace, Mu Yinqing surveyed the spread of exquisite dishes before him, yet found himself disinterested. A sudden memory of the delightful stir-fried wild greens Gu Qinghan had prepared during their countryside days washed over him. How long had it been since she last cooked for him? The thought eluded him momentarily. Casting a glance at the lavish spread, he commanded, Clear it away. I am not hungry. Having skipped his meal, Mu Yinqing was about to take a moment's respite when the emperor summoned him, announcing plans to visit the rural outskirts of the capital to soothe the people's hearts. Ostensibly a gesture of compassion, the emperor intended to work the fields alongside the farmers, showcasing his paternal care for the populace. Given the current drought and the people's anxiety, this was, perhaps, the most prudent course of action before the sacrificial rites. Chapter 36. You toil in the fields while I admire modern irrigation. Under the blazing sun, Mu Yinqing felt suffocated once he entered the carriage. It was not just him. Everyone shared the same sentiment. Regardless of the discomfort, Mu Yinqing was fortunate to have a carriage to sit in, while many of the more casual ministers had to ride horses or walk, an even graver plight. The emperor, observing the live broadcast, saw Gu Qinghan and her companions finishing their meal, enjoying the cool air conditioning, watching television and indulging in chilled fruits, truly a life akin to that of deities. In stark contrast to his own regal existence, Gu Qinghan's lifestyle felt like a slap in the face to the emperor. While the emperor simmered with indignation, Mu Yinqing felt a heaviness in his heart, and the others were genuinely envious. What an era this was, where life could be so comfortable and joyous. After their meal, Gu Qinghan and her companions tidied up, watched television for a spell, and then each took a brief nap. The sun was most scorching at noon, so the production team scheduled the afternoon activities for 3 o'clock. However, even at that hour, the heat was unbearable. Yu Qinghan donned her sun protection gear, put on a wide-brimmed hat, dressed in sun-protective clothing, and slipped into her sneakers before stepping out. The others were similarly attired in loose, comfortable garments. The group arrived at the field where they were to labor that afternoon. The director began to explain, with the advancement of technology, our lives are ever-changing, and our farmers are no exception. Often, we overlook how the grains we consume are cultivated. Today, let us experience this process firsthand. This afternoon's task was to water the crops. After all, it was not the season for sowing, and given the recent dry spell, Watering was essential for the crop's growth. Just look at this vast expanse of land. If we were to irrigate it manually, it would require excessive manpower and resources. Today, we will introduce you to microsprinkler irrigation. What is microsprinkler irrigation? The director inquired, inviting the farmers to demonstrate. Meanwhile, the emperor and the crown prince's carriage had traveled for over an hour, finally arriving at the designated farmland in the outskirts of the capital. Upon approaching the land, the emperor beheld the cracked earth and the feeble crops, a stark contrast to the vibrant scenes depicted on the live broadcast. The difference was akin to heaven and earth. As the emperor stood there, the nearby farmers hastily knelt in reverence. Seeking to cultivate a reputation for benevolence, he quickly helped an elderly man to his feet. This year has brought such hardships due to the drought. Your toil does not go unnoticed. Yet, the common folk felt little comfort from the emperor's words. Would his sympathy fill their bellies? After all, he dined sumptuously within the palace. The chancellor, standing by, spoke on behalf of the emperor, merely encouraging the farmers and extolling the emperor's diligence in hopes of fostering gratitude. Subsequently, the emperor, accompanied by Mu Yinqing and several princes and ministers, descended into the fields to lend a hand. The farmers, aside from weeding, were also tasked with watering the crops. However, under the dire drought conditions, even the well water was nearly depleted, making irrigation increasingly challenging. Yet, with the emperor present, they could not possibly lack water. The emperor led the ministers to the well, filling buckets and laboriously carrying them to the fields, drenching the meager seedlings with the scant water available. Mu Yinqing and the princes followed suit, while the ministers primarily focused on weeding. Under the relentless sun, the emperor's feet began to blister from the repeated trips. Having skipped his meal, Mu Yinqing, weakened by the heat, felt his strength waning. Upon arriving in the fields, he bent to set down his load, but as he straightened, darkness enveloped him, causing him to topple headfirst into a bucket of water. The jarring impact jolted him awake, and the others hurriedly helped him up. The precious water he had managed to collect had spilled everywhere, prompting the onlookers to wince at the waste, yet they dared not voice their concerns. A careless word could cost them dearly. The emperor, filled with fury, addressed the crown prince sharply. As the heir apparent, you must share in the people's hardships. How could you be so careless? Regaining his composure, Mu Yinqing bowed and replied, Father, I acknowledge my error. I humbly request to share the same living conditions as the common folk for 3 days. The emperor's tone softened considerably. It was enough that he understood the people's struggles. As his words lingered, the gathering heard the live broadcast discussing microsprinkler irrigation. Everyone lifted their heads to watch the screen, eager to learn what this innovation entailed. Could watering crops truly be revolutionized? Suddenly, a vast expanse of farmland appeared on the screen, and an innumerable array of droplets began to spray forth, resembling countless tiny pearls showering the entire field. No one could see the source of this miraculous water, leaving everyone in awe, unable to recover from the spectacle. Not only in the emperor's vicinity but across Beizhou, anyone witnessing the live broadcast found themselves entranced by the astonishing imagery, struggling to grasp the reality before them. Was this a sight meant for mere mortals? The vast fields could be adequately irrigated without human intervention, resulting in flourishing crops. There was no need for laborers to toil under the scorching sun, hauling water. A mere flick of a switch could satiate the crop's thirst. The emperor was at a loss, unable to comprehend or accept this disparity. Just moments ago, he had labored painfully, yet barely managed to water a few seedlings. Jiu Qinghan's voice broke through the astonishment. Oh, I see now. You must have laid down water supply pipes in advance. This is truly remarkable. Lu Yuan chimed in. The water pressure can be adjusted, and each branch likely has its own control valve, significantly alleviating the farmers' burdens. The guests expressed their admiration, acknowledging the brilliance of such an invention. Reflecting on her days in the countryside of Beizhou, Gu Qinghan could not help but exclaim, throughout history, this era is truly the best. Lu Yuan turned to her, curious about her sudden sentimentality. Jiu Qinghan gazed at the scene before her, pondering. Consider those in ancient times. They relied solely on the heavens for their sustenance. If the rulers were benevolent, it was somewhat better, yet still far from ideal, given the feudal nature of society. If the rulers were incompetent, the situation was dire. In favorable conditions, farmers might reap a bountiful harvest, yet they still had to pay exorbitant taxes to the authorities. leaving them with little to sustain themselves. If harsh levies were imposed, life became increasingly arduous. In years of turmoil, whether drought or flood, it was always the common people who suffered, while those in power merely collected grain. In times of war, survival became nearly impossible for ordinary citizens. In the past, landowners were somewhat better off, employing both long-term and short-term workers. Yet those workers endured harsh conditions, receiving little pay, and many lacked fertile land to cultivate, leaving them struggling for sustenance. In contrast to the present, we cultivate our own land, sell our produce, and pay taxes according to the state policy. If the harvest is poor, farmers have insurance and the government provides subsidies, alleviating their worries entirely. Seeders and harvesters are now at our disposal, and pesticide spraying is done with drones. Modern irrigation techniques and various other advancements have transformed agriculture beyond recognition. Look at our rural areas today. New houses are built, roads are constructed, and families leave their doors unlocked at night without fear of theft. In the evenings, people engage in games, chess, and dances in the squares. Not to mention, every farming household now possesses a vehicle. Originally, no one had given it much thought, but upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, several guests were filled with profound reflections. The audience also expressed their sentiments in the comments, expressing gratitude for our magnificent motherland and for being born in this fortunate era. On this passionate land, I have no regrets about being a part of Huaxia in this lifetime. However, the people of northern Zhou, after listening to Gu Qinghan's words, found it difficult to remain composed. Chapter 37. The ancient people weeping in despair. Some individuals collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Even in the presence of the emperor, those farmers could no longer hold back their tears. Their eyes reddened as they quietly shed tears. All the princes and ministers, including Mu Yinqing, fell silent. They could only stare at the live broadcast screen, utterly at a loss for what to do. Although those present dared not speak, farmers from other regions were bold enough to voice the sentiments of all farmers in northern Zhou. It turned out that they did not need to deliver their grain to the authorities and could sell it themselves. It turned out that they had long been free of landlords and had no long-term or short-term laborers. The utopian world they spoke of truly existed, where doors were left unlocked at night and no one picked up lost items. It turned out that their rural life was indeed so good, while ours was not. I yearned to experience their world, a realm of equality where everyone has enough to eat. Gu Qinghan even understands the hardships of us farmers. Look at them, they are all reflecting on how fortunate it is to be born in Huaxia. The emperor remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Crown Prince, Mu Yinqing quickly responded with a bow. Father, the emperor inquired, has Gu Qinghan ever discussed these matters with you? Mu Yinqing replied. To report to father, never. He secretly resented that Gu Qinghan understood so much yet revealed nothing. Since she had chosen to remain silent before, why now, during the live broadcast, was she making it all public? It was clearly a slap in his face. These farmers ought to toil in the fields, their station in life deemed lowly, and they should engage in such activities. Moreover, he had just fallen and was now soaked to the bone. Not only that, but he would have to endure living and eating with these farmers for 3 days, which was simply unimaginable. The third prince interjected, Crown Prince, you have spent 3 years together with Gu Qinghan, and you still do not know her background? Mu Yinqing found himself at a loss for words, as it was indeed the case. However, upon hearing this, the emperor's expression soured. How could such a foolish person be the crown prince? His son, who could not even discern the background of the person he shared his pillow with, was truly dim-witted. Father, son wishes to explain, but the emperor waved his hand, weariness etched on his face, saying, Crown Prince shall remain here, living and eating with the common people for 3 days before returning to the Eastern Palace. In 3 days, when we offer sacrifices to heaven, remember to purify your heart and eat vegetarian. With that, the emperor climbed into his carriage, preparing to return to the palace, and the other princes and ministers followed suit. Mu Yinqing suppressed his emotions and could only respectfully see the emperor off. Gu Qinghan and her companions observed how to irrigate the fields, and their next task was to gather ingredients for dinner. There were 3 tasks in total, with each task requiring 2 individuals to form a team and complete it within the stipulated time to receive the corresponding ingredients. The first task was to catch fish. Within 15 minutes, they needed to catch 10 fish to complete the task. As soon as the production team announced the first task, Zhang Yonghe remarked, "Isn't that a bit too difficult?" The production team replied, "If it were easy, it wouldn't be a task." Jiang Yonghe shrugged. All right, I take that back. The second task was to climb a tree and pick plums. They needed to gather 2 pounds of plums within 10 minutes to complete the task. Upon hearing the second task, everyone thought it seemed quite simple, as picking plums was straightforward, and 2 pounds was not much. 10 minutes felt exceedingly easy. However, when the production team pointed to a tree that had no plums at the bottom, only at the top, everyone realized that completing the task would be anything but simple. The third task was to chop wood. They had 20 minutes to chop the firewood to complete the task. The guests looked at the pile of wood, which appeared rather substantial, and it was clear that very few had experience in chopping wood. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, and Lu Yuan remarked, I think if you all don't want to provide dinner tonight, you can just say so. The production team began to joke. How could that be? We have truly prepared a sumptuous feast for everyone. As they spoke, the staff of the show displayed several photos. The photos revealed a safe filled with a plethora of beef, various fresh vegetables, and more. The production team instructed, you may now form your teams, and after grouping, send one person to draw the tasks. Sui Shan directly suggested, why don't we stick with the previous group's arrangement? I will team up with Shan Yisin, and O1 objected, and the 3 women proceeded to draw their tasks. Diu Qinghan drew the task of catching fish from the pond. Shen Yisin drew picking plums, and Wang Hanrong's group was assigned to chop wood. To be honest, among the 3 tasks, everyone felt that catching fish would be the most challenging, as it required wading into the pond, and fish were notoriously difficult to catch. Soon after, the staff brought water waders for Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan, ladders and protective gear for Shen Yisin and Sui Shan, and axes for Wang Hanrong and Jiang Yonghe. The comments section erupted with concern. This task is too difficult. Lu Yuan was right. The production team probably didn't want them to eat. Perhaps their company had already given prior notice that it was not suitable to eat dinner. Especially since Gu Qinghan's cooking was simply too delightful. Ha ha ha, I might die from laughter. Are we collectively dieting? It's not impossible. Standing at the edge of the pond, Gu Qinghan assessed the water, thinking it was manageable. With her current eyesight, she could still see the fish. Lu Yuan obediently donned the waders and said to Gu Qinghan, it's not suitable for girls to go into the water. I'll handle it. Ah, how considerate of you. The comments erupted in cheers for Lu Yuan's words. Jiu Qinghan blinked and replied, you shouldn't go in either. I have a way. As Lu Yuan prepared to step into the water, he paused upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words. What method? Gu Qinghan approached a nearby villager and inquired, do you have any forks for digging? The kind you use for farming will do. Yes, plenty, the villager replied readily. Gu Qinghan flashed a sweet smile and said, could you lend me 2, please? Thank you. The villager returned shortly, handing Gu Qinghan 2 forks. She juggled them in her hands and then turned to the staff timing the event, saying, we can start timing now. Lu Yuan intended to take one of the forks and ask Gu Qinghan how to use it, but before he could grasp one, he saw Gu Qinghan throw both forks into the pond. Realizing that someone needed to retrieve the forks, Gu Qinghan said apologetically, Lu Yuan, you'll need to go into the water for a moment and help me get the forks. Hearing her request, Lu Yuan hurriedly entered the water, reached the spot where the forks had landed, and upon pulling one up, he was astonished to find that one fork had speared 3 fish. Filled with shock, Lu Yuan swiftly placed the fish into the bucket and returned the fork to Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan squinted her eyes, her movements precise and swift as she threw the fork again. This time, without needing any prompting from Gu Qinghan, Lu Yuan quickly made his way to retrieve the fork again. And once more, each fork had 3 fish speared on it. After placing the fish into the bucket, Gu Qinghan clapped her hands and announced to the production team, task completed, 12 fish, and I've caught 2 extra for your dinner. Chapter 38. Barbecue skewers with a side of beer. Tempting you to no end. Everyone was in an uproar over Gu Qinghan's actions. The production team, along with all the staff members, were rendered speechless. The other 4 guests also paused their activities, staring blankly at Gu Qinghan. The comments section briefly fell silent, as if time itself had come to a halt. Then, the comments began to flood in. What just happened? Gu Qinghan caught 12 fish in just 1 minute. To be precise, that minute included Lu Yuan retrieving and placing the fish into the bucket. Am I really living on Earth? Has Gu Qinghan mastered some extraordinary skill? Ah, she is simply the best. I am in awe of such a charming little darling. Ha ha ha, with such prowess, can we still call her a little darling? The citizens of Northern Zhou had yet to recover from the recent micro-irrigation display, with many of their eyes reddened. Now, they discovered that Gu Qinghan could genuinely fight. In the military, those who had once fought alongside Gu Qinghan began to feel emotional, but unlike the farmers, theirs was a feeling of longing and nostalgia. Since the last battle with Nanqing, how long had it been since they had seen such a spirited Gu Qinghan? Ming Guangji sighed. Even though she is no longer in northern Zhou, it's comforting to see her thriving. Mu Yanqing stood in the middle of the field, squinting his eyes. Back on the frontier, Gu Qinghan had once used a tree branch to spear fish, cooking fish soup for the soldiers to nourish them. What flavor was that fish soup? Out of concern for his own status, he had refrained from sharing a meal with the soldiers, missing out on the experience altogether. Gu Qinghan waved her hand in front of the director. Director? Gu Qinghan called out 3 times before the director finally regained his focus. All right, you've completed the task in 58 seconds. Gu Qinghan winked at Lu Yuan, beaming as she extended her hand. We did it. Lu Yuan quickly raised his other hand, which was not occupied with catching fish, to high-five Gu Qinghan and praised her. You truly are amazing. With her hands on her hips, Gu Qinghan replied modestly, Oh, it was just average. Yet, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, prompting Lu Yuan to smile in return. Gu Qinghan then approached the plum tree and asked Shen Yisin, Can you both climb trees? Shen Yisin shook her head, saying, That's a bit difficult. Sui Shan added, The remaining plums are all up high. I just tried, and this tree is indeed quite challenging to climb. Gu Qinghan turned and called out to the director. We're all guests here, part of the same team, right? As long as we finish the task within the allocated time, that's all that matters. Yes, the director confirmed, and no sooner had the director's words left his lips than Gu Qinghan, light as a feather, sprang onto the tree, balancing on the tips of her toes. She shouted to Shen Yisin and Sui Shan, Quick, grab something to catch the plums. Only then did Shen Yisin and Sui Shan snap back to reality and rush to assist. Gu Qinghan plucked nearly 3 pounds of plums, executed a backflip, and landed gracefully on the ground as if nothing had happened, then hurried over to Wang Hanrong's side. Wang Hanrong pinched Gu Qinghan's arm from behind, exclaiming, I almost thought you were a celestial being, not human. Gu Qinghan smiled at her. If you want to learn, I can teach you. It's actually quite simple. Wang Hanrong tossed her hair, saying, Even with a great teacher, I can't endure that kind of hardship. I can only bow in admiration. As she spoke, Wang Hanrong made a playful gesture towards Gu Qinghan. Jiang Yonghe also bent slightly and bowed, expressing, Thank you, Sister Qinghan, for saving my life. Haha, Gu Qinghan laughed joyfully. If that's considered saving your life, how do you plan to repay your sister? Before Jiang Yonghe could respond, Gu Qinghan seized an axe and, with a swift motion, chopped the wood into firewood effortlessly. Jiang Yonghe, though slow in his actions, was also busy at work, but by the time Gu Qinghan had finished chopping, he had only managed to split 2 pieces. With admiration etched on his face, Jiang Yonghe declared, From now on, if Sister Qinghan needs anything, I will not hesitate to help. Gu Qinghan smiled at him. Good little brother. You're so obedient. Werwu, how adorable. I want to pinch your cheeks. Someone joked. Congratulations to my brother for gaining such an amazing sister. Exceptional people always gravitate towards one another. Gu Qinghan mused as she set the axe down, clapping her hands and rotating her wrists. Reflecting on how, despite her decent martial prowess in the northern Zhou, it paled in comparison to the enhancements provided by the system. However, she felt it had little practical use in the modern world. With all 3 tasks completed, everyone applauded Gu Qinghan, which made her feel a bit bashful. She addressed the production team. Although the purpose of these tasks seems to be to deprive us of dinner, one must eat to sustain oneself. Having completed the tasks perfectly, the production team had no choice but to provide ingredients. Upon returning to the 3-story villa, the staff had already delivered an abundance of fresh ingredients. Gu Qinghan glanced around at the seasonal vegetables, plentiful beef, and pork belly. What do you all want to eat tonight? The group shook their heads, and Lu Yuan remarked, Everything you make is delicious. Gu Qinghan pondered briefly. How about we have some skewers tonight? A little beer would be perfect. Wang Hanrong's eyes lit up. Can we drink? Upon seeing Gu Qinghan's serious expression, Lu Yuan offered. I'll go buy some. Gu Qinghan initially intended to agree, but then remembered, but we don't have any money. Our wallets and phones were taken this time. Lu Yuan reassured her. No worries, I can buy it on credit. Gu Qinghan gave him a thumbs up. You impressive, just don't get yourself into debt. The production team lacked a grill and charcoal, so Gu Qinghan ran to a local villager for assistance, in northeast China. who doesn't grill skewers? Thinking of the abundance of food and people, she borrowed 3 grills, and the villagers kindly helped set up the charcoal fire. Since Gu Qinghan accomplished all the tasks, Lu Yuan dashed out to purchase beer. While the other guests insisted she take a break, they washed vegetables, cut meat, marinated, and skewered, only needing Gu Qinghan's instructions to proceed. Jiyu Qinghan realized her current treatment was indeed wonderful. The perks of recording this program far surpassed those she experienced in the prince's residence in northern Zhou. Lu Yuan returned with a substantial amount of beer on credit from the village store, where the owner even assisted in delivering it. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the heat outside had lessened. Everyone was busy preparing the skewers, and Gu Qinghan mixed a barbecue sauce. The group gathered around the grill, following Gu Qinghan's lead in skewering and applying the sauce. The sizzling sound of the oil from the skewers was music to their ears, occasionally popping as it dripped onto the charcoal. Before long, the fragrant aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, making it impossible not to swallow in anticipation. Lu Yuan sat beside Gu Qinghan, saying, "Just watch. I'll handle the grilling. I actually never eat skewers." "What?" Gu Qinghan found Lu Yuan's statement puzzling. "Is there anything tastier than skewers?" Lu Yuan chuckled. "When I was a child, my mother wouldn't let me eat them, saying they were unhygienic. But why not eat them now that you're grown? Aren't you curious about how they taste?" Gu Qinghan pressed. Still baffled, Lu Yuan flipped the meat on the skewer. "As I grew older, I felt that life shouldn't revolve around food, so whether I try it or not doesn't matter. I truly admire you. I believe life without the pursuit of good food lacks meaning," Gu Qinghan declared. Her respect for him growing. Delicious food must not be taken for granted. Lu Yuan nodded. "You're right, Dai. In truth, before tasting what you've made, I had no idea how different ingredients could yield such varied flavors." Gu Qinghan smiled brightly at him. "Lu Yuan, I've noticed you're quite the charmer. When you don't speak, you're silent, but when you do, you elevate others with your words." Chapter 39. It turns out that the illustrious actor Lu Yuan grew up in a family so impoverished that they struggled to put food on the table. Lu Yuan was lost in Gu Qinghan's smile. "No, I'm just speaking the truth. So, does that mean you'll finally try skewers today?" "Yes, you're right. Good food must not be overlooked, especially yours. Why do I sense the aroma of love?" Someone teased. "Its friendship, friendship. Say it out loud, friendship." The camaraderie and warmth between Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan were palpable, and viewers couldn't help but wish to see them star in a romantic drama together. With 3 grills, the skewers cooked rapidly as everyone gathered around the table in the yard, grilling, eating, and sipping on a bit of beer, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Compliments for Gu Qinghan's barbecue sauce flowed freely, and judging by the satisfaction on everyone's faces, it was indeed delectable. Just as someone ordered takeout, another exclaimed, "No one is allowed to stop me from eating skewers today. Why do their skewers look so much more appetizing?" It seems Suishan is about to swallow his tongue. Shinisin, who wasn't an idol and was not on a diet, was also indulging. "Is it really okay for you to eat so much? After this episode, we'll all have to diet back at the company." How tragic. Meanwhile, in northern Zhou, people were also preparing for dinner. Watching Gu Qinghan and her friends grilling skewers made everyone salivate. What a delicious feast they were missing out on. Merely able to watch, Mu Yinqing remained at the villager's home, where the family naturally treated him with great respect. However, they had little food to offer, only managing to bake some flatbreads and boil what little rice they had left for a thin porridge, thus exhausting their entire stock. The villager presented Mu Yinqing with coarse flatbreads and porridge, while the family itself dined on boiled wild greens. Having eaten nothing all day, Mu Yinqing was exceedingly hungry. When he saw the flatbread, though unsatisfactory, he reluctantly picked it up. Taking a bite, he found the texture quite dreadful, suppressing the urge to discard it and swallowing it whole, only to feel as if his throat had been scraped. Turning to the eunuch beside him, Mu Yinqing asked, "Is this fit for human consumption? Are you sure it's not an attempt to assassinate me?" The eunuch bowed and replied, "Your Highness, coarse grains indeed lack palatability. The Emperor has decreed, and I had no means to prepare anything else for you. Please bear with it for now." Mu Yinqing was well aware, but found it impossible to swallow. He took a sip of porridge, which, while also lacking flavor, was significantly more tolerable. The villager's young grandson had not eaten flatbreads in many days, surviving only on wild greens, which could not satiate his hunger. Outside the window, he tiptoed, attempting to catch a glimpse of what the nobles feasted upon. Satisfied with just a single look, however, the little boy stumbled and fell. Letting out a yelp, "Who goes there?" The guards hurried over to investigate, admonishing, "Child, don't play here." The parents of the child hurriedly rushed over, repeatedly apologizing and attempting to take their little one away. Mu Yinqing called out from inside, inviting them in. Once Mu Yinqing spoke, the child's parents entered with their child in tow. The little one timidly gazed at Mu Yinqing, then at the unappetizing flatbread and porridge on the table. Mu Yinqing pointed at the barely edible flatbread and asked, "Would you like to eat this?" The child's parents quickly gestured, "Your Highness, he doesn't eat this. The child is just being mischievous. Please forgive us." Hearing the commotion, the child's grandparents rushed over to bow, fearing that Mu Yinqing might act harshly towards the child in a fit of anger. Mu Yinqing picked up the piece of flatbread and casually tossed it onto the ground, saying, "Go ahead, eat it." Watching the flatbread roll on the ground, covered in dirt, the child paid no heed and eagerly picked it up to take a bite, for he was terribly hungry. Mu Yinqing looked on with disdain, thinking, "What is so good about this?" The child's parents and grandparents felt a mix of emotions, nearly moved to tears. On the other side, Gu Qinghan noticed that at this hour, many families in the village were having barbecues. Children, free from school, ran around joyfully, visiting various homes. The children were particularly curious about the crew recording the show, eager to see who they were. Jiu Qinghan and her companions waved at the many little ones peeking around, beckoning them to join. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan and her friends inviting them in, the children instantly brightened, laughing and shouting as they dashed joyfully into the courtyard. Thankfully, the courtyard was spacious enough to accommodate the throng without feeling cramped. Instead, it was lively and bustling. Jiu Qinghan and her companions placed the grilled food on the table, inviting everyone to eat together. The children's faces lit up with smiles, yet they were exceptionally polite. Their words sweet as honey. "Thank you, sister. Thank you, brother." Afterward, they eagerly rushed to grab the skewers. The courtyard was filled with the sight of 6 guests enjoying a meal with a large group of children. Some of the older children volunteered, exclaiming, "I can grill. I do it all the time at home." The lively atmosphere in the courtyard was infectious. Jiu Qinghan encouraged, "Why don't you all perform something for us?" Several children raised their hands, clamoring to showcase their talents. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the melodious sounds of children singing, while others danced, creating a scene of pure joy. Mu Yinqing, observing Gu Qinghan and her generosity in sharing delicious barbecue with the farmers' children, laughing and playing with them, felt utterly perplexed. From his observations over time, he knew Gu Qinghan's father was the wealthiest man in Haiqing. It puzzled him why someone of such affluence would mingle so amiably with the common folk. The farmers, already feeling a pang of sorrow, watched their children sing and dance, and then glanced at their own child, who was picking up the piece of flatbread that the prince had carelessly tossed aside. Feeling even more despondent, one piece was carelessly discarded by the prince, while the other was given with kindness. The comparison only deepened their sorrow, making their lives seem unbearable. Mu Yinqing stood up with a huff, flicking his sleeve as he exited the dilapidated house. The farmers exchanged glances filled with unspoken words, unable to voice their thoughts. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan and her companions enjoyed a lengthy barbecue session. Although they had consumed some beer, no one truly overindulged, mindful of being on a show. As night fell, a gentle breeze carried a refreshing chill, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Everyone sat together in the courtyard, gazing at the twinkling stars above. They casually chatted about amusing anecdotes from their school days and the challenges faced as trainees. Regardless of their experiences, they all strived towards their dreams. Jiu Qinghan turned to Lu Yuan and asked, "How about you? Did you have any dreams when you were a child?" Upon broaching the topic, Lu Yuan appeared slightly embarrassed, but he certainly would not shy away from answering Gu Qinghan's inquiry. "My dreams weren't as grand as theirs. Before I turned 10, my biggest aspiration was simply to savor a complete ice cream cone." Jiu Qinghan stared at Lu Yuan, bewildered. She pondered, isn't Lu Yuan's family a real estate giant? Why were they so stingy that they couldn't even buy him an ice cream? However, no one in the circle knew Lu Yuan's background, and Gu Qinghan refrained from revealing it. The other 4 guests were oblivious to Lu Yuan's identity, especially Wang Hanrong and Shen Yixin, whose eyes brimmed with sympathy. Fans, hearing Lu Yuan share his story for the first time, felt a surge of compassion for him. How pitiful! He must have come from a very poor family when he was young. I want to learn from him. Despite such hardships, he has become so outstanding. If only I had known Yuan back then. I would have bought him a truckload of ice cream. With all his hard work, he must have changed his family's life. He is truly remarkable. Lu Yuan seemed to perceive the thoughts swirling in the air and simply smiled in response, saying, "My mother always said that one should not harbor greed for food. One should savor the things they love, not devouring them all at once, so as to maintain a sense of anticipation." Ji Yuqinghan opened her mouth, finally exclaiming, "Auntie's reasoning is so compelling and logical that I find it irrefutable." Lu Yuan chuckled softly, his voice melodious. "If my mother heard your praise, she would be immensely pleased." At that moment, Lu Yuan's mother, Lin Man, was at home enjoying ice cream while watching television, feeling quite proud. "Look, my future daughter-in-law is praising me." Lu Xiu approached from behind, teasing, "Mom, do you remember how strict you were with us when we were young? You wouldn't even let us have an ice cream. People might think we were so poor we couldn't afford it. Now you're sitting here indulging yourself." Lin Man shot Lu Xiu a disapproving look, saying, "Who told you both to be sons? If I had a daughter, I would surely dote on her." "What use do I have for sons?" Lu Xiu retorted sarcastically. "If you wanted a daughter, you should have asked Dad for one. After all, he was just as much a stinky son as you say." Lin Man threw a cushion at Lu Xiu, sending him stumbling back. As they returned to their rooms, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan ascended to the third floor together. "Good night, Lu Yuan," Gu Qinghan said. "Good night," Lu Yuan replied. "The barbecue was delicious. I never knew it could taste this good." Ji Yuqinghan responded, "Well, when we have the chance, I'll take you to try more dishes you've never had before." "Sounds good." The next morning, the crowing of roosters filled the air with a pure, natural sound. Ji Yuqinghan had a restful night and, upon awakening, drew back the curtains to gaze outside, where wisps of smoke curled upwards and greenery abounded, creating a sense of comfort. After taking a shower, Gu Qinghan headed downstairs, noticing that everyone else seemed to still be asleep. Given the number of children present yesterday, there were no leftover ingredients, save for some rice and flour in the cupboard. After pondering, Gu Qinghan decided to cook some rice porridge in the rice cooker. She then prepared some dough, covered it with plastic wrap, and set it aside, intending to make pancakes later. "Where can I find a wife like Gu Qinghan? If I were a man and couldn't marry her, I'd be single for life," someone mused. "She is truly kind. While everyone else is asleep, she gets up to make breakfast." Just as she finished kneading the dough, she heard movement on the stairs. Turning her head, she smiled. "Good morning, Lu Yuan." "Good morning," he replied. Today, Lu Yuan wore a sky blue t-shirt, and his hair was neatly styled, clearly freshly washed. As he approached, Gu Qinghan caught a whiff of a refreshing bamboo fragrance emanating from him. "Have you started preparing breakfast? I wasn't sure what to make. We don't have much left this morning." As they conversed, some local villagers arrived at the door, prompting Lu Yuan to rush to open it. Hearing the quietness inside, the villagers spoke in hushed tones. "We could tell you didn't have much to eat this morning, so we brought some homemade dishes for you." Ji Yuqinghan and Lu Yuan quickly accepted the breakfast. Expressing their gratitude profusely, one of the aunts remarked, "No need to thank us. The children had so much fun here yesterday and enjoyed plenty of food. We should be the ones thanking you." After saying this, the villagers left. Ji Yuqinghan looked at the table, which was overflowing with food. Boiled eggs, fried eggs, egg pancakes, scallion pancakes, buns, dumplings, soy milk, assorted cold dishes, and various porridge dishes. It was nearly overflowing. The villagers are so warm-hearted. Lu Yuan thought, experiencing this warmth for the first time. He realized that building connections with people could yield such delightful responses, and it felt remarkably different. All of this was thanks to Gu Qinghan. After everyone had enjoyed a hearty meal, Shen Yisan rubbed her belly and lamented, "Oh no, my manager will definitely not let me eat when I go back." Wang Hanrong quickly shoved another dumpling into Shen Yisan's mouth, saying, "Then eat as much as you can while you can." Shen Yisan swallowed the dumpling, exclaiming, "This is absolutely delicious." After finishing their meal, the production team arranged for everyone to witness a demonstration of drones today, a plan that had been mentioned upon their arrival in the village yesterday. The 6 guests arrived at an expansive outdoor area, somewhat distant from the village, which facilitated the demonstration. As Gu Qinghan and her companions arrived, they immediately spotted 3 drones positioned on the ground. However, these were markedly different from the small drones Gu Qinghan had previously encountered. Designed for pesticide spraying, these drones were equipped with high-pressure sprayers, presenting a distinct appearance. The staff began to explain that these drones were employed by the local farmers for pesticide application and the specifics would be elaborated upon by the farmers themselves. A middle-aged man stepped forward, stating, "This drone is agricultural, specifically intended for spraying pesticides. As you can see, it is fitted with high-pressure sprayers. This drone can reach a flying altitude of up to 500 meters and can carry a maximum of 30 liters of pesticide. The land you see here is quite flat. However, this drone is capable of operating on flat terrain, terraced fields, and slopes. Whether it's for our wheat, rice, or fruit trees, it can be utilized, significantly saving us labor and resources while offering a rapid spraying speed. Moreover, it is incredibly convenient to operate remotely, with the option to control it via a mobile app. As he spoke, the demonstrator began to showcase how to operate the drone. In fact, many of you have likely played with remote-controlled cars or planes. I find them quite similar. Would any of you like to give it a try?" Wang Hanrong was visibly excited, pondering the potential cost of such a device, voicing her concerns about the consequences of mishandling it. The director's team promptly interjected, "This belongs to our farmer friends, so of course, compensation would be expected." Shin Yisin chimed in, "Isn't this quite expensive?" "Not bad, around 20,000, give or take," came the reply. Observing her companions, who were eager yet apprehensive about possibly damaging the drones, Gu Qinghan turned to the village head and inquired, "Do you only have these 3 drones in your village?" The village head nodded affirmatively. Gu Qinghan then declared, "In that case, I will sponsor you 10 drones. Since we are currently recording or live streaming, I assure you I will not go back on my word. Once we finish this episode, someone will deliver them to you." The village head was taken aback. "Really? You truly mean it?" Gu Qinghan responded with enthusiasm. A promise made by a lady is not to be broken. Turning to Wang Hanrong and Shan Yisin, Gu Qinghan added, "I have already sponsored them, so feel free to play without worry of crashing." The guests approached Gu Qinghan to express their gratitude with warm embraces, while only Lu Yuan stood beside her. Reflecting on the scene with a mix of emotions, Wang Hanrong grasped Gu Qinghan's hand, reluctant to let go, exclaiming, "Qinghan, you are truly like a fairy descended to earth. Why are you so wonderful?" Gu Qinghan teased. "Well, I do hope you will give me a VIP ticket to your concert for free." Wang Hanrong replied graciously, "What do you mean 1 ticket? I will give you as many as you want. I would even hold a concert just for you." With Gu Qinghan's sponsorship of the drones, everyone felt a sense of ease and was determined to treat her with utmost respect, contemplating how best to reciprocate her kindness. Each person took turns learning to operate the drones, watching them ascend gracefully into the sky before landing smoothly. While they did not all soar into the heavens, there was a shared sense of accomplishment. The villagers of Beizhou had just begun to shake off the surreal feelings from the previous day's astonishment when they encountered these drones. "So this is what a drone looks like?" They mused. They truly had everything, and each surprise was more astonishing than the last. Jiu Qinghan was exceptionally kind to her friends. Was she equally benevolent to everyone in her life? Suddenly, a figure wearing a straw hat spoke from behind. "Indeed, she is incredibly kind to those around her. However, some people who find themselves in fortunate circumstances often fail to appreciate their blessings." Just as the crowd was about to inquire further, the hat-wearing figure departed. This individual was none other than the elusive Xia He, who had been in hiding. She had already made arrangements, and her food delivery business was set to trial in the capital. It is said that the most dangerous places are often the safest. Her return to the capital was driven by the belief that it remained a more lucrative environment, given the abundance of affluent individuals. Yesterday, Xia He observed Gu Qinghan grilling skewers and meticulously noted the sequence and ingredients of the seasonings used. Throughout the night, she experimented tirelessly, hoping to create a delectable barbecue sauce. By this morning, the flavor of her concoction had significantly improved. Once she perfected the sauce, her intention was to open the first barbecue shop in the capital. Xia He glanced up at Gu Qinghan, who was radiating joy, and smiled knowingly. No matter where her master was, her happiness was all that mattered. As for herself, she was determined to save money and strengthen her influence. Chapter 41. The Prince is a Chicken with Its Neck Slit. The news of Gu Qinghan sponsoring 10 drones for the village spread rapidly. The villagers spontaneously began preparing lunch as a token of gratitude towards her. Thus, Gu Qinghan and her companions had no need to worry about their midday meal. It was effortlessly resolved. On their return journey after lunch, Lu Yuan suddenly remarked, "I think I'm beginning to understand the meaning of living off a woman." "How could you possibly comprehend that?" Gu Qinghan asked, puzzled. Lu Yuan smiled, his eyes sparkling. "As we follow you, we have no worries about meals. which could be considered living off a woman, I suppose. However, I must admit, this feeling is quite pleasant. Liu Qinghan's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, Lu Yuan, I never realized you were this type of man. Have I uncovered your secret intention to find a family to marry into? Avoiding the burdens of buying a house or car, all while securing a wife. While others remained unfazed, the fans were in a frenzy, flooding the comments with excitement. Liu Yuan, what on earth are you saying? Wake up! There's nothing wrong with marrying into a family. The woman should treat our Yuan well, right? Lin Man, still fixated on the screen, nodded in agreement. Indeed, there's no harm in marrying into a family, especially if the woman is as wonderful as Gu Qinghan. Mom, please wake up. Your youngest son, Lu Yuan, hasn't he even told Gu Qinghan that he likes her? Lu Xiao interjected, dousing the enthusiasm with cold water. Lin Man looked dissatisfied, lamenting how Lu Yuan was always so slow to act. Aside from his acting career, he struggled to express himself, not inheriting her boldness at all. Lu Yuan took Gu Qinghan's words to heart and earnestly explained. In today's world, marriage isn't strictly about traditional roles. If I were to meet someone I truly love, someone I wish to spend my life with, I would willingly give her everything. Oh my goodness, Lu Yuan. If I were your girlfriend and heard that, I would probably faint from the sheer emotion. Gu Qinghan applauded enthusiastically. One noticed Lu Yuan's ears turning slightly red. He was at a loss for words and could only smile to mask his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Mu Yinxing, under the blazing sun, was ostentatiously attempting to hoe the land alongside the farmers. He had not eaten well and was now starving, feeling as if his stomach was pressing against his back. He had dispatched guards to the capital that morning to procure supplies, but they had yet to return. He initially thought that spending 3 days living among the common folk would be manageable. Yet after just one day, he found it quite unbearable. Not only was the food difficult to swallow, but the accommodations were equally unsatisfactory. He had spent the entire night tossing and turning on a makeshift bed made of planks, which was uncomfortably hard and hardly suitable for habitation. He looked at the hoe in his hand, still hearing Gu Qinghan's voice in his ears. Liu Yuan merely speaks of giving everything to a woman, and Gu Qinghan is moved. Yet I offered her the position of the most esteemed princess, and she did not seem nearly as touched. The following day, Gu Qinghan awoke even earlier than the previous one. She discovered that the morning air in this place was exceptionally fresh and felt compelled to take a stroll, bringing along her camera. After preparing herself, she stepped out of her room to find Lu Yuan emerging as well. Gu Qinghan extended an invitation. Would you care to join me for a walk? Sure. The two of them tiptoed out of the courtyard and headed toward the outskirts of the village. According to the villagers, to the east of the village lay a pine forest, and to the south a river, which piqued Gu Qinghan's curiosity. As they exited the village, they reached the provincial road. It was still early, and only a few large vehicles passed by. Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan crossed the provincial road and stood at the edge of a grassy area, gazing up at the pine forest that lay before them, with the sun now rising above the trees. Casting a breathtaking light, Liu Qinghan took out her camera and captured several stunning photographs, turning at just the right angle to include Lu Yuan's profile in one of them. After reviewing the picture, she exclaimed, "This photo turned out splendidly. Tell me, how did you come to possess such striking features? Do you resemble your father or your mother more?" Lu Yuan examined the photo, replying, "I think I resemble my mother, although she doesn't acknowledge it." "Why not? What kind of parent wouldn't want to claim a son as handsome as you?" Lu Yuan chuckled, recalling family stories. "According to the elders, when my mother was pregnant with me, everyone assumed she was having a girl. When I was born a boy, it was quite contrary to her expectations. It appears that your family favors daughters over sons," Gu Qinghan remarked. "Well, not exactly," Lu Yuan replied. "After all, there is only my mother as the sole lady in our household, so there isn't really a place for such favoritism." Gu Qinghan suddenly felt a desire to meet Lu Yuan's mother. Sensing she must be an interesting person. "Your mother must be very fortunate, truly the queen of the household," Gu Qinghan added. When it came to the topic of mothers, Lu Yuan was filled with respect. Although his mother could be rather strict with him, it was evident that she loved him dearly. Her way of expressing it was simply different, a fact he understood well. The two of them walked along a small path beneath the provincial road, heading south, and soon enough, they heard the gentle sound of flowing water, accompanied by the delightful chirping of birds. Upon reaching the riverbank, a refreshing coolness enveloped them, providing immense comfort. The scenery here is truly splendid. Gu Qinghan exclaimed, capturing several photographs. I almost forgot. I still haven't sent you the photos from our last outing. I'll organize them and send them all together this time. Sounds good, Lu Yuan replied. Would you like me to take a picture of you? Yes, please, Gu Qinghan responded, squatting down with a sweet smile, her fingers playfully stirring the river water, complementing the beautiful landscape. Once Lu Yuan finished taking the picture, Gu Qinghan handed the camera to the accompanying photographer and beckoned Lu Yuan over. Come here and feel the water. It's refreshingly cold and quite pleasant. Lu Yuan crouched down to touch the water. And Gu Qinghan, with a playful glint in her eyes, scooped up some water and splashed it at him. Feeling a chill at his neck, Lu Yuan turned to see Gu Qinghan laughing as she prepared to splash him again. Gu Qinghan continued to splash water while retreating, her laughter echoing through the riverbank's shrubs, reminiscent of silver bells. Lu Yuan, too, was swept up in the joyous atmosphere, and soon they were like children, playfully splashing water at each other. Reminiscent of two mischievous elementary school students, the exuberance of the moment was so infectious that even the viewers watching the live stream could feel the happiness radiating from them. Meanwhile, Mu Yanqing, having once again not slept well that morning, spotted Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan frolicking, which only dampened his mood further. He felt as though he might burst from pent-up frustration, as if every organ in his body was unsettled. Throughout the morning, Gu Qinghan and the others followed the program's itinerary, watching a two-man performance. However, as noon approached, it was time to eat. The director announced, for lunch today, everyone is responsible for their own ingredients. But the program team has prepared a sumptuous dinner for us tonight. The six of them exchanged glances, and Wang Hanrong remarked, does this mean the director expects us to survive on nothing but the northwest wind? Gu Qinghan crossed her arms. I have a strong suspicion that your respective companies or agents might have had a word with the program team. Shen Yisin widened her eyes in disbelief. Why would you say that? Wang Hanrong explained to Shen Yisin, you weren't here last time, but our meals were lavishly provided without us needing to prepare anything. Gu Qinghan nodded. Perhaps they are concerned you might gain weight. Shen Yisin touched her cheeks. I genuinely feel like I've gained weight these past couple of days. It's a disaster. You haven't gained weight. It doesn't happen overnight, Gu Qinghan replied. Glancing around, Director, can we eat that chicken in the yard? Yes, but the chicken is still alive, and it will require payment. What is the big deal about a live chicken? Payment is nothing, Gu Qinghan rolled up her sleeves. I see plenty of small vegetables in the garden behind. Hanrong and Yisin, why don't you go pick some? We can stew the chicken for lunch, and the veggies will balance it out. Taking Gu Qinghan's directive, Wang Hanrong and Shen Yisin hurried off to gather vegetables. Gu Qinghan surveyed the three gentlemen present. Who will catch the chicken? I'll do it, Lu Yuan said. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he entered the chicken coop with ease, lifting a chicken by its wing and bringing it out. Gu Qinghan emerged from the house with a knife and a basin. Who will be the one to kill the chicken? Sui Shan and Zhang Yonghe both felt it wasn't too difficult, with one brandishing the knife and the other holding the basin as they approached the chicken. Gu Qinghan called out from behind. Lu Yuan, hold the chicken's head up high so it's easier for Sui Shan to cut its neck. Sui Shan rolled up his sleeves and placed the knife against the chicken's neck. He only managed a single cut before feeling overwhelmingly uncomfortable. The knife slipped from his grasp, and he jumped back in alarm. No, I can't do it. It feels like I'd be cutting my own neck. Lu Yuan shook his head, handing the chicken to Zhang Yonghe. Let me take over at that moment. Mu Yanqing was fast asleep. Having hardly rested for 2 nights, he could not discern whether he was dreaming or awake. It felt as if someone was pursuing him. When they caught up, they pinned his arms behind his back, not just holding him but forcing him to kneel on the ground, tugging at his hair and forcing his head back. He could hear Gu Qinghan's voice in his ears. Yes, hold him like that. Cut his neck, do it with force. Catch the blood in the basin, and don't let it stain the ground. Mu Yanqing felt a sharp pain at his neck, instinctively covering it with his hand, struggling desperately as he shouted, Help! Chapter 42. A plea to the heavens for rain. Mu Yanqing felt as if he could not breathe, writhing in desperation. With a sudden twist, he fell from the hard bed. A guard rushed in upon hearing the noise. Your Highness, what has happened? Mu Yanqing, startled awake, sat on the ground in a daze. The guard helped him to sit up, and Mu Yanqing looked up at the live broadcast screen, where Gu Qinghan was directing someone to kill the chicken. He realized it had all been a dream triggered by her words. The little eunuch attending to Mu Yinqing hurriedly brought water to wash his face. "Your Highness, your neck, my neck?" Mu Yinqing touched it and gasped in shock. The spot he touched was excruciating. The little eunuch quickly added, "Your Highness, there are finger marks on your neck. Could it be an assassin?" Mu Yinqing recalled the dream and wondered if he had been strangling himself. Unfortunately, there were no mirrors in this place, and he could not see his own reflection. The people around him were puzzled. If it were indeed an assassin, why hadn't he, the crown prince, ordered someone to apprehend them or expressed his fury at their presence? "Your Highness," the little eunuch called out, bowing slightly. Mu Yinqing snapped back to reality. "Prepare some medicine for me, and you may all leave." Under Gu Qinghan's guidance, Zhang Yonghe held the chicken while Lu Yuan took action. Quickly ending the chicken's life, Sui Shan went to boil water, taking on the task of plucking the feathers since he hadn't succeeded in killing the chicken. The scalding water poured over the chicken, and even through the screen, it appeared blisteringly hot. "I never realized preparing a chicken could be so troublesome. Is it really that hot? Will it burn?" Naturally, the others couldn't just watch Sui Shan pluck the feathers alone. They all pitched in. The once lively chicken soon transformed into a featherless creature. Jiu Qinghan set fire to some alcohol to singe off the tiny remaining feathers and proceeded to clean the innards. This chicken was plump and sizable, and Gu Qinghan prepared a big pot for stewing. The aroma of the farm-raised chicken wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone's senses. Before the dish was served, they could hardly contain their salivation. A large bowl of chicken was placed on the table, accompanied by the freshly picked sautéed greens, resulting in an exquisite feast. They all sat down, picked up their chopsticks, and eagerly eyed the delectable chicken. Before Lu Yuan used his chopsticks, he picked up a chicken leg and placed it directly into Gu Qinghan's bowl, saying, "You've worked hard." Gu Qinghan stared at the chicken leg, unsure whether to eat it. With only 2 legs to a chicken, Lu Yuan had directly given one to her. What about the others? The onlookers felt the moment was significant, agreeing that Gu Qinghan had worked the hardest and deserved to eat more. Zhang Yonghe and Sui Shan each offered a chicken wing to Wang Hanrong and Shen Yisin, and everyone appeared to be in harmony. Wang Hanrong remarked while eating, "Chickens are so adorable, of course. They are meant to be eaten." Shen Yisin, after finishing a chicken wing, looked satisfied. "Why doesn't the farm chicken I've had before taste this good?" Lu Yuan interjected, "That's because it wasn't made by Qinghan." Gu Qinghan turned to Lu Yuan. "Are you praising me again?" The other 4 exchanged glances, sensing something blossoming between Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan. "Indeed, Qinghan is the best," Wang Hanrong nodded enthusiastically. After enjoying a hearty farm-style chicken meal, they felt content and prepared to leave, concluding the recording of the 2nd episode of the program. Before departing, the director's team generously left money for the chicken with the homeowner, ensuring that Gu Qinghan and the other guests were not burdened with the cost. Upon returning to Haiqing, Gu Qinghan immediately instructed Bai Ning to order a drone to send to the village. Her second task was to organize support for Wang Hanrong's concert tour, specifically the Haiqing stop. As Gu Qinghan had promised, she had indeed secured every large screen in Haiqing for Wang Hanrong's support. When Wang Hanrong returned to Haiqing, she was nearly moved to tears. Despite being a popular singer, she had never experienced such an impressive show of support. At the crack of dawn, Wang Hanrong eagerly dragged Gu Qinghan to indulge in beauty treatments, after which they planned to shop, dine, and enjoy coffee. Essentially, everything was on Wang Hanrong's tab. With only a day left until the concert, the Emperor of Beizhou led his son, Crown Prince Miancheng, along with a multitude of court officials, to the altar in a solemn quest for rain. Having spent 3 days at a fellow villager's home, Miancheng returned looking gaunt, with the red marks he had inflicted on his neck still visible, exuding an air of utter exhaustion. The emperor noticed this and found himself increasingly displeased with his son. It was hard to reconcile this image with the spirited young man who had returned victorious after conquering Nanjing, a sight that had once filled the emperor with pride, leading him to directly promise the crown prince's elevation. Observing Miancheng in such a state, the emperor pondered whether he was truly fit to be the next ruler of Beizhou. However, given the ongoing drought and the fact that Miancheng had only been crowned prince for less than half a year, it seemed unwise to depose him. Yet, the thought of doing so lingered in the emperor's mind, refusing to dissipate. Everyone fasted for 3 days, and before setting off, they burned incense and bathed, demonstrating their piety. Along the journey, many commoners spontaneously made their way to the altar, all hoping to beseech the heavens for rain. The Ministry of Rites oversaw the ceremonial rain-seeking. Under the auspices of the Minister of Rites, the emperor, accompanied by Muyincheng and numerous princes and officials, knelt thrice and prostrated 9 times at the altar, all in hopes of invoking a downpour. However, the sky remained a brilliant blue, the sun scorching the earth mercilessly. All present knelt under the sweltering sun, awaiting divine favor for a refreshing rain. By noon, the heat became unbearable, and some elderly officials fainted from the strain, while most others swayed precariously. Yet, the heavens showed no mercy. With not a single cloud in sight, the live broadcast remained ever-present, allowing one to glance upward and see Gu Qinghan and that Wang Hanrong relishing the air conditioning and icy treats in a shopping mall. Indulging in various pleasures, meanwhile, those of high status in Beizhou were forced to endure such torment. Nevertheless, everyone persevered. As evening approached, amidst the calls from the Ministry of Rites, those who had not completely succumbed to fainting finally helped one another to rise. This entire day's plea for rain had yielded no sign of divine favor, and the emperor, valuing his reputation, could only resolve to continue the efforts the following day. As the crowd made their way back, physically drained, they leaned on one another for support. In front of the common people, the princes of Beizhou displayed brotherly camaraderie, appearing harmonious and respectful. The emperor stood by, praising, "Your brotherly harmony is a blessing for Beizhou." At that moment, Gu Qinghan and Wang Hanrong dined at an upscale restaurant, where the dishes arrived promptly, allowing them to converse while they ate. Wang Hanrong remained fixated on the story Gu Qinghan had shared previously, saying, "Qinghan, your story was captivating. Do you often indulge in palace intrigue dramas?" Gu Qinghan shook her head, admitting she rarely watched them, but had enjoyed the Yongjing dynasty in the past. The emperor of Beizhou, along with his numerous princes and the common folk, felt dejected after a day of fruitless rain-seeking. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan mention stories again, everyone perked up their ears to listen. Wang Hanrong exclaimed, "Ah? The Yongjing dynasty? I've only seen it once." Jiu Qinghan, brimming with enthusiasm, began to enlighten Wang Hanrong. "You should watch it more. I must tell you, the depiction of the struggle for the throne among the 9 sons is utterly riveting." She continued to elaborate, "They say, dragons give birth to 9 offspring, each differing. Emperor Kangxi had so many sons, and these 9 fought fiercely for the throne, each with their own agendas, none of them truly as they appeared. How fascinating! In the royal court, the bonds of father and son vanish amidst the pursuit of power. Especially when I last spoke of Beizhou, the Xuanda emperor had 9 sons as well, but they pale in comparison. Not one of Xuanda's princes is virtuous. Behind the scenes, they engage in all sorts of treachery and assassination, more ruthless than that treacherous emperor." Chapter 43. The 9 sons competing for the throne. The crown prince desires to eat dirt at this moment. The princes of Beizhou, supporting each other, exchanged glances. The officials and the common people could not help but glance toward the steps of the altar. The emperor, who had just praised his sons for their brotherly harmony, halted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized them. Including Muyincheng, the 9 princes kneeled in a row, each crying out in their defense. As the crown prince, Muyincheng was the first to speak. "Father, that enchantress Gu Qinghan must know how to sabotage the foundation of Beizhou, which is why she speaks thus." The other princes chimed in, "Father, we, the 9 brothers, would never engage in such scheming. What Gu Qinghan said about assassination and treachery has never occurred. Father, in our hearts, you are the Son of Heaven. Long live the Emperor. We all wish for your health and longevity. Long live the Emperor." The Emperor pursed his lips, casting a glance among his sons before saying nothing, allowing Deshun to assist him as he descended the steps and boarded the carriage. The civil and military officials hurried to follow suit, while the commoners dared not speak freely and began to disperse. Once the princes stood up, aside from the 3rd and 9th princes still supporting each other, the others retreated into their own worlds, dismissing the need to maintain appearances. The 3rd prince brushed off the dust from his garments, remarking, "Crown Prince, you truly are exceptional. Just as the rumors suggest, you genuinely cherish your consort. It seems your consort knows quite a lot." The 9th prince retorted, with her around, "Who knows what Gu Qinghan will say next? Sooner or later, we will all meet our doom at her hands. But it's evident she harbors the deepest animosity toward our esteemed crown prince. If someone must perish, let it be him first." After saying this, the princes began to descend the platform one by one. A young eunuch approached Mu Yancheng to assist him, who stumbled down the steps, his gaze lingering on Gu Qinghan. After hearing the ninth prince's words, Mu Yancheng felt a surge of fear. They were right. Gu Qinghan unmistakably harbored the greatest hatred toward him. If this continued, it would surely lead to his ruin. Furthermore, he had yet to receive news from those he had dispatched to find Ling Xiandao. He truly did not know how much longer he could endure. That night, Mu Yancheng experienced a nightmare, where he saw himself deposed as crown prince, with Gu Qinghan personally returning to seize all his accomplishments. He screamed, "No!" As he sat up, drenched in sweat, he realized he was still in the East Palace. Fear gripped him. Many things he once possessed had been obtained through Gu Qinghan. If his father were to discover this, his position as crown prince would be irreparably compromised. After the morning court session, Mu Yancheng changed his attire and paid a visit to the residence of Duke Ning. He was still received by Duke Minjiazu and his son, Ming Guangji. Mu Yancheng felt an urgent need to address affairs at the borders. But no matter how he pressed, Ming Guangji merely replied, "The news has already spread. Please be patient, Your Highness." Leaving Duke Ning's residence, Mu Yancheng was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Previously, Ming Guangji had always been obedient to him. Why did he now seem so unresponsive? Could it be that all of this was due to Gu Qinghan? No, that couldn't be right. He was the crown prince of Beizhou, and everyone should bow to him except for the emperor. At this moment, Mu Yancheng had completely forgotten how he had once been treated with disdain. All he knew was that if he continued to wait and received no news, he would undoubtedly hold Duke Ning accountable. Upon returning to the East Palace, Mu Yancheng summoned his advisors for a meeting. One of the advisors mentioned, "Your Highness, 2 new businesses have recently emerged in the capital." Mu Yancheng, confused, asked, "What need is there to report on business matters to me?" The advisor replied, "Your Highness may not be aware, but these new enterprises stem from the live broadcast. One is Qingqing Takeout, and the other is Henin's Barbecue. Both have become immensely popular in the capital." Another advisor added, "Henin's Barbecue has been fully booked these past few days. With people having to queue to get in.it is said the taste is exceptional." Mu Yancheng was taken aback. "Are they using the name of my consort to run these businesses?" The advisor clarified. "It is not certain, however, since your consort's involvement in the live broadcast is known, we are unaware of how the others are operating. Only these 2 can be emulated. Yet, Your Highness, it must be said, the person behind these new ventures is undoubtedly quite astute." Mu Yancheng inquired, "Are you suggesting we find the mastermind and employ him for my benefit?" The advisor replied, "If that can be arranged, it would be advantageous. If this individual can be of service to Your Highness, the treasury would certainly see a significant increase, and who would not welcome that?" Another advisor questioned, "But what if this person does not wish to serve Your Highness?" Mu Yancheng's expression darkened. "You must investigate the person behind these businesses and secure their cooperation. This individual is discreet, and it is possible they want me to seek them out. I must cool their ardor before proceeding. Furthermore, if they can successfully run such enterprises, so can I. This takeout and barbecue venture appears simple enough. You shall consult with the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lord Zhou, as I intend to establish this business myself." Chapter 44. A more dramatic continuation in anticipation of attending Wang Hanrong's concert. Gu Qinghan meticulously prepared a light stick, eager to show her support for Wang Hanrong at the event. Gu Qinghan had only requested 2 tickets for the concert from Wang Hanrong, initially intending to bring Zhang Ziyue along. However, due to a last-minute commitment, Zhang Ziyue was unable to accompany her, prompting Gu Qinghan to make the journey alone. Just before her departure, Lu Yuan unexpectedly reached out to her. As Gu Qinghan saw Lu Yuan's name flashing on her phone screen, she answered the call. Lu Yuan's magnetic voice resonated through the receiver. "Qinghan, are you going to see Wang Hanrong's concert?" "Yes, Zhang Ziyue was supposed to join me, but their design department called an impromptu meeting, so she can't make it," Gu Qinghan replied directly. "Have you returned to Haicheng? I just got off the plane. If you're feeling bored by yourself, how about I come keep you company?" Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qinghan agreed, "Sure. I'll wait for you at the VIP entrance of the National Exhibition Center." Originally, Gu Qinghan had intended to bring along the support items she had prepared for Zhang Ziyue. But now that Lu Yuan was joining her, she certainly had to take them along. Upon her arrival, it wasn't long before she spotted Lu Yuan, fully equipped, stepping out of the CART that moment. Lu Yuan was shrouded in darkness, clad entirely in black from his hat to his shoes. This was easily understandable. With Lu Yuan's immense popularity, he was often followed by a throng of fans, making it difficult to go unnoticed. Jiu Qinghan removed her sunglasses and waved at Lu Yuan. If I were to toss you into a coal pile right now, I doubt anyone would find you. The advantage of the VIP entrance was that it was not overly crowded. After Lu Yuan removed his mask and sunglasses, he asked, "Were you waiting long?" "No, I just arrived not long ago. The traffic was heavy," she replied. After passing through security, the two made their way towards the VIP section where Wang Hanrong had reserved 2 prime viewing spots. Once seated, Gu Qinghan took out 2 cat ear-shaped light sticks, donned one herself, the golden ears sparkling adorably atop her head. She then offered the other to Lu Yuan. "Do you want to wear one?" Lu Yuan accepted it, glancing back at the throng of enthusiastic fans behind him. Realizing they were all wearing various golden accessories, Jiu Qinghan explained, "Hanrong's support color is gold, you know. In truth, Gu Qinghan had not expected Lu Yuan to wear it, considering he was a man and a major film star with a substantial fan base. The citizens of Beizhou had been eagerly anticipating Wang Hanrong's concert, primarily out of curiosity to see what the event entailed. Everything about Gu Qinghan was refreshingly novel to them. They beheld the venue, the stage, the throngs of people, and the dazzling golden decor. "This cat ear headband is quite cute. Perhaps it's best not to have men wear such things," Lu Yuan remarked. "A typical man would surely avoid it, as it diminishes one's masculinity." Meanwhile, Mu Yanqing, having concluded his morning duties and discussions with his advisors, was at the altar praying for rain alongside other princes. Regrettably, the heavens were unkind, offering no clouds in sight. As he observed Gu Qinghan's actions on the live broadcast, Mu Yanqing scoffed inwardly, dismissing the notion that any man would wear such an accessory. However, just as he thought this, Lu Yuan donned the cat ears with utter nonchalance. Mu Yanqing frowned, mentally cursing Lu Yuan for resorting to such absurdities merely to please Gu Qinghan. The citizens of Beizhou were equally astonished, though many young women expressed envy, believing Lu Yuan truly cared for Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan herself was surprised that Lu Yuan was willing to wear it. "Don't you feel embarrassed wearing this?" Lu Yuan took hold of the light stick from Gu Qinghan's bag. "Not at all. You made it. It looks great." Gu Qinghan then retrieved a piece of chocolate, unwrapped it, and held it to Lu Yuan's lips. "I find you quite pleasant, you know. Previously, there were rumors about your difficult temperament and aloof nature. But I think you're rather charming." As the rich, smooth chocolate entered Lu Yuan's mouth, the bittersweet flavor lingered, sweetening his heart. In the dimly lit VIP section, Gu Qinghan remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Yuan's ears had turned red. Had she noticed, she would have undoubtedly found him even more endearing. 2 rows away, a man and a woman leaned in closer, intently watching Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan. "Your brother seems to be enjoying himself with my future daughter-in-law," one commented. "Oh please, look at him. He's so clumsy, unable to take advantage of the darkness to hold her hand or confess his feelings," the other replied. Indeed, the 2 individuals were Lu Yuan's mother, Lin Man, and his brother, Lu Xiu. Upon learning that Lu Yuan would accompany Gu Qinghan to the concert, they had sneaked in, eager to witness the unfolding events, yet frustrated by Lu Yuan's reticence. During the concert, the atmosphere was electrifying, and everyone could not help but move along with Wang Hanrong. The venue was filled with screams and cheers, creating a cacophony of excitement. After the concert concluded, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan exited early. Getting into Gu Qinghan's car, "It's quite late now. I had made plans with Hanrong to go for hot pot. Would you like to join us?" Gu Qinghan invited. Lu Yuan nodded. "Sure." Gu Qinghan drove swiftly to a hot pot restaurant known for its privacy, frequented by many celebrities and renowned for its exquisite flavors. Clearly a regular, Gu Qinghan led Lu Yuan directly to a private room on the 3rd floor. She handed the tablet to Lu Yuan for him to order. "I am not picky. I can eat anything. You ladies decide," he replied. Jiu Qinghan promptly selected a 9-grid pot and ordered a table full of ingredients, essentially covering all bases. As the dishes arrived, Wang Hanrong also joined them, exclaiming, "This place is incredibly authentic. I could smell the aroma from outside." She settled in, glancing at Lu Yuan and then at Gu Qinghan. "Thank you both for supporting my concert. Today, the treat is on me." Gu Qinghan began placing duck blood into the corners of the pot, followed by slices of tripe and other ingredients, cooking them over high heat for mere seconds to achieve the perfect texture. Lu Yuan, though not particularly knowledgeable about food, could tell that Gu Qinghan and Wang Hanrong were both connoisseurs. Understanding Lu Yuan's personality, Gu Qinghan simultaneously cooked while serving him, explaining how long to cook each ingredient and which section of the pot would enhance its flavor. Lu Yuan quietly absorbed her instructions, and soon, he took over the cooking duties, allowing the two ladies to simply enjoy their meal. As they relished the delicious food, Wang Hanrong remarked, "Qinghan, it's wonderful to be with you. We also get to enjoy Teacher Lu's service. Not everyone gets this privilege," Lu Yuan added. "Since meeting Qinghan, I found many things to be much more interesting. Life isn't solely about filming and work." After savoring a piece of duck blood, Gu Qinghan, her palate tingling with the spicy and savory flavors, eagerly stated, "Of course. If you're free in the coming days, I'll take you to try other delectable dishes that I guarantee you haven't tasted before." Lu Yuan smiled, the warmth radiating from his face akin to a blooming Tianshan snow lotus. "Sounds great." Wang Hanrong, turning her head, noted that the smile was too enchanting, clearly not directed at her. She quickly shifted the topic. "Qinghan, since it's just the three of us today, do you have any updates on the story you mentioned last time?" Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment before responding. "As for the continuation, I'll save that for later. But I can tell you about the person behind Liang Gui Pin. Be prepared. It's even more dramatic." Wang Hanrong's interest piqued. She nodded vigorously. Yes, hurry and tell us." Even Lu Yuan appeared intrigued. Chapter 45. The Emperor's Inabilities. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, not only did Wang Hanrong and Lu Yuan show keen interest, but even the citizens of Beizhou, who should have been asleep at this hour, became captivated. Initially drawn to the novelty of watching Gu Qinghan and the others enjoy hot pot, something they had never experienced, they were now eager to uncover the identity of the person behind Liang Guipin. Even the emperor, who had intended to share the bed with the newly entered concubine, halted his actions in anticipation. The new concubine nearly cried in frustration. In the third prince's residence, Mu Anyun was drinking alone under the moonlight. Upon hearing that Gu Qinghan planned to unveil the identity behind Liang Guipin, his hand trembled, spilling wine over his fingers. A nearby servant hurried to assist him. "Your Highness?" Mu Anyun waved the servant away. "You may leave." At this moment in the garden, only Mu Anyun remained, and he murmured softly to himself, "It won't happen. Gu Qinghan will never know." However, his gaze remained fixated on the glowing screen of the live broadcast. His heart racing in tandem, Jiu Qinghan had nearly finished her meal, setting down her chopsticks as she began to recount the matters she had previously investigated. The reason she had never mentioned these things during her time in Beizhou was that by the time she uncovered them, Mu Yinqing had already been crowned as the crown prince, and the Eastern Palace had already been filled with women. Yu Qinghan was aware that she had been influenced by the plot of that book, compounded by her lack of personal memories. Otherwise, how could she have been so foolish as to believe that scoundrel Mu Yinqing? Yet, after entering the Eastern Palace, Mu Yinqing had completely transformed, shedding any pretense. Naturally, Gu Qinghan had to leave herself an escape route, and the findings she had uncovered could not be carelessly shared with Mu Yinqing. Later, when the system allowed her to return, she was relieved to be back in the modern world. For that was her true home. As for Liang Marin, before entering the palace, she had a romantic interest. An exceptionally handsome scholar, Gu Qinghan began. With her beauty and her life in a brothel, it was impossible for the scholar to gather enough silver to redeem her. The scholar vowed to exert himself in the imperial examinations, promising to rescue Liang Marin from the brothel. However, Liang Marin was soon discovered by a noble from the capital, in order to possess her for himself. This noble captured the scholar, coercing Liang Marin into submission, leading her to become the Liang Marin of Emperor Xuanda. Women, in their pursuit of love, can easily lose themselves. After entering the palace, Liang Marin feigned compliance with Emperor Xuanda and gained his favor as she endeavored to fulfill her mission. It was then that the opportunity arose. Next came the tale I previously narrated. Liang Marin caused the royal fetus within Wei Guifei to be lost. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the child Wei Guifei carried was not Emperor Xuanda's. Wang Hanrong gasped. "What? That is utterly dramatic. A concubine cuckolding the emperor." Gu Qinghan replied mysteriously, "What is this? There is even more drama to come." After all, she lived within a remarkably sensational novel. There was no limit to the absurdity. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's account, Emperor Xuanda sat upright, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the screen, lost in contemplation. The attendant beside him was at a loss as to how to react. terrified by the terrifying revelations. How could it be that she had only recently entered the palace and already heard such horrifying news? How could the child in Wei Guifei's womb possibly not belong to the emperor? Wasn't that tantamount to a death sentence? The third prince, Mu Anyun, tightened his grip, shattering the wine cup in his hand, blood droplets falling unnoticed into his palm. Wei Guifei, who had been preparing to retire for the night, suddenly found herself in a state of panic. She pointed at the live broadcast screen, exclaiming, "Gu Qinghan is spouting nonsense." Mu Yinqing, delighted, thought to himself that if this matter turned out to be true, then Mu Anyun would certainly be finished. His formidable rival would be reduced to the status of a commoner. The common folk were equally enthralled by the royal scandal, so concubines could bear children sired by others? The emperor could be subjected to such indignities? This was utterly thrilling. Everyone awaited Gu Qinghan's next words, eager to see the emperor's response. Wang Hanrong urged, "Please, tell us what happens next. What could possibly be more dramatic?" Gu Qinghan sipped her lemon water and continued, "The most dramatic twist lies in the identity of the mastermind behind Liang Guifei's elevation. This individual is none other than the current third prince, Mu Anyun." Wang Hanrong was baffled, "But you previously mentioned that this third prince is Wei Guifei's son. Why would he wish harm upon his own mother?" Lu Yuan, listening intently, surmised, "I suspect the third prince learned that the child in his mother's womb was not Emperor Xuanda's, fearing it would impact his own claim to the throne. Thus, he devised this scheme to eliminate the threat." Gu Qinghan nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, you are astute. That is precisely the case." The third prince had considered other methods, but Wei Guifei was particularly cautious, leaving him with no opportunity. Unexpectedly, Liang Marin intervened and successfully terminated the pregnancy without raising any suspicions about Wei Guifei. Emperor Beizhou narrowed his eyes, his fists clenched, his voice menacing. "Deshun, I am here," came the reply. "Summon Wei Guifei and the third prince to see me at once." As the emperor's command echoed, Wang Hanrong inquired from the glowing screen, "But why would Wei Guifei, already in such a high position, still wish to consort with others?" Gu Qinghan explained, "Because Wei Guifei's maternal family is not prominent. As she ages, despite her high rank, she has begun to lose the emperor's favor and thus sought to secure her position." Additionally, Gu Qinghan chuckled, "The most critical reason is that Wei Guifei knows Emperor Xuanda can no longer bear children. He is impotent." Chapter 46. Rage levels soar, unlocking new skills. The emperor, who had already risen from his seat, was enraged by Gu Qinghan's words, slamming his palm down upon the nearby table. "Preposterous! This sorceress!" The court officials fell to their knees in fear, shocked by the revelations. First, they heard of Wei Guifei's infidelity, and now they were confronted with the emperor's impotence. Surely, this could lead to execution. The commoners, upon hearing this, were even more exhilarated. What? The emperor was less capable than them ordinary folk? My heavens, what royal secrets were they uncovering? Though they could not speak freely, their eyes sparkled with intrigue, for they now knew the emperor's secret. Mu Yinqing, initially intrigued, received word from a eunuch that Deshun had been dispatched to summon Mu Anyun. Regardless of the truth, this matter would warrant thorough investigation. He felt fortunate. Gu Qinghan had dropped a bombshell, revealing that his father was impotent. If true, why hadn't Gu Qinghan mentioned it before her departure? Yet, such claims would surely incite the emperor's wrath, and they would all suffer the consequences. Unbeknownst to Gu Qinghan, her tale had already spread among the subjects of Beizhou. Had she been aware, she would have spun her narrative with even greater fervor, stirring chaos within the imperial family, perhaps even toppling the very sovereignty of Beizhou. Wang Hanrong exclaimed, "Indeed, this is quite sensational. Qinghan, your story is truly convoluted and dramatic. Well done." However, she recalled, "But you said that when Wei Guifei was wronged, the third prince was always crying out for justice and investigation?" Wang Hanrong inquired. Gu Qinghan replied, "Of course he would cry out for justice. It would lend credibility to his claims. Would he let his mother know that it was his own hand at work? True enough, that sun is indeed terrifying. In the imperial palace of Beizhou, the night was brighter than ever before. Anxiety permeated the air, as everyone feared the repercussions of the evening's events. Inside the palace and out, silence reigned. Within Chaoyang Hall, the emperor, seething with anger, sat upon the dragon throne, while two individuals knelt before him. One, the pale-faced Wei Guifei, and the other, his once favored third prince, Mu Anyun. The emperor's chest ached with fury because of Gu Qinghan's words. He is impotent. How could it be? How could he possibly be impotent? In the grand hall, only 3 remained. Even Deshun had stepped outside. The emperor's fingers drummed upon the table. Guifei, what do you have to say? Wei Guifei, head bowed, her voice laced with tears, prostrated herself, saying, Your Majesty, my heart is as pure as the heavens bear witness. How could I commit such a deed? Your Majesty, Gu Qinghan must be aware that we can see her actions. And she speaks thus out of malice. Mu Anyun also prostrated himself. Father, I have something to say. Speak. The emperor, overwhelmed with vexation, felt as though the heavens were pressing down upon him, suffocating him with anxiety. Mu Anyun continued, Father, I wish to point out that Gu Qinghan was once the consort of the crown prince, and her allegiance naturally lies with him. Her actions are clearly aimed at sowing discord between us. Father and son, Your Majesty, Gu Qinghan's words should not be taken at face value. Wei Guifei, now invigorated, added, Your Majesty, I am innocent. Please investigate thoroughly. Should you find any truth in Gu Qinghan's claims, I willingly renounce my status and become a nun. Mu Anyun began to assert, Father, I know nothing of this scholar and would never commit such a heinous act. If this were truly my doing, why would I have so fervently recommended an investigation into Liang Guifei? The emperor pondered this matter. He could not simply accept Gu Qinghan's story as truth. However, the previous incident involving Liang Guifei had proven that Gu Qinghan's narrative held merit. If this tale were also true, how had Gu Qinghan obtained such secretive knowledge of palace affairs? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he felt a flicker of unease. Could it be that the mighty emperor was being spied upon by Gu Qinghan? Were there those among his ranks aligned with her? If Gu Qinghan was indeed monitoring him, then could it not also imply that the crown prince was doing the same? This matter, for the emperor, even if true, must be deemed false. Wei Guifei cannot engage in illicit relations, nor can he afford to appear negligent. The grand hall fell into an unusual silence, as Mu Anyun gambled on his father's restraint in escalating the situation. Otherwise, where would the emperor's dignity lie? After a long pause, the emperor finally spoke, Guifei, this matter shall be thoroughly investigated. You will remain in Changxin Palace and refrain from venturing out as for the affairs of the harem. I shall entrust them to Xu Fei for the time being. Wei Guifei understood that this was perhaps the best outcome she could hope for, and she could only express her gratitude for the emperor's grace, while once more pleading for her innocence. Everyone believed that this incident would have the greatest impact on Wei Guifei and the third prince, yet both emerged from Chaoyang Hall unscathed. Only Wei Guifei faced confinement and the loss of her authority over the harem, while the third prince Mu Anyun appeared to be unaffected. Unexpectedly, after the third prince exited the palace, Crown Prince Mu Yanqing was summoned to Chaoyang Hall, and no one knew what transpired between the father and son within those walls. Save for the eunuchs and palace maids present, who were aware that the emperor erupted in a fit of rage, vehemently chastising the crown prince, who was made to kneel on the jade steps outside Chaoyang Hall. Mu Yanqing seethed with resentment, blaming Gu Qinghan for her reckless words that had clearly penetrated his father's thoughts. Initially, the third prince was at fault, yet it was he who now faced punishment. Moreover, kneeling there, his dignity lay in tatters. Was he still fit to be the nation's heir? Once enamored with Gu Qinghan, his feelings had now morphed into a tempest of hatred. After enjoying a hot pot meal, Gu Qinghan and her companions boarded a vehicle. She had arranged with Wang Hanrong to stay at her residence post-dinner, so Gu Qinghan intended to first escort Lu Yuan home, as she was the one who had brought him out. Just as Gu Qinghan dropped Lu Yuan off, Wang Hanrong, seated beside her, suddenly exclaimed, Qinghan, you and teacher Lu are trending. Gu Qinghan picked up her phone, having forgotten to silence it after leaving the concert. Upon unlocking it, she was greeted by a plethora of missed calls and messages. A glance at the trending topics revealed that an audience member at the concert had shared a photo of her and Lu Yuan wearing golden cat ears on Weibo. Miss Gu Qinghan not only lit up the grand screens across Haiqing but also personally supported Hanrong at the venue. Who knew she would run into Lu Yuan? They looked so adorable in their golden cat ears. I saw it with my own eyes. Gu Qinghan handed Lu Yuan the cat ears, and without hesitation, he donned them. Oh my, is the Qinglu CP this delightful? It seems we're in for a daily dose of sweetness. The CP name has already emerged. Have people started shipping them? Attention, Front row sisters, without realizing, the CP super topic has been set up. We must secure our space for self-indulgence. Meanwhile, Mu Yinqing knelt upon the jade steps, his heart brimming with indignation as he fixated on the live-streaming screen. Although he was uncertain of the term CP, it was evident that Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan were growing increasingly close. With this thought, the flames of his fury surged to a new height. Just as Gu Qinghan was about to explore the so-called Qinglu CP super topic, a notification chimed in her mind. Ding. Detection indicates that Mu Yinqing's anger level has reached 80. Congratulations, host. You may unlock a new skill. Do you wish to confirm? Chapter 47. Such a splendid skill must surely be used against His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Gu Qinghan was taken aback. Mu Yinqing's anger had skyrocketed to 80? What a delightful turn of events. Yet, why had his anger suddenly surged? Perplexed, Gu Qinghan found joy in his ire, acknowledging her own superficiality. However, she couldn't afford to display her excitement too overtly, especially not in front of Wang Hanrong. She quietly communicated to the system in her mind, "Please hold on for a moment. I shall activate it shortly." Gu Qinghan, careful not to reveal too much, worried that Wang Hanrong might suspect her knowledge of the CP fandom, leading to unwarranted conclusions about her relationship with Lu Yuan. Calmly, she opened the Qinglu CP super topic, only to discover it had amassed over 1 million fans. When had this organization quietly formed? While she was engrossed in the topic, Lin Qingya's call came through again. "Thank heavens you finally picked up. How do you plan to manage the rumors about you and Lu Yuan?" After contemplating, Gu Qinghan replied, "There's no need for a special clarification. It's not a matter worth addressing if we clarify. It might only invite more misunderstandings. It will blow over in time." She then added, "Ask Lu Yuan's team. If they wish to clarify, let them. I'm fine either way." Wang Hanrong sighed beside her. "I was hoping to be among the first supporters of your CP, but it seems you two are merely ordinary friends." Gu Qinghan shot her a look. "I've already said it. I'm happily single." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, now home, had also seen the messages and calls from his manager, along with the trending topic featuring him and Gu Qinghan. He returned a call to Zhou Hang. "Have you and Gu Qinghan been at the concert all this time? I was about to call the police to find you." Zhou Hang was nearly frantic. "Have you seen the trending topic? How should we handle this?" Lu Yuan replied succinctly, "No need to handle it. It will naturally cool down." Zhou Hang began to plead earnestly, "You must understand. Most of your fans are female, primarily fangirls. You've never had any scandals before. If you truly wish to be with Gu Qinghan, your career will take a significant hit. Be cautious." Lu Yuan remained silent. In his heart, if Gu Qinghan could truly be with him, what did a career matter? But he couldn't voice this to Zhou Hang, who would surely lose his mind. "I know what I'm doing." After hanging up, Lu Yuan, with a clear mind, registered a new Weibo account using a different phone number, adopting the nickname Qingchen Weilu. Subsequently, he followed Gu Qinghan and his own Weibo account with this new alias, signing up for the Qinglu CP super topic. He discovered that to apply as a small moderator for this super topic, one needed fan credentials. After completing these tasks, Lu Yuan chuckled to himself, finding the pursuit of romance rather challenging. He decided he needed to learn how to court someone properly. Thus, Lu Yuan called his brother, Lu Xiu, who was known for mingling among beautiful women without ever getting involved. That moment, Lu Xiu was already asleep, and upon answering, he grumbled irritably, "What time is it? Why aren't you sleeping? Just because you're out with your goddess watching a concert, I can't even get a wink of sleep? Bro, teach me how to pursue someone," Lu Yuan implored. Hearing this, Lu Xiu perked up. "Little Yuan, you've finally come to your senses and are asking for my guidance. Hold on. Tomorrow I'll send you a love manual that will guarantee your satisfaction." Upon arriving at Wang Hanrong's home, Gu Qinghan and her companion took turns bathing. While soaking, Gu Qinghan finally summoned the system. "System, I'm ready to unlock my new skill." The system's voice resonated again. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill. Step by step to failure. Please confirm activation." Confirm. The skill, Step by Step to Failure, was activated, and Gu Qinghan eagerly reviewed its manual. She was immensely satisfied with the effects of her previous skill, and upon examining this new ability, she realized it was undoubtedly more potent than the last. After all, the previous skill had a cooldown of 10 days, while this one's cooldown was 30 days, and its effect would diminish the target's charm index by 5 points. The manual summarized that this skill could be applied to anyone. Activating it would ensure that the individual would experience failure in all endeavors for 7 days, akin to being plagued by bad luck. Gu Qinghan contemplated this. In her current life, she had no one with whom she harbored deep-seated grievances. While the skill appeared formidable, it seemed rather useless. After her bath, as she lay in bed, Gu Qinghan noticed a message from Lu Yuan. "Are you asleep?" Gu Qinghan replied, "Not yet, just lying down." Lu Yuan continued, "Do you have time tomorrow? May I invite you out to have some fun?" After considering, Gu Qinghan realized she was indeed free tomorrow, as she was scheduled to record the next episode the day after. "Sure, but what shall we do?" Lu Yuan asked. "I'm open to anything. What do you like?" Gu Qinghan suggested. "Let us visit a haunted house. It's been ages since I last went," Lu Yuan replied. "All right, I'll come pick you up first thing in the morning." As she glanced at the time, Gu Qinghan found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly inquired of the system. "You mentioned earlier that you could transmit messages to Beizhou. Can my skill be used there as well?" "Yes," the system affirmed. Gu Qinghan felt invigorated. If that were the case, it would be a waste not to use it. The 30-day cooldown became inconsequential. Activating the step-by-step to failure skill on Crown Prince Mu Yinqing for 7 days would ensure that he faced misfortune in all his endeavors. "Please confirm," deducting 5 points from the charm index to activate step-by-step to failure. "Confirm." Gu Qinghan confirmed quickly, yet she still needed to devise a way to earn more of the charm index. If only her skills could be applied to Mu Yinqing, her current index would hardly suffice. Chapter 48. The Consequence of Stepping into Defeat. With the skills activated on Mu Yinqing, Gu Qinghan fell asleep on the soft, plush bed. Meanwhile, in the North Zhou, Mu Yinqing knelt on the hard jade steps throughout the sweltering night, only permitted to rise at dawn. Upon learning of Mu Yinqing's punishment, the civil and military officials were well aware of the situation. Yet none dared to provoke the Emperor's ire. To Mu Yinqing's dismay, he noticed that all the ministers were keeping their distance. Even the prime minister did not approach him for a greeting. During the morning court session, the emperor wore an utterly unfriendly expression towards Mu Yinqing. After the officials reported their urgent matters, they awaited the dismissal of the court. "Your Majesty, despite our continuous prayers for rain, not a drop has fallen from the heavens. Would your Majesty care to advise whether we should persist in our supplications?" lamented the Minister of Rights, who had been deeply troubled these past few days. Not a single drop had graced them, and the pleas for rain had yielded nothing but desolation. The common folk were voicing their grievances in abundance. The emperor, too, was distressed, primarily concerned with preserving his dignity as a sovereign ruler. Suddenly, he turned to Mu Yinqing. "Crown Prince, what are your thoughts on the matter of rain?" Mu Yinqing, feeling weak from hunger and fatigue, with aching knees, could not refrain from responding to the emperor. "Father, I believe today's weather differs from previous days. If we pray for rain today, the outcome may mirror that of the past 2 days. Your Majesty's health is of utmost importance, and I am willing to ascend the altar once more." Before Mu Yinqing could finish his statement, a flash of lightning streaked across the hall, followed by a rumbling thunder that grew closer. Everyone, including the emperor, turned their gaze outside. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear. Now, ominous clouds gathered, pressing down upon them. The emperor rose swiftly from his dragon throne and hurried outside, followed by the ministers. Outside, a cool breeze rustled, and soon, large raindrops began to pour, instantly creating an impenetrable curtain of rain. The prolonged heat was finally alleviated. The common people knelt in gratitude, rejoicing as the heavens finally bestowed upon them the much-awaited blessing. Children danced joyfully in the rain, their laughter piercing through the downpour. Standing on the jade steps, the emperor, his dragon robe drenched, extended his hands to catch the falling rain. The officials knelt, proclaiming loudly, "Your Majesty's divine might brings forth the sweet rain, a blessing for the people." A blessing for North Zhou? The emperor finally allowed a smile to grace his face as he glanced at Mu Yinqing, who knelt at the forefront. Just moments ago, this crown prince had asserted that it would not rain. Now, torrents cascaded outside. Could this be a sign from the heavens? Mu Yinqing's mood was undoubtedly tumultuous. Not only was Gu Qinghan slapping his face, but even the heavens seemed to conspire against him. What had he done to offend the heavens, to provoke such opposition at this moment? Drained from the rain, Mu Yinqing returned to the East Palace, where Qin Zhenjin hurried to greet him, her brow glistening with sweat. "Your Highness, you have suffered. I have prepared hot water for you. Please bathe and change. Mu Yinqing suppressed his disdain for Qin Zhenjin and nodded slightly. He allowed the palace maids to assist him in bathing and changing. Qin Zhenjin placed a bowl of congee on the table. Your Highness, I have prepared some congee for you. Please have a bit. Noticing the dim light of the live broadcast, Mu Yinqing realized that Gu Qinghan had yet to awaken. When she slept, the screen remained devoid of any imagery. Distracted, he scooped a spoonful of congee to his lips, only to be met with a searing heat that burned him. Fuming, Mu Yinqing swept the bowl to the floor. Exclaiming, "Do you wish to scald me to death?" Qin Zhenjin, taken aback, thought to herself that she had let it cool adequately. How could it possibly be so hot? Despite her thoughts, she could only apologize and comfort Mu Yinqing. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. It was my mistake. I will prepare another bowl for you. She carefully ladled another bowl, testing the temperature to ensure it was suitable before cautiously offering it to Mu Yinqing. As he glanced up, he noticed the redness around her eyes, which inexplicably irritated him. It was well known that Gu Qinghan rarely shed tears. Why was she crying now? I have matters to attend to. You may leave, he ordered brusquely. Qin Zhenjin sensed that Mu Yinqing's indifference had morphed into a complete lack of patience. Stepping out of the chamber, she placed a hand on her flat abdomen. Pondering what she would do if there were no child within her, Mu Yinqing managed to force down a bowl of congee, which tasted akin to chewing wax, when he summoned his aides for a meeting. Lu Wenchong, who had been dispatched to investigate Qingqing Takeout and Hanin Barbecue, reported, Your Highness, I have contacted the masterminds behind these businesses, yet the individual categorically declined our offer for collaboration. Oh? Mu Yinqing was taken aback by such ungratefulness. After all, these were the people of North Zhou daring to refuse the East Palace. Did you not make it clear that you represent the East Palace? Lu Wenchong paused before responding, upon stating my affiliation. The individual rejected us even more vehemently, claiming they would not collaborate with the royal family. Mu Yinqing was surprised by the mastermind's audacity. Could it be that they were waiting for him? The Crown Prince, to personally visit. Lu Wenchong continued, Your Highness, if we do not recruit this person for now, based on my observations of Hanin Barbecue's recent business, we might consider starting a new venture. What venture? Hot pot. Lu Wenchong elaborated. The owner of Hanin Barbecue has thrived by emulating what is shown on the live broadcast. That day, the side consort enjoyed a 9-grid hot pot. We could do the same. Mu Yinqing nodded repeatedly, finding the suggestion reasonable, yet hesitated over the hot pot ingredients. The ingredients for Hanin Barbecue are self-developed. I discussed it with Lord Zhou, and it appears that the citizens of the capital have yet to experience authentic hot pot. As long as the taste is acceptable, I believe they will embrace it. With Lu Wenchong's assertion, the other aides voiced their agreement. Mu Yinqing contemplated for a moment. You shall oversee this matter. Expedite the process. The sooner, the better, lest that Hanin Barbecue snatches this business away. Rest assured, Your Highness. Lord Zhou has already begun preparations. However, regarding our previous plan to also engage in barbecue, it has proven challenging to implement. Lu Wenchong sighed as he spoke. Why? Mu Yinqing felt that such a trivial matter, merely opening a shop, should not be so difficult. Your Highness, we have tried numerous barbecue ingredients, yet none replicate the taste of Hanin Barbecue. Mu Yinqing pondered deeply before commanding, Contact that individual for me. I wish to meet him. Chapter 49. The Terrified Emperor and His Royal Sons. Early in the morning, Lu Yuan arrived to take Gu Qinghan out for an outing. He first brought her to a restaurant known for its privacy to enjoy breakfast, then proceeded to the most entertaining haunted house he had discovered after a night of research. As the car pulled into the parking lot, Gu Qinghan exclaimed, I've wanted to come here for ages. It just opened, and I've heard the scenes are fantastic, with incredibly lifelike NPCs. Seeing Gu Qinghan's excitement, Lu Yuan felt a surge of happiness. He produced 2 masks. Urging her to wear one, Gu Qinghan looked at the adorable masks in his hands, one depicting Grey Wolf and the other Lazy Sheep. How cute. Why did you choose these 2? Lu Yuan explained. I believe that for a girl, living life as Lazy Sheep would be immensely happy. For a boy, being like Grey Wolf is what brings happiness to the woman beside him. Gu Qinghan gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Impressed by his understanding that I absolutely adore Lazy Sheep. Thank you. She placed the Lazy Sheep mask on her face, while Lu Yuan donned the Grey Wolf mask. As she watched Lu Yuan purchase tickets. They chose the most challenging scenario and entered the haunted house. The people of North Zhou were unaware of what Lu Yuan had in store for Gu Qinghan. As they discussed the haunted house, Curiosity filled the air. Although it rained, the live broadcast was remarkably capable of penetrating the rain, allowing everyone to view without obstruction. Anticipation buzzed as they wondered what awaited inside. Did they truly harbor ghosts? Or had someone tamed the spirits? They first spotted Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan discussing the two cute masks, which particularly fascinated the children, their eyes fixed in awe. However, once the pair entered the haunted house, the live broadcast suddenly dimmed, leaving only a line of text. To protect children from the haunting scenes within, only those with ill intent may perceive the sights of the haunted house. Please be advised, not everyone could read, yet the live broadcast audibly announced the message, leaving everyone stunned. Mu Yinqing, who had intended to meet the mastermind named Yin Jun, the owner of Hanin Barbecue, lifted his gaze and caught sight of the text. While the scenes within the haunted house appeared vividly in his mind, could it be that he was indeed someone with ill intentions? As Mu Yinqing held an umbrella and stepped into the carriage, he noticed a young eunuch from the Chaoyang Palace rushing towards him. Your Highness, I have the honor of meeting you. What is it? Your Majesty summons you to the Zhengren Palace for an audience. Mu Yinqing inquired, has father summoned only me? The emperor has also called upon several other princes. Mu Yinqing currently finds himself unable to fathom the thoughts of his imperial father. The only certainty he possesses is that his father has recently exhibited a notable disdain for him. Unfortunately, with the live broadcasting screen ever present, he feels utterly powerless. When summoned by the emperor, attendance is obligatory for all. Thus, Mu Yinqing disembarks from the carriage and ascends into the palanquin, arriving at the Zhengren Palace. In the past, the emperor would receive visitors at the Chaoyang Hall, yet today, the meeting has been inexplicably relocated to the Zhengren Palace. Moreover, within the palace, a banquet has been arranged, with precisely 10 places set, 1 for the emperor and 9 for his sons. At this moment, the emperor has exchanged his dragon robe for more casual attire, resembling a benevolent elder. Upon seeing Mu Yinqing enter, he gestures warmly. The crown prince has arrived. Come, sit beside me. Mu Yinqing promptly takes his place to the emperor's right. Before long, the other princes arrive in succession, seated in order of their ages. Deshun, serve the dishes, commands the emperor. A lavish spread is laid before them, yet none dare to touch the food. The emperor smiles and declares, today, let us enjoy a meal together as father and sons, without the constraints of formalities. Yes, father, replies Mu Yinqing. As the emperor begins to eat, the 9 princes follow suit, cautiously lifting their chopsticks to sample the nearest dishes. After taking a few bites, the emperor sets down his chopsticks, pointing at the live broadcasting screen. Can any of you see what is depicted on this screen today? Upon hearing this, the princes' hearts race with alarm. Who among them would wish to be perceived as harboring ulterior motives? Including Mu Yinqing, all 9 princes assert that they cannot see the contents of the screen today. Father, Mu Yinqing addresses, I am unaware of how this live broadcast operates. It seems the other party has control, while we are left at their mercy. Mu Anyan chimes in, today, Gu Qinghan ventured into that so-called haunted house. I have no idea what awaits inside, but the entire screen has darkened. I must admit, I am quite curious. The emperor scrutinizes his sons, failing to detect any signs of abnormality. With a chuckle, he remarks, some say there are no ghosts in this world, while others assert the contrary. I would indeed like to see this haunted house, yet alas, it appears I shall not have the chance today. The 10 of them, each with their own thoughts, slowly consume their meal, occasionally casting furtive glances at the live broadcasting screen. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan are at the haunted house. Although today is not a weekend, the summer holiday has attracted a modest crowd, and given the high difficulty of the scenario they have chosen, few dare to partake. Following the instructions, they open the door, and a chilling melody fills the air. It is Lu Yuan's first time experiencing such a setting, yet he remains unfazed. If you are frightened, you may walk behind me, he offers. Gu Qinghan has witnessed far more harrowing scenes before, remembering the blood-soaked battlefield during the conquest of Nanqing. She finds human malice far more terrifying than any specter. Fear not, I am unafraid. The corridor ahead is dimly lit, shrouded in mist, emanating an eerie green glow. As the emperor and his 9 sons behold this sight, their hearts race with trepidation. It resembles the depictions of the underworld found in theatrical scripts. The haunting music they wish to ignore burrows into their ears. Just moments ago, they claimed ignorance of the screen's contents, yet now they can only stifle their unease with the meal before them. As Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan take a few steps forward, a ghost clad in white suddenly drops down from above. With disheveled hair, bulging eyes, a face marred by bruises, and blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. She terrifies them both. The ninth prince drops his chopsticks with a clatter, toppling from his chair in fright. The emperor glances at the ninth prince. "Old Nine, tell your father what you have seen." The ninth prince hastily rises. "Father, I saw nothing, merely a slip of my hand." The emperor, maintaining his composure, replies, "Ah, a mere slip of the hand. I thought perhaps you were frightened by something. Sit down, Deshun. Hand the ninth prince some chopsticks. Do bring several pairs, lest he slips again." Wiping the sweat from his brow, the ninth prince prepares to sit down, only to see a skeletal hand reaching towards him from the live broadcasting screen, accompanied by a chilling cry for his life. In that instant, the 10 of them in the Zhengren Palace scream in unison, "Help!" Chapter 50. The mastermind behind the scenes. Chaos erupts within the Zhengren Palace. Outside, those who can glimpse the live broadcast, eunuchs and palace maids, turn pale with fear. Those unable to see rush into the palace, anxious to ensure the safety of the emperor and his sons. The emperor, seasoned by years of experience, believes he has encountered all manner of phenomena. Whatever the haunted house may present, he feels he can withstand it. Yet, as the ghost approaches, who could remain unafraid? Soon, Deshun's voice breaks through. "Your Majesty, are you well? Is there an assassin? Do you require a physician?" The emperor, accustomed to facing storms, quickly regains his composure. "No, it is unnecessary." His tone remains steady, and Deshun refrains from further inquiries, retreating. For Deshun, having witnessed the ghostly scenes, the palace intrigue seemed trivial by comparison. The emperor, observing his sons still shaken, queries, "Crown Prince, what should be the punishment for treason against the throne?" Mu Yinqing, still reeling from the shock, hears his father demand an answer and hastily kneels. "Father, I," the other princes, now too frightened to maintain their composure, also kneel, the odor of fear pervading the air, especially from the 6th and 9th princes, who have been utterly terrified. One by one, the 8 princes kneel, their dread of the ghost overshadowed by their fear of their father. The emperor, whose slightest whim could spell their doom. The emperor, pinching his nose, casts a disapproving glance at the 6th and 9th princes. "Old 6, old 9, how disgraceful. What a shame for the royal family with that." The emperor rises, the palace doors swing open, and he steps into the rain. What can the emperor do? Initially intending to test his sons, he finds himself unable to maintain his own composure. His heart, in truth, is in turmoil. The 9 princes, unaware of their father's true intentions, feel a growing unease. Before long, a young eunuch enters, announcing, "Your Majesty has decreed that all princes may depart at their leisure. By tomorrow's morning court session. Each must submit a reflection on today's events." Jiyu Qinghan and Lu Yuan, startled by the sudden appearance of the hanged ghost, are momentarily taken aback, though they do not find the ghost particularly alarming. Gu Qinghan steps closer for a better look, remarking, "You must admit, the effects in this haunted house are remarkably realistic. Their makeup skills are commendable." "Indeed," agrees Lu Yuan, unsure of how to respond, as this experience starkly contrasts with what his brother had described. Lu Xiao had suggested that a visit to the haunted house would be advantageous, claiming that girls are often frightened and would surely seek comfort in the arms of a man, leaving him to console them and win their admiration. Yet now, Gu Qinghan requires no such consolation. She seems eager to examine the ghost's makeup techniques. Lu Yuan finds himself admiring Gu Qinghan even more. Recognizing her uniqueness as they bypass the hanged ghost, the interior becomes increasingly vivid. The corridor is deep and dark, with walls splattered in bright red stains and scratch marks, resembling a crime scene. There's a door ahead. "Let us enter," Gu Qinghan suggests, pointing to the left. Lu Yuan nods in agreement. However, just as they step inside, Gu Qinghan's ankle is suddenly grasped by something. Looking down, she gasps at the sight of a ghost whose head is nearly severed. Its skeletal fingers clutching her ankle tightly. Lu Yuan quickly crouches down, grasping the ghost's bony hand. "Release her." In pain, the ghost clutches Lu Yuan's arm, wailing for help. As Gu Qinghan opens her mouth to inquire how to assist, the room erupts in eerie red light, revealing an expansive layout that resembles a nightmarish hell. Simultaneously, a cacophony of sounds fills the air. Screams, cries, the sizzling of oil, and the whirring of chainsaws, all merging into a disconcerting symphony that unsettles the listener. The NPCs within the haunted house perform their roles with fervor, embodying terror, agony, and various gruesome fates. Those fortunate enough to witness these scenes from Northern Zhou can no longer bear to gaze upon the live broadcasting screen. The most chaotic scene unfolds within the Emperor's harem. However, the nature of this turmoil differs from previous episodes. Each palace seems to have conspired to remain indoors, refraining from venturing out. Many consorts hide beneath their blankets, stuffing their ears while clutching prayer beads, muttering incantations. The Emperor sits in the Chaoyang Hall, listening to reports from various palaces, his heart growing heavy. Could it be that the live broadcasting screen is malfunctioning? Surely, this is a scene visible to all? Otherwise, why would those around him harbor such treacherous thoughts? If the live broadcasting screen is indeed functioning properly, a wave of sorrow washes over the Emperor as he ponders whether he is surrounded by anyone pure of heart. The Emperor gazed at the ever-steadfast Dashun by his side, whose expression remained unchanged throughout, as unyielding as ever. Dashun, present, came the reply. Can you perceive the scenes displayed on the live screen? In response to your majesty, I can indeed see them, Dashun stated calmly. The Emperor, taken aback, inquired, Are you not afraid? As he poured tea for the Emperor, Dashun replied with remarkable composure, Your Majesty, my sole concern is to serve you. All other spectacles bear no significance to me, and thus do not disturb my heart. The common folk of Northern Zhou, who had witnessed the recent scene reminiscent of the 18 layers of hell, were many who wished to amend their ways, for they did not desire to endure such purgatorial suffering after death. What despair that would entail! Mu Yinqing did not return directly to the East Palace, but instead made his way to Henin Barbecue to meet Yin Jun, the elusive proprietor. Along the way, he too beheld the tormenting visions of hell, repeatedly assuring himself in his mind that these horrors were mere illusions. Yet, the anguished, tormented souls seemed to crawl upon him. Upon arriving at Henin Barbecue, Mu Yinqing composed himself and alighted from the carriage. Aware that a noble guest had arrived, a server greeted him and led him to a private room on the 3rd floor. Yes, Xiaohe endeavored to replicate everything as demonstrated by Gu Qinghan. Akin to the service one would find in modern restaurants, Mu Yinqing observed that it was not mealtime, and with the rain pouring outside, the 1st and 2nd floors were bustling with patrons. Evidently, this Henin Barbecue was indeed thriving. The private room exuded tranquility, filled with the fragrance of orchids, while the sound of rain pattered gently. With the window open, a few bamboo stalks stood just outside, their leaves glistening with raindrops, creating an artistic ambience. Seated by the window was an individual with a defect in his left arm. Mu Yinqing furrowed his brow. Could such a person truly be the mastermind behind Henin Barbecue? Chapter 51. The Crown Prince. Why is it always me who suffers misfortune? Upon hearing the commotion, the man approached and bowed. This humble citizen has the honor of meeting your highness. I am grateful for your highness's visit to my modest establishment. With an air of arrogance, Mu Yinqing retorted, You are Yin Jun? Indeed, I am Yin Jun. Please, your highness, have a seat, he replied. As Mu Yinqing settled down, a server presented tea and snacks, saying, Your highness, please enjoy. Mu Yinqing scrutinized Yin Jun, taking in his rough demeanor and coarse appearance, made more pronounced by his disability. Shortly after, a server delivered freshly grilled skewers, and Yin Jun encouraged Mu Yinqing to sample them. Unfamiliar with the dish, Mu Yinqing waited for a young eunuch beside him to taste it first before placing it in his mouth. The skewered meat was crispy on the outside and tender within, bursting with flavor. Mu Yinqing's palate awakened. Although he had indulged in many delicacies, he had never tasted anything so exquisite. No wonder this place was so packed. Is this barbecue restaurant yours? And what about that Qingqing delivery service that has branches all over the capital? In an era devoid of e-commerce platforms, Xiaohe had ingeniously established numerous reception points throughout the capital for food delivery. Patrons could place orders at the nearest point, and their staff would negotiate with various vendors to deliver the goods directly to customers' homes. Yin Jun nodded. Yes, it is indeed mine. Mu Yinqing drummed his fingers on the table. Yin Jun, I offer you an opportunity to become my retainer and collaborate with me, making the East Palace a pillar for Henin Barbecue. There is no downside to you in this. Yin Jun smiled faintly. Your Highness, I possess no grand ambitions. I merely wish to run a small business, and I fear I would disappoint your expectations. Mu Yinqing narrowed his eyes. Are you implying that you refuse to collaborate with me? Yin Jun slightly inclined his head. Forgive me, Your Highness. Yin Jun, how dare you? Mu Yinqing's temper flared, fueled by the frustrations he had endured recently. Now a mere commoner dared to defy him. Yin Jun remained bowed, stating, "This humble citizen does not presume to act against Your Highness." Mu Yinqing realized that Yin Jun was like a mass of cotton. No matter how furious he became, it seemed to have no effect. As though he were striking a soft surface. Here he was, the crown prince, humbling himself to meet with a commoner. Yet this insolent Yin Jun had the audacity to maintain his composure, bound by status. Mu Yinqing could not afford to lower himself any further, so he simply turned and left, contemplating other methods. As he departed Hanan Barbecue, Mu Yinqing found himself still savoring the flavors he had experienced earlier. He had believed this venture to be a near certainty, yet instead, he faced obstacles at every turn. Jiu Qinghan and Lu Yuan emerged from the haunted house, invigorated and brimming with excitement. After a meal, Lu Yuan escorted Gu Qinghan back home. "I'll come to pick you up for the morning flight," he promised. Jiu Qinghan signaled an okay with her hand. "All right, then I want T-drive that I'll wait for you." Watching her enter the gates of her villa, Lu Yuan took out his phone and called Lu Xiu. "Brother, what nonsense were you spouting this morning? None of it was accurate." Lu Xiu, taken aback, replied, "Didn't you go to the haunted house? Did your goddess not scream and leap into your arms?" She laughed and complimented the makeup skills of the actors. Lu Yuan replied, "Ah, indeed, my brother. The women you choose are always so exceptional. In that case, I believe mother is right. Even if you were to enter the family through marriage, it would be no issue. She can take good care of you." Chapter 52. Arriving at Wuzizu Island on the morning of the third phase of the recording, Lu Yuan drove to pick up Gu Qinghan, and together they boarded a flight bound for Sanya. This marked the third occasion for the citizens of Beizhou to witness an airplane. While it was no longer a novel sight, they still gazed in wonder, reluctant to blink. The flight landed steadily at Sanya's Phoenix International Airport, and as they disembarked, a wave of heat enveloped them, nearly taking their breath away. Once in the vehicle, Gu Qinghan inquired of the laid-back cameraman, "Might I ask why the director's team chose to come to Sanya at the end of July? Why not in January?" The cameraman glanced at Gu Qinghan and could only shake his head. Looking out the window at the ubiquitous coconut trees radiating tropical charm, Gu Qinghan felt reasonably content. This was not her first visit to Sanya. She typically vacationed here during the winter months, as her family owned a residence in the area. Since they rarely visited, they had only left an aunt to clean the house each day. The people of Beizhou, having transitioned from the unseen haunted house yesterday to the airplane this morning, accompanied Gu Qinghan across the strait, landing in this enchanting locale known as Sanya. Everything here intrigued them. The trees appeared remarkably different. What kind were they? The heat was palpable, and the ocean was visible outside the window. The car sped by too quickly for a clear view of the sea, with trees obstructing the view. If only they could see a bit more clearly. The last time Gu Qinghan had been on a cruise, the sea was at dusk, and it had been utterly different from the present moment. The streets here are remarkably clean. She mused. It seemed that everywhere she had visited was quite tidy. How do they manage that? As they alighted from the vehicle, Gu Qinghan gasped at the sight of the ocean, its hue astonishingly beautiful. Now I understand what they mean by the sea meeting the sky. How can such a stunning place exist? They boarded a boat. Where were they headed? Was it possible that sailing out to sea included other territories of Huagua? Upon arriving at the dock, they boarded a vessel that took them directly to the renowned tourist destination of Wuzizu Island, where they checked into the Coral Hotel. In the hotel lobby, the other 4 guests had already arrived, making Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan the last to land. Aside from Lu Yuan, the other 5 greeted each other not only with words but also with warm embraces. As Guishan and Jiang Yong unabashedly hugged Gu Qinghan, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Welcome everyone to our beautiful Sanya. We are currently at one of Sanya's most famous landmarks, Wuzizu Island. From here on, we shall revel in the joys that this island has to offer." Once everyone had gathered, the director's team began to speak. "We have prearranged hotel accommodations for everyone, and you may choose your rooms. Unlike the previous phase, our sole purpose here is to have fun. Today's itinerary will take place on the island. You can form teams or explore freely. Tomorrow, we will embark together on a yacht for an outing. You may now check in and select your rooms." While checking in, Gu Qinghan remarked to Lu Yuan, I didn't expect the production team to be so generous. I thought we would have to fish for our dinner and cook our own fish soup. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. I thought so too. However, I picked up a new skill, cooking, from the aunt at home these past few days. I don't want Gu Qinghan to be the only one busy each time we go out. Though I didn't know how before, I can certainly learn. Time was short, and while he hadn't mastered the art of cooking, his tomato scrambled eggs turned out quite well. Other dishes were still a work in progress. Everyone checked in and located their respective rooms. The Coral Hotel's accommodations were quite unique, entirely open in design and fully equipped. Jiu Qinghan set down her suitcase, tidied up a bit, and emerged dressed in a flowing beach gown, which beautifully complemented her rounded shoulders and fair skin. Standing on the balcony, she gazed out at the azure ocean, the view expansive and liberating. Viewers watching the live broadcast were ecstatic to finally witness this episode and its breathtaking scenery. It's so beautiful. I need to work hard and save up. I want to come here next year. I visited once, but Coral Hotel is too expensive for me, so I stayed at a guest house in Hohai Village. There were so many people when I arrived on the island. Our Qinghan Ferry is simply stunning. A beauty should be paired with the sea. Meanwhile, Mu Yinqing, still lying in bed, stared at the live stream featuring Gu Qinghan's radiant beauty, now questioning whether this was indeed the same Gu Qinghan he once knew. Why did she seem to grow more beautiful and radiant, thriving without him? Why was it that he, a prince, had ended up in such a predicament? Mu Yinqing felt a heaviness in his heart, coughing unexpectedly. Qin Zhangjin hurried over, her face etched with concern. Your Highness, are you all right? Would you like some water? It took Mu Yinqing a moment to recover. And upon hearing Qin Zhangjin's voice, his agitation only deepened. He did not understand how it was that he had once loved Qin Zhangjin, watching her depart for a political marriage to Nanqin with great sorrow. Now, after enduring so much to have her by his side, he found himself feeling a sense of distaste toward her. Yet, without Gu Qinghan, he had to endure. Otherwise, the Chancellor would not support him but rather become an obstacle. Never mind. The 6 guests gathered at Coral Bar, commencing their first seafood feast in Sanya. After their meal, they discussed and decided to explore the island together. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a plethora of small animals surrounding the hotel, numerous pigeons, ostriches, peacocks, and even flamingos. Jiu Qinghan, armed with her DSLR, captured several photographs. Next, they boarded an electric cart, ready to tour the island. The people from Beizhou, having never witnessed such sights, were filled with awe. What are they eating? So many shells, they look so strange. I recognize crabs. We have those in wealthy households, but I don't know how they taste. How fortunate for Huagua. What the affluent can enjoy is readily available for all to see. What are these creatures? I only recognize pigeons. The others look so peculiar. Meanwhile, Mu Yinqing was propped up by Qin Zhangjin against the headboard, a bowl of congee within reach. In contrast, while Gu Qinghan indulged in a lavish seafood feast, he, the prince, could only sip porridge. Chapter 53. The magnificence of modern fishing. The emperor felt increasingly unsettled, knowing that he had only tasted this so-called crab twice in his life, while this enchantress and her friends devoured an entire platter. Furthermore, there were other types of seafood he had never encountered, all appearing quite delectable. The emperor now questioned the very existence of the realm Gu Qinghan inhabited. Perhaps this was merely an illusion she had conjured to provoke him. The electric cart ventured along the island's perimeter, revealing breathtaking vistas that could easily serve as wallpaper. Jiu Qinghan, camera in hand, pointed excitedly at the rocks. Look, there are crabs climbing. The group turned to see. Indeed, crabs scuttling across the rocks. As they meandered, they visited sites such as the Sunrise Rock and Lover's Valley, eventually reaching the coastal boardwalk. The crystalline waters and tropical fish were a feast for the eyes. No matter where they roamed, the scenery compelled them to pause and admire. Standing barefoot on the white sands, Gu Qinghan marveled. How fortunate it is to be born in Huagua. The vast land and magnificent landscapes. Wang Hanrong approached. You just perfectly encapsulated our show's theme. Jiu Qinghan sighed, and the comments echoed her sentiments. Indeed, we can behold the beauty of various locales without needing to travel abroad. I wonder where the production team will go next. Yes. Other countries require visas for travel, while we can freely traverse by high-speed rail or plane, even drive or rent a car. It's truly wonderful. Is there anything more impressive than being born in Huaxia? Absolutely not. After circling the island, as evening approached, the number of visitors dwindled, creating a serene atmosphere. Following dinner, everyone gathered on the beach, relishing the sea breeze, a delightful experience. Anticipation for the next day's yacht outing was palpable. Early the following morning, Gu Qinghan and her companions boarded the yacht prepared by the production team. I trust everyone enjoyed yesterday's activities. Today, we set sail. Staff members distributed seasickness medication, advising anyone prone to motion sickness to take it in advance. As it proved effective, Shin Isan took a pill and washed it down with water. I'll take mine first. It's best not to feel seasick. The group boarded the yacht, and soon it surged across the surface of the ocean. Standing on the deck, they waved and shouted, "The sea, here we come!" On the yacht, a plethora of delicacies, fruits, and beverages had been meticulously prepared by the production team. The director announced that shortly, we would arrive at the designated location for sea fishing. Today at noon, the extent of our feast would depend on the bounty we could reel in. Everyone, let us give it our all. Gu Qinghan shrugged and remarked to Lu Yuan, "See, I was right. The production team would never be so benevolent as to let us off easily." Lu Yuan smirked, "Then I shall endeavor to catch as many as I can. So you can indulge." Jiu Qinghan made an okay gesture and replied, "No problem, you do your best. I'll cheer you on. Good brother, shoulder to shoulder, let us charge ahead." Upon hearing the term good brother, Lu Yuan's expression momentarily stiffened, but as a seasoned actor, he expertly masked it, leaving no one the wiser. The barrage of comments online went wild, especially from the newly joined fans of the Qinglu CP. Jiu Qinghan, why call him a good brother? Can't he be more than that? Lu Yuan, I claim your goddess, yet you see me merely as a brother. So, can the Qinglu pairing truly blossom, or will it merely culminate in brotherly affection? Hilarious. XSWL, the CP fans are losing out. The production team provided everyone with fishing rods, bait, and buckets. Observing Gu Qinghan and the others preparing the bait and casting their lines into the sea, Mu Yinqing scoffed. What modernity and sophistication! Fishing still requires rods and bait. He expected something more novel. Aside from venturing into the ocean, how was this any different from fishing in rivers? Watching the anxious faces of his companions waiting for a catch, he thought they were truly sheltered. And what was all the fuss in the comments? What was there to praise? Mu Yinqing focused on the live broadcast screen, noticing Gu Qinghan and her group leisurely snacking on fruits and sipping cold drinks. This was hardly fishing, indeed. These Huagua people were adept at posturing. Not only did Mu Yinqing think this way, but the emperor and other princes also looked down on Gu Qinghan's fishing endeavor. However, the common folk of northern Zhou observed with indifference, finally seeing something familiar. Although they lacked yachts and had only the fishermen of the Far East who ventured into the sea, this method of fishing appeared more relatable. The inhabitants of the Seoul small fishing village on northern Zhou's eastern edge watched the scene with a hint of pride. While they might not possess yachts, they too rowed out and cast nets. How long would it take them to catch fish? Clearly, they were lacking in that department. Jiu Qinghan and her companions sat chatting while keeping an eye on their hooks. Before long, Lu Yuan had a bite. With a gentle tug, a grouper landed in his bucket. As time passed, it became evident that Lu Yuan was the most successful, displaying skill and steadiness that marked him as a seasoned angler. Others gradually caught some fish as well. The yacht chef prepared a fresh fish soup for lunch, the flavor utterly delightful. After their meal, the group reveled on the yacht, enjoying the unique ambience of CKTV. Moreover, they watched the sunset over the ocean, the sun's golden rays casting a shimmering glow across the vast sea, stretching endlessly. On the morning of the third day, the production team had not arranged any recreational activities, opting instead to take everyone to observe fishing practices. The director explained, in the previous episode, we showcased the advancements in our nation's agriculture. This time, in addition to entertainment, we aim to convey something distinctive to our audience. Following this, Gu Qinghan and her companions boarded their designated fishing vessel alongside the crew and fishermen. The citizens of northern Zhou, especially the fishermen, along with the emperor and several princes, gazed wide-eyed, eager to witness the spectacle of fishing and net casting, hoping it would not be as embarrassing as the previous day's rod fishing. Once the two fishing boats set sail, the people of northern Zhou heard the crew speaking in a language they did not comprehend. Activate the radar. Fish schools detected. The live stream camera suddenly zoomed out from Gu Qinghan's deck to the sky. In the heart of the Cerulean Ocean, the two sizable fishing boats appeared to shrink as they moved in opposite directions. Casting nets into the water, the boats glided over the waves, leaving a trail behind them as their nets unfurled and spread out, eventually encircling the area in an enormous circle. Remarkably, this vast net did not require human intervention to cast. The boats did not need to be rowed, creating an indescribable spectacle of grandeur and majesty. Chapter 54. The shock of modern fishing techniques. The Emperor suddenly rose to his feet, standing transfixed as he gazed at the live broadcast screen. The astonishment within him lingering long after. The princes shared his disbelief. How could this Huagua nation cast nets in such a manner upon the sea? Even the seventh prince, Mu Ruiming, journeying to Tongzhou for disaster relief, halted his horse, captivated by the breathtaking scene. Mu Yinqing was so astonished that he sat upright. All of northern Zhou was taken aback by this method of net casting, particularly the fishermen. The overwhelming shock rendered everyone momentarily speechless. It dawned on them that their leisurely sea fishing was merely a pastime, while genuine fishing was conducted in such a manner. Moreover, they had radar? What was radar? Could it truly reveal what lay beneath the surface? Gu Qinghan and her companions, standing on the deck, were witnessing this modern fishing method for the first time, filled with an indescribable sense of pride. Yes, they observed many modern fishing techniques. Crew members diligently explained the processes involved. Gu Qinghan and her friends joined the crew in their efforts, learning a great deal. All their busyness was aimed at hauling in the nets. As evening approached, the dispersed nets were finally pulled in, drawing the two boats closer together. With collective effort, the nets were slowly gathered, revealing a bounty of fish thrashing within, which were ultimately transferred to designated fish holds. With this haul, their efforts bore fruit, and smiles of satisfaction adorned everyone's faces. It was truly astonishing. This was the first time they had witnessed such a modern fishing technique. The mesh of the nets was quite large, designed to protect the ecosystem, allowing small fish to escape. A complete slaughter would lead to future dearth. So many fish. What a blissful harvest. This program was truly remarkable. They had encountered numerous things they had never seen before. The Emperor stared at the fish being placed into the holds, unable to savor his evening meal. How many lives could be sustained by such casual catches? As the Emperor of Northern Zhou, he found himself vexed over financial matters. That night, countless citizens of Northern Zhou found it difficult to sleep. When Gu Qinghan and her companions returned to the hotel, it was already quite late. Though the day had been exhausting, it was undeniably fulfilling. Clearly, their time in Sanya would not conclude as swiftly as in the previous two episodes. Many enjoyable and captivating experiences awaited them. After a restful night, the production team organized water sports for all guests. Activities included jet skiing, rainbow parasailing, flyboarding, surfing, and more. However, the one that piqued Gu Qinghan's interest the most was diving. Participants could choose their activities freely, with the production team imposing no restrictions. Of course, ensuring everything was conducted safely. The group gathered to discuss their plans. Gu Qinghan expressed her desire to go diving, asking if anyone else was interested. While others pondered, Lu Yuan promptly replied, "I'll join you." Zhang Yonghe was about to raise his hand when Wang Hanrong seized his arm, exclaiming, "Didn't you just say you wanted to try flyboarding? I'll join you." Shinisin glanced at Suishan and suggested, "Then let us go parasailing first." Thus, the six of them happily finalized their plans. Gu Qinghan was taken aback when she asked Zhang Yonghe, "Weren't you eager to go diving before? Why the sudden interest in flyboarding?" Before Zhang Yonghe could respond, Wang Hanrong interjected, "He ate too much this morning. Diving might not suit him. It's better to burn off some energy first." Gu Qinghan sensed something amiss but couldn't pinpoint it, so she refrained from further questioning. Following this, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan accompanied the staff to change into their diving suits. "Come on, you need to be more aware. This is too obvious. It's clearly Lu the actor who has feelings for our fairy Gu Qinghan." Hanrong thought, "Well done for organizing us to accompany them as extra lights under the SEA." Gu Qinghan appeared utterly oblivious, leaving Lu Yuan's future in jeopardy. Thus, the Qinglu CP could continue to thrive. It was just a matter of when our fairy Gu Qinghan would awaken to it. While focusing on her career is essential, if it's Lu Yuan, I believe it's acceptable. I still respect Gu Qinghan's choices. When she wishes to date, I'll be the first to support her wholeheartedly. Mu Yinqing seethed with frustration. That damn Lu Yuan, always clinging to Gu Qinghan. Wherever she goes, he follows. How shameless. Immediately, everyone in the northern Zhou witnessed Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan donning peculiar attire. Adorned with masks, equipped with strange apparatus, and clutching a tube between their lips. Under the scrutiny and guidance of so-called professionals, they astonishingly leaped into the sea. Could they all swim? No, they vanished beneath the surface. Could they possibly drown? The scene shifted, revealing what lay beneath the ocean's surface. How were they able to breathe underwater? Surely, they would suffocate soon. Yet, as the imagery descended deeper, they beheld Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan, who not only had not perished but were gracefully swimming, gesticulating playfully. Occasionally, schools of fish would glide by, encircling them, creating an indescribably beautiful tableau. So this is what the ocean harbors. Could humans truly thrive beneath the waves? Thus, this Huaguo must indeed be a realm of deities. Capable of anything, it was too enchanting. Though they could not partake, even a glimpse was a treasure. Grateful was Gu Qinghan for allowing me to witness such a divergent world. What a life without regrets. If only one day we could live thusly. Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan frolicked along the ocean floor, dancing with the fish, occasionally exchanging gestures in perfect harmony. The two seasoned instructors trailing behind realized their presence was rather superfluous. For these two clearly were experienced diverse, adept in their aquatic escapades. On the other side, Mu Yinqing reclined against his bed, only to find Deshun had arrived. Mu Yinqing prepared to rise. Deshun bowed and said, "Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that due to your frail health, you need not perform any formalities." "Thank you, Father," Mu Yinqing rasped, his voice still hoarse. "What instructions does His Majesty have?" The Emperor inquired. "Your Highness has been in Gu Qinghan's company for several years. Have you learned to swim?" Mu Yinqing understood this inquiry stemmed from the Emperor's observation of Gu Qinghan's proficiency in the water, prompting him to ascertain whether Mu Yinqing possessed similar skills. What Gu Qinghan referred to in her livestream as swimming. However, Gu Qinghan had never mentioned her swimming abilities to him. He was entirely unaware of her prowess. Mu Yinqing replied candidly, "Please convey to His Majesty that I do not know how to swim." Deshun regarded Mu Yinqing with a knowing glance, his expression inscrutable. "Your Highness, are you certain you wish for me to relay such a message?" Chapter 55. Rumors of Lu Yuan's secret meetings with a mysterious woman. Mu Yinqing sensed something was amiss. Yet what could he do? He could not swim. Attempting to demonstrate such a skill would likely result in his drowning. With great effort, he descended from the bed and asked, "Deshun, may I have an audience with His Majesty?" Deshun bowed and retreated a few steps, stating, "The Emperor is concerned for your health. It would be best for you to remain in the East Palace to recuperate." A chill ran through Mu Yinqing. The situation felt entirely wrong. However, if his father refused to see him, he was powerless to change it. Mu Yinqing retrieved a banknote from beneath his pillow and pressed it into Deshun's hands. "Please inform His Majesty that since my acquaintance with Gu Qinghan, she has never mentioned her swimming abilities." "I would never dare deceive the Emperor." Deshun did not accept the banknote, bowing as he replied, "Your Highness should focus on your recovery." "I understand and I shall take my leave." Watching Deshun depart, Mu Yinqing's heart remained unsettled. He had only occupied the position of Crown Prince for less than half a year. Surely this could not continue. The Emperor's court was a place of intrigue. And within the Chaoyang Hall, the Emperor observed the live stream, his fingers tapping restlessly upon the table. Upon Deshun's return, the Emperor's gaze remained fixed on the screen as he inquired, "What did the Crown Prince say?" Deshun bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has stated he cannot swim." The Emperor's attention shifted from the live stream, his eyes swirling with unspoken tumult. "Deshun, remember when the prince insisted on marrying that enchantress, Gu Qinghan? They were inseparable for 3 long years, until he assumed control of the East Palace, at which point other women began to surround him. I ask you, how is it that the Crown Prince knows nothing of the talents possessed by this enchantress? Do you find this credible?" Deshun bowed, replying, "Your Majesty, I cannot say. I only know my duty is to serve you well." "You have become quite astute," the Emperor remarked, choosing not to press further, and the Chaoyang Hall fell into a heavy silence. Deshun caught a glimpse of the Emperor retrieving the edict against the deposed Crown Prince, the vermilion ink lingering on the page without a mark. The 3rd episode of the recording for the splendid scenery of Gu's family concluded splendidly, with everyone thoroughly enjoying themselves. Upon their return, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan received notification from the production team that the film Zhongli would soon commence costume fittings and script readings before filming began in earnest. The filming location was chosen in the regions of Yunnan and Guizhou, with director Liang striving for perfection, preferring authentic landscapes over green screens. Preparations were already underway. Jiu Zhenting and Su Miaoji, aware that Gu Qinghan would soon join the cast, felt a pang of reluctance. How long will you be filming this time? Su Miaoji inquired. 3 months. It will be swift, Gu Qinghan replied. Mother, if you miss me, do come visit the set, Su Miaoji responded. We'll see. Your father and I plan to enjoy some quality time together once his current project concludes. If our travels take us near Yunnan and Guizhou, we shall stop by to see you. Jiu Qinghan smirked, reflecting on her parents' true love, humorously considering herself an unexpected addition to their lives. Jiu Zhanting approached, saying, Qinghan, you really should consider when you'll begin working at the company. If you take over, your mother and I will have more time to enjoy our life together. How about this, parents? You both work hard and have another child. From birth, instill the right mindset, and by 18, they can take over the company. That way, you can endure another 18 years and then pass the company on. Su Miaoji stood up, exclaiming, Oh dear, Zhanting, why do I suddenly feel dizzy? Gu Zhanting promptly lifted Su Miaoji, saying, I'll take you to rest. You must be exhausted from yesterday. Each time the Gu family gathered, many in northern Zhou looked on with envy. How wonderful it was in Huagua, with its monogamous unions and absence of concubines. The Gu family exuded harmony and warmth, a sight to be admired. Yet, why not have more children? Many offspring bring more blessings. It was a mystery to them. Women were uninterested in giving birth, and men did not press the issue. Yet they managed to carry on, truly remarkable. As Gu Zhanting and Su Miaoji made their excuses to depart, Gu Qinghan stepped out, preparing to head to the studio for her costume fitting. The filming location was at a picturesque villa on the outskirts of Haicheng, an ideal setting for capturing visuals, and the enclosed courtyard would ensure privacy and convenience, free from tourists. As Gu Qinghan exited the vehicle, Binding followed, carrying a bag. Sister Qinghan, is that not Teacher Lu over there? Who is that stunning person by his side? Gu Qinghan followed by Ning's gaze to see a woman in a qipao. Her figure strikingly elegant, engaging in conversation with Lu Yuan while persistently trying to place something in his arms. From her angle, Gu Qinghan could only see Lu Yuan's back, oblivious to his expression. The woman in the qipao, with a radiant smile, successfully nestled the item into Lu Yuan's embrace before sashaying away in her high heels. Meanwhile, Mu Yanqing, whose health had improved considerably and was engaged in discussions with his aides, caught sight of the woman beside Lu Yuan and felt a surge of anger. While Lu Yuan feigned kindness towards Gu Qinghan, he was now clandestinely meeting another woman. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Witnessing Lu Yuan's true nature would surely alter Gu Qinghan's feelings towards him. This naive woman. Just then, Lu Yuan turned and spotted the newly arrived Gu Qinghan. He quickly concealed the item behind him. Qinghan, you're here, Gu Qinghan, not inquiring about the mysterious woman or the object in Lu Yuan's hand, simply smiled and approached. You arrived before me. The two walked towards the courtyard, while Lu Yuan's assistant hastily took the item from his hands. Gu Qinghan only caught a glimpse of the words Daquan, suggesting it was a book or printed material. Upon their arrival, Director Liang greeted them before instructing them to change and get their makeup done, while he continued arranging the set. Meanwhile, as Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan prepared, the internet erupted with frenzy. Guests at the villa had shared videos online of Lu Yuan conversing with the unknown woman, presenting her with gifts and being seen by Gu Qinghan. Before long, the video had gone viral, racking up thousands of shares. Topics such as Lu Yuan's secret meeting with a mysterious woman and Gu Qinghan witnesses Lu Yuan's secret meeting surged to the top of the trending charts. Chapter 56. Let the Crown Prince feel heartache to his heart's content. It is noteworthy that Lu Yuan was a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry, renowned for his lack of scandal. Let us not even mention the presence of women who might engage in playful exchanges with him. Since Lu Yuan's debut, aside from collaborating with actresses on set, the only person he has grown particularly close to is Gu Qinghan. Over the course of 3 live broadcasts, the vast audience has discerned a curious phenomenon. While it remains uncertain whether Gu Qinghan harbors feelings for Lu Yuan, it is undeniably evident that Lu Yuan feels distinctly differently about her, an entirely different sentiment. To claim they are merely ordinary friends would be hard to believe. However, the recent video has left many astounded, revealing Lu Yuan clandestinely meeting with a mysterious woman, a scene witnessed by none other than Gu Qinghan herself. Onlookers are not the only ones agog. The fervent CP fans, along with Lu Yuan's loyal supporters, are equally anxious, causing a frenzy on Weibo. Pray, who is that beautiful woman in the qipao? Lu Yuan, do wake up. If your heart truly lies with Gu Qinghan, you ought to steer clear of other women. I am utterly distressed. How could such an awkward scene be witnessed by the enchanting Gu Qinghan? This is mortifying, oh dear. Must my beloved Qinglu CP face an untimely demise before it even begins? I am simply curious about Gu Qinghan's thoughts upon witnessing this spectacle. Thoughts? No, I dare not imagine. Bystanders are eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, chuckling at the prospect. The subsequent developments are straightforward enough to anticipate. One need only wait for the 4th episode's filming at the magnificent Huayu Mountain Villa to gauge the state between the two. I must inquire, what brings Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan together again? The picturesque scenery suggests it is the outskirts of Haiqing at Huayu Mountain Villa, yet the reason for their convergence remains a mystery. Rumor has it that a film crew is present at Huayu Mountain Villa today. Could it be that Lu Yuan is set to collaborate with Gu Qinghan? It is well known that Lu Yuan has never engaged in television dramas. It must be a film that is it possible that for the sake of pursuing Gu Qinghan, he has begun accepting television roles. Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan are busily preparing with makeup and wardrobe changes, their phones set aside, leaving them no time to delve into online matters. Today's filming scene unfolds differently according to the script. Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan have changed into 6 distinct outfits, resulting in 6 striking looks. Both are perceptive individuals, and their stunning appearances, coupled with their seamless cooperation, whether in solo shots or as a pair, ensured smooth filming. Despite this, after 6 outfit changes, it is already past midnight, and it is impossible to deny their fatigue. Lu Yuan takes the initiative to invite everyone for a late-night snack, but director Liang waves his hand, declining, citing an abundance of tasks at hand. They will stay here tonight and film the others tomorrow. As they exit Huayu Mountain Villa, Lu Yuan turns to Gu Qinghan, asking, "Shall I treat you to a late-night snack?" Gu Qinghan glances around. Recalling who had given him something during the day, "Aren't you going to find her?" Lu Yuan reacts swiftly, hastily clarifying, "That was my mother." Gu Qinghan's eyes widen in surprise. "Your mother?" Lu Yuan nods, "Yes, she happened to be enjoying time with friends at Huayu Mountain Villa. My brother asked her to bring me some things. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to find me. Your mother is incredibly young. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought she was your sister." Gu Qinghan is genuinely astonished. She believed her own mother was well-preserved, but Lu Yuan's mother is equally youthful. Late-night snacks are a must. Everyone is quite hungry after a long day without food. Naturally, nothing beats the delight of enjoying grilled skewers at night. It is the epitome of comfort. Initially, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan intended to bring their assistants, Bai Ning and Fang Su, along, but upon entering the city, Bai Ning declared her intention to diet, while Fang Su complained of exhaustion, leaving only Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan to indulge in the grilled delicacies. While others might enjoy skewers at a bustling eatery, the two must seek a more private venue, especially given Lu Yuan's legion of fans. The skewers arrive quickly, their aroma enticing. Lu Yuan offers Gu Qinghan a skewer of beef, saying, "Here, eat." Gu Qinghan accepts it and remarks, "You mentioned that your mother disapproves of these unsanitary foods. Now that we've met, if I indulge in them more than once, will she be upset?" Even while savoring skewers, Lu Yuan maintains an air of elegance, a quality inherent to him. He gazes at Gu Qinghan with affection, responding, "No, she adores you. Everything you do is delightful in her eyes." "Oh?" Gu Qinghan is taken aback, "But I haven't even met her." Lu Yuan hands her a skewer of chicken wings, adding, "That doesn't diminish her fondness for you." Gu Qinghan ponders for a moment, speculating, "Perhaps it's because she naturally favors girls. Considering both you and your brother are sons." Lu Yuan nods, "Perhaps in the northern region. At this hour, most people would typically be fast asleep. Yet now they have grown accustomed to waiting for the live broadcast to conclude before retiring, reluctant to close their eyes without witnessing what Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan are up to. Thus, a majority of the northern populace watches as Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan take promotional photos, followed by their late-night skewers. Mu Yanqing, similarly awake, finds it unbearable to watch the affectionate exchanges between Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan. Moreover, Gu Qinghan's recent change into traditional attire evokes too many memories for him. Those past moments, once laughable, now pierce his heart with pain. Yes, heartache. Mu Yanqing cannot comprehend why he is feeling such a sharp pang in his heart. The more he observes Gu Qinghan smiling at Lu Yuan, the more he sees Lu Yuan tenderly caring for her, the deeper his anguish becomes. Mu Yanqing sits up, clutching his chest, feeling unusually suffocated. especially as Lu Yuan hands a skewer to Gu Qinghan, their laughter intensifying his discomfort. As Gu Qinghan savors a chicken wing, perfectly grilled to a crisp exterior and tender interior, she bites into it, relishing the delightful flavor. Just as she chews, a voice resonates in her mind. Ding! Detection shows Mu Yinqing's heartache level has reached 50 points. Reward for the host. 1 point added to the heartthrob index. Chapter 57. Gu Qinghan's grilling misfortune. Gu Qinghan is genuinely startled by this reward. What does this mean? That foolish scoundrel Mu Yinqing is feeling heartache. Could it be that his beloved Qin Zhenjin is treating him poorly? Pondering this, could it be that Qin Zhenjin has ceased to love him, leading him to suffer internally and thus feel heartache? As Gu Qinghan continues to eat, she tentatively queries the system. So, does this mean I can benefit whenever Mu Yinqing feels angry or heartbroken? The system remains silent for a moment before responding. Well, your interpretation is not entirely incorrect. Although this answer is somewhat ambiguous, it is evident what it implies. Gu Qinghan is elated. Pray tell, is there anything more gratifying than witnessing a scoundrel like Mu Yinqing in distress? If Mu Yinqing is heartbroken due to Qin Zhenjin's mistreatment, then what would happen if he were to discover that she never loved him at all and was merely after his status and position? Would his heartache points not soar to 100? Then her heartthrob index would surely reach its peak. Gu Qinghan continues to ask the system, earlier you mentioned that I could speak in a way that Mu Yinqing would hear. If I record a video, can you ensure he sees it? The system, seemingly hesitant, replies, well, I can certainly try, though it may be challenging in the northern region. Gu Qinghan contemplates, then if I record what I say, he will surely hear it, right? The system promptly affirms, of course, I am an SSS grade system. Gu Qinghan beams with delight. She had previously promised a reward for her 10 million Weibo followers, and now, since she needed a story to share based on the highest likes, she figures she might as well present Mu Yinqing with a grand gift. After all, such melodramatic tropes belong only in cliché novels. Why not seize the opportunity? Meanwhile, Mu Yinqing, feeling increasingly frustrated, observes Gu Qinghan seemingly in higher spirits. Could it be that she is so elated merely from enjoying grilled skewers with Lu Yuan? Mu Yinqing rises, calling out, Su Rang. The guard stationed outside responds, Your Highness, is that Hanheng grilling still open at this hour? Mu Yinqing inquires. Su Rang replies, Yes, Your Highness, they are still operating and reportedly remain open until the early hours. Go fetch some for me. As Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan enjoy their skewers, they finally notice the buzz on Weibo regarding Lu Yuan's encounter with the mysterious woman. Gu Qinghan points to the trending topics. Aren't you going to clarify this? After all, that was your mother. Lu Yuan is caught off guard, realizing the incident has been captured and circulated. I may need to ask her about it when I return. She hasn't reached out to discuss it yet, likely busy enjoying herself at home. Enjoying herself? Gu Qinghan queries, puzzled. Why would she be happy about being misunderstood and trending online? Lu Yuan chuckles, she'll be pleased. The netizens are praising her beauty and figure. Your mother is truly delightful. Gu Qinghan genuinely praises. Lu Yuan gazes at her earnestly. If my mother knew you complimented her, she would be even more delighted. After finishing their skewers, the two do not linger, each returning home. Mu Yinqing, in a state of anxious anticipation, finds that the live broadcast has already concluded by the time his skewers arrive. Your Highness, Hanheng grilling was overcrowded, that is why I returned late. Upon seeing the skewers laid out on the table, Mu Yinqing surprisingly loses his appetite. Nonetheless, he picks up a piece of meat skewer and takes a bite. It tastes just as wonderful as ever. Originally lacking any appetite, the tantalizing aroma of the skewers ignited a hunger within Mu Yinqing, who devoured 3 sticks in quick succession before turning to Su Rang, asking, Are you saying that at this hour, Henin's barbecue is still bustling with patrons? Su Rang nodded affirmatively. Mu Yinqing's countenance darkened. How was the Jing's Huoyan managing the capital? Did he not know about the nighttime curfew in the city? Su Rang explained, Your Highness, many royal relatives and nobles have a fondness for Henin's barbecue, and it seems the emperor has dined there multiple times as well, which has led to the recent lifting of the curfew in the capital. Upon hearing this, Mu Yinqing was taken aback. His father, the emperor, had indulged in this establishment skewers. Such a lucrative venture was not under his control, serving only to satiate his appetite while yielding nothing else. The Eastern Palace once boasted thriving businesses, a granary, a silk shop, a pawn shop, and more, but ever since Gu Qinghan's departure, these enterprises had fallen into Qin Zhenjin's hands. Just days prior, the steward of the Eastern Palace had discreetly audited the accounts. Discovering that none of these businesses were turning a profit, he had presumed that Qin Zhenjin would manage them better than Gu Qinghan, yet it turned out she was not even a shadow of Gu Qinghan. Now, he yearned to win the hearts of the people and had numerous plans in mind, but without funds, nothing could be accomplished. If he could not utilize them, it would be best to eliminate them. The following day, after the morning court session, Mu Yinqing summoned Lu Wanchang to the Eastern Palace. You must find a way to shut down Hanin's barbecue, capture Yin Jun, and throw him into the dungeons. Lu Wanchang, having accompanied Mu Yinqing the longest, understood his intentions. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall take care of it immediately. By noon, Yin Jun was still stationed at the barbecue shop, observing the throngs of customers. With diligent servers attending to their needs, as usual, outside. Many were queued up to get in, however. Before the first wave of patrons had finished their meals, some began to foam at the mouth and collapsed onto the floor. Before long, more and more customers, from the bustling first floor to the quieter third floor, lay sprawled out on the ground. Yin Jun and the staff hurried to investigate. This was a situation the establishment had never encountered before. Some of those on the ground had already lost consciousness, while others cried out in panic, creating utter chaos. The onlookers in line began to shout, some demanding to report the incident to the authorities. Others calling for a physician, while some exclaimed that Hanin's barbecue had killed people. Yin Jun urgently dispatched someone to summon a doctor, his heart racing with anxiety. However, since Xia He had entrusted him with this business, he could not afford to falter, absolutely not. Before long, the doctor had yet to arrive, but officials from the Jingzhou prefecture showed up. Immediately binding Yin Jun, the Jingshuoyan appeared at Hanin's barbecue, ordering the seemingly poisoned individuals to be carried to the main hall while summoning numerous physicians to attend to them. Furthermore, everyone within Hanin's barbecue was prohibited from leaving, as the officials meticulously monitored the premises. Gazing at Yin Jun, who was kneeling on the ground under guard, the Jingshuoyan inquired, You are Yin Jun, the proprietor of Hanin's barbecue? Commoner Yin Jun, the proprietor of Hanin's barbecue, he replied. Commoner? You are clearly a criminal. I shall inform you that today, your barbecue establishment has resulted in fatalities. Prepare to pay with your life. As for the others in your establishment, none shall escape. Yin Jun pleaded, My lord, they are all commoners I employed. I alone shall bear the responsibility for everything, but all the ingredients in my shop are fresh. There is absolutely no problem. My lord, whether there is a problem or not, I will ascertain for myself. The Jingshuoyan waved his hand, and the officials promptly took everyone away. With such a grave incident occurring in the capital, the Jingshuoyan was overwhelmed. Not a single person could be allowed to escape. Should this barbecue establishment have truly caused a death, he must ensure that justice was served promptly. Meanwhile, standing outside the crowd in casual attire, Mu Yinqing watched as the previously defiant Yin Jun was bound and taken away. A smirk creeping onto his lips, he turned to Lu Wanchang and said, Do not let him die. First, secure the recipe. Chapter 58. Appointment for live storytelling. Yin Jun and everyone in Hanin's barbecue were all detained, and those who had come to dine were receiving medical attention. Such a significant incident quickly reached Xia He, who was hiding in the outskirts of the capital. After all, her recently established Qingqing Takeout had set up numerous reception points, which were not mere decorations. Alarmed, Xia He disguised herself and ventured into the city. If this incident were not a result of sabotage, even a fool would not believe it. Yet, in broad daylight, patrons had fallen ill. It remained uncertain whether any would lose their lives, making the situation exceedingly precarious. The foremost priority was to ensure that no lives were lost on Gu Qinghan's side. As she prepared to join the filming crew, she was readying a special benefit for her 1 million fans. Lin Xingya observed Gu Qinghan as she jotted down notes, asking, Is your story feasible? Did you not say it was all in your head? Gu Qinghan set down her pen, noting that several critical points must not be overlooked. Lin Xingya handed her a script, saying, The production team has approached us. They want you to play the lead role. I reviewed it, and the script seems quite decent, and the crew is impressive. Take a look and see if you like it. Upon glancing at the script, Gu Qinghan realized it was a medical drama, simply titled Surgeon, featuring the lead character, Chu Xian, as a surgeon. Even a brief skim revealed numerous surgical procedures within the narrative. Lin Xingya never presented her with scripts that were subpar. If she brought one forward, it was assuredly of merit. However, she wondered when filming would commence. She was just about to join another project. Would they be able to wait? It is scheduled to follow your current film, Lin Xingya replied. In essence, they are capitalizing on your current popularity. And although it hasn't been officially announced, the industry is aware that director Liang has chosen you as the lead, which indicates your acting skills are certainly not in question. Ji Qinghan closed the script, smiling at Lin Qingya. That sounds great. Let's accept it. I've never acted in this genre before, so it will be a new experience. Oh, and after you finish filming your movie, the Surgeon Drama's production team will liaise with the hospital, allowing you some time for early training. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Ji Qinghan gestured an okay, indicating there was no problem. Just as Lin Qingya was about to leave, she suddenly recalled something. Oh, my memory. Did you see the trending topic about Lu Yuan yesterday? Gu Qinghan replied, that is of no concern. Lu Yuan will handle it.in the Northern Zhou region. Aside from the citizens of the capital who were now more concerned about Hannin's barbecue, people from other areas were still more focused on Gu Qinghan's live streaming spectacle. What kind of medical drama was it? Did that agent say it was akin to the Imperial Medical Institution? Most likely, but could ordinary people visit the Imperial physician? Where would the officials seek treatment? It seemed the hospitals were comparable to our clinics and pharmacies, merely a different nomenclature. This so-called medical drama would not begin filming until she completed her current movie, requiring a 3-month wait. An eternity. In 3 months, it would be snowing. Could they even film in such cold? Once it snowed, air conditioning would become ineffective, and residing in apartments meant they couldn't start a fire. It would undoubtedly be frigid. Meanwhile, at Lu Yuan's residence, Lin Man had arranged to meet friends for beauty treatments. Lu Yuan called out to her, Mom, did you see the trending topic from yesterday? Should I clarify it? No need, Lin Man replied decisively. I do not wish for anyone to know how young and beautiful I am, especially with you as my son. With that, Lin Man exited, leaving Lu Yuan standing there, feeling utterly exasperated. As Lu Yuan did not respond. The online chatter about the mysterious woman gradually subsided. On her end, Gu Qinghan had nearly prepared her story, while Lin Qingya and the others set about readying the live streaming equipment. Originally, Gu Qinghan intended to record a video to post, but Lin Qingya believed that a live stream would yield better engagement, allowing for interaction with fans. Ji Qinghan picked up her phone and sent out a Weibo post, as it was essential to announce it in advance. Otherwise, many fans would be unaware of her upcoming live stream. Ji Qinghan wrote, tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, I will be live streaming on Doudu to offer a benefit for 1 million fans. Telling the stories you wish to hear, eagerly await your presence. To prepare for the live stream, Gu Qinghan registered an account on Doudu in advance and simultaneously posted a video. With her current follower count soaring, as soon as her Weibo and video were released, she received thousands of likes, shares, and comments, with fans expressing their excitement and anticipation for the storytelling session. Even those who had watched Great Rivers and Mountains, though not fans, set their alarms, knowing Gu Qinghan would be live streaming her stories. Although the narratives were quite melodramatic, Gu Qinghan delivered them as if they were real events. The scenes, which seemed fit for a cliched novel, came to life through her narration, making listeners eager to visit the land of Northern Zhou to witness how the characters lived. The citizens of Northern Zhou were equally curious. Would there be another storytelling session? The last story was truly captivating, especially since it revealed royal secrets. Even a downtrodden scholar wouldn't write it that way. I must tune in tomorrow night. At this moment, Mu Yinqing, aware that Gu Qinghan would be narrating a story the following evening, found himself unexpectedly anticipating the tale's content. The last story revolved around the third prince. To put it mildly, although his father, the emperor, had not taken any action against Wei Guifei and the third prince, it was evident to all that Wei Guifei's aspirations to regain favor and wield power in the harem were utterly futile. Moreover, the fact that the emperor had not allowed the third prince to accompany him to Tongzhou for disaster relief served as a clear signal. Should Gu Qinghan's next story feature the other princes, Mu Yinqing would be most delighted. He had already faced enough misfortune lately. Witnessing others' tribulations would only serve to solidify his own standing. Sometimes, Mu Yinqing pondered whether Gu Qinghan, in her own way, was assisting him in consolidating his position within Huaguo. Otherwise, why would she have recounted such a story previously? Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, he instructed Lu Wancheng to engage with Yan Jun, his sole objective being to obtain the recipe, ensuring that Henin's barbecue business would falter. This task was one he preferred to keep at arm's length. After issuing his directives, he returned to the palace. However, upon Lu Wancheng's return, he informed him that Yan Jun was adamant about not divulging the recipe. Furthermore, several other princes had also sent individuals to the prison to approach Yan Jun, promising him protection for both himself and his staff if he were to relinquish the recipe. Mu Yinqing let out a soft snort, remarking on the speed with which others sought to benefit while remaining in the shadows. Lu Wencheng then stated, "Your Highness, the other princes are currently vying for Yin Jun's favor. Although this is happening in private, even the Minister of Justice dares not treat Yin Jun harshly. Currently, even torture is off the table. What shall we do next?" As they were engaged in conversation, a young eunuch from the palace arrived to deliver an imperial decree. Mu Yinqing promptly changed his attire to receive the edict. The content of the decree was straightforward. It summoned Mu Yinqing to collaborate with the Minister of Justice regarding the Henin barbecue poisoning incident. After dismissing the eunuch, Mu Yinqing examined the imperial decree with a smile, realizing that he had been entrusted with overseeing this matter. Others might wish to acquire the recipe, but it would be impossible for them to succeed. His determination was resolute. Chapter 59. The delight of self-inflicted humiliation. That evening, Gu Qinghan received notice that she was to report to the hotel the following day to rehearse the script, after which she would join the filming crew. Early the next morning, she packed her belongings and, accompanied by Bai Ning, made her way to the hotel. On the day of her audition, she had not encountered any of the supporting characters. Upon arriving at the hotel, Director Liang introduced everyone to one another. The creative team of the same production gathered together and quickly became acquainted. Most people gravitated towards Gu Qinghan, not only because of her charm, but also due to Lu Yuan's notorious reputation for being difficult to approach. In contrast, Gu Qinghan exuded sweetness, making her much more approachable. The second female lead, Yao Zhu, sat beside Gu Qinghan and remarked, "I have only seen you on television and online recently. You are even more beautiful and graceful in person. Your skin is remarkable. Do you have any skincare secrets to share?" In response to the kind compliment, Gu Qinghan smiled warmly and replied, "The greatest secret to skincare is maintaining a good mood. When your mood is good, everything else falls into place." Yao Zhu nodded in agreement. "That is true, but maintaining a good mood every day is no easy feat." Director Liang then organized everyone to begin rehearsing their lines. Lu Yuan naturally seated himself next to Gu Qinghan, causing the others to maintain a respectful distance. Jiu Qinghan was already well-versed in her lines, and Lu Yuan, dedicated to his craft, was equally prepared. Their scenes together were plentiful, making it all the more convenient to perform together. From their initial acquaintance to deeper understanding and sweet moments, followed by heart-wrenching scenes, even without costumes, props, or makeup, their dialogue moved everyone present. Meanwhile, Mu Yinqing was discussing the Henin barbecue incident with the Minister of Justice. The minister, Gao Darren, spoke earnestly, "Your Highness, the individuals poisoned at Henin's barbecue yesterday had taken a physician's medicine and are currently not in life-threatening condition. The Imperial Medical Team has already inspected the situation, confirming that the marinated pork used at Henin's barbecue contained poison. Your Highness, how shall we proceed?" Mu Yinqing inquired. "As Yin Jun confessed?" Gao Darren shook his head. "Yin Jun is quite obstinate. No matter how much we press him, he claims ignorance. His staff appears to have been enchanted by some sort of potion, insisting that they are victims of a conspiracy. And none are willing to implicate Yin Jun." Just as Mu Yinqing was about to respond, he noticed on the live broadcast that Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan were performing together, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. With tears shimmering in Gu Qinghan's gaze, evoking a profound sense of heartbreak, Mu Yinqing felt an unexplainable tightness in his chest. Jiu Qinghan had never looked at him in such a manner. Why did she reserve such looks for Lu Yuan? Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan, still engrossed in her performance, felt tears cascading down her cheeks when suddenly, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Heartache value of Mu Yinqing 5. Rewarding the host with a charm index increase of 0.5 points. Thankfully, Gu Qinghan possessed strong composure. Otherwise, she would surely falter. As they wrapped up this scene and prepared for the next, Gu Qinghan questioned the system. "What is the situation? Is Mu Yinqing feeling heartache again?" Indeed, host Gu Qinghan reflected that Mu Yinqing and Qin Zhenzhen must be experiencing a romantic crisis. Thus, her live broadcast tonight would surely be effective. If Mu Yinqing could hear her, wouldn't his heart shatter into 1,000 pieces? To her surprise, Gu Qinghan found herself looking forward to the evening's broadcast even more. However, since Mu Yinqing was feeling heartache, which could elevate her charm index, she decided to take full advantage of it. Currently, she possessed two skills, Diminish Enemy and Step-by-Step Defeat. The latter was on cooldown for 30 days and could not be used. But the former had a cooldown of only 10 days and was available now. She resolved to utilize it against Mu Yinqing, regardless of what he was doing in Beizhou, as long as he was having a rough time. Gu Qinghan addressed the system. Can I use the diminish enemy skill on Mu Yinqing? Of course, host. Please be informed that activating the diminish enemy skill will require a deduction of 2 charm index points. Do you wish to confirm its usage? Confirm usage. As long as it's directed at Mu Yinqing, let him face the consequences of his own misdeeds. That experience will be quite satisfying. The system paused for a moment before slowly replying. Understood, host. You certainly live up to your title as the host. There is an old saying in Huagua. It is better to offend a gentleman than to offend a woman. Why are you rambling so much? Gu Qinghan retorted, don't you know? If one doesn't seek death, they won't die as long as he refrains from committing any wrongdoings, he won't face any backlash. It's none of my concern. Watching Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan prepare for the next fight scene, Mu Yinqing felt a sense of relief. Gao Darren, since we have established the facts, let us proceed with the trial. You are the magistrate. And you know how to make decisions. I am merely assisting. The court of the Minister of Justice convened to adjudicate the poisoning incident at Henin's barbecue, which had garnered significant attention from the citizens of the capital. Today's proceedings allowed the public to observe, and with the knowledge that the Crown Prince himself would preside over the court, a large crowd gathered. Dressed in male attire and wearing a bamboo hat, Xiaohe stood among the throng, anxiously hoping for news that Yin Jun and the others were unharmed. With a resounding bang of the gavel, Gao Darren called out, "Bring in the accused." Upon seeing that Yin Jun and his associates were all in good health, Xiaohe felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as they were well, she could devise further plans. Gao Darren began to question the case according to protocol. Since Yin Jun was not responsible for the incident, he would, of course, deny any wrongdoing. Please, Your Honor, it must be noted that someone infiltrated Henin's barbecue and intentionally poisoned the seasonings. You cannot allow such villains to roam free. Indeed, Your Honor, you cannot let us common folk feel disheartened. Do not hastily conclude this case at the expense of our innocence. The others joined in, echoing their grievances. Gao Darren struck the gavel once more. How dare you? This case is overseen by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Do you wish to rebel? Yin Jun glanced at Mu Yinqing, seemingly grasping something, and bitterly smiled. Indeed, the populace could not contend with the authorities. However, he could not resign himself to such a fate. Once, the former Crown Prince's concubine, Gu Qinghan, had appeared commendable on the battlefield, but since his ascension to the Eastern Palace, everything had changed. Tio forced the Crown Prince's concubine to her demise and deliberately framed the common folk. How could such a person rightfully become the heir to the throne? Yin Jun felt a chill in his heart. He had once supported Gu Qinghan, only to realize that the mask had been worn for far too long, revealing its true face at last. Mu Yinqing, observing the frostiness in Yin Jun's gaze, cleared his throat and said, Yin Jun, the evidence in this case is irrefutable. Do you have anything to say? Yin Jun let out a cold laugh, unperturbed by death, and boldly asked, Your Highness, I dare to ask, was it you who ordered the poison to be placed in the seasonings at my Henin barbecue? His words ignited a wave of murmurs among the crowd. The Minister of Justice, Gao Darren, was taken aback. How dare you, commoner? You dare to slander His Highness the Crown Prince? Mu Yinqing rose to his feet, surveying Yin Jun and the multitude of citizens outside, and proclaimed, I have always governed diligently for the benefit of the people, yet I find myself bitten by the very hand I sought to nurture. Yin Jun, I will tell you now. The poison in your barbecue seasonings was indeed placed there by my orders. What do you intend to do about it? Chapter 60. The Crown Prince's words ring true, not. As Mu Yinqing's voice fell, the entire assembly fell into silence. The first to react was Lord Gao, the Chief Minister of Jingzhou, who exclaimed, Your Highness, have you lost your senses in your anger? How can you speak in contradictions? Initially, Mu Yinqing believed that Yin Jun and the other commoners were rendered speechless by his words. It was only upon Lord Gao's reminder that he began to reflect on what he had just uttered. What had he just said? He had intended to convey that the poisoning incident at Yin Jun's barbecue establishment had nothing to do with him. Yet he had inadvertently revealed the truth. As the constables and citizens processed this revelation, they turned their gazes toward the Crown Prince. The constables refrained from discussing the matter, but the commoners were not so restrained. Hadn't he, the Crown Prince, just admitted to something? One must tread carefully lest disaster befall them. He had just proclaimed that the poisoning was orchestrated by his own orders. Xia, he cried out from the side. The Crown Prince has openly confessed to poisoning the people. How are we, the common folk, to survive? The Crown Prince's intentions to harm the shopkeeper of the barbecue establishment seem to extend to their very lives. My father dined at that barbecue place yesterday and has yet to awaken. With Xiaohi's outcry, the relatives of yesterday's victims joined in, pleading, "Please, Your Highness, grant us an explanation. We cannot suffer in silence." "Oh, great magistrate, my son lies in the medical hall. Heaven, open your eyes. Let the emperor step forth and behold, for the Crown Prince is the true culprit. Your Majesty, such a person is unworthy of the throne." The commoners wept and lamented, kneeling en masse in the direction of the imperial palace. Mu Yinqing was conducting an investigation, and how could the emperor and the other princes refrain from sending observers? As soon as Mu Yinqing spoke those words, every utterance echoed, unaltered, into the palace and the various princes' residences. The emperor's face darkened. Did he truly say that? "Your Majesty," the servant replied, "I dare not lie." All the citizens and constables heard it. "Go! Summon that ungrateful son back to me." He had charged Mu Yinqing with the investigation, never anticipating that it would turn to implicate himself. This foolhardy son had been so stupid as to lay bare his actions, leaving the northern Zhou royal family's dignity in tatters. The third prince, holding a white chess piece, wore a smile of delight. "Our dear Crown Prince has managed to dig his own grave without our intervention. In the past, when he was Prince Chun, I thought him quite shrewd, yet now he appears pitifully foolish." The ninth prince set down a black piece, clapping his hands. "Third brother, though this game is captivating, it pales in comparison to the ones in the palace. I reckon father must be summoning our dim-witted Crown Prince back to the palace right about now." The third prince placed his piece down and rose. "Then we ought to change our attire and prepare for father's summons. After all, it takes time to travel from the palace to Jing'an." Mu Yinqing, keen to salvage something from this debacle, surveyed the chaos before him. Brandishing a gavel, "Silence!" The constables promptly sprang into action, striving to maintain order. Yin Jun glared at Mu Yinqing. "Did you just admit to framing the commoners and endangering the patrons of my establishment?" Enraged, Mu Yinqing sought to rectify his earlier blunder. "What I meant to convey was that the poisoning incident at your barbecue establishment was indeed orchestrated by me, through my aide Lu Wenchong." As Mu Yinqing listened to his own words, he realized their inaccuracy and wished to retract them, but his mouth seemed to operate independently of his will. "Yin Jun, I initially intended to cooperate with you. Yet you rebuffed my offer. Thus, your establishment has no reason to exist. If you refuse my leniency, do not blame me for your demise. Yin Jun, if you present your barbecue recipe now, I may yet extend a hand. Otherwise, I can only ensure your downfall." Lord Gao, the chief minister of Jingzhou, stood frozen in shock. "Your Highness, please cease your words." Kneeling in the great hall, Yin Jun clenched his fists. "I would have no regrets in death. Yet to see the northern Zhou entrusted to a crown prince such as you fills my heart with discontent." Finally able to pause, Mu Yinqing pointed at Yin Jun, shouting, "You dare!" At that moment, the eunuch bearing the imperial edict arrived at Jingzhou. "The emperor commands that the crown prince return to the palace at once." With a cold expression, Mu Yinqing could only prepare to comply. As he boarded the carriage, Xiaohi lowered her hat and called out, "Who will act on behalf of us commoners if the crown prince returns to the palace in this manner?" With that, the citizens surged around Mu Yinqing's carriage, refusing to let him depart, and chaos ensued. Mu Yinqing found himself at a loss, grappling with the inexplicable loss of popular support. He could not comprehend why he had spoken as he did. Entirely beyond his control, before long, the voice of the chancellor rang out from outside. In an instant, Mu Yinqing felt a flicker of hope. The chancellor had come on imperial orders. "Ladies and gentlemen, the emperor is aware of this matter and will surely provide a satisfactory response. For now, I must escort the crown prince back to the palace. If you obstruct the carriage, how can the emperor concern himself with this issue? Rest assured, the emperor loves his subjects as his own children and will not stand idly by. As the saying goes, princes and commoners are equally guilty of wrongdoing. The emperor will surely not show favoritism." Chancellor Qin assuaged the crowd, and with the imperial guard accompanying him, he successfully escorted Mu Yinqing's carriage all the way to the palace gates. As the carriage halted, Mu Yinqing disembarked, followed by Chancellor Qin. Chancellor Qin said, "Your Highness, regarding today's events, The only course of action is to firmly assert that you were drugged and that your earlier statements were not your true sentiments. There may still be room for maneuvering, Mu Yinqing nodded. I appreciate your guidance, dear father-in-law. Chancellor Qin inquired. The civil and military officials, along with the princes, have already entered the palace. Your Highness, you must inform me whether this matter was indeed of your doing. Mu Yinqing acquiesced. I acted in a moment of passion. Chancellor Qin sighed. Your Highness, you are the heir to the throne, destined to ascend as the Emperor of Northern Zhou. You must not allow a trivial matter to cloud your judgment, for it could lead to your own ruin. Mu Yinqing clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I understand. We shall see if I can navigate this crisis. Chapter 61. Endure the physical pain to feel the ruin of the spirit inside the Chaoyang Hall. The atmosphere was particularly grave. Mu Yinqing, having been intercepted by the citizens, arrived last. Upon entering the grand hall, all eyes turned to him. As he stepped forward, he was met with the grim visage of his father, whose eyes seemed to burn with a desire to devour him whole. He approached and knelt with a thud. Father. Before he could finish, the third prince interjected. Crown Prince, you cannot possibly mean to say that your words today did not reflect your true feelings, or that you were drugged into speaking such nonsense. Mu Yinqing found himself choking on his words, caught in a verbal limbo. The emperor spoke sternly. Crown Prince, I have already summoned Lu Wanchong and clarified matters. Do you wish to argue further? Neither Mu Yinqing nor Chancellor Qin anticipated the emperor's swift action. Before Chancellor Qin had left, he had sent someone to find Lu Wanchong, instructing him to hide quickly. Mu Yinqing found himself at a loss for words as the emperor's fury mounted. Crown Prince, after all my efforts, how can I entrust the Northern Zhou Empire to you after such behavior? Mu Yinqing abruptly raised his head. Father. Chancellor Qin recognized the gravity of the situation, but sought to protect the Crown Prince at this critical juncture. He lifted his robe and knelt. Your Majesty, please allow me to speak. The emperor knew that Chancellor Qin, whose daughter had become the Crown Princess, naturally leaned toward the Crown Prince. However, Chancellor Qin was reliable in his duties, and he could not allow the Crown Prince's actions to jeopardize his own standing. Speak. Your Majesty, this matter transcends the actions of the Crown Prince alone. Resolving the public outrage cannot simply be achieved by dethroning him, Chancellor Qin stated. This issue concerns the dignity of the Northern Zhou royal family. In the eyes of the people, it must not be perceived as the Crown Prince's doing. Several officials allied with the Chancellor knelt in agreement. The Emperor sat silently on the dragon throne, contemplating for a long while without uttering a word. Whether or not Chancellor Qin favored the Crown Prince, his arguments were undeniably sound. To safeguard the Northern Zhou royal family's reputation, it was imperative that this incident not be attributed to the Crown Prince. The first prince bowed and said, Father, I believe the Chancellor's perspective is valid. The Emperor glanced at the first prince. Then what would you propose regarding this matter? The Emperor's inquiry suggested he had already formulated a strategy in his mind. The first prince replied, Your Majesty, this incident is solely the doing of Lu Wanchong, an aide of the Eastern Palace. He, under the guise of the Eastern Palace, sought to usurp Yin Jun's barbecue establishment and slipped a mad potion into the Crown Prince's tea. Resulting in his erratic outburst, he has now fallen ill and is in critical condition, requiring careful care. The Emperor's fingers drummed rhythmically against the table, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he nodded in satisfaction, declaring that this matter would be entrusted to you, and it must be executed flawlessly. The common people must also be pacified. As for the compensation in silver, upon hearing this, Mu Yinqing had no words left to say. He hastily responded, This matter arises from the Eastern Palace, and the silver will be provided by the Crown Prince. Once the ministers had withdrawn, only the Emperor and his several sons remained in Chaoyang Hall. The Emperor descended the steps and stood beside Mu Yinqing, saying, Crown Prince, of late, you have truly disappointed me. I shall find a way to mitigate this situation for you. But the mistakes you have made must be punished. Deshun, bestow upon the Crown Prince 20 strokes of the rod. Strike him heavily. After finishing his decree, the Emperor turned to his other sons, stating, If any of you harbor ulterior motives, this shall be your fate. Gu Qinghan was utterly unaware of the swift efficacy of the skills she had bestowed upon Mu Yinqing. That very evening, after concluding a script reading session, Lin Qingya escorted her to the studio, which had been meticulously arranged for Gu Qinghan's live broadcast that night. In addition to sharing stories, Gu Qinghan had prepared a lottery event to reward her fans. Not only were Gu Qinghan's devoted followers and casual listeners awaiting the live stream, but even individuals from Beizhou were hastily finishing their tasks to hear her narrate tales. Once ready, Gu Qinghan settled down, and at 7 o'clock, the broadcast commenced punctually. Good evening, everyone. I am Gu Qinghan. Tonight's live stream is not just about sharing the stories you wish to hear as a benefit for reaching 10 million fans. I will also be holding a lottery during the stream. I have prepared 1,000 tubes of SS lipstick for the lucky winners. Those who win, please remember to contact my studio, where we will compile the addresses for shipping. The camera panned to reveal a neatly arranged display of SS products with their logo prominently displayed. Here they come, at long last. Our little fairy Qinghan is truly stunning, and I love you. Dear, is Qinghan really gifting us for free? Indeed, the love between Qinghan and us is mutual. Am I mistaken? SS lipstick, the one priced over 300 each? 8,000 tubes? That's an extravagant expenditure, sending out 6 figures just like that? Qinghan, look at me. I want one. Laughter erupted as the comments flooded in. Although the barrage of messages was swift, Gu Qinghan managed to catch many, her smile radiating sweetness. No sales here. Everything is complimentary, she clarified. Oh, and please specify your desired shade when providing your address to the studio. Those without notes will receive random selections. Wow, our Qinghan is so considerate. As a new fan, I find Qinghan to be so warm-hearted. Gu Qinghan garnered significant goodwill with this gesture, especially since no one could find any products endorsed by her, nor had she featured in any advertisements. Her first live stream was so generous, allowing fans to choose their shades. Just who else would consider others in such a way? Having addressed these matters, Gu Qinghan continued, All right, let us begin the story now. Please prepare your snacks, peanuts, melon seeds, spicy strips, duck delicacies, fruits, and chips, as we dive into the tale together. Meanwhile, Mu Yinqing, having endured punishment, lay on his bed, the pain searing through his injuries, forcing him to endure in silence. He had lost interest in the live broadcast. Indifferent to the stories Gu Qinghan was telling, as nothing could alleviate his current suffering, especially with his father harboring intentions to depose him. Qin Zhenjin and Zhou Wanting, both in tears, appeared heartbroken, wiping Mu Yinqing's sweat while stealing glances at the live stream. The hearts of women are often filled with curiosity. Who wouldn't want to know the secrets of the palace? Gu Qinghan's melodious voice resonated, narrating the tale of the small nation of Beizhou. Once upon a time, Emperor Xuanda had 9 sons, as everyone already knows. Among them, the second prince, Mu Yinqing, now the crown prince, shared a complicated romance with Qin Zhenjin, the legitimate daughter of the prime minister. Qin. Their love story is so melodramatic it tugs at one's heartstrings. Today, we shall recount the tale of Mu Yinqing and Qin Zhenjin. Qin Zhenjin had anticipated which concubine or prince's consort Gu Qinghan would discuss today. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be her own story with Mu Yinqing. This Gu Qinghan is merely a country girl. How could she know anything? She pondered. Could it be that Gu Qinghan was aware of her thoughts from the very beginning? It was impossible for Gu Qinghan to know everything. Yet before she returned to Beizhou, she had awakened due to the system's presence and was quite knowledgeable of the novel's backstory. Mu Yinqing, too, had not expected that he and Qin Zhenjin would be the protagonists of Gu Qinghan's narrative. Enduring his pain, he lifted his gaze to the screen, where Gu Qinghan sparkled with vitality, even more enchanting than when they were together. It seemed that this was the true essence of Gu Qinghan. Qin Zhenjin, fearing that Gu Qinghan would twist her narrative, quickly turned to Mu Yinqing, exclaiming, Your Highness, I have never done anything to wrong you. You must not heed the wild fabrications of Gu Qinghan. Mu Yinqing pressed his lips together, remaining silent, while Qin Zhenjin twisted the handkerchief in her palm, now filled with regret for returning from Nanqing and entering the Eastern Palace. However, one misstep leads to another, and if she failed to secure Mu Yinqing now, it would spell her doom. Before assuming his role in the Eastern Palace, Mu Yinqing was an overlooked prince, granted the title of Prince of Qin, and thus was addressed as Your Highness, Prince of Qin. He had a childhood friend, the aforementioned Qin Zhenjin, the renowned daughter of the Qin family. Qin Zhenjin was well known in the capital for her dual talents and unparalleled beauty, making her a highly sought-after woman. Who wouldn't want to marry such a paragon? Mu Yinqing was no exception. Once, due to a failure in duty, the emperor had punished Mu Yinqing by making him kneel outside the palace gates. Coincidentally, a torrential downpour began, far more intense than the day Yi Ping returned home seeking money. At that moment, Qin Zhengjin had been invited into the palace by the Empress Dowager and chanced upon the desolate and helpless Mu Yinqing. Mu Yinqing, handsome and noble, appeared even more striking under the relentless rain, stirring the heart of the young lady. Hence, Qin Zhengjin sent her maid to deliver an umbrella to him. When Mu Yinqing looked up, he beheld the beautiful visage of Qin Zhengjin, and from that day forth, she became the moonlight of his heart, a divine figure in his eyes. Hearing this, Mu Yinqing questioned himself, how does Gu Qinghan know all this? Could it be she has always known and is merely a substitute for Qin Zhengjin? No, that was inconceivable. Gu Qinghan's luminous gaze seemed to penetrate through the screen, mocking him as a fool, someone who thought he had disguised himself well, yet had been unmasked. To pursue his goddess, Mu Yinqing devoted all his finest offerings to Qin Zhengjin. Though she held him in disdain, his adoration fed her vanity, leading her to adopt a strategy of neither acceptance nor rejection. Whenever she faced grievances elsewhere, she would seek solace from Mu Yinqing. Naturally, he welcomed her affection. However, their interactions remained clandestine, unbeknownst to others. After all, Qin Zhengjin was always in search of a suitable husband. If her future spouse discovered her entanglement with the overlooked Prince of Qin, what would become of her family? Mu Yinqing had expressed his desire to wed Qin Zhengjin as his rightful consort, yet she consistently declined, citing her youth and the desire to remain close to her mother a while longer. Thus, they lingered in this state of uncertainty. Turning his gaze to Qin Zhengjin, Mu Yinqing's eyes blazed with veiled fury. So, you have always wished to be alone. Qin Zhengjin hastily shook her head. Your Highness, how we interact is clear to you. Do not listen to Gu Qinghan's fabrications. Mu Yinqing was indeed aware of these dynamics. Aside from the aspects of Qin Zhengjin's thoughts he was unaware of, much of what Gu Qinghan narrated aligned perfectly with his own experiences. Even the reasons for Qin Zhengjin's initial rejections mirrored his memories. Gu Qinghan continued. Finally, on the day of the Wanqiu festival, another nation, known as Nanqin, sent its crown prince, Imo Ruyan, to extend birthday wishes to Emperor Xinda. Imo Ruyan had two objectives. The first was to celebrate the emperor's birthday, and the second was to select a crown princess from Beizhou to take back. Serving as a diplomatic bond between their nations, in terms of strength, Beizhou could not contend with Nanqin, and Emperor Xuanda could not compare to Nanqin's diligent and benevolent ruler. Thus, Imo Ruyan's visit was met with great enthusiasm from Emperor Xuanda, who not only presented his daughters, but also encouraged all the ministers to bring forth their daughters to the palace banquet for him to choose from. Originally, Emperor Xuanda was engrossed in listening to his son's tale. However, to his astonishment, Gu Qinghan abruptly shifted the topic, asserting that he fell far short of the diligence and benevolence exhibited by the emperor of southern Qin. Such an outrageous claim. Enraged, Emperor Xuanda hurled everything within reach, his fury echoing throughout the palace, leaving the palace maids and eunuchs too terrified to breathe. Only Deshun, the chief steward, dared to present the emperor with a cup of tea, imploring, Your Majesty, please calm your temper. Great anger can harm the body, Gu Qinghan continued, recounting how during the palace banquet that day, Qin Zhengjin had instantly set her sights on Imo Ruyan. True to his name, Imo Ruyan donned a dark brocade robe and a jade crown. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes exuding an air of elegance, perfectly embodying the quintessential male lead of a historical drama. His gentle smile was nothing short of breathtaking. In that moment, Qin Zhengjin's heart was utterly captivated. Of course, for a woman as calculating as Qin Zhengjin, it was not merely his striking looks that lured her. It was also the fact that Imo Ruyan was the crown prince of southern Qin, destined to become its emperor. Should she ascend to the position of crown princess, she would ultimately become the queen of southern Qin. Revered by all, at that moment, Prince Chun could offer her none of these prospects. With one being the favored crown prince and the other an overlooked royal, the choice was painfully clear to Qin Zhengjin. Meanwhile, in a residence on the outskirts of the capital, a handsome young man savored hot pot while fixated on a live stream. Xiaohe placed sliced fish on the table in the yard, her expression fierce as she declared, Finish this meal quickly and leave. Who follows someone to eat hot pot all the way to the capital? Moreover, the money you gave me barely covers this fish. The young man picked up a slice of fish, swished it in the copper pot, and smiled at Xiaohe, saying, It's only your hot pot's exquisite taste that compels me to follow you from southern Qin to northern Zhou, isn't it? Besides, I gave you 1,000 taels. Your hot pot is rather exorbitant. Xiaohe pointed at the live stream, exclaiming, Did you not say before that southern Qin people can't see this live stream? Which is why you followed me? Now you blame it on the hot pot. Indeed, men are utterly untrustworthy. The young man chuckled. What do you think of Mo Ruyuan, the one mentioned by your Princess Chen? What can I think? Just a dead man. Xiaohe scoffed, crossing her arms. The young man's smile faltered, and he tentatively asked, what if, hypothetically, our southern Qin crown prince is not dead? Xiaohe looked at him with disdain. Not dead? Then he must be some sort of trickster, not a good thing at all. The young man continued, yet your Princess Chen just praised the southern Qin crown prince's looks and talents. Xiaohe narrowed her eyes. Is that for the King of Hell's approval? As chapter 63 unfolds, the tumultuous love between the two leads shakes the heavens. The young man was left speechless by Xiaohe's retort and resumed eating his hot pot. Lamenting women, with such sharp tongues, be careful. You might not find a husband. Xiaohe, unfazed, retorted, who wants to marry? To serve you men and bear your children? The young man realized this topic was best left untouched. Your hot pot is quite excellent. When do you plan to open a restaurant? Xiaohe shifted the topic. The shop is under renovation. It will be soon. The young man slapped 1,000 taels on the table. Then I must properly support you. While their banter was loud, it remained unexpectedly harmonious. However, Xiaohe felt indignant for her mistress upon hearing Gu Qinghan's narrative. It dawned on her that the crown prince had never truly loved her mistress. Everything had been a fade. Xiaohe clenched her fists, vowing to avenge her mistress, no matter what. In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere on the outskirts, the mood within the palace, particularly in the Eastern Palace, was exceptionally grim. Qin Zhenjin sat in shock, kneeling on the floor, while Mu Yinqing glared at her furiously from the bed. The gentlewoman Zhou Wanting wore a worried expression, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of schadenfreude. Qin Zhenjin began to defend herself. Your Highness, you knew from the beginning that it was the southern Qin crown prince who insisted I go to the marriage alliance. The emperor ordered it. I had no choice. If I defied the order, both my life and my family's would be in jeopardy, and I would never see you again. Mu Yinqing pursed his lips, remaining silent. Had he truly misjudged a worthless trinket for a pearl? Allowing Qin Zhenjin to deceive him for all these years? Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan's audience, both fans and passers-by, were captivated by the live stream, showering her with gifts. Just as she reached a pivotal moment in her tale, the screen was suddenly overtaken by a barrage of donations. Morning Dew sent 100 carnival gifts. Not only were the fans astonished by such generosity, but Gu Qinghan herself was equally taken aback. One carnival gift amounted to 3,000, and 100 would total a staggering 30,000. The comments flooded the screen. Who is this magnificent benefactor? Show yourself. Can a mere mortal witness such a display? Gu Qinghan quickly paused her story, expressing her gratitude for the 100 carnival gifts from Morning Dew, insisting it was unnecessary and that she merely wished to share joy with everyone. Let us continue with the story. Gu Qinghan resumed, explaining how Qin Zhenjin, smitten with Mo Ruyuan, exerted all her efforts in the subsequent talent show, performing an intricate dance with grace and expression, ultimately approaching Mo Ruyuan to toast him. To everyone's astonishment, he accepted the drink and subsequently sought Emperor Xuanda's permission to marry Qin Zhenjin. Overjoyed yet restrained, Qin Zhenjin received the emperor's decree, granting her the title of princess and marrying her to the southern Qin crown prince. That very night, Qin Zhenjin summoned Prince Chen, tearfully confessing her reluctance to wed Mo Ruyuan, yearning instead to grow old together with Prince Chen. Her beauty, weeping like a wilting pear blossom, rendered Prince Chen utterly heartbroken. Yet, who could resist an imperial edict? Thus, Prince Chen personally delivered his beloved to his rival, the southern Qin crown prince. Mo Ruyuan. One must ponder the depth of heartache and torment he endured. Gu Qinghan pondered why the system failed to notify her of an increase in Mu Yinqing's heartache value, which would reward her with a charm index. Upon hearing this, Mu Yinqing shoved the tearful Qin Zhenjin aside, exclaiming, "Wretched woman!" Qin Zhenjin fell to the side, repeatedly insisting, "Your Highness, it's not what you think." Mu Yinqing's disdain grew. He was no longer interested in her words. It was this cunning woman who had cost him. Gu Qinghan. Qin Zhenjin, now wed to the southern Qin crown prince, lived in harmony with him, while Prince Chen was left emotionally drained and tormented. In this manner, our prince suffered grievous injuries during an assignment, nearly losing his life at the hands of several other princes' schemes. Upon reaching this point, the emperor could no longer maintain his composure. What did it mean that Mu Yinqing was nearly killed by the machinations of other princes? Struggles for power within the royal family were not uncommon. Yet his sons must not engage in such treachery. If they could attempt to assassinate Mu Yinqing for the crown prince position today, what would prevent them from seeking his life tomorrow? The emperor declared coldly, "Deshun, summon the other 7 princes to see me at once." Gu Qinghan's words had stirred the court into a frenzy, while she continued to enthrall her audience with the tale of Mu Yinqing and Qin Zhenzhen. However, she deliberately omitted the segment that pertained to her own involvement, acknowledging that it was not truly her, merely her soul having traversed into the narrative, influenced by the plot, and many of her actions were not her own. Moreover, the original body remained, for that individual was not her. Yet, if the system could ensnare Mu Yinqing, it was all for the bettered in Northern Zhou. Gu Qinghan was but a pitiable figure. She felt powerless. Had she the means, she would surely overthrow the Northern Zhou dynasty, ensuring that the hypocritical members of the royal family knew the hardships of the common people. Eventually, Prince Qian married his beloved princess, and with her assistance, he triumphed over southern Qin, slaying the southern Qin crown prince. From that moment on, Prince Qian successfully took control of the eastern palace. Unbeknownst to all, over the years, Prince Qin and the southern Qin crown princess maintained a clandestine correspondence, exchanging love letters. Following the death of the southern Qin crown prince, Qin Zhenzhen wrote to Mu Yinqing daily, lamenting her sorrows, predominantly her yearning for him. In truth, with her dreams of becoming the queen of southern Qin shattered, she sought to secure the next available crown prince, and Mu Yinqing, being the ready option, was too tempting to resist. She even leveraged her father, Prime Minister Qin's influence, to pressure Mu Yinqing. Through a series of maneuvers, the northern Zhou crown prince, Mu Yinqing, allowed his crown princess to relinquish her position, welcoming the widow of the southern Qin crown prince into the eastern palace. Thus, the bond between Mu Yinqing and Qin Zhenzhen was undeniably unique. Shaking the heavens, they finally overcame numerous obstacles, and these two wretched souls truly came together. How profoundly moving it was. As chapter 64 approaches, the comment stream flooded with excitement. Wow, are there truly such shameless lovers? This story is so melodramatic, I love it. Indeed, it seems that the dog couple is a match made in heaven, a truly moving love story. Not, ha ha ha, our dear Qinghan, the little fairy, has so many melodramatic tales. May I anticipate the next one? I hope this pair of dog lovers meets their demise soon. No, they should certainly live on to suffer. That is the greatest respect we can afford them. My heart aches for the exploited Princess Qin. Sob that I also wish for the fairy who has been used to find a peaceful resolution. In your narrative, Qinghan, the other princes should directly eliminate that scoundrel of a man for the best conclusion. A swift demise would spare us from the ensuing melodrama. At this moment, within the imperial palace of Northern Zhou, turmoil brews. The palace is filled with the cries of Qin Zhenzhen. Mu Yinqing understands that his father, the emperor, is likely to investigate the assassination attempt from 3 years prior. With this investigation underway, the matter of the deposed crown prince can be delayed for some time. As for Qin Zhenzhen, Mu Yinqing feels a rising frustration at her cries, but he has now regained his composure. Without Gu Qinghan, he finds himself in this predicament. He must secure his position as crown prince, and he cannot afford to offend the prime minister. Enduring his pain and suppressing his disdain, Mu Yinqing addressed Qin Zhenzhen, saying, "Zhenzhen, I do not believe Gu Qinghan's words. There is no need for you to weep. Return and rest well." Qin Zhenzhen's cries ceased abruptly as she scrutinized Mu Yinqing's expression. Aside from sensing his discomfort, she detected no other sentiments. Wiping her tears, she replied, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your understanding. I know you are suffering, and I merely wish to accompany you. You too have endured grievances. There is no need for such fuss. For now, go and rest." Mu Yinqing replied, "I am weary. You all may withdraw." Dining on the newly prepared fish hot pot in the outskirts of the city. Observing Gu Qinghan speak calmly of these matters, he felt a sudden sense of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, her master has returned to that place called Huagua, living a blissful life. Xiaohe watched as the man before her nearly finished a plate of fish slices and remarked with irritation, "Do you think the crown prince of southern Qin would be enraged to learn that the princess he had chosen married her former lover immediately after his demise?" The man continued to eat with his chopsticks, responding with nonchalance, "No, as far as I know, Our southern Qin crown prince has never held the daughter of Prime Minister Qin in high regard. Let me tell you, one must not judge solely by appearances. Do you understand? Moreover, our southern Qin crown prince is not as superficial as your northern Zhou prince. You speak as if you were the southern Qin prince and understand him well? Xiaohe pondered. I must say, your name is Chanimo, yet you are quite talkative, not at all silent. Also, does your royal surname of Imo not require any discretion in naming? After all, the former Princess Chun stated that the Emperor of Southern Qin is more diligent and benevolent. Why avoid such matters? The other citizens of Northern Zhou, upon hearing the tale, were left wanting more. On the streets and in the fields, discussions abounded. It turns out that the Crown Prince and the current Crown Princess are true lovers. But the former Crown Princess suffered greatly. Indeed, one should stay away from royalty to avoid misfortune. Not to mention the live broadcast, I had the fortune to see Gu Qinghan, the former Princess Qin. Once, and even then, her eyes lacked much of their former brilliance. Do you think all these years of calamities are not a divine warning that Northern Zhou is doomed? Hush, do you wish to lose your life? You dare to speak so recklessly? What does it matter? Life is already unbearable. What is there to fear? After all, we are all destined to die. I certainly do not agree with the current crown prince ascending to the throne. What future do we commoners have? The people should not contend with the officials. What use is there in such talk? Can one truly overthrow the regime? Gu Qinghan concluded her story for the day beautifully, ending with a lottery that gifted 1,000 lipsticks. Both the storytellers and the listeners were filled with joy. Not only that, but Gu Qinghan's fan base surged by over 5 million that evening, with many fans commenting that they became enamored with her melodramatic tales and hoped she would share more such stories, as they found them truly captivating. Watching her follower count rise swiftly, Gu Qinghan, while packing her belongings, remarked to Lin Qingya, "At this rate, I will soon have to prepare benefits for my 20 million fans." Lin Qingya was elated. Previously, Gu Qinghan had been too laid back about her career, which worried her, but now Gu Qinghan's enthusiasm was leading to a meteoric rise in popularity, and naturally, she was thrilled. This just means we are gaining more recognition. Gu Qinghan treated all the staff working late that night to supper before finally heading home. After a relaxing bath, she lay in bed and noticed a message from Lu Yuan, praising the evening's story as captivating. Gu Qinghan replied with a smile, "You watched my live stream? Thank you for the compliment." Lu Yuan responded, "Rest well. We have script readings tomorrow." Gu Qinghan replied, "Okay, see you tomorrow." For 3 consecutive days, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan met at the hotel, and the atmosphere among the entire crew was particularly pleasant. Additionally, the crew had hired a martial arts instructor for practice, but Director Liang granted Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan an exemption from training. In his words, Gu Qinghan could take on the role of martial arts instructor. Why bother with practice? 3 days later, Gu Qinghan was set to participate in the recording of the 4th episode of Great Rivers and Mountains. After the 4th episode concluded, the two would head to Yunnan Guizhou together for filming. The recording location was quite close to Haiqing, situated in the ancient capital of Nanjing. Given the proximity, Gu Qinghan could have driven there, but why endure the discomfort of driving when the high-speed train was much more comfortable? Thus, she had Bai Ning book the train tickets. There were numerous high-speed trains traveling from Haiqing to Nanjing, and the production team indicated that everyone could choose their departure time, as long as they arrived before 11 in the morning. Gu Qinghan asked Bai Ning to check the schedule. As long as they made it on time, any train would suffice. Before Bai Ning had the chance to purchase the tickets, she received a message from Lu Yuan's assistant, Fang Su, stating, "I have already booked the high-speed train tickets for you. They are in first class, no need to thank me." Following that, Fang Su sent the reservation details. While packing her belongings, Gu Qinghan remarked to Bai Ning, "Doesn't Fang Su seem to have a crush on you? Why is he so eager to book the tickets?" Chapter 65. So this is the high-speed train. Bai Ning was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. "Sister Qinghan, that's not it. He just likes meddling in others' affairs. When do you plan to start dating? I can help you with that. I have a wealth of knowledge." Bai Ning replied, "Sister Qinghan, you said it yourself. Being single is wonderful, and I want to enjoy it too. Besides, with your career soaring, I want to stand beside you and enjoy the view from the top." Gu Qinghan patted Bai Ning's shoulder. "How ambitious together. We shall view the world from great heights." Early in the morning, Gu Qinghan and Bai Ning hurried to the train station. The high-speed train was headed from Haiqing to Nanjing South Station, taking nearly an hour and a half. Lu Yuan had Fang Su book 4 tickets, all in business class. In truth, With just over an hour of travel, it hardly mattered where one Saturday, however. For Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan, taking the business class VIP passage was more appropriate to avoid causing a commotion at the station. When Gu Qinghan saw Lu Yuan, he was still clad in all black, as he often was. After all, he was recognizable by many fans no matter where he went. With several episodes completed, Gu Qinghan's popularity had soared. And she too could not afford to dress carelessly. Clad in casual sportswear, with sneakers, a cap, sunglasses, and a mask, she too sought to maintain a low profile. The citizens of Northern Zhou were genuinely curious about what the high-speed train was. Since Gu Qinghan had decided to take the high-speed train to this place called Nanjing, everyone awaited to see what the train would look like. Upon arriving at the train station with Gu Qinghan, they were struck by the grandeur and bustling atmosphere. Why are they taking the high-speed train but arriving at the train station? Is this train like the little one we saw on the grassland? What is the difference between a train and a high-speed train? They had thought the airport was crowded enough, but the train station was even more packed. Surely, Haicheng does not have this many people traveling by high-speed train every day? They wondered, where could all these people be going? The train station is filled with advertisements and signs. With so many elevators, it's overwhelming. The people of Northern Zhou, following the live broadcast, watched as Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan, accompanied by two assistants, entered the high-speed train's VIP lounge through the business class passage. They presented their identification and scanned their faces at the machine, then proceeded to take the escalator, where attentive attendants guided them to their designated seats. This high-speed train is so long and looks magnificent. While planes are thrilling, this is also quite spectacular. Is it true that only the wealthy can enjoy such services in Huaguo? I suppose so. Look at those in uniforms. They resemble our constables. They all have a uniform appearance and surely serve only the officials. You are absolutely correct. Ever since their arrival at this train station, the quality of service has been impeccable. Undoubtedly due to their generous expenditure. Once they step inside, will they soon be whisked away? Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan settled into their seats, while other passengers cast curious glances in their direction. Before long, someone approached them asking for an autograph, and everyone was exceedingly polite and humble. Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan did not decline. They graciously signed for anyone who requested. After finishing, Gu Qinghan gazed out the window. Noticing the overcast sky and the gentle drizzle that had begun, Lu Yuan offered her a pack of boneless duck feet, asking if she would like to sample some. Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with delight. How did you know I enjoy these? Lu Yuan opened the packaging, explaining, you mentioned on your live stream that everyone should prepare duck delicacies, so I took a chance. After expressing her gratitude, Gu Qinghan accepted the duck feet, exclaiming, you truly have a knack for guessing. I do indeed love these. They are the perfect snack for leisure. Just as she was about to savor the duck feet, a small boy, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, approached her. Sister, I have potato chips. Can I trade you for your duck feet? His bright, sparkling eyes made it difficult for Gu Qinghan to refuse. Moreover, the child did not rudely demand the snack, but rather politely proposed a trade. With a cheerful smile, Gu Qinghan accepted the potato chips from the boy and handed over the duck feet in return, saying, of course, a fair exchange is perfectly fine. The boy beamed with joy, thanking her. Observing Gu Qinghan's duck feet being exchanged, Lu Yuan offered her duck tongues instead. Gu Qinghan happily accepted and asked the boy, would you like to try some duck tongues? You can trade with me as well. The boy shook his head. I can't eat tongues that I saw on TV that if someone bites their tongue, they could die. Gu Qinghan was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a slight pang of discomfort. Well, you make a valid point. After finishing the duck feet, the boy did not ask for anything further but turned to Gu Qinghan and said, Sister, my dad really likes you. Would you like him? Before Gu Qinghan could respond, Lu Yuan interjected from behind. No, your father has your mother to like. The boy turned, looking at Lu Yuan with a sense of grievance, but I don't have a mother. My dad says he will find me a very gentle and beautiful mother in the future, and I want you to be my mother. Lu Yuan glanced in the direction the boy had come from. Where is your father? The boy pointed to the front row. He was sitting there, but he seems to have gone to wash his hands. Following the boy's indication, Lu Yuan observed that indeed, the seat was unoccupied. With a stern expression, he declared, this sister cannot become your mother, nor can she have feelings for your father. The boy looked somewhat disheartened, his eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Lu Yuan, how could you be so cruel? Taking advantage of my absence to bully my son? A voice interjected. As the boy rushed into a man's embrace, Liu Yuan frowned, scrutinizing the newcomer with a disapproving gaze. Jiu Qinghan glanced between Lu Yuan and the stranger, recognizing that while she did not know the newcomer, Lu Yuan certainly did. Feng Xiaohui, your son's habit of calling any woman mother is rather inappropriate. Although he is young, it reflects the qualities of his parents. Lu Yuan remarked slowly. It has been years, and your words still provoke irritation, Feng Xiaohui retorted, turning to Gu Qinghan. I apologize for my son's impulsive behavior. I take full responsibility. Jiu Qinghan sensed the palpable tension between Feng Xiaohui and Lu Yuan. Naturally, if she had to choose sides, she would lean toward Lu Yuan, as she was unfamiliar with Feng Xiaohui. With a smile, Gu Qinghan accepted the apology, adding, however, Lu Yuan is right. It's best for children not to indiscriminately call women mother. This minor altercation had drawn the attention of other passengers nearby. It wasn't too long before the incident with Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan on the high-speed train was trending on Weibo, with topics such as encountering Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghan on the high-speed train. The little boy wants Gu Qinghan to be his mother, and Lu Yuan reprimands the boy soaring in popularity. Meanwhile, at the soon-to-be-opened Hanheng Hotpot restaurant, Chinamo, who had come under the pretense of helping but was actually there to enjoy free food and drink, rambled on, I wonder if Feng Xiaohui has a crush on the former Qin Wangfei of Beizhou. Upon hearing the name Xia, Xia shuddered. I told you not to call me that. My name is Xia Han. Why would a young lady want to be called Xia Han? It sounds so cold and old-fashioned. Xia is much more pleasant, Chinamo remarked. I suspect that Feng Xiaohui, who knows Lu Yuan, is deliberately trying to provoke him. Otherwise, what are the odds of such coincidences? Chapter 66. The Speed of a Great Nation. Xia regarded Feng Xiaohui with disdain, feeling that her master was far better off with Lu Yuan, who seemed genuinely concerned for her. However, that didn't matter much. What was most important was her master's happiness. Chinamo continued, the former Qin Wangfei of Beizhou seems quite astute in the live stream. Yet how could she have ended up in such dire straits? Xia shot him a glare. You seem to know a lot. Whether the Qin Wangfei is suffering or not is beyond my knowledge. But I do know that the army commanded by our Qin Wangfei defeated your southern Qin forces. Your southern Qin boasted about your prince being unparalleled. Yet he ended up losing to our Qin Wangfei and is now playing chess with the King of Hell. Chinamo fell silent, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Jiu Qinghan watched as Feng Xiaohui led the boy away, the little one glancing back at her repeatedly. She turned to Lu Yuan. Do you know him? Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, we have known each other since childhood. I see, Gu Qinghan said. You both appear rather deep in thought. Did you perhaps steal his girlfriend? Lu Yuan hurriedly denied. No, Gu Qinghan chuckled, teasing. I'm just joking with you. Why so serious? You both seem to be of similar age. He must have married quite early if that child looks about 5 or 6, I'm not sure. He has been abroad for the past few years. It has been 5 years since he returned, and I haven't heard any mention of him getting married. So I'm not sure where the child came from, Lu Yuan replied. Jiu Qinghan speculated that since Lu Yuan's family was a leading real estate enterprise, Feng Xiaohui must also come from a prominent family. There were far too many melodramatic tales in wealthy circles, and it was best not to indulge in conjecture. After all, life is often more thrilling and absurd than what is portrayed in dramas or novels. In the realm of the affluent, there are no limits to the unexpected. Before long, the high-speed train arrived at Nanjing South Station, prompting Bai Ning and Feng Su to hurriedly gather their belongings as everyone disembarked. The citizens of Beizhou followed along with the live stream, watching as the camera panned away from Gu Qinghan, ascending towards the sky. They beheld a magnificent and imposing train station standing tall, with countless tracks where various trains were orderly stationed, stretching beyond the horizon. Even the trains that had already departed navigated their respective tracks with such precision that just when one might fear a collision, they miraculously intertwined without incident. The platform was filled with clear and pleasant announcements echoing throughout. Am I seeing things? Is that an enormous train station? Are all those trains? They come in different colors. I see signs indicating their destinations. These trains go to different places without colliding. This is utterly breathtaking. How is it even possible? How do people get on and off these trains without getting hit? It shouldn't be a problem. Look, they descend directly from the elevators and find their trains. Right? I saw that too. I have no idea how they manage this. It's truly incredible. In our Huagua, we have cars, planes, and trains. There must be many more wonders we haven't witnessed. Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan disembarked. They discovered that the program's staff awaited them on the platform. Following the staff's guidance, the group proceeded into a lounge within the train station. The other 4 guests were also present in the lounge. Appearing just as bewildered as they were, the director addressed them, "Thank you all for your hard work on this journey. Please take a moment to rest. For this episode, we have made some special adjustments. In the past, we typically explored various locations, appreciating the breathtaking landscapes of our country and enjoying the services of our providers. Today, I would like us to immerse ourselves in the service industry, to experience what it feels like to serve the thousands of travelers. This initiative is a special collaboration with the South Station, which aims to allow more viewers and travelers to appreciate the daily lives of our railway staff, fostering better understanding and communication between them and the travelers. Certainly, this marks a new endeavor for us, and we hope that everyone can exert their utmost efforts to showcase the elegance of our modern railway system to the audience." Once the director's team concluded their remarks, several guests applauded in unison. In Gu Qinghan's perspective, this indeed represents a commendable attempt. Many industries may appear glamorous at first glance, yet the arduous efforts behind the scenes often remain unsung. Such an initiative undoubtedly allows for greater understanding and mutual empathy, thereby facilitating smoother operations. The director's team continued, saying, "Now, let us invite the staff from Nanjing South Station to provide a brief introduction. Following that, the station personnel will guide everyone in changing into their uniforms and assigning tasks that, of course, before truly stepping into our roles, we must undergo a brief learning session. We certainly cannot afford to hinder the workflow. Based on our discussions, we have prepared 4 types of roles for everyone to experience. These roles include security personnel, ticket agents, service staff, and station attendants. Subsequently, our professional staff will elaborate on these roles in detail. Rest assured, the tasks assigned are straightforward and will not disrupt the regular operations of the staff. Simply give your best effort." The audience, eagerly awaiting this episode, found today's novel approach quite intriguing. "I think this is wonderful. We should certainly avoid interfering with the staff's regular duties," one viewer remarked. The director had already assured that there would be no disturbances, and they had communicated with the station, so there should be no issues. I am also quite curious about how they typically operate, eagerly anticipating the experience. "Haha, I am so eager to see what our usually stern-faced staff look like when they catch a glimpse of the passengers." A staff member clad in railway uniform stepped forward, commencing a brief introduction. "Welcome to Nanjing South Station. As you may know, our station is not merely the largest transportation hub in East China. Today, you have all arrived from various directions, taking the high-speed train to Nanjing South Station. Our railway has undergone a revolutionary transformation, evolving from slow trains to fast ones, and now to high-speed rail. Railway travel has become the preferred mode of transportation for most of us." Taking the recently boarded high-speed train as an example, he continued, "I am unsure how much you are acquainted with it, but for instance, the speed of our high-speed trains ranges from approximately 250 to 350 km per hour. In our nation, the fastest trial speed rail has reached an astonishing 394.2 km per hour. Upon hearing this figure, Gu Qinghan and her companions were left awestruck. This is indeed the speed of a great nation. Meanwhile, everyone in the northern Zhou dynasty, including the emperor, was left bewildered. The emperor summoned the most esteemed and now retired Zhao Taifu. "Taifu, do you comprehend what this kilometer signifies?" The elderly Taifu, stroking his beard, shook his head. "Your Majesty, I must confess, this is the first time I have encountered such terminology. From what this individual describes, it appears to measure distance, though I am uncertain how it correlates with our own measurements." Chapter 67. The emperor's distress and discomfort. The emperor pondered for a moment. If their hourly measurement translates to our half of a time period, which is over 300 kilometers, our 800 li express service, which requires a full day's journey without changing horses, equates to what they refer to as 24 hours. They're 390 kilometers. Could it be that they can traverse what takes us a full day in just 1 hour? Zhao Taifu promptly shook his head. "Your Majesty, I believe this to be impossible. Though the high-speed train is indeed fast, it cannot cover such distances in a single hour." The emperor nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the Taifu's insight, hence, I surmise that this kilometer must be shorter than our li. Not only the emperor, but also several princes were deep in thought regarding this matter. As those in power, none wished to concede that the high-speed rail of Huagua could traverse such distances in half a time period. After Gu Qinghan and her companions had listened to the introduction from the station staff, they followed the personnel to the designated area to change into their uniforms. Once attired, they proceeded to the staff cafeteria, for a hearty meal would indeed bolster their energy for the upcoming learning sessions. During lunch, Wang Hanrong lamented, "With 5,000 years of history behind us, I wonder how our wise ancestors would perceive our current advancements." Jiu Qinghan suddenly recalled the people of northern Zhou, and she too felt a wave of astonishment. They would surely be astonished, just considering the current high-speed train's velocity is beyond the reach of many, including developed nations abroad. Wang Hanrong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, however, I am quite looking forward to this experiential learning over the next few days." As such opportunities are rare, Jiang Yonghe interjected, "In ancient times, 600 Li Express service and 800 Li Express service were considered the fastest." Liu Yuan concurred, "Indeed, but there are distinctions." Jiang Yonghe, puzzled, asked, "What distinctions?" Liu Yuan replied, "The units of measurement in our ancient times differ from those of today. 1 kilometer now equals 2 li, with 1 li being 500 meters. However, in antiquity, during the Zhou and Qin dynasties, 1 li was equivalent to approximately 415 meters. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's explanation, everyone from northern Zhou was left speechless. The emperor had just assured Zhao Taifu that a kilometer in Huagua was shorter than their li. What a stark contradiction! The emperor remained silent, while Zhao Taifu, with his white beard quivering, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, how can this be? How could they possibly traverse 800 li in half a time period?" The emperor felt a heaviness in his chest. Not watching the live broadcast was one thing, but witnessing it daily brought about feelings of discomfort, headaches, and unending distress. The citizens of northern Zhou were abuzz with chatter. "Is this high-speed rail truly that impressive? It can travel so swiftly? When I walk, the fastest I can manage is merely 20 li in an hour, and that's without stopping. It's exhausting. Huagua is indeed remarkable. It truly seems like a place where deities ought to dwell." After finishing their lunch and tidying up, Gu Qinghan and her companions followed the relevant staff to begin their learning process. The entire afternoon was dedicated to understanding the duties they were about to undertake. The following morning, around 5 o'clock, everyone rose to wash up and have breakfast, ready to commence their duties punctually at 6. Despite the early hour, the station was bustling with activity, showing no signs of diminished crowds. After all, regardless of the time, trains do not cease their operations. The 6 guests were divided into 3 groups once again, with Gu Qinghan and Liu Yuan remaining a pair, which had seemingly become a habit. Their first task of the day was to serve passengers at the service desk. Clad in railway uniforms, they presented a pleasing sight. From the perspective of northern Zhou, the entire train station was encompassed in an orderly scene. From passengers ascending escalators to entering security checks and scanning their identification cards, everything flowed seamlessly without a hint of chaos. From above, numerous escalators guided travelers into the waiting hall, with clear indications for all train services. The citizens of northern Zhou had risen early. Typically, they would complete breakfast and head to work, yet they were taken aback by the early start of the live broadcast. Do they not rest at this train station? Perhaps, like us, they occasionally have to travel through the night. The constant ebb and flow of people was neither crowded nor noisy. What purpose does this service desk serve? One pondered. I am unsure. We shall find out soon. Xiaohe also rose particularly early today, as Henin Hot Pot was set to open. Dressed in male attire, she wandered about the hot pot restaurant, inspecting everything, anxious not to overlook any details. Chen Imo trailed behind. "Why do you, a girl, always dress as a boy? It looks rather unbecoming, you know? Could you please stop following me? You're a grown man. Don't you have anything better to do?" Xiaohe, exasperated, found herself unable to dismiss the customer who was persistent about wanting hot pot in exchange for silver notes. Chen Imo sat down and remarked, "I heard that the Dongxing hot pot restaurant across from you is also opening today." While Xiaohe was tidying up, she noticed that indeed, the establishment across was also launching. However, no one had anticipated their grand openings on the same day. Since the hot pot restaurant across is also opening, why not try that one? You've been eating my hot pot for days. Aren't you tired of it? Chen Imo replied nonchalantly, "You've reminded me. I'll head over there to try it shortly." The two bantered as they completed their preparations and watched the live broadcast commence. This was the moment Xiaohe eagerly anticipated each day. As long as she could see her master safe and happy, her entire day felt fulfilled. Chen Imo commented, "Your Qinsha princess has changed her attire. She indeed exudes the aura of someone who has fought in battles." "Of course, our Qinsha princess is the most formidable," Xiaohe retorted, You speak as if you have been on the battlefield and witnessed it with your own eyes. Chapter 68. The true voice of the people. I may not have seen it, but I have certainly heard tales. Chinamo shifted the topic. What do you suppose the service desk is for that the Chansha princess of northern Zhou is attending to? The individuals clad in uniforms, do they not resemble the constables, dedicated to serving the common folk? Naturally, Xiaohe harbors complete confidence in Gu Qinghan. Assuredly, they will. Chinamo drummed his fingers on the table, lost in contemplation. If this were the case, even the ordinary citizens would receive equal treatment, then indeed, the Hua nation is commendable. At that moment, within the grand hall of the North Zhou Palace, the morning court session had yet to conclude. Observing Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan stationed at the service desk, many officials of North Zhou expressed their disdain. Most of these officials, adept at reading the atmosphere, discerned the emperor's evident displeasure, which stemmed from the live broadcast, naturally leading them to regard Gu Qinghan unfavorably. The hall erupted in a cacophony of opinions. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the program featuring Gu Qinghan is merely a facade to appease the citizens of Hua. In this world, there will always be distinctions among ranks. A service desk established in such a grandiose train station is undoubtedly meant for the affluent. Another minister concurred. What we see in Gu Qinghan's live broadcast is but a polished veneer, aimed at belittling us. One suggested, perhaps these so-called travelers are merely hired by the production team, or by Gu Qinghan herself. How could there be so many people traveling daily? Furthermore, such a high-end mode of transportation. How could all citizens afford it? Your Majesty, the uniforms worn by Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan are certainly not akin to those of ordinary folk, much like our officials and constables, who must earn the respect of the populace. In the hall, voices clamored from all corners. After hearing these remarks, the emperor's mood lifted significantly. Indeed, my loyal ministers, the people of North Zhou shall not be deceived by this live broadcast. He mused. It is curious that we have yet to see our own officials and constables in this broadcast. Father, there is no need for concern. The so-called gentry, farmers, artisans, and merchants, Gu Qinghan's family, the Gu Group, are merely traders. The status of merchants has been historically low. Once she encounters true officials and constables, her arrogance will surely diminish. The third prince reassured. The emperor nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his son's words. Meanwhile, at the service desk, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan were joined by a staff member from the South Station, who was diligently attending to the numerous inquiries from travelers. Excuse me, which ticket gate should I go to for my train? Could you please direct me to the restroom? Where can I find hot water? Where do I collect my reimbursement receipt? The questions, while manageable, were soon overshadowed by an urgent cry for help. Jiu Qinghan had just finished assisting a traveler when someone grasped her arm, their voice trembling with distress. My child is missing. Please help me find him. Startled, Gu Qinghan responded swiftly. Is he a boy or a girl? What is his name? How old is he? And what was he wearing? Where did he go missing? A boy, 10 years old, named Chun. How did he was wearing a white short-sleeve shirt, light blue jeans, and sneakers. I turned to grab my luggage, and when I turned back, he was gone. Please, I beg you to help me find him. The dedicated staff immediately contacted various departments at the South Station, reviewing surveillance footage and checking all exits. The railway police sprang into action, each member searching for the child. Such mischief-making children ought to be thoroughly admonished, ensuring they have a complete and safe childhood. However, one must also consider the parents. It is unreasonable to place all blame on a 10-year-old. Are children truly too young at 10? Today's children are quite aware at that age. It is evident that this mother was preoccupied with numerous items, while her child, instead of waiting for assistance, ran off to cause her worry. Ultimately, all that matters is that the child is safe and swiftly located. Viewers of Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan's live broadcast shared in the anxiety, wishing they could rush over to assist in the search. Thanks to the rapid coordination among departments and the retrieval of surveillance footage, the child was finally found beside a vending machine. The railway police confirmed his identity and hurried him back to his mother. In mere minutes, which felt agonizingly prolonged for a mother, the moment she spotted her son, she slapped him twice on the backside, exclaiming, "Why do you run off? I told you not to. I could have lost you." Gu Qinghan and the police rushed over to intervene. The comments on the live stream expressed relief upon learning the child was found. Such is the depth of love that often comes with sternness. With a child of a similar age, I can empathize with that feeling. It truly is frightening. Thankfully, he was found. Perhaps it's time for a thorough reprimand at home. Wherever there are police officers, there exists a sense of security. The railway workers performed admirably, and Gu Qinghan acted with remarkable promptness. A round of applause for them. The people's police serve the people. Regardless of their branch, they strive to assist us, providing a solid foundation of support. At that moment, the recently dismissed North Zhou officials were taken aback, their minds in turmoil as they observed the officer bearing an armband inscribed with the word police. They watched intently as the officer executed swift actions, meticulously inquiring about the child's name and gently taking his hand to return him to his mother. As they witnessed the comments popping up on screen, they pondered, could their officers truly be as revered by the people as this? Were their constables genuinely serving the citizens of North Zhou? What, then, were their own officials doing? Just moments ago, they had confidently proclaimed that Hua's officials and constables deserved adulation. Yet now it felt like a resounding slap in the face. The third prince had descended the jade steps and turned to the ninth prince, saying, "Ninth brother, do you think the content we've seen in this live broadcast truly reflects the reality of Hua?" The ninth prince shook his head. "It's hard to say, third brother. Even if I can appreciate their advanced technology and the seemingly divine lives they lead, it's evident that these officers treat ordinary citizens with such kindness. How can this be? Why are they not abusing their power?" The third prince, perplexed, could only walk towards the palace gates. Meanwhile, seated at the Dongxing hot pot restaurant, Chinamo observed the unfolding events, silently noting that a nation could indeed develop in such a manner. Providing such services, though social stratification still exists, if they could persist in these efforts to improve, might not their lives also change for the better? If the court officials ceased to hold themselves in such high regard and allowed the citizens to live peacefully, perhaps that would genuinely win the hearts of the people. Chapter 69. The disdain of Lu Yuan's mother. Today, 2 hot pot restaurants opened simultaneously, buzzing with excitement. After a brief wait, Chun Mo's order arrived, and he couldn't help but admire the presentation. He picked up a slice of meat, shaking his head internally. It was nowhere near as good as what Xia Han had prepared. After placing the meat in the pot and waiting a moment, he retrieved it, dipped it in sauce, and took a bite. That single mouthful caused him to spit it out immediately. Chenamo gulped down several mouthfuls of water to wash away the unpleasant taste. Observing the other tables, while no one seemed to be spitting out their food, it was clear that it was far from delicious. He overheard patrons at a nearby table discussing how the hot pot in the live broadcast appeared delectable, only to realize it was all a ruse. The food was merely visually appealing and barely edible. Indeed, it pales in comparison to the barbecue. That barbecue place has been under renovation for ages. Who knows when it will open? Chinamo wiped his mouth and leaned over to the nearby table, saying, "Brothers, let me tell you, it's not that hot pot is unappetizing. It's just that the fare at Dongxing Hot Pot is dreadful. You should try the place across the street. Their flavors are superb." Several patrons eyed him skeptically. "Really? Absolutely. I only came here to compare after trying that place, and the difference is night and day." Chinamo waved his fan. "Did you not notice? That place shares the same name as the Henin barbecue. They must have the same owner. How could the taste be inferior?" Once he finished speaking, diners in the hall began to rise, clamoring to rush across the street to sample the delicious hot pot. In an instant, Chinamo found himself alone in the hall. He leisurely stood up, only to be confronted by the restaurant's manager. "Why must you disrupt my business, sir?" Chinamo continued to wave his fan. "Tell me, have you ever tasted the food you prepare? If your own cooking is unpalatable, how can you blame others for dining elsewhere? That seems rather unreasonable." The manager glared at him. "Are you deliberately trying to provoke trouble at my Dongxing hot pot?" Chinamo folded his fan, raising an eyebrow. "If you must take it that way, I cannot help you." With that, Chinamo turned to leave. The manager shot a glance, and several staff members moved to block Chinmo's path. "You shall compensate Dongxing hot pot for the losses incurred today before you may leave." "Oh?" Chinamo seemed to be in high spirits. "How much? 1,000 taels. You truly are not greedy, asking for 1,000 taels right off the bat." Chinamo leisurely remarked. "But what if I refuse to compensate? Then, my lord, you shall not leave here today." As he spoke, several attendants shut the shop's doors and aimed a kick at Chinamo. With a flourish, Chinamo waved his fan, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, the attendants were already sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. Brushing off his brocade robe, Chinamo said, "I must inform you, dear shopkeeper, If you wish to see someone, you ought to first ascertain whether you are capable of doing so. With that, he pushed open the door of the hot pot restaurant and strolled towards the Henin hot pot establishment across the street. In the back courtyard of Henin hot pot, Chinamo found Xia He and leaned closer, saying, "I believe, Xia, you ought to express your gratitude to me." "For what?" Xia He replied, "I just invited all the patrons from the Dongxing hot pot restaurant to your establishment. Given your business's newfound support, you should certainly thank me," Chinamo asserted. Xia He scrutinized him with suspicion. "All right, thank you for your support of my business. However, I am currently busy, so please leave," Chinamo, taking his time, remarked. "Indeed, in this world, only women and petty individuals are difficult to manage. You are simply burning the bridge after crossing it." Xia He chuckled. "You are misusing that idiom. Why not say I am killing the donkey after the grind?" Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan had been occupied at the service desk for 6 hours, finally completing their tasks. Through the live stream, viewers could clearly see the bustling activity at the service desk, teeming with travelers and a multitude of inquiries. However, they also caught a glimpse of Lu Yuan's other side. Affable, patient, and meticulous, CP fans enthusiastically captured screenshots and edited various clips of Gu Qinghan and Lu Yuan together. For they were genuinely invested in their ship. After such a long stretch of work, both felt utterly exhausted. They opted not to dine at the staff cafeteria and instead returned directly to the hotel. Lu Yuan ordered a meal, which was promptly delivered to Gu Qinghan's room. After Gu Qinghan finished washing up, she was delighted to see a table laden with fragrant and spicy dishes. "I thought you preferred lighter fare," she remarked. Lu Yuan handed her his chopsticks and replied earnestly, "I merely thought you would enjoy this." Gu Qinghan picked up a piece of beer duck and savored it, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "The flavor is quite authentic. You should try some too." Lin Man, watching the scene unfold on her home projection, noted Lu Yuan relishing the beer duck with a satisfied smile and said to Lu Xiao beside her, "Your brother acts as though he hasn't eaten duck in 800 years. What will the viewers think of my beautiful face?" Lu Xiao diverted his gaze from his notebook and responded, "Ms. Lin, do you not recall someone once saying, 'Why eat so much duck? It's cold in nature and bad for the body'?" He continued, "Moreover, someone else remarked that beer is still alcohol, and consuming beer-basted duck is even worse. Additionally, it has been said that spicy and numbing foods can lead to blemishes and ruin one's complexion. Why indulge at all?" Lin Man shot him a glare. "That must have been your father's wisdom." Lu Xiao remained non-committal and continued, "In my view, it is not merely that the beer duck is exceptionally delectable. It is rather that the person across from it is a feast for the eyes, thus rendering the beer duck even more appetizing." Gu Qinghan, enjoying her meal, noticed that Lu Yuan was not eating much. She picked up a pair of unused chopsticks and placed a piece of spicy chicken in front of him. "Why are you eating so little? You should eat more." Lu Yuan looked at the spicy chicken she had offered him, his heart racing with excitement. This was a piece of food personally delivered by Gu Qinghan. He earnestly placed it in his mouth, but the taste was overshadowed by the sweetness of the moment, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips. Gu Qinghan continued to serve him generous portions, and Lu Yuan diligently consumed everything. The CP fans in the comments erupted in joyful celebration once again. Chapter 70. Lu Yuan's preferences. "Wow, this homemade candy is absolutely delightful. I want to interview Lu Yuan. Does the food Gu Qinghan serves taste exceptionally good?" He used to avoid such dishes and preferred bland food. The goddess is right before him. Of course, everything tastes divine. Suddenly, the instant noodles in hand no longer seem appealing, and thoughts of ordering takeout arise. Sisters must realize that ordering takeout without Gu Qinghan serving you is simply not as satisfying. Ha ha ha, sisters, that's the truth. After their meal, Lu Yuan took the initiative to tidy up the table. "You should rest well. We have more to do tonight." "All right," Gu Qinghan replied, "I'll handle dinner. You needn't worry about it. It's only fair." Lu Yuan smiled, resembling a pure-hearted young boy, and said, "All right." Watching Lu Yuan depart, Gu Qinghan sent a message to Lu Xiao. "Brother Lu, may I ask what dishes Lu Yuan enjoys?" Gu Qinghan knew that Lu Yuan typically preferred lighter fare, but she was uncertain of his specific likes. Since Lu Yuan had been so considerate of her, always acquiring her favorite foods, she felt she should not be lacking in effort. After sending the message, Gu Qinghan set her phone aside, knowing that Lu Xiao was often busy and might not see her message. She planned to check it after resting. However, just as she lay down, Lu Xiao's response arrived. "Why, brother Lu Yuan is not picky. He likes whatever you enjoy. Jiu Qinghan found this hard to believe. As Lu Yuan's brother, Lu Xiao, seemed unaware of his own brother's preferences. Oh dear, how pitiful Lu Yuan must be. Just as Gu Qinghan prepared to inquire further, Lu Xiao's message pinged again. If you want to know what he truly enjoys, it would be fast food, hamburgers, chicken nuggets, fries, paired with some ketchup. Oh, and don't forget to get him a chocolate sundae. Gu Qinghan paused, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. Is this really his brother? After some contemplation, she could only respond, all right, thank you, Brother Lu, I understand. At this moment, in Beizhou, with his wounds now scabbed over, Mu Yinqing, able to move about, gazed at the live stream, feeling an increase in his heartache. Not only was Lu Yuan being attentive, but Gu Qinghan had also begun to express concern for him. This was the last thing he wished to witness. Supported by a young eunuch, Mu Yinqing strolled slowly through the garden, feeling increasingly stifled and distressed. Your Highness, how do you fare? Should I summon the imperial physician? The eunuch inquired. Mu Yinqing pressed his hand to his chest and replied after a moment, no need. Your Highness, just as he began to feel somewhat better. Another eunuch approached and bowed. What is it? Your Highness, the Minister of Rites has requested an audience. Let him in. Mu Yinqing seated himself in the garden pavilion, sipping tea and feeling somewhat improved. Your Highness? The Crown Prince's Minister of Rites, Su Zhangqiu, hurriedly approached the steps. Mu Yinqing inquired. Today is the grand opening of Dongxing Hot Pot. Why have you returned so late? Wasn't I clear in instructing you to keep an eye on things? Without Lu Wenchang, Mu Yinqing felt many matters were not proceeding smoothly. Su Zhangqiu bowed and explained, Your Highness, today a person disrupted the hot pot restaurant, leading all the guests to the Henan hot pot across the street. Our Dongxing hot pot is now desolate, with not a single patron. What transpired? Mu Yinqing pressed further. Su Zhangqiu recounted the day's events, concluding, Your Highness, this individual is certainly not simple. He possesses remarkable skills, and our men were no match for him. I witnessed him enter Henan hot pot with my own eyes. Mu Yinqing furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of his investment in the hot pot restaurant. He had intended to capitalize on its success. But now, on its very first day, it had been thrown into disarray. While he had hoped to earn a profit, he found that his initial customers had been poached. However, given the current scrutiny, he could not allow anyone to realize that this hot pot restaurant was his venture. In recent days, to compensate Yin Jun and the poisoned citizens, his East Palace had been drained of resources. His original businesses had also faced a slew of difficulties. With this in mind, Mu Yinqing cursed Qin Jinjin inwardly, initially believing that the Prime Minister's daughter would be adept in all matters, only to discover that managing a farm and a shop seemed to only lead to losses. After pondering for a while, he commanded, You must keep an eye on that individual and report back to me once you uncover his background. As the live stream abruptly blackened, Mu Yinqing realized Gu Qinghan had gone to rest. He then asked, Have you made any progress in investigating Ling Xiandao? Your Highness, Su Zhangqiu replied, Previously, Lu Wenchang was overseeing this matter. I spoke with him in the prison, and he mentioned that Ling Xiandao has been wandering without a fixed residence. And there has been no trace of him found. Mu Yinqing furrowed his brow again. Without locating Ling Xiandao, he could not grasp the situation surrounding Gu Qinghan. If Gu Qinghan were to return, it would undoubtedly breathe new life into his East Palace. Continue the search. Report back to me as soon as you have news. Gu Qinghan awoke from her nap to find it was already 4 o'clock. She instructed Bai Ning to order food. For visiting Nanjing required indulging in the local specialties, duck blood vermicelli soup, pot stickers, saltwater duck, sweet glutinous lotus root, duck fat pancakes, and pigskin noodles. However, recalling Lu Xiao's mention of hamburgers and the like, Gu Qinghan hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to have Bai Ning order from the Golden Arches.